I traveled to a world where games and reality blended together. Monsters are rampant here. Gods and demons are fighting each other. There is murderous intent everywhere, and the living space of mankind is crumbling. After the coming-of-age ceremony, everyone can choose their own career path and decide their future destiny. I was hailed as a genius among geniuses, and everyone was looking forward to my career choice. However, the result was shocking. I became a mediocre wizard. What a pity, such a good talent. Everyone sighed and shook their heads in disappointment. Only I know that what I awakened is actually an incredible automatic maximum level talent. Any skill, once mastered, can be instantly reached the maximum level. Fireball. When reaching the maximum level, it will transform into a giant fire dragon, spewing out hot dragon breath and burning the earth. Freezing magic. When reaching the maximum level, it turns into a vast expanse of ice, and the cold air sweeps across, freezing the heaven and earth. Lightning magic. After reaching the maximum level, you will achieve Thunder God's Doomsday. 100,000 lightning bolts will roar across the sky and earth, destroying all obstacles. Upgrading skills is extremely difficult. My existence is like cheating. Many years later, I stood at the top of the abyss, facing the demon lord's eager gazes. I raised the corner of my mouth and said lightly, "Don't be nervous, it's just a small fireball." A small fireball streaked across the sky, and the next second, the entire abyss was reduced to ashes and turned into nothingness. The gods and demons were stunned, and no one dared to say anything. At this moment, they finally realized that this little fireball was not only against the will of heaven, it simply overturned the rules of the world. China, Jiangxing City, Interstellar University of Science and Technology. The Awakening Square was bustling with people. The freshmen were concentrating, waiting for their fate to come. At this moment, I stood in front of the queue of Class 5, Grade 1 with my back straight. As a standout among the freshmen, although I looked calm on the surface, I could not hide my anxiety in my heart. Countless eyes were focused on me, and discussions were heard one after another. "Look, that's Lin Yi. I heard that he is proficient in element analysis, shadow magic, and even high-level space theory." Several girls exclaimed in low voices, their eyes full of admiration. "He is handsome and has incredible talent." Principal Chun Yin said that Lin Yi is very likely to awaken into a special profession like a mage, or even a hidden profession. Listening to the discussions around me, I have become accustomed to it, and my heart is calm. The soul mutation brought about by time travel has given me extraordinary memory and understanding. Over the years, I have been far ahead in various fields and have been hailed as the Jiangxing genius. Countless bigwigs have publicly praised me and asserted that my future is limitless. Beside me, Wang Dong gently nudged me and asked in a low voice, "Brother Yi, the awakening ceremony is about to begin. Are you nervous?" His eyes were full of longing. "It would be great if I could awaken into a warrior." I patted his shoulder and smiled. "Don't worry. Your swordsmanship and melee skills are ranked high, so becoming a warrior is a foregone conclusion." Wang Dong nodded repeatedly, but his eyes were full of envy. "Brother Yi, you are awesome. You will definitely be able to awaken a high-level mage. Your starting point is higher than ours." Not far away, Li Kuang snorted coldly, saying sarcastically, "Don't be too proud too soon. If you fail to awaken, you will never be able to turn over in this life." Li Kuang's eyes were burning, his face full of hostility. He was born into a prominent family. His father was a powerful gold professional, but he was repeatedly surpassed by me. For him, this was an unbearable shame. Awakening Array was gradually built, and Principal Chun Yan's loud voice resounded throughout the venue. "Attention all freshmen, the career awakening ceremony is about to begin." The atmosphere was instantly ignited, and everyone couldn't hold back their excitement. Students walked onto the awakening platform one by one, but most of them failed. Not long after, Lu Wanqing came on stage, and amidst the shining light, an emerald green longbow took shape. "Special profession, Storm Archer," the crowd exclaimed. Even Principal Chun Yin showed a gratified smile. "Student Lu, you still need to work hard in the future and contribute to protecting China." Then, Li Kuang appeared and successfully awakened the advanced profession Flame Mage, but he was unwilling to become a special profession. When he passed by, he said coldly, "Lin Yi, your result may not be better than mine." Wang Dong then awakened into a berserker and hugged me tightly with excitement. And now it's my turn. The whole place fell silent instantly. All eyes were on me. Even the bosses from the professional association were watching closely. I took a deep breath and stepped into the awakening circle. In an instant, a light brighter than Lu Wanqing's exploded, covering the entire place. And even the shadow of the Book of Knowledge could be vaguely seen. Is it a hidden profession? Principal Chun Yin was shocked, and everyone held their breath. However, after the light faded, two ordinary words appeared in the void. Mage. The whole audience was in an uproar. Principal Chun Yin was stunned. How is it possible? Such a strange phenomenon, but it's just an ordinary magician. Although everyone was disappointed, the awakening ceremony could not go wrong. Chun Yin reluctantly announced loudly, Lin Yi, the awakening profession is mage. At this moment, I stared at the attribute panel, but my heart was calm. Name, Lin Yi. Occupation, mage level, LV1, 0/1000. Talent. All skills learned are automatically maxed out. Skills, fireball, meditation, escape. Looking at the talent column, it suddenly dawned on me that the amazing vision came from my unique talent, not my profession itself. In this world, professionals can level up by defeating monsters, but improving skills depends entirely on comprehension, which requires extremely high talent and hard work. The upper limit of the basic skills is level 10. Ordinary people are considered outstanding if they can practice their skills to level 3 or above. If they can reach level 5, they're already rare. One of the keys to advancing from a novice to a black iron professional is to improve basic skills to level 3 or above. This threshold is daunting for countless people. Those with less talent may not be able to break through even after 10 years of hard training. In contrast, those who can train their skills to level 5 or above are far rarer than those hidden professions. And I, unexpectedly, soared to the sky and reached the maximum level directly. The 10th level skills are not only incredibly powerful, but also can perfectly make up for the various shortcomings of the mage profession. Whether it is magic power consumption, attack power, spell casting speed, or cooling time, the difference between level 1 and level 10 is more than 10 times. The meaning behind this is self-evident. It is even more outrageous than hiding a profession. Thinking about the future, I can even advance the mage to a more advanced profession. I couldn't help but raise the corners of my mouth and show a confident smile. At this time, Principal Chun Yin asked with slight concern, Linny, are you okay? I gathered my thoughts and replied with a smile. Principal, I'm fine. Of course, I won't reveal my secret for the time being. Chun Yin nodded and said earnestly, It's okay as long as it's okay. There is more than one path in life, and even an ordinary career can create miracles. I understand. I responded and calmly walked out of the ceremony circle. The students watching were talking about it, and there was no lack of ridicule and doubt in their whispers. Humph, a genius is just like this. He can't even awaken to a high-level profession. Were his previous achievements all fake? Li Kuang in the crowd laughed out loud, as if he was comforted by my failure. I just sneered, with an indifferent light in my eyes. People like Li Kuang will be nothing more than insignificant ants in the near future. If we meet outside one day, I will let him know what a real strong man is. However, most people did not laugh at me. After all, I am usually helpful and have many friends. Wang Dong came over and asked with concern, Brother Yi, are you really okay? I shook my head and smiled. Don't worry, I'm not that easy to be defeated. At this time, Lu Wanqing walked over slowly and said softly, Lin Yi, I believe in you. Even if you are an ordinary profession, you will definitely become very powerful. Don't give up. Her cheeks were lightly flushed, revealing a hint of beauty in her shyness. I was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Don't worry, I won't give up. Seeing this, Lu Wanqing turned away in shame, fearing that staying for another second would reveal her feelings. The classmates around her looked at her from behind with envy on their faces. Wang Dong even joked, Brother Yi, the storm archer has offered himself to me. If I were you, I would just be a gigolo. I shook my head helplessly and replied calmly, Let's talk about it later. Chun Yin announced the end of the ceremony. Classmates, the awakening ceremony has ended successfully. 1 week later, all the newly awakened people in the city will undergo a unified trial. Starting tomorrow, the dungeons opened by the school for newcomers will be free to use. Everyone, prepare well and win glory for Interstellar University of Technology. As soon as the words came out, The atmosphere became heated, and many students began to form teams. Although the novice dungeon is not difficult, it is still not to be underestimated for newcomers. However, I have full-level skills, so I don't need to rely on the team. After politely declining Wang Dong's invitation, I returned home and couldn't wait to tell my mother the news. Not long after, I returned to a dilapidated neighborhood. "Mom, I'm back." There was a slight clinking sound of spatulas in the kitchen, and then a kind-looking woman came out of the kitchen with a little oil stain on her apron. She put down the bowl in her hand and asked with concern, "Child, how did your awakening turn out today?" Yang Mei's eyes were full of nervousness, with unconcealed expectation and a hint of worry between her brows, as if she was afraid of hearing bad news. Which mother doesn't have high expectations for her children? The corners of my mouth slightly raised, and I smiled easily. Of course the awakening was successful. "Mom, I am a magician now." A glimmer of surprise flashed across Yang Mei's eyes, and a smile that could not be concealed appeared on her face. Mage is good. Although it is not a special profession, it can cast magic in the back row, which is safe and promising. Although she didn't understand the subtle differences between professionals, she knew that being a professional was already very remarkable. Although ordinary people and professionals lived in the same world, it seemed that there was an insurmountable chasm between them. Looking at the few strands of white hair on my mother's temples, my heart ached. She has been working so hard for so many years that her body can no longer bear it. I secretly swore in my heart, when I become stronger, I must help her find a job transfer book so that she can also become a professional. Even if it is just a supporting job, it can prolong her life and strengthen her body. At dinner, the mother and son shared a simple home-cooked meal. Although there were no delicacies from land and sea, it was full of warmth. While eating, the two chatted quietly about daily trivia, and the whole room was filled with the taste of home. After dinner, I was about to go back to my room to plan tomorrow's outdoor upgrade, but was stopped by Yang Mei. "Shall we wait?" Yang Mei's voice was a little low, but with a hint of solemnity. She turned and went into the room, and after a moment, she came out holding a slightly old iron box. "This is what your father left for you." "My dad!" I was stunned, and some doubts suddenly arose in my heart. After traveling to this world, the only thing I knew was that my father's name was Lin Jinan, and nothing else. I only vaguely felt that he and my mother had a deep relationship, but I remember that my mother never mentioned my father's whereabouts. "My dad, didn't he?" I started tentatively, trying to find some clues from her words. Hearing what I said, Yang Mei's eyes flashed with sadness, and her tone lowered a few degrees. "He is a very powerful professional, even more powerful than a gold professional. But I don't know whether he is alive or dead now." She paused, her voice trembling slightly. "I only remember that he left in a hurry that day. He said he had an important mission to complete, something about the border." "Then why didn't he come back all these years? Why didn't he care about you?" My voice rose involuntarily, with a hint of anger in my tone. Yang Mei's eyes turned red, and she shook her head gently. "He didn't say much. He just left this box and said he hoped you could become a wizard." She paused and added in a low voice, "That's why I've been insisting that you take the mage course." My mother's look made my heart ache. I wanted to ask her more, but seeing her tired and sad expression, I swallowed my words. "Mom, you should go to bed early," I said softly. Yang Mei nodded and went back to her room to rest. Looking at the closed door of my mother's room, I made up my mind silently. I will find out the truth behind my father's disappearance sooner or later. Anyway, so many years have passed, so there is no need to rush. I took a deep breath and looked back at the iron box in my hand. I pressed the lid of the box with my fingertips, and it slowly opened. In an instant, a dazzling light appeared, and a parchment scroll with a light blue halo emerged from the box. "Arcanist Job Advancement Scroll," I exclaimed, my eyes filled with shock and surprise. I took a deep breath and stared at the job transfer scroll in my hand, my eyes gleaming with excitement that was hard to conceal. Arcanist. It is no exaggeration to say that this profession is the ancestor of all mage professions. It is said that there once lived a group of powerful arcanists, powerful enough to rival the gods and even capable of annihilating demons with a simple wave of their hands. However, this profession is not without weaknesses. The difficulty of learning the skills of the arcanist is extremely high, and the knowledge required is so extensive that it is daunting. Even if an ordinary person is lucky enough to obtain a job transfer scroll and become an arcanist, it is still as difficult to upgrade his level as climbing a ladder. But once an arcanist breaks through the bottleneck, the extent of the increase in strength is astonishing. With each level up, the power of the skills can be multiplied several times, or even 10 times, far exceeding other professions. Because of this, the complexity of this profession is too difficult to control, so a simplified version such as mage was derived. However, for me, these are not a big problem. I was born with full-level talent and can easily master any skill. As long as I become a gold professional, I can switch to an arcanist. Thinking of this, I can't help but feel happy. That day will not be too far away. After carefully putting away the job transfer scroll, I felt happy and fell asleep peacefully. The next morning, the morning light penetrated the curtains and woke up the whole world. "Mom, I'm going out. Shall we? Be careful on the road." Yamei's tone was full of worry. "Got it." I waved at her and walked out of the house. I planned not to go home for the next week, using the excuse of going to the school's novice dungeon to level up. In fact, my destination was a wild place. Swoosh! After paying 100 yuan for the teleportation fee, a dazzling white light enveloped me, and in a moment I was teleported to Wulong Town. This is the frontier of the wild, with a large number of professionals coming in and out, hunting monsters for treasures and equipment. There were people coming and going all around, including warriors carrying giant swords, mages holding staffs, archers carrying longbows, and even humans with alien blood, cat ears, rabbit tails. These features were dazzling. I looked at all this curiously, and then strode out of the town. The nearest leveling point is the Village of Chaos, where the lowest level of monsters is level 5, which is just right for my current strength. Along the way, my solo journey attracted a lot of discussion. TSK, another fearless wizard. I'm afraid he's in a hurry to die. Who knows? Maybe it's some powerful special profession. Are you blind? Didn't you see the mage's mark on his hand? It couldn't be more ordinary. I turned a deaf ear to these ridicules. The mage's survivability is weak. It doesn't exist in my opinion. Just as I was concentrating on moving forward, a clear voice came from behind me. "Little brother, do you want to team up with us?" Turning around, I saw a young girl with a kind smile on her face. From her attire, I could tell that she was a pastor. She seemed to really want to help me, but before I could respond, several young men around her objected. "Jia, we need to find the Blood Wolf King. Bringing him along will only hinder us. Yes, he himself doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. How many times can he save us?" The girl by Jia glared at them in dissatisfaction and muttered, "Why are you like this?" I smiled and shook my head, saying politely, "Thank you for your kindness. I can do it alone." After that, I headed straight for the Village of Chaos. Teaming up with others would mean sharing a lot of experience points, which obviously didn't suit my goal. Looking at my back, Bai Jia sighed and could only pray silently that I was safe. After going deeper into the Village of Chaos, I encountered my first opponent, the Kino Goblin. The monster in front of me had green skin all over its body, a distorted face, and was rushing towards me waving a thick stick. In order to verify the power of the Duanjia technique, I chose to stand still and quickly recite the spell in my mind. In an instant, a shield emitting white light appeared over me. Bang! Kino Goblin's powerful attack carried 130 points of high damage, but it was all absorbed by the shield, and I didn't move at all. I laughed heartily, feeling very happy. This is really amazing. Fireball, activate. I flicked my fingertips, and a blazing fireball the size of a basketball whizzed out. Boom! The fireball exploded on the face of the Kino Goblin, and flames splashed everywhere. The high damage caused by this attack instantly emptied its health. Hiss! I took a deep breath, my eyes full of shock. The corpse in front of me was burned beyond recognition by the flames, turning into a charred wreckage. At this moment, I truly felt the terrifying power of the full-level fireball technique. The basic damage is as high as 200 points, plus the triple critical strike to the head, which can kill a level 5 Kino Goblin in one hit. Defeat the level 5 Kino Goblin and gain 79 experience points. Looking at the prompts on the screen, I couldn't help laughing. Compared with those students who were still killing monsters in the novice area, my leveling speed was ridiculously fast. Killing an ordinary monster there might only give 1 or 2 points of experience, which was a desperate gap. The real training has just begun. I raised my lips with an expectant smile, gripped my staff tightly, and my eyes flashed with eagerness. Now that the skill test is complete, there is no reason to waste any more time. Boom! Boom! Fireballs exploded one after another, and the blazing flames swallowed up all obstacles. Defeat the level 5 Flame Goblin and gain 75 experience points. Defeat the level 5 Frost Goblin and gain 72 experience points. My experience bar grew rapidly, and my upgrade speed was astonishingly fast, more than 100 times faster than others. Swoosh! A dazzling white light bloomed around me, and my level was finally raised. Name: Lin. Occupation: Mage. Level: LV2 37/2000. As the level increases, the power of the fireball instantly doubles, reaching 400 points of damage. If another critical hit is triggered, 1,000 points of damage will easily break the defense. You can produce this kind of data as a novice. If you tell me, no one will believe it. After upgrading, my efficiency in killing monsters has been significantly improved. What used to require precise hits to kill instantly can now be done with just one hit. Boom! The fireball's light was more intense than before, and the goblins were devoured one after another. The only thing that slows down the pace is the time to find the next target. Defeat the level 6 Green Goblin and gain 81 experience points. Defeat the level 7 Red Goblin and gain 84 experience points. Whoosh! After a moment, the white light shined again, and my level jumped to level 3. In just half a day, I leveled up 2 levels, while other students were still struggling for a few dozen experience points. This gap was simply a chasm. Haha, keep going. I licked my cracked lips, took out some dry food from my backpack, took a few bites, and then rushed into the battle again. The feeling of constantly rising strength makes people indulge in it and cannot extricate themselves. Boom! On this day, the goblins in the village of Chaos encountered an unprecedented disaster. Fireballs bloomed wantonly, like tireless death gods, devouring their lives. My experience points increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. White light flashed several times in succession, and my level climbed all the way to level 5. In one day, I accomplished a feat that would take ordinary people months or even longer to accomplish. Reach level 5 and unlock a new skill, Arc Shock. When I saw this tip, I was overjoyed. Level 5 is a small peak for a mage, and Arc Shock is my first group attack skill. Just as I was immersed in joy, a low growl suddenly came from all around. In the shadows all around, densely packed green eyes emerged, at least dozens of pairs. A swarm of goblins was approaching. It's just the right time. I raised the corners of my mouth slightly and said confidently, "Now I have mastered the Arc Shock. The efficiency of hunting monsters will be greatly improved." Group skills are always the best weapon on the battlefield. A level 10 Arc Shock can attack 15 targets at the same time, with a cumulative damage of nearly 10,000 points. Not to mention the paralysis effect that makes the enemy's limbs go limp. The control power is instantly maxed out. My mind moved, and I whispered the spell silently. Swish! In the void, a flash of lightning as thick as an arm suddenly tore through the space and whizzed out. Ow! The goblin seemed to smell the breath of death and let out low roars. In an instant, the azure electric light was like an arrow shot from a bow, cutting through a distance of more than 10 meters and accurately hitting a goblin. Sizzle! The lightning jumped wildly and leaped flexibly towards another goblin, instantly electrocuting it to a black and charred color. The terrible damage wreaked havoc, and in just a moment, dozens of goblins were completely reduced to ashes. The remaining few were shaky and dying. Boom! Immediately afterwards, 2 fireballs suddenly flew out and sent them into another world. Defeat level 5 goblin and gain 37 experience points. Defeat the 6th level goblin and gain 41 experience points. Defeat level 5 goblin and gain 32 experience points. I looked at the rapidly rising experience points, and my heart was filled with joy. At this rate, I can definitely reach another level today. Fireball and Arc Shock were used in turn. I transformed into the god of death, madly harvesting among the goblins, weaving a dance of death. Throughout the chaotic village, the wailing of goblins could be heard one after another, shocking many explorers and making them shudder. Swoosh! A dazzling white light flashed across. Level raised to LV6. In just one day, he advanced from level 1 to level 6. This upgrade speed is nothing short of a miracle. Other explorers might still be hovering on the edge of level 1. And even if Lu Wanqing awakened the Storm Archer, she would at best only touch the threshold of level 2. What a pity, I licked my lips and said with a hint of regret. I haven't encountered any elite monsters today, otherwise I might have gotten a good piece of equipment. However, before he finished his words, a powerful aura hit him in the face. A giant goblin holding a giant axe and standing 3 meters tall suddenly appeared in front of me. Following closely behind him, a dozen ordinary goblins quickly surrounded him. Giant goblin, level LV7 elite monster. HP 9,310, skill giant axe slash. Elite monster. My eyes lit up, unable to hide my excitement. My equipment is here. As soon as I finished speaking, I gently waved my arms, and a layer of white light armor quickly wrapped around my entire body. Hiss! The azure electric light danced like lightning. In just a moment, more than a dozen goblins fell to the ground. As my level increases, the power of my arc shock is comparable to that of Fireball, outputting up to 1,500 points of damage each time. Roar! The giant goblin roared, his eyes as big as copper bells were full of anger and murderous intent. He swung the huge battle axe in his hand and chopped it down at me, bringing up a sharp sound of wind, and was unstoppable. Facing this overwhelming pressure, my heart was slightly shaken, but my face remained calm. This level of attack was nothing to fear in front of my shield armor. The 3,000 points of damage reduction left me unscathed. The giant goblin's axe smashed hard on the white light armor, but it failed to create even the slightest crack. My eyes narrowed and I whispered, "It's time to fight back." Buzz! A fireball the size of a basketball appeared out of thin air, and the hot energy caused the surrounding air to slightly distort. I withstood the blow from the giant axe, steadied myself, and pushed the fireball in front of the giant goblin. Boom! The fireball suddenly exploded, and in the thick flames, the giant goblin let out a scream. Even though it had a very high resistance to magic, this attack still shaved off a third of its health. The impact of the explosion shook it back again, and its huge body staggered. Hiss, hiss, hiss. I flicked my fingers, and lightning suddenly lit up. An arc of electricity, as thick as an arm, quickly spread out, wrapping around the giant goblin's body and shining with dazzling brilliance. The surrounding goblins were also affected by the electric arc, and they screamed and turned into charred afterimages. The giant goblin roared continuously, but was trapped by the paralysis effect, and its movements became slower and slower. I didn't give it a chance to breathe and blasted out another fireball. Minus 2,417. Minus 2,351. 2 critical hits completely wiped out the giant goblin's health. The behemoth finally fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust in the midst of a loud bang. Defeat the level 7 elite giant goblin and gain 671 experience points. I raised the corner of my mouth slightly and casually threw out an arc of electricity to clean up the remaining goblins. Then, I walked towards the giant goblin's corpse with a hint of anticipation in my eyes. Under the corpse, 2 faint lights were particularly conspicuous. I bent down and picked up 2 pieces of equipment. Wind gloves grade, black iron attributes, strength +5, attack speed +1. Exquisite leather boots grade, black iron attributes, agility +5. At the black iron level, these equipments are already pretty good. Many professionals don't even have a piece of black iron equipment, and these items have significantly improved my combat power. Although it's not exclusive to mages, it's also very useful to increase strength and agility. I smiled with satisfaction, especially attack speed, which is crucial for all professions. What's even more exciting is that the giant goblin's fangs are actually a rare material and can be sold for at least 40,000 Chinese coins. You know, an ordinary person can only earn 2,000 or 3,000 after working hard for a month, but I can easily earn several months' salary just by hunting an elite goblin. In the world of professionals, the strong are indeed respected. I sighed, quickly changed into new equipment, packed up the materials, and was about to leave. Suddenly, a reminder sounded in my ears. Killing too many goblins in a short period of time will arouse the anger of the Lord Goblin. Please retreat immediately. Deep in the jungle, a strong, murderous aura surged like a tide. I was not afraid at all. Instead, a gleam of excitement flashed in my eyes. I clenched my fists and smiled. Lord Level Goblin? It's a good opportunity to test my strength. I growled and decisively rushed into the depths of the jungle in the direction of the murderous aura. At the same time, The three professionals who had not yet left were keenly aware of this sudden movement. The young man in the lead was a level 11 black iron warrior. His eyes were filled with uncontrollable excitement. Goblin priest? Someone actually angered a lord-level monster. In the team, a slightly fat wizard quietly suggested, "Brotherly Shio, do you want to play a game of the mantis stalks the cicada?" Unaware of the aureole behind. The archer next to him clenched his longbow tightly, his eyes showing fighting spirit. Facing the lord-level goblin priest, the three of them combined were enough to easily defeat him. Li Xiao raised his lips to sneer. His tone was icy. "Action. Be quick and clean. Don't leave any tails. In this copy world, the strong survive and the weak are eliminated. This is an eternal iron law." On the other side, I was wearing a pair of exquisite leather boots, my body was agile, and my speed was even better than before. Soon, I passed through a dense grass, and the view in front of me suddenly opened up. Nearly 100 goblins were roaring angrily around the campfire, and in the middle of them, a goblin wearing a dark cloak and holding a mysterious scepter was muttering to himself. Goblin Priest. Level: LV8 Overlord Monster. HP: 18,471. Skills: Firebomb, Frost Arrow. As expected of a Lord-level monster, its health is twice that of an elite monster. I stared at this group of goblins, the desire to fight burning in my chest. Let's get rid of these minions first. Zizila. A flash of lightning, more than a dozen goblins fell down in an instant, turning into charcoal. The experience bar jumped wildly, and the value rose rapidly. I raised the corner of my mouth slightly and shouted provocatively, "You stupid guys, come and chase me if you have the guts." Before I could finish my words, I turned and rushed into the depths of the ruins. Roar! The goblin priest let out a shrill scream, his eyes full of anger. The next second, a blood-red light enveloped the entire tribe, and the power of all the goblins suddenly increased, and they rushed towards me with roars. Zizila! I showed no fear and released another arc shock, and another group of goblins fell down. Soon, all the monsters were cleared out. At this moment, the goblin priest had completely gone crazy. He raised his staff high, chanted softly, and with the fluctuation of magic power, a blazing fireball rushed straight towards him. "Come on, I can cast fireball too." I smiled and waved my fingers. The wind gloves made the casting faster, and a fireball took shape in an instant, and I was the first to arrive. The two fireballs collided in the air, bursting into blazing flames, and the surrounding ruins instantly turned into a sea of fire. I sneered and said, "As expected of a lord-level monster, but my fireball spell is instant." As the cooldown of fireball ended, I released the fireball again and accurately hit the goblin priest. Minus 937. Although the goblin priest's magic resistance was not low, this attack still caused nearly 1,000 points of damage. Arc Shock. Minus 1,127. The paralysis effect took effect, and the goblin priest's movements became slow, and it became extremely difficult to raise his staff. I used Fireball and Arc Shock alternately, and the goblin priest's health dropped rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The goblin priest finally got rid of the paralysis, and a light blue ice crystal arrow whizzed over and hit my armor hard. Puff! Accompanied by a muffled sound, the white light armor became as tough as before, and the ice arrow instantly shattered into countless tiny ice chips. Although the damage caused by this arrow was higher than that of the fireball, it still could not break through this strong defense. My shield armor was indeed impeccable and could withstand up to 3,000 points of damage. The goblin priest howled in pain, but his health points steadily decreased amid the interweaving of fire and lightning. Finally, a huge fireball shot straight into the sky and exploded above its head with scorching flames. As the flames faded, the goblin priest fell to the ground with a thud, turning into a charred corpse. Kill the Lord-level goblin priest and gain 2,785 experience points. Level increased to LV7. The dazzling white light enveloped me, and I had leveled up again. With excitement, I could not wait to walk towards the remains of the goblin priest, and immediately saw the spoils scattered around it. I picked up a bronze piece of equipment, and my eyes suddenly lit up. Goblin Staff of Resentment Grade. Bronze Attributes. Spirit plus 10. Magic Resistance plus 10. A hint of joy flashed across my eyes. It's tailor-made for me. As the search continued, several more pieces of equipment were found. Heavy Steel Sword Grade. Black iron attributes. Strength plus 10. Attack speed minus 1. Worn wristband grade. Black iron attributes. Magic resistance plus 5. Rare mage robe grade. Black iron attributes. Magic points plus 100. Magic defense plus 5. The wrist guards and robes are perfect for me, and the heavy steel sword can be sold for at least 150,000 Chinese yuan. I calculated secretly. But what excited me the most was the skill book lying quietly at the bottom of the equipment pile. Ice arrow. I gently clasped my hands together, and the skill book turned into a stream of light and flowed into my mind. Talent activated. Ice arrow instantly maxed out. The power of this single ice arrow far exceeded that of fireball. With the existing 100 points of mental power, one arrow could deal 2,000 points of damage. I smiled slightly. Now, even if a black iron professional stands in front of me, he may not be able to defeat me. After packing up my equipment, I was about to collect the eyeball of the goblin priest. This is a rare enchantment material, as valuable as a piece of black iron equipment. In order for my mother to have a small house of her own, I must raise a large sum of money so that she can live a better life. However, at this moment, a stern shout came from a distance. "Boy, don't move!" Turning around, I saw 3 figures running towards me, led by a young man with a smug look on his face. They stopped and exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with greed. "Fortunately, we made it." The leader, Li Xiu, sneered. "Boy, I advise you to hand over your equipment obediently and don't embarrass yourself." As he spoke, he glanced around vigilantly to make sure there were no other threats around. "There's no one around." The short and fat wizard lowered his head and chanted a spell, releasing a pale white light wave. My heart trembled, and I read murderous intent in their eyes. I immediately understood. In the wild, people are more dangerous than monsters. I lowered my eyes, suppressed my anger, and put on an innocent expression. "Don't kill me. I am willing to hand over all my equipment." Li Xiu smiled and said soothingly, "Don't be afraid. As long as you are obedient, we will never hurt you." He stared greedily at the staff in my hand. "This bronze staff is just right for my cousin Li Kuang. Jiangqing Li family?" I was slightly stunned and pretended to hesitate. "What is your relationship with Master Li Haishan?" A hint of pride flashed across Li Xiu's face. "He is my uncle. Why, do you still want to delay time?" "Oh, so that's how it is?" I raised my head, my eyes cold as ice. "In this case, I won't have to be soft-hearted when I take action." "What?" Li Xiu's expression changed drastically. But before he could react, a blazing fireball had already condensed in the air and headed straight towards the short and fat wizard. I accurately chose the supporting character to attack. As long as I get rid of him first, the remaining 2 will be much easier to deal with. I pretended to be good just to let them relax their vigilance. Now I don't feel like acting anymore. Seeing the blazing fireball whistling towards him, the short and fat wizard's face changed drastically, and he shouted hurriedly, "Brother, save me!" However, before he could finish his words, his hands were already waving rapidly, trying to cast spells to resist. Unfortunately, the casting speed of an ordinary wizard cannot be faster than my actions. "Stop!" Li Xiu's eyes were wide open, his voice full of anger. "You are so brave!" But it was too late. I deliberately showed weakness to trick them into underestimating the enemy, and they didn't even have time to assume the most basic defensive posture. Boom! The fireball suddenly exploded on the short and fat wizard, and the scorching flames instantly engulfed him. His body was charred black, and a terrifying dent was blown out in the center of his chest. Minus 3,481. The short and fat mage's health was at the bottom, and he died on the spot. A mere level 10 mage is too fragile. I sneered and shook my head. He was not even as good as a level 8 or 9 goblin, and had no power to resist. Li Xiu saw this and immediately realized that the situation was not good. His face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Shaoan, help me! I will attack from the front, and you support from the side." Tiger charge! With a low roar, Li Xiu used his skills, and a layer of light covered his body. His speed suddenly soared, and his figure rushed towards me like an afterimage. The female archer also reacted very quickly, pulling the longbow to its full extent, and the arrow flashed coldly in the sunlight. After a brief panic, they quickly cooperated and came up with the most reasonable tactics. However, they forgot it is indeed dangerous for a mage to be close to him, but I am not an ordinary mage. Swoosh! The next moment, White light armor covered my entire body. I completely ignored Li Xiao, who was rushing towards me, and swung my staff lightly. Zizi, a thick arc of electricity, suddenly condensed and rushed straight towards the female shooter. Ah! The female archer screamed, and lightning instantly pierced her neck. The violent electric current caused her head to explode directly, and blood splattered everywhere. Minus 3,179. I looked at the fallen female shooter indifferently, my expression calm. Li Xiao watched his companions die tragically one after another, completely losing his mind, and roared angrily. I want you to pay with your life. Double blade slash. He used his skill, his speed increased dramatically, and the double blades pointed directly at my chest. The Black Iron Warrior's skill bonus made his attack power terrifying, enough to kill any mage in seconds. However, bang! His double-edged sword slashed at my shield armor, but it was like slashing at an iron wall, and it bounced back without any power. Impossible! Li Xiao's pupils suddenly shrank, his face full of disbelief. You are obviously a mage. I sneered without saying anything, using the force to quickly distance myself from him. The staff was raised lightly, and an extremely cold ice crystal arrow flew out. Swish! Ice arrow. Its speed is second only to arc impact, and it is also my strongest single-target skill at present. Li Xiao's eyes widened, and he screamed with all his might. Block! However, the ice crystal arrow was so sharp that it pierced his head even after being reduced in damage. Minus 3,765. His body fell to the ground with a loud bang, and he was completely dead. After the battle, I clapped my hands and sneered. With this little strength, you dare to rob? After scanning the 3 bodies, I began to carefully search for loot. 7 or 8 pieces of equipment fell into my hands. Killing people and robbing goods is indeed more efficient. It is much easier than killing Lord monsters. I held my breath and checked the properties of these equipment one by one. Fine steel sword grade. Black iron attributes. Strength plus 7. Blood belt grade. Black iron attributes. HP plus 120. Storm ring grade. Black iron attributes. Attack range plus 1. Magic ring grade. Black iron attributes. Magic points plus 120. Recovery speed plus 0.1 per second. With a burst of ecstasy in my heart, I discovered that 2 pieces of black iron equipment could be used directly, and one of them had particularly outstanding performance. These guys aren't too shabby after all. The value of the black iron equipment was as high as hundreds of thousands of Chinese yuan, so this wave of profits was a huge harvest. After packing up, I looked up at the sky and saw that the sun was about to set. My heart suddenly tightened. If I didn't retreat, I would most likely be attacked by powerful monsters, especially at night, when my vision was obstructed, which would be extremely disadvantageous for the battle. Thinking of this, I selected some of the most valuable materials and quickly left the village of chaos. As the pace quickened, the light around us gradually became brighter, and the outline of Wulong Town vaguely appeared in front of us. More and more professionals returned, each of them exuding a murderous aura, with their clothes stained with blood. People kept a cautious distance from each other, their eyes full of vigilance. My backpack was bulging, which naturally attracted some curious looks. But everyone quickly looked away, thinking I was just a novice who had picked up some worthless things. The entrance to the town was right in front of them. The professionals breathed a sigh of relief, their faces revealing the joy of surviving the disaster. At this moment, a surprised voice suddenly came from behind. "Little guy, you are back alive." Looking back, it was Bai Jia and his group. They looked a little lonely, and it was obvious that this operation was not going well. This 6-man team is composed entirely of black iron professionals, with a balanced professional configuration and considerable strength. I smiled and said, "Not bad luck." Bai Jia seemed somewhat relieved and suggested again, "Let's go together tomorrow. You have seen the dangers in the wild. You're not always so lucky." Her eyes were full of concern, as if she had remembered something. It was as if she saw her long-missing brother in me, who had gone on an adventure alone and had never been heard from again. The faces of the young men next to him changed, and they urged him patiently. "Jia Jia, don't waste time. There are still many things to do tomorrow." One of them sneered, "Why bring this kind of rubbish with you? It's a waste of time." I ignored the sarcasm, nodded to Bai Jia, and said softly, "Thank you for your kindness, but I'm still used to being alone." After saying that, I quickened my pace and left quickly. Bai Jiao looked at my receding backside and murmured softly, I am really as stubborn as him. The young men snorted disdainfully. Just a rubbish mage, yet he's so arrogant. But I no longer have time to care about these things. What is more important right now is to exchange today's gains into Chinese currency. The town was brightly lit, and professionals had finished a day of desperate work and gathered in the tavern to celebrate. Laughter, the aroma of wine, and noise filled the air. The heavily made-up woman deep in the alley waved gently, welcoming more lonely souls. But these bustles were not my goal. Soon I stopped in front of a magnificent building, Wanbao Pavilion. This is a symbol of the Chinese business empire, integrating auctions, transactions, and intelligence. It is said that there is an official background behind it. Although the price here is slightly lower than the black market, it is safe and reliable, and there is no need to worry about being targeted after the transaction is completed. As soon as I stepped into the door, a bunny girl in black silk uniform came up to me warmly and said respectfully, Hello, sir. How can I help you? I said calmly, I want to sell some equipment and materials. After saying that, he placed his backpack heavily on the table. With a bang, a light flashed in the bunny girl's eyes. Obviously, she realized that this was a big deal. Sir, please wait a moment. I will settle the bill for you right away. While waiting, I took the free black leaf tea on the table and tasted it slowly. It is said that this tea is imported from the elves, and being able to enjoy it here for free is considered a respectable thing for Wanbao Pavilion. Soon, the bunny girl came over with a smile and handed me a black card. The total value of these equipment and materials is 980,000 Chinese yuan. I'll round it up to 1 million for you. When I heard this number, I couldn't help but be delighted and excited. 1 million Chinese yuan. My mother couldn't earn that much in her lifetime, but I achieved it in just one day. However, I didn't rush to take the black card, but asked, Are there any skill books for sale here? Chapter 7 Skill Delay. Level Up? Of course. The bunny girl's eyes sparkled, and she said excitedly, Please follow me. After she finished speaking, she took the lead and led Lin Yi to a secret library. In the room, various skill books were spread out for Lin Yi to choose from. Magical Bomb, Earth Cone, Wind Blade, Detection, Delay. One book after another, a dazzling array. Lin Yi was dazzled by them all, and he wished he could take them all into his pocket. Which one should I choose? Each book was very valuable, about 600,000 Chinese yuan each, which meant that he could only choose one with great reluctance. In terms of attack, I already have single target and group skills, and in terms of defense, I have shield armor. Now, what I lack is control skills. Thinking of this, Lin Yi's gaze stopped on the delay technique. At level 1, this skill can reduce the enemy's movement speed by 5%, which is really good. I decided to buy Delay. Lin Yi no longer hesitated, and then spent another 100,000 Chinese yuan to buy 5 bottles of Small Life Recovery Potions. Small Life Recovery Potion. Effect: Restore 300 health points. Although it may not be necessary, it is always good to be prepared. Finally, the remaining 300,000 Chinese yuan are still stored in the black card. Lin Yi did not continue to consume, but turned and left. He planned to keep the money so that if anything unexpected happened to him, at least his mother's life would not be too difficult. Although Lin Yi is full of confidence in himself, it is always necessary to prepare for a rainy day. At the same time, outside a house in Wanbao Pavilion, a pretty short-haired girl asked in surprise, Is that Lin Yi? Lin Yi's figure flashed by, making her a little uncertain. This girl's appearance is different from Lu Wanqing's. She is equally beautiful and has a hotter body. She is Cheng Muqing, the jewel in the crown of the Cheng family, one of the 4 major families in Jiangxing. Cheng Muqing shook his head again and murmured, It shouldn't be him. I heard that Lin Yi only awakened as an ordinary mage. How come he came to Wulong Town? While Cheng Muqing was thinking, a middle-aged man walked out of the room with a smile on his face. Miss, there is indeed a secret dungeon of the Black Iron level in the Swamp Plains. However, the entrance location is not fixed, so it takes some time to find it. Some dungeons' secret realms exist stably, while others are randomly generated. It is filled with a large number of monsters, and more importantly, there must be elite monsters and lord monsters. For the strong, that is the real treasure place. A hint of joy flashed in Cheng Muqing's eyes. He didn't expect that Wanbao Pavilion really had news. If you can pass this secret dungeon, miss, your strength will surely improve by leaps and bounds. It's even possible to reach the black iron level. In the trial competition a week later, I will be able to defeat the girl from the Huang family. Chung Muqing nodded and gave an order solemnly. There is no time to lose. You must organize the team immediately. Then I will personally lead you into the secret realm. On the other hand, Linny certainly didn't know that he was almost recognized by Chung Muqing. At this moment, he has checked into an inn in Wulong Town and is resting quietly. Just lightly tap the delay skill book in your hand, and the light will flow, and the delay skill will be directly upgraded to the full level. The skill effect can have the enemy's speed and last for 3 seconds. This is enough for Lin Yi to blast the opponent into pieces. Only by mastering diverse skills can we better cope with future challenges. Lin Yi called his mother to report that he was safe. After browsing the monster encyclopedia for a while, he fell into a deep sleep. After a day of fierce fighting, he was indeed tired. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. Wulong Town became lively again. Lin Yi packed his bags and left the town. The goal this time is to go to the swamp plains. There even the weakest wild wolf had reached level 8, which was just right for his current upgrade needs. Soon, Lin Yi encountered his first target, a level 9 Gale Wolf. For most mages, defeating it in a single fight is almost impossible. But Lin Yi is obviously not an ordinary person. Slow spell, activate. As soon as the spell was cast, a grayish-white halo enveloped the wind wolf in the blink of an eye. Its speed suddenly dropped, and it crawled as slowly as a snail. Lin Yi's lips curled up into a smile. This move is really powerful. Then a fireball spell put an end to it completely. Minus 2,457. Kill the level 9 wind wolf and gain 135 experience points. Lin Yi licked his lips and said excitedly, I will definitely reach level 10 today. As long as I absorb one more black iron orb, I will become a black iron level professional. Although the black iron magic orb is very valuable, there are ways to obtain it. First, if you buy it at your own expense, it would cost about 2 million on the market. Second, if you participate in the trials of the professional guild and perform well, you will have the opportunity to receive rewards. Therefore, Lin Yi was not in a hurry. As long as you have enough experience points, it will be easy to get promoted to black iron. Keep going. Lin Yi jumped and shuttled across the plain, killing the wolves one by one. The record bar is constantly updated, and the value is steadily rising. Kill the level 8 wild wolf and gain 97 experience points. Kill the level 9 wind wolf and gain 126 experience points. Kill the 9th level blood wolf and gain 143 experience points. The last blood-marked wolf fell to the ground with a bang under the ice arrow. Instantly, a strong white light burst out from Lin Yi's body. Level increased to LV8. Suddenly, Lin Yi's eyes lit up. Behind the boulder, 3 blood-marked wolves appeared. The light red texture on the body exudes a mysterious atmosphere. One of them was particularly strong, like a calf. Giant blood-marked wolf. Level, LV10 elite monster. Health value, 13,416. Ashil, blutishti assault. Lin Yi was overjoyed and said with a smile, It seems that my luck is really good. I encountered an elite monster again. Ouch! The giant blood-marked wolf discovered Lin Yi and immediately let out a deafening roar. The 3 wolves pounced on Lin Yi at an astonishing speed. Lin Yi smiled leisurely, waved his staff lightly, and the gray-white halo locked onto the blood-marked wolf. Slowness returns. The swift blood-marked wolf immediately became slow, and its speed was halved. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The tip of the staff flashed with lightning, and Lin Yi became more and more adept at controlling it. Art shock. In an instant, they were reduced to nothing. Minus 2,148. Minus 2,371. There was a hint of teasing in Lin Yi's eyes. You are the only one left. While the slow spell was still in effect, an ice crystal arrow condensed in the air. Call out! The giant blood-marked wolf slowed down and was unable to dodge. The ice arrow exploded above his head, scattering into pieces of ice flowers and severely injuring his body. Minus 4,163. With just one strike, the giant blood-marked wolf's health was reduced by nearly 1/3. Ouch! The next moment, the giant blood-marked wolf finally got rid of the influence of the slowness spell. Its eyes became bloodshot, and it entered a bloodthirsty state, with its strength and speed enhanced. However, Lin Yi's combat wisdom was more sophisticated, and he quickly retreated after firing the ice crystal arrow. Fireball, right behind. Boom! The scorching fireball exploded on the blood-marked wolf, and even the smell of burnt flesh could be smelled. Minus 2,156. Hurting the enemy is not the ultimate goal. Driving away the giant blood-marked wolf is the key. Lenny once again created a safe distance, and the slow spell had just finished cooling down. The gray-white halo once again enveloped the giant blood-marked wolf's feet, and its speed, which had just recovered, plummeted again. Oh, whoa! The giant blood-marked wolf howled to the sky in anger, but it was of no avail. At this moment, it can only be slaughtered. Swoosh! 2 ice crystal arrows pierced the giant wolf's eye sockets, and blood, flesh, and broken eyes splattered everywhere. Minus 3,021. Minus 3,149. The next moment, the giant blood-marked wolf's health dropped to 0. Lenny looked at the 2 shining rays of light beside the giant blood-marked wolf's corpse, smiled, and bent down to pick them up. 2 more pieces of black iron equipment were obtained. Chapter 8. Encounter by Jia by chance, and help her. Swift blade. Grade, black iron. Attributes: agility +6, attack speed +1. Blood totem ring. Grade, black iron. Attributes: spirit +5, spell life-sucking +4%. After reading it, Lin Yi couldn't hide his excitement. The swift blade is the assassin's weapon. Although he couldn't use it himself, he sold it in Wanbao Pavilion. According to conservative estimates, you can earn 4 or 500,000. The blood-colored totem ring made Lin Yi even more delighted. 4% spell life-sucking may not sound like much, but Lin Yi's attack power is extremely high. 1 electric arc strike can cause cumulative damage of over 10,000 and directly restore hundreds of health points. Even if you were a bloody belt. Lin Yi's total health points are only 500 points. What a pleasure! Lin Yi put away the swift blade, and then put the blood totem ring on his finger. After processing the giant blood-marked wolf fur, he started to level up again. Boom! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fireballs and ice arrows were fired alternately, reaping the lives of wolf beasts one after another. Kill the level 9 wind wolf, experience +69. Kill level 10 blood wolf, experience points +101. Brush! Suddenly, a thick white light surrounded Lin Yi. Level increased to LV9. Another level up? When you reach level 10, you will unlock new skills. Keep going. Lin Yi chewed a few bites of dried meat and threw himself into the battle again. Hey, there seem to be more blood-marked wolves. What's going on? A fireball took the life of the blood-patterned wolf, and Lin Yi began to feel suspicious. Could it be that a Lord-level monster has appeared? He had heard the story of the blood-marked Wolf King when he was in Wulong Town before. However, many people have searched in vain. He had an idea in his mind and slowly moved forward. It was a small valley, and from a distance, the terrain looked like a gourd. The closer we got to the valley, the clearer the roars became. In the valley that Lin Yi was approaching, a fierce battle was taking place. Healing spell? Bai Jia chanted a spell, and several green lights sprinkled on the teammates in front, providing them with treatment. But her own condition was already precarious, and her magic power was almost exhausted. There were 3 corpses lying around, their bodies charred black, and the scene was extremely tragic. On the opposite side, a well-equipped team of 6 people were staring at Bai Jia and the other 2 in a joking manner. The leader was a young man in purple, his eyes lingering on Bai Jia, full of greed. Whoosh! An arrow with an afterimage flew out and pierced the throat of a young assassin in Bai Jia's team. Blood splattered everywhere. The leather armor was stained red, and he died instantly. Seeing this scene, Bai Jia was extremely angry. Originally, they discovered the trace of the blood-marked Wolf King, but were ambushed by the enemy team. Now, only Bai Jia and the captain are left. The successive deaths of her teammates made her feel heartbroken. Seeing this, the purple-clothed young man smiled and said, "Don't struggle in vain. Just hand over your equipment obediently. I can consider giving you a quick death." "You." The captain gritted his teeth and said, "The Blood Wolf King is yours. Let's get out of here. As long as you give her to me, I will let you leave alive." After the young man in purple finished speaking, the people behind him burst into frivolous laughter. As long as the young master is happy, they can also have a share. Bai Jia's body trembled slightly. Such a look made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Team leader. Jia Jia, I just want to survive. Baijia's eyes were full of disbelief. The captain who once pursued her was now going to push her towards the enemy with his own hands. Compared to death, the betrayal of her teammates broke her heart more. "Don't blame me." The warrior captain closed his eyes and rushed towards Baijia with a roar. The great sword was raised high, intending to subdue her. For a priest, facing a warrior, he has almost no ability to fight back. Baijia turned the staff around and pointed it at his own neck. She would rather die in glory than live in disgrace. However, at this critical moment, "Call out!" Baijia widened his eyes and felt a chill in his ears. "What is that?" Suddenly, an ice crystal arrow flew past Baijia and headed straight for the captain of the warriors. Baijia is kind-hearted, which makes Lin Yi feel a little favorable towards her. Therefore, this is the rescue. This sudden change made the captain of the charging warriors open his eyes wide. At this critical moment of life and death, he can no longer stop charging. There was murderous intent in Lin Yi's eyes. This young man had mocked him in every way before. It is really despicable to betray teammates again at this moment. Chi! Under the horrified gaze of the warrior captain, the ice crystal arrow pierced through his throat, leaving a bloody hole. Just as the blood was about to gush out, it was instantly frozen by the icy air. Minus 3,785. A level 12 black iron warrior, even with excellent physical fitness. With good equipment, his health points only hover around 3,000. Cough, cough, cough. The warrior captain covered his throat and fell to the ground in pain. This way of death with the throat pierced is particularly tragic. Lin Yi's goal was simple, to protect the equipment as well as possible, because it was his precious treasure. This series of actions was as fast as lightning, and no one could react in time. To kill a level 12 warrior in seconds, one must have the strength of at least level 16 or 17, right? In the Black Iron career stage, the main attribute will increase by 100 points with each level increase. This is a huge difference. Lin Yi slowly walked into everyone's sight, and people's eyes were full of surprise. So young, and just a newbie? How is that possible? Could it be the legendary secret profession? As a novice, he can kill a Black Iron professional in seconds. Apart from the legendary secret profession, they could not think of any other reason. Even second-rate special professions cannot achieve such amazing results. Everyone felt their scalps tingling and couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. This young man is simply a monster. The mage symbol on Lin Yi was ignored by everyone. They couldn't believe that this was just an ordinary wizard. Some magical treasures can change the external information of professionals, and it is not uncommon to see people pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. And Baijia was shocked beyond words. She looked at Lin Yi's handsome face, her mouth slightly open, completely dumbfounded. "It's you." Baijia recalled that he had invited the other party to join the team, and a trace of embarrassment flashed across his face. With such abnormal strength, why would anyone need her help? She was still in shock and hadn't recovered yet. At this moment, Lin Yi's gentle voice suddenly sounded. "Get behind me." Lin Yi glanced at the 6 people opposite him. Most of them were level 11 or 2, with only one being level 13. Although he is stronger than Li Xiao and others, Lin Yi is confident enough to deal with it. After all, in low-level areas like the Swamp Plains, high-level professionals rarely appear. The young man in purple looked at Lin Yi with fear in his eyes. "Sir, if you wish to take her away, please feel free to do so." The strength displayed by Lin Yi made him dare not act rashly. He can kill a level 12 Black Iron warrior in seconds, but I'm afraid I won't be able to withstand more than 2 hits. But how could Lin Yi leave so easily? He had just clearly heard that the blood-marked Wolf King was hiding deep in the valley. How can we give away this Lord Monster reward that is about to be obtained? Then Lin Yi said in a cold tone, "You'd better get out, otherwise you will die." The purple-robed youth's face turned pale, and he was furious. "You're going too far. Do you think we are pushovers?" Before he finished speaking, he felt a chill running down his bones. Suddenly, a blue arc of electricity as thick as an arm condensed at the front end of Lin Yi's staff and shot towards them. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The terrifying blue lightning descended, and the rear of the team was immediately hit hard. The original anger quickly turned into fear. They seemed to smell the breath of death in that lightning. Minus 3,152. Minus 2,896. Minus 2,957. In the back row, The priest, archer, and mage fell to the ground instantly, and the air was filled with a burning smell. The remaining 3 people reacted quickly, using their acceleration skills to quickly distance themselves and cleverly avoided the attack. After all, as a basic skill, Arc Shock has a limited range of jumping attacks. But for Lin Yi, it is enough to kill the auxiliary professionals first. Lin Yi sneered and waved his staff again. Deal with that kid. Damn it, I'm going to tear him into pieces. The purple-clothed youth was furious and hurriedly ordered the remaining soldiers and assassins to rush towards Lin Yi. Chapter 9. The whole army was wiped out, looking for the blood-marked Wolf King. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi was extremely calm and did not seem nervous at all. Without the supporting threat from the rear, these 3 people were like lambs to be slaughtered in his eyes. Delay spell. Following the command, a grayish-white halo spread out. The young man in purple, who was the fastest, seemed to be bound by invisible shackles, with astonishment in his eyes. Then a heavy pressure came over me. Every step he took was extremely difficult. The other soldier gritted his teeth and continued to charge forward. As for the assassin, he disappeared silently into the air, attempting to launch a sneak attack on Lin Yi from behind. Bang! Lin Yi lightly waved the staff in his hand, and a ball of blazing fire came out. The soldier's body was instantly enveloped by high temperature. All the moisture on the skin evaporates, leaving it like a dried mummy. Minus 3,117. There's one less person in the team. The purple-clothed young man's pupils suddenly shrank. The magician in front of him was more powerful than he had imagined. In a flash, he had killed 4 companions. Suddenly, the invisible assassin was rapidly approaching Lin Yi's back. The pitch-black dagger was raised high and thrust forward fiercely. Seeing this, Bai Jia shouted anxiously, "Be careful." The battle was too fast. She had just added 5 points of spirit value to Lin Yi when she saw the assassin's sudden attack. The assassin raised his lips and said viciously, "Prepare to die." Backstab. But all this was within Lin Yi's expectations. This was just a strategy to deliberately lure the enemy in and expose his true colors. Buzz! A thick layer of white light armor wrapped Lin Yi. The assassin's dagger was entangled by the white light and could not move. Lin Yi sneered. "You can't run away now." The assassin was so frightened that he saw an ice crystal arrow condensed. The cold air gave off made him shudder. "Call out!" The ice crystal arrow cut through the air, pierced through the assassin's eyeball, and hit his skull. The eyeball ruptured instantly, and the blood froze before it could splash out, turning into pieces of broken ice. Minus 3,795. The damage was so shocking that the assassin didn't even have time to scream before he died on the spot. At this time, the young man in purple was the only one left on the field. He felt Lin Yi's gaze, and his body trembled. "Run away!" The young man in purple quickly turned around and retreated desperately. But how could Lin Yi let him go so easily? Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The arc shock came suddenly, and the paralyzing effect made his movements stiff. At the same time, considerable damage was caused. Minus 1,679. Health points are instantly halved. Delay spell. The gray halo descended again, and the young man in purple was completely desperate. He knew that under such deceleration effect, escape was impossible. "Please spare me." Before he could even finish his begging for mercy, a ball of scalding fire was already flying towards him. Boom! In an instant, the exploding flames made him completely lose his voice. Minus 2,973. Most of the purple-clothed young man's hands and feet were blown off, and the remains were scattered everywhere. Bai Jia's eyes were full of shock. She couldn't help rubbing her eyes, unable to believe that all this was true. Just like that, they were completely wiped out. From beginning to end, I only used 1 mental enhancement and didn't even have the chance to cast a healing spell. Is this really a wizard? She looked at Lin Yi's back, her heart full of doubts. Undoubtedly, Lin Yi completely overturned her traditional understanding of mages. This guy is too strong. Lin Yi didn't care too much about Bai Jia's shock and admiration. The reason why he saved Bai Jia was more because of the unintentional act of kindness he did outside the town before. At this moment, Lin Yi's face was filled with excitement, and he began to explore the corpses. Soon, a pile of various equipment appeared in front of Lin Yi. 12 pieces of black iron equipment and 18 pieces of novice equipment. Lord's Cloak. Grade, black iron. Attributes, Agility +5, movement speed +1. Magic ring. Grade, black iron. Attribute, reduce casting time by 0.2 seconds. Among them were 2 pieces of black iron equipment, which were exactly what Linny needed. What surprised him most was the magical ring. For other mages, reducing the casting time by 0.2 seconds may be insignificant, at most making the casting slightly faster. But Linny is different. His basic casting time is less than 1 second. This 0.2 second reduction has a significant effect. Once he puts on the magical ring, his spell casting speed is almost instantaneous, and his combat power soars. Lin Yi secretly rejoiced. It was better to kill people and get goods. The harvest would be greater. Afterwards, Lin Yi put pieces of equipment into his backpack. Excluding the 2 pieces of black iron equipment that I keep for myself, if the rest were sold, they would be worth at least 2 million. Right. Deep in the valley, there is also a blood-striped wolf king. Thinking of this, Lin Yi turned to look at Bai Jia. Seeing Lin Yi pocketing the equipment one by one, Bai Jia was filled with envy. This harvest is enough to offset the hard work of others for a year or even several years. At this time, seeing Lin Yi finish his work, he turned his attention to himself. A smile instantly broke out on Bai Jia's pretty face stained with blood. My name is Bai Jia. Thank you so much for saving me. After she finished speaking, a feeling of shyness quietly grew in her heart. You are welcome. Lin Yi smiled and nodded. My name is Lin Yi. Can you tell me where the blood-marked Wolf King is exactly? Although he knew it was hidden deep in the valley. But the valley is so big that it would take too much time to explore it by myself. Bai Jia quickly replied, It's in a cave in the valley. We sprinkled tracking powder on it before. I can take you there. Originally, the blood-marked Wolf King was guarding the entrance of the valley. But because of the conflict between Bai Jia and his group, the purple-clothed youth team emerged. It took advantage of the chaos to escape to a deeper place. However, Bai Jia said hesitantly, Just the 2 of us? How about we go back to Wulong Town and find a few teammates? It's not that she didn't believe in Lin Yi. The fighting power that Lin Yi just displayed was indeed amazing. But he is a mage after all, so he may have difficulty in resisting damage. Logically speaking, the team needs to have a few warriors at the front, and the priest is responsible for adding blood. Other range professions will provide output at the back. Even so, accidents often happen, because the Lord Monster is very powerful and not everyone can deal with it. Lin Yi shook his head decisively. No, the 2 of us are enough. What a joke. Going back to recruit people would not only waste time, but also require sharing the spoils. Lin Yi would never do such a thing. He is full of confidence in his own strength. It's no problem to fight the Lord Monster alone. Immediately, Bai Jia said no more and led Lin Yi deeper into the valley. The valley was quiet, with scattered trees dotted around. Occasionally, a breeze blows, bringing a fresh air unique to the swamp plains. After the 2 entered the cave, Bai Jia lowered his voice and said, The Blood Wolf King is secretive and likes to prey on lone explorers. Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh that if it weren't for Bai Jia, it would be really difficult for him to find the blood-marked Wolf King's lair. Laugh! A spark of fire shot out from Lin Yi's palm, illuminating the dark tunnel. Soon, the 2 arrived at the deepest part of the cave. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. A huge wolf beast covered with blood-red stripes was resting here. Its fangs flashed with bloodthirsty light. You can tell at first glance that he is not an easy character to deal with. Bloodline Wolf King. Level: LV10, Overlord Monster. Health value: 39,175. Skills: Bloodthirst, Speedy Assault, Summon. Bai Jia exclaimed in his heart, This amount of blood is really thick. Although this was not her first time seeing the blood-marked Wolf King, she was still shocked. She couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Can it really be done with just the 2 of us? Lin Yi did not show any fear, but seemed extremely excited instead. The more powerful the Lord Monster is, the more valuable the equipment it drops. Lin Yi signaled with his eyes, and Bai Jia understood and recited the spell silently. Mental strengthening. A faint blue light enveloped Lin Yi, and his spirit value increased by 10. Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. It was really nice to have a pastor by his side. In this way, his spirit value reached 120, and the damage went up to another level. Lin Yi gently warned, Stand far away and protect yourself. Looking at the sleeping, blood-patterned Wolf King, A hint of murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Ice arrow technique. Suddenly, an arrow containing icy coldness condensed into a solid object. With the help of the magic ring, Lin Yi's spellcasting speed was astonishingly fast, and Bai Jia was stunned. Call out! With a slight sound of breaking through the air, the ice crystal arrow instantly traveled through dozens of meters and embedded deeply into the waist and abdomen of the blood-patterned Wolf King. Minus 4,379. The ice crystal arrow exploded in the Wolf King's waist and abdomen, tearing a wound as wide as a finger and deep enough to see the bone. The high amount of damage made by Jia's eyes light up. She simply couldn't believe that such a powerful attack came from a novice professional. Suffering a severe blow, the blood-marked Wolf King immediately woke up from his dream. It stared at Lin Yi and the other man, its wolf eyes turning blood red, furious. Chapter 10. Captive Leveling, Obtaining Light Body Skills. Whoa! The blood-marked Wolf King raised his head toward the sky and let out an eardrum-shattering roar. Call out! In the air, a blood-red afterimage flickered, and the cold light of sharp claws was revealed. An ordinary level 12 black iron warrior would probably die in regret under this fierce attack. Bai Jia's face looked a little pale, and he could not hide his nervousness. Lin Yi's eyes were steady, and he raised his staff slightly. A gray-white halo suddenly appeared under the Wolf King's claws as his wrist fluttered. Delay spell. In an instant, the blood-patterned Wolf King's speed suddenly slowed down, as if he was carrying a 1,000-pound rock on his back. Arc shock. A flash of lightning hit the old wound in the waist and abdomen, tearing it apart. Minus 3,357. Although not as deadly as the frost arrow, it is also incredibly powerful. Fireball. Lin Yi chanted a spell. The fireball burned brightly, and the temperature in the cave instantly increased. The flames bombarded the same wound, instantly charring the skin and turning the flesh black. Minus 3,519. With just 3 spells, the Wolf King instantly lost tens of thousands of blood. Bai Jia, who was watching from the sidelines, was dumbfounded. With such a result, if it were any other team in the past, they would have to fight bloody battles for an hour. Suddenly, the situation changed. The Wolf King not only recovered his speed, but also entered bloodthirsty mode. In an instant, it pounced in front of Lin Yi. Bai Jia was flustered and subconsciously covered her mouth, fearing that she would distract Lin Yi. Lin Yi had a plan in mind and looked confident of winning. Under Bai Jia's buff effect, shield armor can resist 6,100 points of damage. Even if the blood-marked wolf became bloodthirsty and frenzied, it would have no chance of breaking through this iron wall. Bah! The blood-red claws brought with them a storm and struck down heavily. But it seemed to have hit a rock and was blocked. Bai Jia secretly praised in his heart. He actually blocked it. How amazing! Lin Yi took the opportunity to retreat and shouted, "Fireball!" The fireball exploded, and the recoil forced the Wolf King back. At this point, the delay cooldown is complete. The gray-white halo appeared again, covering the Wolf King's feet. Lin Yi's strength alone is comparable to that of a team. In a flash, the blood-marked Wolf King's health dropped to 30% and his injuries worsened. Roar! It howled towards the sky, and a blood-red magic circle appeared around it. Then, one blood-marked wolves after another suddenly jumped out. It's the Wolf King's summoning skill. Seeing this, Bai Jia once again gave Lin Yi spiritual enhancement. There was no other way. After all, Lin Yi was unharmed, so the treatment seemed unnecessary. As soon as the 10 blood-marked wolves appeared, they swarmed over, giving the Wolf King a chance to catch his breath. Lin Yi's eyes were full of contempt. He waved his staff lightly, and a blue light flashed. Suddenly, arcs of electricity jumped among the wolves, causing massive damage. Minus 2,758. Minus 2,361. Minus 2,193. In an instant, the wolf pack was wiped out. For others, it may cause some trouble. But for Lin Yi, it was just a small matter of a snap of the fingers. Killing 10 blood-marked wolves will give you 500 experience points. It seems that the speed of reaching level 10 is faster than expected. This ready-made blood-marked wolf saves us the trouble of looking for it. Lin Yi looked at the blood-patterned Wolf King with an increasingly fiery gaze, as if he was examining a golden pig waiting to be slaughtered. You like summoning, right? Come on, keep calling. Fireball. The flames exploded, brushing against the side of the blood-marked Wolf King, leaving a scorch mark. He deliberately missed the target just to induce the blood-marked Wolf King to continue summoning. Not long after, the blood-colored magic circle opened again. Another wave of 10 blood-marked wolves emerged and pounced towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi was secretly delighted and immediately released an arc shock, easily gaining 500 experience points. Come on, summon more for me. Otherwise, prepare to die. Bai Jiao was shocked that Lin Yi actually began to use the blood pattern Wolf King to conduct captive leveling training. Is this true? A Lord-level monster can be played like this? She felt that what she had seen today was far more than what she had seen in the past 20 years combined. Crack! The arc impact flashed, giving Lin Yi 500 experience points. Lin Yi's experience value rose rapidly. Finally, a rich white light burst out from Lin Yi. Level increased to LV10. Unlock new skills, Swampland. After round of blood wolf summoning, Lin Yi finally broke through the bottleneck. As the battle was in full swing, Lin Yi was not in a hurry to check the details of the swamp area. After all, it is not applicable at the moment, so there is no need to rush. Summon more wolves for me. Don't try to fool people by pretending to be dead. Lin Yi looked at the blood pattern Wolf King who had lost a lot of weight, and couldn't help but urge him loudly. He didn't want such a refreshing upgrade experience to end so abruptly. Think about the classmates in the class. Most of them are struggling between level 1 and level 2. But he himself was about to be promoted to a black iron professional. Another fireball exploded beside the Wolf King, and the sparks almost ignited its fur. At this moment, a hint of deep fear flashed in the eyes of the blood-marked Wolf King. Ouch! The blood-colored magic circle reappeared, and the size of the blood-patterned Wolf King shrank visibly to the naked eye. Summoning a blood-marked wolf not only consumes magic power, but also drains away vitality. It really has reached its limit. Lin Yi's eyes changed slightly, and an arc shock was sent out, this time only gaining 300 experience points. After the upgrade, the experience points given by the blood-marked wolf have indeed shrunk a lot. Continue. However, this time, no matter how much pressure Lin Yi put on him, the blood-patterned Wolf King would not summon him again. Looking at the trembling Wolf King, a trace of pity flashed in Bai Jia's eyes. The experience of this blood-marked Wolf King is truly too tragic. As a Lord-level monster, it not only lost its freedom, but was more like a sow about to give birth. Even the last bit of value is squeezed out. Well, it looks like you are really not going to make it. Lin Yi shrugged. Since it has lost its value, let me give you a ride. 3 spells fell one after another on the blood-marked Wolf King's wounds. Minus 3,354. Minus 3,127. Minus 4,936. The damage exploded instantly, directly clearing the Wolf King's health. Lin Yi even caught a glimpse of relief in the Wolf King's eyes. Kill the level 10 Blood Wolf King and gain 3,951 experience points. Lin Yi was secretly happy, but what made him even more excited was the various lights flashing around the body of the blood-patterned Wolf King. Bronze can be vaguely seen in it, and there is more than one piece. Wolf King Robe. Gray bronze. Attributes: Spirit plus 5, Magic points plus 300, Magic resistance plus 40. This black robe covered with blood-red patterns is far superior to the rare wizard robe on Lin Yi. Immediately, he put it on quickly. It immediately made his already handsome face even more charming. Bai Jia, who was standing by, couldn't take his eyes away. Afterwards, Lin Yi looked at another piece of equipment, which was also bronze level. Bloodmark ring. Gray bronze. Attributes: Spirit plus 5, Magic attack plus 20. Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh that this blood-patterned Wolf King was really a good lord monster. It not only provides an opportunity to level up, but also gives away equipment. It really deserves the Best Contribution Award. If the blood-marked Wolf King knew about this, he would probably be so angry that he would come back to life. Apart from these 2 bronze items, the remaining 4 are black iron equipment. Lin Yi examined them one by one and found that the properties of a pair of shoes were quite good. He immediately changed and his strength was slightly improved again. Of the remaining 3 pieces of black iron equipment, 2 are temporarily useless, and there is a black iron staff. Seeing Bai Jia's envious look, Lin Yi smiled and handed the staff directly to her. This black iron staff is definitely better than the novice staff in her hand. Is this for me? The sudden surprise made by Jia's voice tremble slightly, and he seemed extremely excited. Take it, you deserve it. Without Bai Jia, he might not be able to find the blood-marked Wolf King. The joy of sharing is greater than that of enjoying alone. Lin, he has never been a selfish person. Thank you, Linny. Bai Jia's eyes were full of gratitude. If it were someone else, they might not give her these benefits. After all, Lin Yi's strength far exceeds hers, so the right of distribution naturally lies in his hands. Lin Yi didn't say much and continued to check the last piece of loot. Light body technique. Lin Yi's eyes flashed with surprise, and he couldn't wait to close the skill book in his palm. With a flash of light, the skill book merged into Lin Yi's mind. The light body technique was learned instantly and directly upgraded to the maximum level. Effect: movement speed increases by 100%, lasts for 5 seconds. This effect is simply amazing. Chapter 11 Obtain the purple orchid grass and enter the secret realm of the dungeon. Lin Yi stretched out his body, using his light body skills to the fullest, his speed comparable to that of a ghostly assassin. In this way, his ability to contain the enemy on the battlefield will be greatly enhanced. That's right. And there's a new skill unlocked, the Swamp Realm. Lin Yi slapped his forehead suddenly and hurriedly looked up the detailed introduction of this new skill. A swamp area with a radius of 50 meters is generated ahead. Enemies trapped in it will be restrained. Also, movement speed is reduced by 85% for 5 seconds. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. Once the enemies stepped into the swamp, they would be almost stationary. 5 seconds was enough for him to complete 2 arc shocks. Lin Yi secretly rejoiced in his heart. I will be more confident when I fight in a team in the future. Unknowingly, Lin Yi has quietly transformed and is no longer a rookie in the world. Even among the ranks of black iron professionals, he is considered a strong man. Immediately, Lin Yi opened the personal profile interface. Level: LV10 4791/10,000. Attributes: Strength 60, Spirit 140, Physical Strength 70, Agility 75. Health 800. Magic Value 1650. If Bai Jia saw Lin Yi's panel, she would probably be ashamed. All the maximum level skills are shining, and the whole set of equipment is of black iron level, with 3 bronze equipments as embellishment. You know, most of those professionals at level 12 or 13 only have 1 or 2 pieces of black iron equipment, and the rest are still wearing novice outfits. It is for this reason that they roam around low-level wild areas such as the Village of Chaos. Hope to encounter elite monsters or lord monsters in the hope of dropping some good equipment. In comparison, Lin Yi's configuration is enough to make others envious. After some appreciation, Lin Yi closed the panel, bent down, and began to dissect the blood-marked Wolf King. Bai Jiaza wisely wandered around the cave, not daring to have any improper thoughts. The fur and claws of the blood-marked Wolf King are both priceless high-quality materials. Today, Lin Yi can be said to have had a great harvest. Together with the equipment collected previously, the total value reaches 3.5 million. Purchasing black iron orbs now is naturally a piece of cake. After dealing with the spoils of the blood-veined Wolf King, Lin Yi was about to ask Bai Jia to leave. At this time, Bai Jia exclaimed, "Lin Yi, come and see." Lin Yi was cheered up and hurriedly moved closer. The flame between his fingers expanded instantly, illuminating the dim cave. In front of Bai Jia, there were 2 small grasses emitting purple light, swaying in the wind. Purple orchid grass contains strong vitality, ineffective against professionals. After ordinary people take it, they can get rid of all diseases and return to the best health state. After awakening, the professional's physical fitness has reached its peak, and as the level increases, they become stronger and stronger, and some strong people can remain young forever. Unless suffering continuous severe blows, the physical strength will never decline. But ordinary people are not so lucky, and disease is still a problem for them. There was surprise in Lin Yi's eyes. This purple orchid would be the most suitable gift for his mother. How about we each have one? After all, it was Bai Jia who discovered it, and he only needed one. Bai Jia naturally had no objection. The 2 of them picked the fruits carefully and sealed them in special bags. Look, there's light. After harvesting the purple orchid grass, the dirt on the stone wall suddenly fell off, revealing a soft white light. How can there be light in such a dark cave? Lin Yi frowned slightly and said cautiously, "Step back." Bai Jia stepped back, Lin Yi chanted a spell in a low voice, and a huge fireball appeared. Suddenly, the cave was as bright as day, and the fireball hit the stone wall. Crash! Stone chips fell like rain, and the white light became more and more intense. Then, Lin Yi cast another fireball. Oh! The fragile stone wall finally collapsed, and rich white light gushed out. Then, the two of them looked towards the light's source involuntarily. I saw a vortex of light with a diameter of about 2 meters, suspended in the air, which seemed to have a suction force. Lin Yi and Bai Jia looked at each other, their joy beyond words. Secret copy. The experience value here is incomparable to the outside world. Not only are there elite monsters and lord monsters, but there are also generous rewards for successfully clearing the level. But this is also extremely dangerous. If ordinary people rush in rashly, they will often be in danger of death. Therefore, whenever news of the entrance to a secret realm leaks, all the major forces will flock to it. They regarded it as a priceless treasure and fought fiercely for it. Buzz! Lin Yi held the staff and gently touched the white halo in front of him. In an instant, a piece of information flooded into my mind like a tide. Level 15 Black Iron Secret Realm. One of the entrances to the Dark Altar, difficulty level, difficult. Limited to those below level 12. A maximum of 6 people can enter in a team. A hint of surprise flashed across Bai Jia's eyes. This is a difficult level Black Iron Secret Realm. The Secret Realm is divided into 5 levels according to difficulty. Normal, Adventure, Difficult, King, and Hell. The difficult level is already a high-level challenge. With Bai Jia's previous team, they couldn't even cope with the ordinary level. Lin Yi was also shocked, but then his eyes became hot. Difficulty means higher value. How about we go out and try it together? Good. Bai Jia gritted his teeth. Although he was hesitant in his heart, he quickly made up his mind. The scenes of Lin Yi fighting the blood-patterned Wolf King alone are still vivid in her mind, making her full of confidence in Lin Yi. That's settled then. We'll set off now. Lin Yi was worried that someone else might seize the opportunity, so he quickly stepped into the white halo and was instantly surrounded by a spinning dizziness. On the other side, in the hidden woodland of the swamp plain, explorers are coming in droves and gathering in groups. In the center, Cheng Muqing stood side by side with a middle-aged man. The idlers around had been cleared out and no one dared to approach, which was enough to show the power of Jiang Qingqing's family. At this moment, the two were looking at the white halo in front of them with anticipation. The long-awaited secret place finally appears. The information from Wanbao Pavilion is indeed reliable. This 1 million is totally worth it. With this secret realm, it won't be a problem for Miss to be promoted to a black iron professional within a week. Perhaps we can go even further. Generally speaking, when a strong person leads a newbie to fight monsters, the experience penalty is extremely severe. But in the secret realm, this situation has changed greatly. Cheng Muqing's face was full of excitement, thinking that he could take this opportunity to surpass Lu Wanqing. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. As the daughters of the 4 major families in Jiangcheng, the competition between the two has never stopped. However, the middle-aged man frowned. Dark Altar? Only for 6 people below level 12. Cheng Muqing was stunned, and then received a prompt message from the system. Anyway, let's go in and take a look first. I have the teleportation talisman my father gave me. I am safe and secure. The middle-aged man nodded, and then ordered, Lei He Wuji, the 4 of you and the young lady go in together. Remember, there is another entrance to this secret realm. If you encounter other people, the first priority is to protect the young lady's safety. Yes, Master Qing. For youths of level 12 responded respectfully. Their professions were different, and the combination was very balanced. There is no shortage of special professions with strong strength. Set off. Cheng Muqing waved her jade hand and took the lead to step into the halo. A trace of worry flashed across Cheng's eyes, and he ordered in a deep voice, Keep a close watch on the surroundings and don't let anyone approach this place. Yes. Of course, Lin Yi didn't know that Cheng Muqing had also entered the same secret realm. When he recovered from the dizziness and landed firmly on his feet, I found myself in a dark and dense forest, with ghost lights floating around and a depressing atmosphere. If a timid person comes here, he will probably be scared to death. Inadvertently, Bai Jia tightly grasped Lin Yi's hand. His heartbeat quickened, his cheeks flushed slightly, and then he let go sheepishly. Lin Yi smiled secretly and checked the log information. We have entered the secret realm of the Dark Altar. Please stop the sacrificial ritual of the Demon Wizard Cassio. Demon Wizard? A light flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. If it was a mage-type lord monster, it would most likely drop mage equipment. So he led by Jia and prepared to cross this strange forest. The scale of the Black Iron level secret realm is limited, and it is not difficult to find the lord monster, provided that you first clear out the small monsters along the way. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A strange sound echoed in the woods, and Bai Jia subconsciously grabbed the corner of Lin Yi's clothes. Lin Yi's eyes focused, and white light armor quietly covered his entire body. Then, one skeleton knight after another came into view. They held bone spears in their hands, and pale flames burned in their eyes. Riding on a skeleton warhorse, he looked particularly ferocious. After reaching level 10, the monster's strength will also undergo a qualitative leap. Lin Yi looked solemn. The real test had begun. Chapter 12. Killing all the way. Chung Muqing is in danger. Lin Yi made a quick decision. We can't let these 8 skeleton knights charge. Otherwise, it will be a thorny problem. Intoda D. The skeleton knight opened his jaw slightly, uttered an indistinct groan, and then attacked swiftly. But Lin Yi's movements were even faster. Swamp territory. Call out! A strong green light flashed by and hit the place where the 8 skeleton knights were standing. In a flash, the land within a radius of 50 meters turned into a quagmire, with bubbles surging. Gudong! The quagmire obviously could not bear the weight of the skeleton knight. The momentum of the charge collapsed in an instant, and the skeleton horses fell into it one after another. A satisfied smile appeared on Lin Yi's face. The effect of the newly unlocked swamp area was truly amazing. Without hesitation, he waved his staff lightly. Thick arcs of lightning flashed and hit the struggling skeleton knights. Sizzle! The damage caused was far greater than before. Lightning magic naturally had extra restraining power against undead creatures. Minus 3,965. Minus 4,173. Minus 4,051. Minus 4,227. The damage numbers kept jumping, and Bai Jia's eyes widened. The cumulative damage from this round of attack alone exceeded 20,000. It's incredible. Looking at the skeleton knights struggling in the mud, Bai Jia was a little dazed. What kind of swamp area was this? Not only is the range incredibly wide, but the duration is also extremely long. She looked at Lin Yi's comeback, as if she saw the birth of a wizard god. Fireball, ice arrow technique. Lin Yi did not stop, alternating between using single-target spells to continuously output damage. The ice crystal arrow hit the target and killed a skeleton knight instantly. Although the damage of Fireball is slightly lower, it does not affect the overall situation, because the cooling time of Arc Shock has ended. Sizzle! Lightning flashed, and the pale bones could hardly withstand such a violent thunderstrike. High damage values continue to emerge. Minus 3,861. Minus 3,613. Minus 3,972. 2 arc shocks completely destroyed all the skeleton knights. The power of the swamp area combined with the arc impact was so powerful that even Lin Yi himself was shocked. Kill the level 15 skeleton knight and gain 873 experience points. Kill the level 15 skeleton knight and gain 912 experience points. Just these 8 skeleton knights filled up Lin Yi's level 10 experience bar. In fact, a lot of it overflowed. Phew, it's so refreshing. Lin Yi felt emotional, and then felt a little pain in his flesh. After level 10, if you fail to be promoted to a Black Iron Professional, you will no longer gain any experience from killing monsters. This is to prevent people from continuing to gain experience in low-level areas. It would definitely be too late to go back and buy the promotion orb now. What if someone else gets there first? It's okay to waste it, but it's also good to kill monsters and get treasures. It would be perfect if a Black Iron orb could explode from the monster. Lin Yi walked towards the remains of the skeleton knight. One of the Black Iron equipment was shining. Skull Spear. Grade: Black Iron. Attribute: Attack Power plus 35. Lin Yi's eyes flickered with joy. It's worthy of being a dungeon secret realm. Even small monsters can drop Black Iron equipment. This skeleton spear is worth at least 500,000. Lin Yi's backpack was almost full, so he handed it to Bai Jia for safekeeping. Although Bai Jia can't help in combat, he is still very competent as a mobile storage box. Then the two continued to go deeper. The ghost fire forest is eerie and scary, but in Lin Yi's opinion, it seems that there are treasures everywhere. Swamp territory. Art shock. The combination of group control and group output is simply invincible. These powerful level 15 monsters were completely unable to fight back in the face of such an attack. Bai Jiao was dazzled. The young man in front of him was so strong that it was scary. Lin Yi cleared out 2 waves of skeleton knights again. He had a hunch that the harvest this time might reach tens of millions. Keep going. Lin Yi and Bai Jia successively killed 3 waves of skeleton knights. They came to the center of the dense forest and slowly approached the mysterious altar. Lin Yi could feel that the dark elements floating in the air were gradually increasing. Miss, you go first. At this moment, a call from a distance attracted Lin Yi's attention. It's another group of people. Are they fighting the monster lord? Let's go and check out the situation. Lin Yi made a decision, and Bai Jia followed closely behind him, quietly moving towards the source of the sound. On the other side, as soon as Cheng Muching stepped into the secret realm, he was surrounded by a group of skeleton knights. What's worse is that there is a demon wizard named Cassio nearby. Even though the 5-member team she led was extremely powerful, they were in a desperate situation at this moment. Under the various magical attacks, team members fell one after another. At the critical moment, Cheng Muching was quick-witted and took out a random teleportation talisman. He dragged Lei He, who was on the verge of coma, away from the hellish battlefield. Unfortunately, the two were sent randomly to the center of another group of skeleton knights, and the situation was precarious. Cheng Muching was very unwilling. Does it have to be a golden teleportation talisman? Although the golden teleportation talisman can directly bring it outside the safe zone. But it was really hard for her to accept that he escaped in such a miserable way. Is there any other way? Her mind was racing with thoughts. Lei was almost unable to hold on, and time was running out. At this critical moment, Cheng Muching caught a glimpse of 2 figures approaching quietly from the distance. I couldn't see their faces clearly in the dim light. I just knew they were 2 explorers. Explorers from the other entrance may be able to cooperate. Cheng Muching's eyes lit up, and he shouted hurriedly, "You two, I am Cheng Muching from Jiangxing Cheng Group. Please help us fight off these skeleton knights. We will reward you handsomely later." The moment she revealed her identity, her heart was in turmoil, and she anxiously waited for a response. It's actually her. A hint of surprise flashed across Lin Yi's eyes. The genius girl from Jiangxing Donghai University, Cheng Muching. I heard that she awakened into a holy priest with extremely strong auxiliary abilities. Lin Yi muttered to himself, wondering whether to lend a helping hand. After all, he is not the kind of person who can't walk when he sees a beautiful woman. At this moment, Cheng Muching's cry for help seemed even more urgent. Only by cooperating can we have a chance to pass through the secret realm. Whatever you need, just tell me. Lin Yi frowned and suddenly asked, "Do you have a black iron orb?" Cheng Muching nodded hurriedly. Lei's condition was getting worse and worse. Although it is unclear why the other party needs the orb, now is not the time to negotiate conditions. "Yes, I can give it to you right after the battle." Lin Yi was secretly delighted. It was really effortless to get it. Without further ado, he made a quick decision. "All right, tell your companions to stand back." Immediately, Lin Yi signaled Bai Jia to retreat with the equipment bag. His mind moved, and the staff in his hand glowed with a faint green light. "Call out!" A green light cut through the night sky and struck the feet of a dozen skeleton knights. Instantly, the area turned into a bubbling quagmire. Goyalu, the skeleton knight, who was so aggressive just now, fell into the quagmire in an instant. Lei took the opportunity to rush back to Cheng Muching. The two looked at the swamp area with surprise in their eyes. Isn't this too strong? However, the shock is far from over. The magic power in Lin Yi's body surged, and a thick arc of electricity seemed to appear out of thin air and landed accurately on the skeleton knight. Sizzle! In an instant, the damage value jumped wildly. -3,792, -3,918, -3,356, -3,547. The arcs jumped between multiple targets, causing more than 40,000 points of cumulative damage. Cheng Muching was stunned. She had never seen such a powerful electric arc impact. Lin Yi's magic feast is still on display. Fireball, ice arrow technique. The two were a little dazed by the rounds of high-damage skill bombardment. Chung Muching even began to doubt whether this group of skeleton knights were fake. Not long after, Lin Yi's arc attack was ready to go again. Sizzle! The terrifying electric light reappeared, wiping out almost all the skeleton knights, leaving only a few lingering. Chung Muching was completely dumbfounded. Who on earth was this? Skill cooldown, why is it so fast? Don't just stand there. They're about to crawl out of the swamp. Go and hold them back. With soldiers charging into battle, Lin Yi naturally didn't have to go into battle himself. Lei was startled and immediately rushed forward. As the distance got closer, when Chung Muching saw the two people's faces clearly, his surprise and astonishment reached its peak. Lin Yi, how could it be you? Chapter 13. Bronze equipment exploded, promoted to Black Iron Mage. Chung Muching rubbed his eyes, as if this could dispel the illusion. But the person in front of him was undoubtedly Lin Yi. She recalled the mysterious figure in Wanbao Pavilion. I'm not mistaken, that's really Lin Yi. But how is this possible? He has only been awakened for 2 days. Even if it's a secret profession, it can't be so strong. Chung Muching felt that his understanding had been completely overturned, and he stomped his feet on the ground twice. Seeing this, Lin Yi smiled faintly. Chung Muching, stop being stunned. Your bodyguard can't hold on any longer. Lei had complicated feelings as he fought bravely on the front line. As a result, the eldest daughter of our family was behind and making eye contact with others. Chung Muching suddenly woke up, and the staff in his hand flashed with light. Murmuring a spell, the healing magic blossomed on Lei Yi's body. Its effect is comparable to that of level 11 by Jia. Lin Yi's gaze lightly swept across Chung Muching, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. This guy, this holy priest, is really capable. Bai Jia was not idle either. He cast a healing spell, and Lei Yi's condition instantly stabilized a lot. Lin Yi took the opportunity to look forward and glanced at the skeleton knight captain. Skull Knight Captain. Level: LV-15 Elite Monster. Health value: 61,354. Skills: Undead Assault, Bone Lance Piercing, Arc Shock. Lin Yi chanted a spell softly, and a blue light appeared on the top of the staff, attacking the remaining skeleton knights. The remaining skeleton knights turned into ashes in an instant. At this moment, the skeleton knight captain was the only one left on the battlefield. As the burden on Lei Yi's shoulders was lifted, his courage doubled, and he even began to try to fight back. Lin Yi couldn't help laughing, and a gray halo emanated from his hands, covering the skeleton knight's mount. The galloping skeleton horse suddenly slowed down. Fireball. Ice arrow technique. The blazing fireball, wrapped in high temperature, smashed hard into the skeleton of the skeleton knight captain, roasting the bones black. Immediately afterwards, icy arrows came one after another, freezing its bones and making its movements increasingly sluggish. Damage values jump. Minus 4,571. Minus 4,193. Chung Muching increased Lin Yi's spirit value by 10 points, so his skills were even more powerful. The skeleton knight captain let out a mournful wail and put up a final resistance in vain. But under Lin Yi's delay technique, all this was in vain. As a shield warrior, Lei Yi has amazing defensive power. There were also 2 priests who provided non-stop treatment in the background, making them almost indestructible. Lin Yi alternately cast the delay spell and the swamp field, freezing the skeleton knight captain in place, unable to move. As the last ice arrow broke through the air, the skeleton knight captain finally turned into scattered bones on the ground. Kill the level 15 skeleton knight captain and gain 3,745 experience points. With a flash of light, the skeleton knight actually dropped bronze equipment. The 3 of them looked at each other, and Lin Yi naturally bent down to pick it up. After all, this is the reward for his strength. Even without Chung Muching and the others, Lin Yi could still deal with these skeleton knights. It just would take more time. Chung Muching didn't even consider the issue of who would own the spoils. Skeleton armor. Gray bronze. Attributes. Physical strength plus 40, health plus 400. The equipment information appeared in the team's shared view, and Lei Yi's eyes were filled with desire. Lin Yi secretly laughed and naturally would not give it up easily. Just as he was about to put it in his backpack, Chung Muching asked, Lin Yi, can you sell this armor to me? She wanted to use this bronze armor to enhance Lei Yi's strength. Lin Yi did not refuse. It would be the same to anyone as long as the price was right. You make an offer. How about 3 million? I'll transfer the money to you once we leave the secret realm. Linny nodded in agreement. This price was much higher than the market price. It seemed that Chung Muching was an expert. Handing the skeleton armor to Lei He, Linny continued to check the remaining equipment. The attributes of one of the robes were not as good as his own Wolf King robe, so he simply gave it to Bai Jia. Now, there's one more important thing, which is to obtain the Black Iron Orb. As long as he is promoted to the Black Iron Professional, Lin Yi's strength will usher in a qualitative leap. With this thought in mind, he looked at Chung Muching with burning eyes. Chung Muching's heart trembled violently, and his cheeks turned red unconsciously. Lin Yi is not only handsome, but also extremely powerful. Which young girl in love wouldn't be secretly moved? Lin Yi glanced at the scene and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Hey, don't think about shirking your responsibility for the Black Iron promotion bead. A few black lines crossed Chung Muching's forehead, and he felt angry and annoyed. This guy really doesn't understand romance. Immediately, she took out the Black Iron promotion bead from her backpack and stuffed it into Lin Yi's hand. What a fool! Chung Muching secretly complained in his heart, but then he suddenly came to his senses and felt extremely surprised. Are you planning to use it to advance? Lin Yi raised his eyebrows and asked, as if it was a matter of course. What else? Chung Muching was surprised and envious, as he was still stuck at level 2. Lin Yi has already reached level 10 and is about to enter the ranks of Black Iron professionals. This made her wonder to herself, are we really professionals who awakened at the same time? This is too outrageous. A hint of bitterness spread across Chung Muching's lips. She was a talented girl from one of the 4 major families in Jiangcheng. At this moment, an unprecedented sense of frustration surged up. She was full of curiosity. What was Lin Yi's occupation? How could an ordinary magician be so powerful? Lin Yi smiled faintly and didn't say much. The Black Iron promotion bead was the size of an egg, emitting a deep black light. It contains a magical power that is enough to help professionals break through bottlenecks and move towards a new realm. Without any hesitation, Lin Yi immediately channeled the magic power in his body to absorb the energy in the bead. In an instant, a thick white light burst out from Lin Yi's body. The white light then converged and poured into Lin Yi's body, and a powerful aura suddenly exploded. Successfully promoted to Black Iron Professional, level increased to LV12. Relying on the experience points accumulated previously, Lin Yi directly advanced 2 levels and reached level 12. Being promoted to a Black Iron Professional not only improves your attributes, but also unlocks a series of new skills. Unlock new skills. Fire Meteor, Ice Lance, Light Shield. The talent effect is automatically activated, and all skills are instantly maxed out. Then, Lin Yi immediately checked the property panel. Level, LV12. Attributes, Strength 175, Spirit 350, Physical Strength 180, Agility 195. Health 2050. Magic value 3,700. After reaching level 12, Lin Yi's attributes were exaggerated. What made him even more excited was the 3 Black Iron skills he had just unlocked. Compared to basic skills, the upper limit of Black Iron skills is higher, reaching level 20. This allows his talents to be brought into full play. It can be said that becoming a Black Iron Professional is the sign of the true beginning of an ordinary mage's journey. For Lin Yi, this is even more extraordinary. Looking at the introduction of the full-level Black Iron skill, the corners of his mouth inadvertently lifted. Fire Meteor. Summon flaming meteorites to the area within a radius of 50 meters. Ice Spear. Chant the spell and fire an ice spear at the target. Light Shield. Form a light shield to protect yourself. Just the range attack skill of Fire Meteorite can easily cause tens of thousands of points of damage. After the Ice Lance technique reaches the maximum level, a single attack can deal nearly 20,000 damage. If we meet the Skeleton Knight Captain again, 3 shots of Ice Spear will be enough to turn it into ashes. As for the Light Shield technique, it can allow Lin Yi to withstand more than 30,000 points of damage. It is almost impossible for an opponent at the Black Iron level to break this defense. Feeling the qualitative leap in strength, Lin Yi was overjoyed. His talent will increasingly show its advantages in the later stages. The upper limit of advanced skills is higher, and the power after reaching the maximum level is even more amazing. From this moment on, this difficult level of secret dungeon was no longer a challenge for him. Lin, he took a deep breath, ready to show his strength and sweep all the way. Just when he was about to take Bai Jia to continue exploring further, Chung Muqing was so anxious that he jumped up and down and quickly called out to Lin Yi. Lin Yi, wait a minute. Seeing that Lin Yi didn't respond, she gritted her teeth and said, take me to the dungeon, and I'll give you a storage bag. How about that? Chapter 14. Gifting a space pendant. A lord monster appears. Storage bag? Lin Yi's eyes suddenly lit up, and his steps came to an abrupt stop. Speaking of which, this is what has given Lin Yi the most headache these days. The problem is that there is too much loot, and the backpack can't hold it all. Last time, in order to cram in those black iron equipment, he threw away a lot of precious materials. Fortunately, Bai Jia was there this time to help carry the equipment, otherwise I would have to give it up reluctantly. If you have a storage bag, you won't have this worry when you go out and upgrade on your own in the future. Seeing this, Chung Muqing quickly said, I have a 5 cubic meter storage bag. As long as you take us through this secret place, it will be yours. The strength that Lin Yi had demonstrated before had already made her look at him differently. Now he has become a black iron professional, and his strength has probably more than doubled. She was eager to take advantage of this opportunity to gain some rich experience. If you buy this kind of storage bag at Wanbao Pavilion, it would cost at least several million. Not to mention, ordinary players are not qualified to purchase it. However, Lin Yi didn't want to take 2 people with him at once. It would be fine for Chung Muqing to be a novice professional, but Lei is already a level 12 black iron professional, which will greatly divert his experience points. Deal, but I'll only take 1 person. Also, you must follow my instructions and not act on your own. Before Chung Muqing could say anything, Lei on the side got anxious and said, how can this be possible? Miss, you can't agree to this. What if you get into danger? Lin Yi didn't say anything more and turned to leave. If you have strength, you naturally have the capital to be willful. Chung Muqing frowned slightly and said coquettishly, don't go, I promise you. Lei, you go out first. Tell Uncle to not to worry. I have my own way to save my life. Although Lei was unwilling, as a subordinate, he did not dare to disobey orders. In the end, he could only leave the secret realm of the copies sadly and disappeared into a ray of light. After Lei left, Chung Muqing turned around hurriedly. He fumbled around in his chest for a few seconds and took out a cross pendant. Take it. Chung Muqing was very straightforward. He didn't worry at all that Lin Yi would go back on his word, so he handed over the reward directly. Lin Yi's eyes flashed with excitement as he casually took the pendant. Space pendant. It has a 5 cubic meter extra-dimensional space inside, which can be used to store inanimate objects. Lin Yi hung the pendant around his neck, which matched the Wolf King robe he was wearing and added a touch of nobility. After getting his equipment back from Bai Jia, he felt a lot more relaxed. Finally, I don't have to carry that heavy backpack. The deal was done, and the 3 set out on their journey again. At this moment, they had passed through the central area of the dense forest. As they got closer to the dark altar, the number of patrolling skeleton knights increased significantly. Another wave of skeleton knights came, 20 of them. Chung Muqing looked nervous and subconsciously wanted to call Lei He, but suddenly remembered that he had left first. Immediately, her gaze turned to Lin Yi. Lin Yi chuckled, and a raging flame ignited at the top of the staff. Huh! The violent fire elements gathered together, and a fireball instantly formed in the air. Each fireball is more than half a meter wide. Fire meteorite technique. Boom! In an instant, the sky seemed to be attacked by a meteorite shower. Lin Yi didn't even use the swamp area to restrict the skeleton knight's movements, and the fireballs poured down like a raging wave. The terrifying impact force blew the skeleton knight to pieces, instantly turning it into a burning skeleton. Minus 9,781. Minus 9,356. Minus 10,153. Minus 9,975. High damage popped up one after another, and these skeleton knights were killed instantly. Lin Yi's strength has increased by more than 10 times compared to before, which is simply unbelievable. Kill the level 15 skeleton knight and gain 321 experience points. Kill the level 15 skeleton knight and gain 303 experience points. The records were constantly being refreshed, and after this wave of attacks, Lin Yi gained nearly 6,000 experience points. Looking at Lin Yi searching for spoils among the pile of bones, Chung Muqing and Bai Jia were filled with shock. Is this guy sure he's still human? How could there be such a perverted wizard? At this moment, Leahy also appeared at the exit of the secret realm of the copy. What's going on? Seeing this, Chengda's heart suddenly tightened, and he quickly asked, "Why did you come out alone?" Leahy smiled bitterly and briefly recounted what happened in the secret realm. After hearing this, Chengda's eyes gradually became heavy and he fell into deep thought. He knew that Cheng Muching was always cautious in doing things. Since she made such a choice, then this young man named Lin, he must have something extraordinary. Find out Lin Yi's background and report to me. Also, tell the head of the family what happened today. Yes, Master Chunda. A married soldier took the order and left quickly. Let's just wait here, miss. Chunda took a deep breath. Although he was extremely curious, he could only wait patiently for now. On the other side, Cheng Muching saw Lin Yi and instantly killed a group of skeleton knights again. Finally, she couldn't help but ask, "Linny, what is your profession?" But as soon as she said it, she felt a little regretful. After all, this involves other people's privacy, and her asking was indeed rude. Sorry. Linny just waved his hand and said with a smile, "I'm just an ordinary mage. Isn't it obvious?" However, Cheng Muching and Bai Jia did not believe it. No wonder. Can an ordinary magician be so powerful? Lin Yi smiled and did not explain further, and continued forward with the two women. Now this difficult level copy seemed unusually easy in front of them. Even Cheng Muching was surprised. Even simple copies had never been so smooth in the past. The two women were even able to chat for a while, but apart from occasionally providing Lin Yi with status assistance, they had almost nothing to do. Cheng Muching's experience points increased rapidly, and he was just promoted to level 3. Lin Yi's accumulated experience is also considerable, and he is about to be upgraded again. I have to admit that this secret dungeon is indeed a good place to enhance your strength. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, there was a heavy sound, and the fallen leaves were shaken and flew everywhere. Lin Yi realized that the final Lord Monster was coming. The banging sound became more and more rapid, coming from far away and getting closer. In difficult level dungeons, there are usually 2 Overlord monsters, and the one in front of you should be one of them. Soon, one skeleton knight after another appeared from the woods ahead. 1, 2, 3. Cheng Muching counted silently and couldn't help but take a breath. There are 30 of them. Moreover, there are 3 skeleton knight captains among them. What is even more shocking is the skeleton knight in the front, who is the largest in size. It rides a nightmare horse made of flesh and blood, with its 4 hooves burning with black flames. Through the gaps in the armor, new flesh and blood can be vaguely seen. This is obviously a Lord Monster, the Skeleton Knight Commander. Cheng Muching and Bai Jia looked at each other and saw seriousness in each other's eyes. The previous ease was gone. Skull Trooper Commander. Level: LV-15 Lord Monster. Health value: 169,810. Skills: Nightmare Piercing, Bone Spear Assault, Undead Armor. This Lord Monster has nearly 170,000 health points. Even though Cheng Muching and Bai Jia are full of confidence in Lin Yi, they can't help feeling a little uneasy. Intrude or die. Suddenly, the Skeleton Knight Commander roared. But there was no fear in Lin Yi's eyes. Since becoming a black iron professional, he has never really given it his all. You guys step back and hide somewhere safe. After he finished speaking, Lin Yi raised his staff slightly, and rich light elements gathered. In an instant, a milky white light shield formed, covering his entire body. Fire meteorite technique. Boom! The fire elements gathered madly, and huge fireballs blasted towards the group of skeleton knights who were preparing to charge. Minus 12,135. Minus 11,009. Minus 11,357. Minus 12,085. Astonishing damage values continued to emerge, and more than half of the 30 skeleton knight monsters fell down in an instant. Kill the level 15 skeleton knight and gain 298 experience points. Kill the level 15 skeleton knight and gain 287 experience points. Lin Yi's experience value skyrocketed instantly, and a strong white light burst out from his body. Level increased to LV-13. Lin Yi looked ahead, raised his lips. Swamp area? In a flash, the remaining group of skeleton knights were all trapped in the quagmire. Chapter 15. Kill the commander and get silver equipment. At this moment, the skeleton knights were trapped in the quagmire, trying their best to break free. Even the knight captain was not spared, except for the commander. The nightmare horse under its crotch is extraordinary, with ancient blood flowing in its veins. Even in this mud, it can still run at full speed. There was a captivating red glow in the commander's eyes. Immediately, it suddenly pulled out a bone spur from its back and threw it fiercely at Lin Yi. Call out! Bone spurs tore through the air and sonic booms roared. This attack is enough to cause tens of thousands of points of damage. Even a strong man at the black iron level would fall in an instant. Ah! Chung Muqing screamed and covered his mouth instinctively. However, facing this thrilling blow, Lin Yi remained calm, and even a hint of contempt flashed across his eyes. With his current strength, he could use the light shield technique to block tens of thousands of points of damage, so taking a direct hit would be no problem at all. Bang! The next moment, the bone spur hit Lin Yi's light shield. Despite the incredible force, the wall of light remained motionless and the bone spurs were firmly blocked outside. Suddenly, Lin Yi shouted, "Arc shock! Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle!" Electric arcs spread out in all directions, like an open blue electric grid. It instantly devoured most of the skeleton knights, and the damage value kept jumping. Minus 7,150, minus 6,908, minus 6,517, minus 7,032. Chung Muqing and Bai Jia were both stunned. The crisis of being besieged was immediately resolved, and all the monsters were killed in one blow. At this time, there were only 3 knight captains and the skeleton knight commander left. After 2 rounds of fierce attacks, their health points have been reduced by more than 30%. Lin Yi's performance has just begun. Ice Spear Technique. Extreme cold air surged out from Lin Yi's staff. A 3-meter-long ice spear as thick as an arm condensed into shape in the void. With a roar, it rushed straight towards a knight captain. Boom! The ice spear pierced through the target and nailed it to the big tree behind it. Minus 36,753. Kill the level 15 skeleton knight captain and gain 1573 experience points. Chung Muqing could hardly believe that such shocking damage could be caused by an ordinary magician. Lin Yi looked at the flickering light on the ground and felt very happy, but he was not in a hurry to pick it up. At this time, the cooldown time of Fire Meteor has ended. Flame meteorites fell from the sky again, covering the remaining 3 targets. Minus 17,934. Minus 16,852. Minus 18,753. Even though the commander's magic resistance is slightly higher, he still can't withstand such a fierce attack. Slow down. The gray halo spread out, and the nightmare horse's speed dropped sharply, almost falling down as it rushed out of the mud. Lin Yi decided to get rid of the remaining 2 skeleton knight captains first. Undead Assault. Although the 2 knight captains launched a frantic charge, it was of no avail. Fireball. Lin Yi cast a series of spells and quickly put an end to them, leaving only piles of bones. The situation changed rapidly, and the original team of more than 30 skeleton knights. Now the only one left is the skeleton knight commander. Chung Muqing and Bai Jia looked at each other, and their admiration for Lin Yi grew deeper. Roar! Suddenly, the commander let out a sharp roar. Lin Yi sneered. All your men are dead. Why are you still so arrogant? Ice Spear Technique. The ice spear condensed in the void and whistled out with a biting cold wind. Puff! The next moment, the ice spear instantly penetrated the commander's body, causing terrible damage. Minus 35,196. The commander's health points were close to 170,000, but now there was very little left. Facing Lin Yi, it had no power to fight back. The alternating use of slowness and swamp sphere greatly limited the commander's speed. Its health continues to decrease at an alarming rate. As the last shot of the ice spear was fired, the commander's head exploded instantly. Minus 31,709. The commander's health dropped to 0, and the red light in his head gradually went out. Kill the level 15 Overlord Skeleton Commander and gain 7,130 experience points. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At the moment the commander fell, a beam of light suddenly burst out. This is a huge explosion of equipment. Lin Yi's eyes were full of surprise. He not only discovered several green lights, but also flashes of white light. I didn't expect that the explosion would turn out to be a silver equipment. Bronze equipment is already a rare and fine product, and silver equipment is even rarer. Lin bent down without saying a word and picked up the dropped equipment. Ghost speed boots. Grade, silver. Attributes, agility plus 60, movement speed plus 2, with ghost reconnaissance skill. Not bad, it even comes with skill bonuses. Although equipment skills cannot be automatically enhanced through full-level talents, they're definitely powerful enough. Lin quickly put on the ghost speeding boots, jumped lightly, and felt his body was unusually light. Chung Muqing and Baijia's eyes were full of envy, but they also knew their limits. It is lucky enough to get experience, but it would be greedy to covet equipment. Then, they helped Lin clean up the equipment that was scattered on the ground. Shadow Bone Ring. Grade bronze. Attributes, spirit plus 25, magic points plus 300. This ring is suitable for any profession, but it is obviously most suitable for mages. Lin replaced the original ring on his left hand, and his spiritual attributes suddenly soared. Psychotropic Potion. Grade bronze. Attributes. After taking it, it increases 300 points of mental attributes, and the effect lasts for 3 minutes. This is a typical burst potion, often kept on hand by expedition teams for use against powerful enemies. Lin had a look of joy on his face, and he carefully put the potion into the storage pendant. This is a trump card at a critical moment. Maybe it can save your life. The last item turned out to be a skill book. Bone Spur Surgery. This is a dark iron-level spell, which is quite rare. Lin was overjoyed. He clasped his hands together, and the skill book turned into light and poured into his mind. The talent is activated and Bone Spur Technique automatically reaches the maximum level. Bone Spur Technique. Chant a spell to launch bone spurs with a corrosive effect, which can enhance the power of subsequent attacks. The cooldown time is 3 seconds. Although the damage was not as good as the Ice Spear technique, the corrosive effect made Lin Yi's eyes light up. Not bad, not bad. This wave of blood profit. After this trip, I got a total of 11 pieces of equipment. In addition to the Ghost Speed Boots and the Shadow Bone Ring, there are also 2 pieces of black iron equipment that Lin can use. Ghost Gloves. Grade, black iron. Attributes, magic resistance plus 15, strength plus 10. Commander's Wristband. Grade, black iron. Attributes, health plus 300, magic plus 200. After Lin put on these 2 new pieces of equipment, his attributes were significantly improved. After taking stock, the harvest this time is quite impressive. Lin stretched out his body, looking very satisfied. The extra equipment can be resold later, and there's even a warrior skill book that will surely fetch a good price. According to Lin Yi's estimation, the profit from this trip to the secret realm of this copy is definitely more than 10 million. He couldn't help but sigh. No wonder explorers were so eager to visit the secret dungeons. As long as you have the strength, this is indeed a treasure land. Seeing Lin Yi's upgraded weapons, Chung Muqing and the others could only feel envy. The black iron wristband that Lin discarded was just right for her. So Lin gave it to her. As for Chung Muqing, he could only gain experience points and a hint of regret. When she looked at Lin a hint of resentment unconsciously emerged in her eyes. Lin pretended not to see it. His eyes were already on the black barrier in front of him. Next is the final level of this difficult dungeon secret realm, the Demon Wizard Cassio. It is not difficult to imagine that the final Lord Monster is definitely stronger than the commander. Let's go. Time is running out. Lin took the lead, leading Chung Muqing and the other girl, and ran forward. Soon after, an altar with a diameter of 100 meters suddenly appeared in front of the 3 people. Chapter 16. Fierce Battle with Cassio. Upgrade again. The altar, made of bones and jade, exuded an ominous aura. As the height increases, the complex patterns carved on it become more and more delicate. At the top of the altar sat a thin wizard in a black robe, muttering spells. Some bloody bodies were scattered around the altar. They lie there quietly, providing the necessary energy for the ongoing ceremony. Seeing this tragic scene, Chung Muqing's face turned pale in an instant. Because she recognized several of the wreckage, they were exactly her companions Wu Ji and others who had lost contact earlier. Damn it! This damn demon wizard! Chung Muqing turned his gaze to Lin hoping to avenge his teammates. Lin looked solemn. Facing Cassio's strange methods, he was confident that he could deal with it. But the mysterious altar in front of him gave him a headache. Lin stared at the patterns on the altar and suddenly exclaimed, This is trying to establish a connection with the abyss of hell. At this moment, Cassio stopped meditating. The bloodless face suddenly lifted up, revealing a hint of ferocity. A faint light flickered in his eyes, making people feel a chill. Chengmuching and Baijia gasped at the same time. Demon wizards are often accompanied by the undead, existing like ghosts. The guy in front of me might have once been a traitor to humanity. Ha! 3 fresh bodies. Cassio slowly floated down with a sneer on his face. With your arrival, my ceremony will soon be completed. At this moment, he also obtained Cassio's information. Demon Mage Cassio. Level: LV-15 Lord Monster, Purple. Health value: 215,719. Skills: Float, Summon Skeleton Knight, Mental Withering. It's actually a purple overlord monster. Generally speaking, people mostly encounter ordinary monsters and elite monsters. However, there are also different levels among the Lord monsters. If it was an ordinary Lord monster, the Explorer team might still be able to fight it. But purple and even golden Lord monsters are no longer something that ordinary professionals can contend with. Chengmuching couldn't hide his surprise. He has become stronger. The last time we met, Cassio wasn't this powerful yet. Obviously, he drew energy from those remains, and his strength was greatly enhanced. Lin Yi's eyes flashed with a gleam of brilliance, and he said excitedly, "The Purple Lord monster can at least drop silver equipment, and there may even be greater gains." Despite Cassio's strength, he showed no fear, especially seeing Cassio's summoning skill. He couldn't help but think of the scene of defeating the blood-marked Wolf King, and a smile appeared on his lips. Perhaps this is another opportunity to quickly level up? Boy, your eyes make me uncomfortable. Cassio's shrill voice rang out, and the staff in his hand was ready to strike. Uncomfortable? I'll make you even more uncomfortable later. Lin Yi snorted coldly and took the initiative to attack. His skills are activated almost instantly, even faster than Cassio. Fireball. Oh! The huge fireball arrived first and interrupted Cassio's spell. Minus 6,153. Lin Yi frowned slightly. Cassio's magic resistance was amazing. This attack only reduced his health by 3%. However, this was just a tentative attack. You're courting death, little brat. Cassio was furious, and a black light was released from the staff in his right hand. The temperature around seemed to drop. At the same time, Chengmuching and Baijia also provided spiritual support to Lin Yi. In an instant, Lin Yi's body was shining with light, and his spirit value suddenly increased to 510 points. Then the two of them quickly retreated. It was difficult for them to intervene in such a battle. Lin Yi's eyes were calm, and his whole body was surrounded by light elements, forming a solid shield. Cassio continued to cast spells, and Lin Yi's skills were all at the maximum level, and the activation speed was as fast as lightning. So what if it's a purple overlord monster? In terms of speed, he cannot match Lin Yi. Ice arrow technique. Call out! The ice crystal arrow shot out from the air and instantly pierced through Cassio's right hand holding the staff. Minus 9,175. While dealing high explosive damage, Cassio's spell was interrupted again. This is what makes Lin Yi so terrifying. Who can compete with him in casting speed? In the distance, Chengmuching and Baijia were staring in amazement. This purple overlord monster was actually suppressed to the point where he had no power to fight back. This is too perverted. Ah! Cassio was extremely furious. His spells were interrupted twice in a row, almost causing him to lose his mind. Lin Yi's attack has just begun. Bone Spear Technique. The bone spear condensed out of thin air, with a shrill scream, suddenly rushed towards Cassio. Minus 20,165. The damage this time has increased significantly, and more importantly, the bone spur technique also has a corrosive effect. The faint green lights flickering around him made him both frightened and angry. But he had nowhere to hide. Lin Yi's spells were like a string of cannonballs, not giving him a moment to breathe. Ice Spear Technique. Oh! The ice spear penetrated the dim light and pierced Cassio's body effortlessly. His robes were torn apart as well, revealing frost that froze his body, which was about to rot. Minus 51,085. Coupled with the impact force of the ice spear, Cassio was knocked towards the altar behind him. At the beginning of the battle, Lin Yi had already dealt a cumulative damage of nearly 80,000 points. Cassio was nailed to the altar, his eyes full of fear. Buzz! Suddenly, the ice spear that pierced Cassio was forcibly pulled out. He then flew into the air and quickly moved away from Lin Yi. This is levitation. Although it was not fast, it was an excellent way to escape. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a little envious. Cassio, who was keeping some distance, chanted a spell quickly. In fact, Lin Yi could have interrupted again, but he didn't, because he recognized that it was a summoning spell. Sure enough, one after another, skeleton knights stepped out of the magic circle. There were 20 of them in total. This is simply giving away experience. Fire meteorite technique. In an instant, a huge flaming meteorite burned the air, and the temperature of the entire barrier rose sharply. The skeleton knight, who just stepped out of the magic circle, was instantly destroyed. Kill the level 15 skeleton knight and gain 197 experience points. Kill the level 15 skeleton knight and gain 215 experience points. 20 skeleton knights, about 4,200 experience points. Lin Yi's eyes began to become extremely hot when he looked at Cassio. If there are a few more waves, won't I be able to advance again? With this thought in mind, Lin Yi decided not to terminate Cassio for the time being. Naturally, we have to squeeze out every last bit of value. Seeing that Cassio was about to cast a spell, Lin Yi sneered. Forget it, just continue to summon the skeleton knight. After saying that, an ice crystal arrow was quickly fired out. In the blink of an eye, it hit Cassio's staff and extinguished his spell again. Chung Muching and the other person looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. You know, interrupting a mage's spellcasting is not something that can be accomplished by random attacks. First, the attack must be powerful enough, and second, it must be extremely precise. Even more demanding is the requirement to be accurate to the last detail, and the timing must be just right. Unfortunately, Lin Yi's spells are all at maximum level, far exceeding those of ordinary people in both power and accuracy. This created the astonishing scene before our eyes. Ordinary mages will never get any advantage from Lin Yi. Seeing Cassio summon the skeleton knight again, a strange light gradually appeared in Baijia's eyes. She remembered the blood-marked Wolf King from last time. Isn't it only solved after the last value has been squeezed out? It was the first time Chung Muching saw this scene, and it was simply unbelievable. Fire meteorite technique. With rounds of attacks, Lin Yi's experience value soared rapidly. 1 wave, 2 waves, 3 waves, until the 7th wave ended, a strong white light shone on Lin Yi's body. Level increased to LV14. There was a gleam of joy in Lin Yi's eyes, and his strength reached a new level again. He felt that he could still advance to the next level. After all, Cassio still seemed to have more than half of his magic points left. Oh, I must kill you. At this moment, Cassio almost went crazy. He felt extremely depressed whenever he wanted to cast a spell. They will all be interrupted by the kid in front of him, and only by summoning the skeleton knight can they succeed by chance. At first, he thought it was a summoning skill with a fast release speed. But when he saw the strong white light of upgrade rising from Lin Yi, he realized that he was being fooled. As soon as he thought of this, Cassio suddenly spewed out a stream of undead energy and poured it into the staff. Spiritual withering. Then, a dark halo enveloped Lin Yi. Chapter 17. Powerful kill. Lin Yi's strength increases greatly. At this moment, a dark halo appeared, carrying the breath of death. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded Lin Yi tightly. It even effortlessly penetrated the light shield that Lin Yi had carefully arranged. Lin Yi's heart suddenly tightened, and he immediately felt his mental strength rapidly receding like the tide. Cassio uses mental withering. Your mental value is instantly halved, and the effect lasts for 60 seconds. Hiss! Lin Yi took a breath, and his expression changed slightly. It was obvious that after Cassio spit out that breath of dead spirit, he also paid a heavy price, but he was very proud of it. Now let's see how you can interrupt my spellcasting. Cassio was secretly delighted, and then chanted the spell loudly. Chung Muching and Bai Jiao were so nervous that their hearts were in their throats. They could see that Cassio's attack was very difficult for Lin Yi. Mental strength is weakened by half, which is enough to make ordinary mages unable to even concentrate. However, Lin Yi seemed unusually calm. He discovered that even if his mental strength was halved, it would not affect his spellcasting. Even if only half of the spiritual attribute is left, the damage is still considerable. Lin Yi looked at Cassio, who was feeling smug, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Bonne spure technique. The bone spear, flashing with a faint light, smashed heavily on Cassio's staff like a kiss of death. Minus 14,157. Not only that, the attack interrupted his spell. How is this possible? Cassio's eyes widened. He couldn't believe that Lin Yi still had such strength after his spirit was halved. Immediately afterwards, an ice spear technique hit his vitals. In fear, Cassio quickly used the levitation technique to move away. At the same time, he hurriedly summoned the skeleton knight. Seeing this scene, Chung Muqing patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. She and Bai Jia looked at each other, and there was a bitter smile in each other's eyes. This series of ups and downs is even more exciting than riding a roller coaster. Fire meteorite technique. Flame meteorites fell on the altar again, and batches of skeleton knights were summoned, and then quickly sent back to the underworld. At this moment, the experience points soared like a rocket, and Lin Yi felt extremely happy. Although Cassio tried to fight back, he was made to behave himself with just one blow from the ice spear. Call out! After 25 waves, a dazzling white light burst out from Lin Yi's body again. Level increased to LV15. Lin Yi saw that his spirit value surged to 700 points again, and he felt very comfortable. Chung Muqing shared the experience and easily reached level 5. She is very satisfied with this result. After all, many adventurers of the same period are still struggling between the first and second levels. But when she thought that Lin Yi had reached level 15, she felt like a waste. At this time, Cassio has completely turned into a hideous skeleton. The originally thin body is now just a skeleton. The look in his eyes when he looked at Lin Yi was full of hatred and fear. Seeing this, Lin Yi's expression showed a little regret. It seems to be regretful that there is no more value to be exploited. It's really vulnerable. Lin Yi's contempt almost made Cassio cry. Oh my god, who is the master here? Then I can only send you on your way, Lin Yi said jokingly, but his eyes were full of murderous intent. Bone spear technique. The bone spear emitted a faint glow and directly knocked Cassio away. Minus 31,057. Ice spear technique. This time, the ice spear pierced straight through Cassio's body and nailed him to the altar. Minus 63,189. Human, you will eventually die. As soon as Cassio finished his words, he turned into a cloud of black mist and disappeared on the altar. Kill the level 15 demon mage Cassio and gain 13,482 experience points. Then, brilliant light burst out and equipment was scattered all over the ground. Silver. The lowest is bronze. Lin Yi was even more surprised to find that there were 2 more skill books. What a great harvest! He walked towards a staff that was shining with silver light impatiently. Devil Staff. Grade. Silver. Attributes. Spirit plus 165, attack power plus 850, with Spirit Withering skill, which can reduce the target spirit value by 25%. After reading the introduction, Lin Yi's eyes were filled with ecstasy. This silver staff is so powerful. The staff shimmered matte black all over, with a black crystal embedded in the tip. In its depths, a blood-red light flows. This thing looks extraordinarily cool, and its properties are even more extraordinary. It is worthy of being called silver equipment, which instantly increased Lin Yi's combat effectiveness by a large margin. What made Lin Yi's eyes light up even more was the special skills that came with it. Even if it's only a 25% weakening of the spirit, it's still terrifyingly powerful. In certain situations, it is definitely a magical skill that can turn the tide. I just got promoted to level 15 and got new equipment like this. It's so cool. After Lin Yi put on the new staff, his spirit value immediately soared to 865 points. Now, any basic fireball spell can cause 160,000 to 170,000 damages. For the Black Iron professionals, encountering Lin Yi is like a chick encountering an eagle. They can only surrender. Then, Lin Yi shifted his attention to the next piece of equipment. Netherworld Robe. Grade. Silver. Attributes. Spirit plus 65. Magic resistance plus 125 with the skill of levitation, which allows the caster to float in the air with an upper limit of no more than 50 meters. On the back of the black robe, there is a cluster of skull and flame patterns painted, which is very domineering. Lin Yi, wearing the Netherworld robe, was shrouded in a layer of mysterious and evil aura. The already handsome face now has even more extraordinary charm. Although the following pieces of equipment are all bronze level, they are by no means simple. Bone ring. Level, bronze. Attributes, spirit plus 30, magic points plus 300. Quick cooling waistband. Level, bronze. Attribute, skill cooldown reduced by 25%. Giant bone heavy sword. Level, bronze. Attributes, strength plus 120, ignore defense plus 35. Skull boots. Level, bronze. Attributes, agility plus 30, stamina plus 25. The bone ring and quick cooling waistband are both real equipment for enhancing combat power. Especially that quick cooling waistband, even though it only has one special effect. But shortening the skill CD is enough to double Lin Yi's combat effectiveness. This effect is almost comparable to that of silver equipment. Lin Yi put on the two pieces of equipment immediately without saying a word. As for the remaining two items, they were put into the space pendant and kept to be exchanged for a generous reward in the future. After taking inventory of the equipment, the last two items were two precious skill books. One is the Black Iron skill exclusive to mages, Ghost Meditation. The other one is the Assassin's Black Iron skill, Shadow Escape. Immediately, Lin Yi clasped his hands together and decisively learned the Ghost Meditation technique. Talents are activated instantly and skills reach the maximum level. Ghost Meditation, when in use, it will restore 50 mana points per second and increase the damage of dark spells by 20%. Lin Yi couldn't hide his surprise on his face. The effect was too shocking. Ordinary meditation only restores 2 magic points per second, but this method has increased it by 25 times. When Lin Yi is in full condition now, he has 12,000 magic points. Using the Ghost Meditation method, you can be fully restored in 4 minutes. What's more, all his skills are at the maximum level, and the mana consumption is pitifully low. Only 1/10 of others, or even less. Level promoted to LV15, unlock new skill, Stun. With the bonus of talent, the Stun spell automatically reaches the maximum level. Stun. Ignore defense, make the target fall into a 10-second stun state. The effect will be removed if attacked. The cooldown time is 10 seconds. Hard control, ultimate move. Lin Yi's heart was pounding, although the previous delay technique and swamp field could be considered as control. But at most, it can only slow down the enemy. This stun technique can stun the opponent for 10 seconds, which is completely different in nature. In this way, Lin Yi's combat strategy has undoubtedly become more flexible and changeable. Let's take a look at the attribute panel first. Chapter 18, a sudden change occurred, and the copy became hell level. Lin Yi suppressed his inner excitement and immediately opened the attribute panel. Level, LV15, 13482/50,000. Attributes, Strength 350, Spirit 1060, Physical Strength 400, Agility 410. Health, 3,600. Magic value, 12,500. It is not difficult to see that since entering the secret realm of the copy, Lin Yi's strength is no longer what it used to be. The improvement is more than 10 times. There is still 1 week left before the trial competition officially begins. Lin Yi was certain in his heart that he could definitely be promoted to a bronze mage. By then, those novices of the same period would be asking for trouble if they fought against him. Now, any fireball cast by Lin Yi can cause nearly 20,000 damages. Even a newly promoted bronze professional would be reduced to ashes in the face of such power. Compared with Lin Yi, those so-called secretive professions are not even worthy of carrying his shoes. Even under the same conditions, other people's attributes may have a slight advantage. But absolutely not, his max-level skills are incredible. Once he transforms into an Arcanist and the last bit of gap disappears, Lin Yi will become even more terrifying. Among the equipment on Lin Yi, 3 are of silver grade. Most of the others are bronze level, and only a few are black iron equipment. Cheng Muqing and Bai Jia saw this scene, and their envy was beyond words. Cheng Muqing felt it especially strongly. Bai Jia may not understand the truth, but Cheng Muqing knows it clearly. It has only been 2 days since Lin Yi awakened. In this short period of time, he was able to kill the level 15 Purple Lord monster alone. Such a growth rate is simply astonishing. She didn't even dare to think about what would happen if Lin Yi was given enough time. It seems that it is not impossible to surpass the 4 major families in Jiangcheng. At this moment, her attention to Lin Yi reached an unprecedented level. Cheng Muqing was about to speak when he heard Bai Jia exclaim, "Strange, why haven't we received the clearance score yet?" Logically speaking, the demon wizard Cassio should be the final lord monster of this secret dungeon, right? Bai Jia's question suddenly woke Lin Yi up. He was so immersed in the joy of harvest that he actually forgot about this. Lin Yi had a vague premonition as the clearance score had not been settled yet. That only means one thing. This secret dungeon has not actually ended yet. Immediately, Lin Yi's gaze turned to the altar. When he first came in, he felt something was wrong. Now it seems that this altar is obviously used as a medium to communicate with the monsters of the abyss. At the place where Cassio fell, there was an extremely weak aura of death, quietly seeping into the underground altar. However, the demon wizard Cassio has fallen. But at the last moment of his life, he completed the sacrificial ritual. Buzz! As if aware of everyone's gaze, the altar, which had been quiet for so long, was no longer concealed. The intricate magic array carved on it suddenly emitted a blinding black light. A breath of the abyss continuously emerges. The difficulty of the level 15 Black Iron Dungeon Secret Realm has been upgraded to Hell level due to a sudden unknown incident. The secret realm of the copy is blocked by an unknown force, and explorers cannot exit for the time being. A series of log updates jumped into the eyes of Lin Yi and others, and they immediately understood the situation. The difficulty of the secret realm dungeon has actually increased. When Cheng Muqing saw this scene, he felt like crying, but had no tears. She just wanted to find a place to practice, but she didn't expect to encounter such bad luck as encountering a secret realm with suddenly enhanced difficulty. Hell level. Are we finished? Faced with the situation where they could not withdraw, Cheng Muqing and Bai Jia were both panicked. I thought I was about to pass the customs, but this unexpected thing happened. Before meeting Lin Yi, they had difficulty completing even the difficult level dungeons. Now the difficulty of the dungeon has suddenly risen to Hell level, which is simply unimaginable. Cheng Muqing tried to activate the golden teleportation talisman in his hand, but I found that it didn't work at all, and my mood instantly fell to the bottom. Lin Yi was quick and serious, but still remained calm. Although the Hell-level secret realm is terrifying, you can't easily give up without trying it. The new powerful force gave him full confidence. Lin Yi tightly grasped the staff in his hand and looked at the altar that was undergoing strange changes. It was the abyss monster summoned by Cassio that caused the changes in the secret realm. What kind of monster is it? Lin Yi and the other two held their breath and stared nervously at the altar, their hearts filled with anxiety that was difficult to calm. At the same time, Cheng Da and others were waiting outside the secret realm of the copy. Suddenly, a strange energy fluctuation broke the surrounding tranquility. The teleportation vortex gate, which originally emitted white light, suddenly burst out with dazzling light. Then, it was gradually shrouded by an ominous black light. A trace of panic flashed across Cheng Da's eyes, and then he immediately took a few steps forward, trying to decipher the mystery of this sudden change. Oh no! The lady is in danger. Upon learning that the difficulty of the secret realm had increased sharply, Cheng Da's face instantly became serious. He immediately turned around and ordered hurriedly, "Hurry! Let's go in right away!" Although Cheng Da suffered heavy damage in the past because of protecting the head of the family Cheng Batian. As a result, its level has remained stagnant at level 20. But this happened to be the opportunity for him to enter the copy. At this time, the thick black light on the altar gradually faded. From the magic circle below the altar came the sounds of low growls and grinding teeth, which made people shudder. Immediately afterwards, an unknown monster leaped into the air, revealing its true face. This monster exudes a dark purple light all over its body and has curved horns on its head. The tail is covered with sharp spines and keeps shaking. The back is spread out, revealing a pair of bat-like wings. The Netherworld monster! Cheng Muqing took a deep breath and recognized the identity of this unknown creature. "You insignificant human, were you the one who killed my servant Cassio?" The ghostly monster bared its fangs and claws, and its voice was like a huge bell, shocking her so much that her expression twisted. Demons from the Netherworld. Level: LV15 Lord level gold. Health value: 534,907. Skills: Dragon's roar, nether flame, violent assault. Looking at this terrifying number, Chung Muqing's heart sank to the bottom. This netherworld monster is much more powerful than any enemy we have encountered before. In particular, the health value of more than 500,000 is enough to scare people away. At this moment, Lenny was about to speak. A crack appeared in the sky, and a new group of explorers were teleported over. Seeing this, Chung Muqing shouted in surprise. It was Chengde and his group. "Miss, are you okay?" When Chengde saw that Chung Muqing was safe and sound, he immediately felt relieved. Then he stared at the netherworld monster and resolutely stood in front of everyone. "This is a monster from the abyss. Everyone must be careful." "Very good." The netherworld monster flapped its wings and sneered. Another group of humans seeking their own death. Today I am going to enjoy them to my heart's content. Before Lin Yi could react, Chengde waved his hand to signal him to step back. Then, Chengde and the other 9 people quickly formed a battle formation. Auras of various buff effects quickly stack up. The attributes of these level 20 black iron warriors have exceeded 1,000. Chengde knew very well how big a threat the Golden Lord monster posed. But at this moment, they had no choice but to fight. Otherwise, if the young lady met with misfortune here, how would he have the face to see the head of the family again? Chengde took a deep breath and shouted angrily, "Kill!" As the order was given, the soldiers' weapons gleamed, and they charged forward together. The assassin hides his body and looks for the best time to attack. The mages and archers in the back are ready to go. Beads of sweat appeared on the foreheads of the 2 priests, and they were ready to perform healing spells at any time. Boom! Colorful skills gathered like a flood and blasted out. However, the netherworld monster stood with its chest crossed arrogantly, waiting for the attack to come. Lin Yi originally planned to kill him, but Chengde's arrival disrupted his plan. Therefore, he decided to observe the battle situation first and find out the strength of the netherworld monster. Bang, bang, bang. Various skills were used on the netherworld monster, but the damage caused was minimal. -453, -512, -397. This series of triple-digit injuries shocked everyone. After one round of attacks, the total damage was only over 2,000 points. Compared to the huge health of the nether monster, this amount of damage is really insignificant. This is actually the body of a demon. A chill rose in Chengde's heart. The physique of this netherworld monster was more noble than he had expected. Its defense and resistance are far beyond common sense. This is troublesome. What should I do? Chapter 19 shocked by Lin Yi's strength. Is he really a magician? Chengde felt anxious and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. They used their skills again and again, but the damage they caused was pitifully small. The netherworld monster opened its arms and welcomed these attacks without hesitation, with a hint of enjoyment on its face. "Haha, you bunch of ants, haven't you eaten? Even tickling is so weak. Don't worry, I will enjoy you bit by bit. It's been a while since I've had such delicious food. For it, professionals have always been top-notch cuisine. And after swallowing, its power can be further increased." Whoosh! It suddenly closed its wings, and the spells carefully prepared by several mages were instantly wiped out. Immediately afterwards, the netherworld monster counterattacked and hit Chengde and his group with a firebomb. -2,137, -2095, -2071, -2,286. The damage exploded instantly, and the health of Chengde and others was almost emptied. No, because the netherworld monster can only cause this much damage. Rather, it is playing around on purpose, enjoying the fun of hunting. The netherworld fire burned on Chengde and the others, and once their health points were restored, they were immediately burned out. Fresh prey is the real delicacy. The netherworld demon took a deep breath and then headed straight towards Chengde. Although there was fear in Chengde's eyes, there was more regret that he could not protect the young lady. Chung Muqing screamed, tears welling up in her eyes. Just when everyone was in despair and the netherworld monster was about to enjoy a feast. Boom! Accompanied by the hissing sound of burning air, a hot fireball as big as a millstone flew out instantly. Lenny finally took action. This kid's strength is so terrifying. Chengde and others stared at the exaggerated fireball in amazement. Before this, Chengde subconsciously ignored Lenny. After all, how strong can a professional who has just been promoted to Black Iron be? Therefore, there was no consideration of letting Lin Yi join the battle. Only now did he realize how stupid his thoughts were. Boom! The netherworld monster was also extremely terrified. The huge fireball hit him right in the chest, and the blood in his body was almost evaporated instantly. Minus 25,739. The high damage value shocked Chengde and the others so much that they were speechless. One fireball caused more than 20,000 damages. This is incredible. A glimmer of hope flashed in Chengde's eyes. Perhaps there would be a chance of escaping the predicament today. Seeing this scene, Cheng Muqing cried with joy, feeling lucky to have Lin Yi there. Immediately, Lin Yi took out a bottle of mental medicine. After drinking it all in one gulp, his spirit value instantly soared by 300 points. Chengde responded quickly. All auxiliary professions, do your best to bless Lin Yi. Swish, swish, swish. Colorful lights intertwined, and Lin Yi's spiritual attribute broke through 1,500 points. Much stronger than before. Not only that, it also adds a variety of bonus effects such as shortening casting time, reducing skill cooldown, and increasing movement speed. Lin Yi truly felt the power of teamwork. He felt the surging power in his body and a smile appeared on his lips. With the help of the floating skill granted by the Netherworld robe, Lin Yi leaped up, and with the help of the light body skill, he became extremely agile. Bone Spur Technique. With the help of many enhancements, spells that were already fast to cast become even faster. Seeing this, the mages behind Chengde were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. They couldn't believe that the spell could be cast so quickly. Call out! The bone spear whizzed out and instantly pierced through the shoulder blade of the Netherworld monster. Puff! Purple-black blood splattered like raindrops, making a hissing sound when it hit the ground. Minus 51,853. In an instant, the Netherworld monster roared towards the sky. But Lin Yi's attack was continuous, leaving it no room for counterattack. Ice Spear Technique. Supported by powerful mental strength, the ice spear seemed to freeze the surrounding air, and its power was even greater than before. Cheng Muqing and Bai Jia couldn't help but tremble, and the shock in their eyes was beyond words. The ice spear pierced through the demon's injured shoulder and tore it apart fiercely. Swish! The demon's wings were cut in half, leaving only a few tendons connecting them. It was a terrifying scene. Minus 127,863. The combination of Bone Spur Technique and Ice Spear Technique caused terrifying destructive power. Chengde and others were shocked beyond words. Was this really done by a Black Iron professional? Gudo! The sound of swallowing was heard in an orderly manner, which was a bit humorous but extremely real. With just 3 spells, nearly 1/3 of the Netherworld monster's blood tank evaporated. Even if it has strong vitality, it can't withstand such a heavy blow. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Yi with shock and disbelief. They all speculated, what is Lin Yi's profession? An ordinary mage? It can't be that simple. Damn human. How dare you hurt me? You deserve to die. I'm going to take your soul away. Black flames rose up from the body of the Netherworld monster, and the devil fire was more violent than before, seeming to devour everything. Lin Yi just sneered and waved his staff lightly. Stun spell? In an instant, a dazzling beam of magical light burst out from the tip of the staff. The Netherworld monster fell into a dizzy state before he could finish his words. Although it has a certain resistance to dizziness, the halo appearing above its head indicates that it will fall into a 5-second slumber. 5 seconds. More than enough. Lin Yi's figure was as fast as lightning, shuttling through the air, looking for the best position to cast the spell. Bone Spur Technique. The bone spear reappeared, thanks to the powerful mental power. The faint light at the tip of the spear almost materialized, and it was extremely sharp. Call out! The spear passed by like a meteor and pierced deeply into the ferocious mouth of the Netherworld monster. The next moment it woke up from the dizziness, but it was too late to recover. The spear pierced through the mouth and came out from the neck on the other side. Minus 91,753. A huge amount of damage occurred. Purple blood splattered everywhere, and half of the head was almost torn off. Flesh and blood mixed with broken bones, and half of the face was twisted and shattered. The nether monster howled in pain, but the spear filled his mouth, making it unable to make a sound. Ice Spear Technique. Immediately afterwards, the ice spear, wrapped in the power of extreme cold, swiftly attacked the netherworld monster. At this moment, the remaining half of its face was filled with endless fear. The pain from the ice spear last time seemed to still be in my heart. Netherworld shield. The rising black flames gathered into a flame shield, attempting to block the oncoming ice spear. Although it offset some damage, it still could not completely block it. Squeak! The ice spear penetrated the flame shield and smashed heavily on the head of the netherworld monster. Minus 124,580. If it weren't for the shield reducing damage, the results would have been even more tragic. In less than a minute, only 30% of its health was left. Chungda and others were filled with doubts. Is this weak netherworld monster really the Lord monster they had fought so hard against before? Why can Lenny handle it so easily? An unwilling wizard tried to fire an ice spear. Minus 861. This little injury made him so embarrassed that he wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Compared with Lin Yi, there is a world of difference between them. Isn't this just asking for trouble? Lin Yi did not give the netherworld monster any chance to breathe. Delay spell. The fleeing figure of the netherworld monster suddenly became slow. Who says humans are weak? Why did I have to meet such a pervert? He wished he could drag out Cassio, who summoned him, and whip his corpse 1,000 times. Why did you summon me? At this time, Lin Yi's spells continued. The diverse elemental powers of ice, fire, and thunder are intertwined in the ghostly monsters. The originally strong body became covered with wounds, and its health points dropped to the critical point. Suddenly, a huge ice spear pierced through its body, nailing it to the altar wall, and it died on the spot instantly. Kill the level 15 netherworld monster and gain 38,951 experience points. Lin Yi looked at the almost full experience bar and felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. Whoosh! Immediately afterwards, colorful lights bloomed from under the corpse of the netherworld monster. There is a wide variety of equipment and skill books. There are even gold equipment. Chapter 20. I made a lot of money on this wave, and I got a 3S rating. Looking at the pile of equipment emitting strange brilliance, everyone's eyes were filled with envy, especially the young mages, whose eyes were so hot that they were almost burning. But no one dares to act rashly. These are Lin Yi's trophies and their glory. Lin Yi examined them one by one. The first thing that came into view was a piece of golden equipment. Abyss Magic Cloak. Gray gold. Attributes. Physical strength plus 150. Agility plus 150. Movement speed increased by 5%, with the skill Eye of the Abyss, which can detect the location of hidden people below the silver level. Although it is not tailor-made for mages, Lin Yi can still use it. The accompanying Abyss Eye skill surprised him again and again. Detect the location of the hidden man? This is undoubtedly a powerful auxiliary, especially for opponents below the silver level, which has a significant effect. From now on, any assassin who attempts to approach secretly will be exposed in front of Lin Yi. After Lin Yi put on the new cloak, he felt as light as a feather. Combined with the light body technique, he is even more agile than an assassin. Then, Lin Yi examined the next piece of equipment. Burning Flame Ring. Grade, Silver. Attributes. Spirit plus 80. Adds 20% burning damage when casting. Seeing this, Lin Yi couldn't hide his joy. In addition to the large bonus to spirit value, the attack can also cause burning damage. This made Lin Yi's fighting reach a new level again. Storm Dragon Tongue Bow. Grade, Silver. Attributes. Strength plus 120. Agility plus 60. Each attack shoots an additional storm arrow that deals 25% damage. Undoubtedly, this is a shooter's magic weapon. Lin Yi put it away, thinking that bartering was the best option. Silver equipment is always in short supply on the market. Although the remaining 2 bronze artifacts are not top-notch, the market price of each of them easily exceeds 1 million. After counting all the equipment, there are still 2 treasures. A gem as big as a longan, exuding a strong scent of the abyss. Abyss Core Stone. Gray gold. Attributes. Can be used for inlaying, giving equipment the power of the abyss, greatly improving the equipment level, limited to silver level and below equipment. Upgrade your equipment. Lin Yi was just regretting that he failed to obtain the golden staff. Unexpectedly, a solution was found in the blink of an eye. If you can upgrade the demon staff to gold equipment, Lin Yi's strength will surely advance by leaps and bounds again. So he put it away carefully. I plan to consult a blacksmith next time I go to Wanbao Pavilion. The next treasure is a ticket to the Abyss. Abyss Pass, first floor. Grade, special. Attributes. The user can enter the first layer of the Abyss and must have strength above the silver level. Legend has it that there are 18 layers in the Abyss, and the deeper you go, the stronger the power of the devil becomes. The Netherworld monster just now probably came from the first level of the Abyss. When I am promoted to silver, I will definitely go to the Abyss to explore its mysteries. The harvest from this trip was extremely rich. Even Lin Yi, who was used to big scenes, found it difficult to suppress his inner excitement. Finally, Lin Yi's gaze fell on the two skill books. Each of them is a priceless treasure to him. Brand of Hell, Wings of the Underworld. Hell's Mark is a black iron skill that Lin Yi can learn now. As for the Wings of the Underworld, it is a rare flying skill. But it is a bronze skill, and Lin Yi cannot reach it for the time being. Immediately, he put away the Wings of the Underworld skill book and casually touched the Hell brand skill book. The page of the book turned into a meteor and merged into Lin Yi's mind, and he understood it in an instant. The talent is activated, and the Hell Mark reaches the maximum level instantly. Hellbrand. Condense a brand to mark the target. The next time you cast a spell, the mark will be triggered, causing 5 times the damage. The cooldown time is 1 minute. After reading the skill introduction, Lin Yi was so excited. This is definitely a killer weapon, the trump card to fight against the enemy in the future. After counting the spoils, Lin Yi breathed a sigh of satisfaction. I made a lot of money on this expedition. Originally, his goal was just to kill the blood-marked Wolf King, who knew that there would be an adventure, breaking into a difficult-level secret dungeon, and even upgrading to Hell difficulty. And the harvest is even more astonishing. Lin Yi looked at the equipment in the space pendant, and he was so happy. At this time, Chengde led Cheng Muqing and others and slowly walked over. He didn't dare to underestimate the tough guy in front of him. Killing the Golden Lord monster by one's own strength shows his terrifying potential. If nothing unexpected happens, Lin Yi will become an unparalleled master. His future is limitless, so it is necessary to build good relationships with him now. Young Master Lin Yi, thank you for your help. If it weren't for you, we would be in trouble this time. Cheng Digang was shocked when he heard Cheng Muqing say that Lin Yi was a student at Interstellar University of Science and Technology who had just awakened. It's only been 2 days, and his strength has surpassed mine. He is definitely a genius among geniuses. Lin Yi waved his hand and said with a smile, "It's just a piece of cake. Besides, I have an appointment with Miss Cheng, so it's my duty to help her clear the dungeon." Cheng Muqing covered her mouth and chuckled, feeling that she had gotten a great bargain. Just with that space pendant, you can pass the Hell level copy. Although I spent most of the time watching the show from the sidelines, which resulted in a low score, I still received a lot of rewards. All this was because of Lin Yi. Her eyes were full of admiration. Bai Jia was also deeply impressed by Lin Yi's impeccable spell bombardment. Although it can't be called admiration, it's only natural to have a liking for her. Chengde quickly added, "The reward given by the young lady is really not worthy of the value of this copy. I will report to the head of the family when I get home. I invite you to visit my home. I have a generous gift for you. Don't refuse it." Chengde is a smooth person and keeps a low profile. Although Lin Yi was mentally mature, he still benefited from listening to it. "Okay, I'll go there when the time comes." He was also curious about what kind of generous gift the Cheng family would prepare as a thank you. Could it be that he was going to betroth Cheng Muqing to himself? Thinking of this, Lin Yi laughed at himself, thinking that he was just imagining things. At this moment, golden light suddenly shone in the secret realm of the copy, and the will of the world began to score them based on their performance. The golden light shot straight into the sky and gathered into a huge curtain of light at the edge of the sky. Then, everyone's scores were announced one by one. First, there are Chengde and others. In the scene, they just landed in front of the Netherworld monster and were almost taken away by a wave. Chengde's old face turned slightly red. This was a blatant slap in the face. In the end, they only got the lowest grade E, but the reward was still decent. Then came Cheng Muqing and Bai Jia, who were almost insignificant throughout the entire process. Occasionally adding buffs to Lin Yi made the entire dungeon journey feel like a vacation. The two of them covered their eyes shyly and received a D grade. The prizes were better than those given to Chengde and others, and the joy in their eyes was evident. Finally, it was Lin Yi's turn, and everyone waited with bated breath. On the screen, Lin Yi was fighting 1 against 100. Whether it was Cassio or the netherworld monster, they were all blown up to the sky by him. Chengde and the others were stunned, as they had only seen him dealing with ghostly monsters before. Only now did I realize how abnormal his strength was. The golden light curtain slowly froze, and in the astonished eyes of everyone, the SS level rating was dazzling. Oh my god, it's a 3S rating? Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Chapter 21 Platinum Treasure, Surprise Equipment. It is rare to get an S-level rating. Not to mention that unattainable SSS level score. Congratulations on clearing the Hell level difficulty dungeon and receiving an SSS level score. Get reward: 30,000 experience points. Obtain Platinum Treasure, Skill Fusion Stone. Obtain Platinum Treasure, Wind Spirit Card. Lin Yi's Adam's apple moved slightly, and facing such a generous reward, he could not hide the shock in his eyes. The amount of reward is beyond imagination. Swish! Suddenly, a dazzling white light burst out from Lin Yi. Level promoted to LV16. Upgraded again. The next 2 platinum treasures are the real highlights. I thought it was rare to get gold equipment, but I didn't expect it to be double platinum. The first is the Skill Fusion Stone, which is the size of a fist. The red stone radiates golden light and contains magical energy flowing within. Skill Fusion Stone. Grade: Platinum. Attributes: can combine 2 bronze skills into a higher level skill and master it in advance regardless of level restrictions. Usually professionals can only learn skills that match their own level, and cross-level learning is extremely difficult. Unless there is a special treasure, and the Skill Fusion Stone belongs to this category. Lin Yi couldn't hide his urgency and carefully put away the treasure. Wind Spirit Card. Grade: Platinum. Attributes: the holder can win the favor of the Wind Spirit and can be used to exchange for Moonwater. It's actually a keepsake. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. This kind of treasure is very special. Its value depends on how professionals use it. Moonwater. I heard that it can permanently enhance the spiritual attributes of a mage. For me, it is absolutely priceless. It seems that I have to find some time to find out some clues about the elves. Lin Yi kept this in mind and planned to ask about it when he visited Cheng's family. As a prominent family in Jiangcheng, the Cheng family has extensive connections and is much more efficient than individual exploration. At this moment, everyone recovered from their shock. The look he gave Lin Yi was full of awe. This young man has unlimited potential for future achievements. Chengde's respect for Lin Yi deepened, and he extended an invitation again. Young Master Lin, when you return to Jiangcheng, you must come to visit the Cheng family. Beside him, Cheng Muqing also said happily, "Looking forward to seeing you next time." Lin Yi smiled and nodded. Okay. Immediately, Cheng Muqing and his group turned into streams of light and left the copy space. Because the secret realm of the copy is about to collapse, it is not advisable to stay here for long. Call out! Lin Yi and Bai Jia appeared again in the blood-patterned Wolf King's lair. Bai Jia breathed a sigh of relief. The twists and turns and excitement of this trip far exceeded the sum of her previous experiences, and the rewards were even more abundant. She looked at Lin Yi beside her, with a strange light flashing in her eyes. I wonder what kind of beauty can be a match for him? Let's go! This dungeon trip not only allowed Lin Yi to advance to level 16. The equipment and skills have been comprehensively upgraded, and the strength has increased by more than dozens of times. Even if the fireball spell was cast casually, its power had reached 20,000 to 30,000 points, which was an abnormal level of growth. This made Lin Yi more confident. In this world, strength is the most fundamental guarantee, and everything else is false. On the way back, all the monsters in the swamp plains were vulnerable. Unfortunately, Lin Yi's level is already high. It is no longer possible to gain experience by hunting monsters in the swamp plains. The explorers who occasionally met him, sensing the murderous aura emanating from Lin Yi, would carefully avoid him. There is no greater convenience than this brought by strength, and no one dares to challenge it easily. Occasionally, they would use a light body technique to double their speed. Soon after, the town of Wulong came into view. Lin Yi, see you next time. After the two exchanged contact information, Lin Yi went straight to Wanbao Pavilion, ready to sell the treasures in his hands. When I stepped into the door of Wanbao Pavilion, the bunny girl receptionist was still there. There was a glimmer of curiosity in her eyes, and she was obviously surprised that Lin Yi came again in such a short time. Welcome to Wanbao Pavilion. How can I help you? The bunny girl maintained her professional smile and bowed gracefully. Lin Yi smiled indifferently. This time he planned to get rid of some unused treasures that he no longer needed. At the same time, I also want to collect the mage's skill secrets and inquire about the news about the blacksmith. Let's take care of some equipment first. As soon as the words fell, the bunny girl was dumbfounded. Crash! One piece of equipment and materials after another were poured onto the smooth table, shining brightly. There are more than a dozen pieces of black iron equipment and quite a few bronze equipment as well. Moreover, there is also a piece of silver equipment. Dear distinguished guest, please wait a moment. I can't make the decision on such a major transaction. I will ask the person in charge to come over immediately. Please go to the VIP room and rest for a while. The bunny girl's voice trembled slightly, and the softness of her chest swayed gently. The scene was too shocking, with expensive equipment piled up like cabbages. Even she, who is well-informed, found it incredible. Lin Yi saw it and laughed secretly in his heart. If you display gold equipment and even platinum treasures, I'm afraid she would be so scared that her jaw would drop. After a display of strength, Lin Yi was quickly led into a private box that was decorated with the utmost luxury. In the box, the chairs are made of high-grade Warcraft bones. Not only are there dedicated massage services, but even the tea you drink is the priceless white jade spirit tea. Compared to what I drank before, I don't know how many times more precious it is. This is the privilege and enjoyment that comes with strength. Lin Yi accepted all these thoughtful services calmly. Not long after, a thin, middle-aged man hurriedly walked into the box, slightly out of breath. Apparently, he rushed over without stopping after receiving the news. Dear guest, I am so rude for not coming to greet you. Then let's stop talking nonsense and start trading directly. After he finished speaking, batches of equipment and materials poured out from the space pendant again. Manager Jiang still couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. Then he quickly made a decision that he must make friends with this young man. Only in this way can one's performance be taken to a higher level. Leave Wulong Town as soon as possible and transfer to the prosperous Jiangqing. Thinking of this, Manager Jiang began to carefully count the items that Lin Yi wanted to sell. There are 20 pieces of equipment below level 10, worth 4.91 million. I'll round it up for you. Let's call it 5 million. This batch of equipment alone brought in 5 million in revenue, and Lin Yi's face was filled with a satisfied smile. As Manager Jiang was counting the items, he became more and more excited, and his speech speed unconsciously quickened. There are 13 pieces of black iron equipment above level 11, worth 8 million. 7 pieces of bronze equipment, 16 million. As for this skill book of Shadow Escape, and this silver equipment Storm Dragon Tongue Bow, I can't give you an estimate for now, but maybe I can consider exchanging it for other items. What do you think? Such treasures are often priceless and cannot be easily exchanged for Chinese currency. Manager Zhang's tone became more and more respectful. This was a huge deal. The young man in front of him either had an amazing background or unfathomable strength. No matter which point it is, he cannot underestimate it. Lin Yi's heart was filled with joy. This harvest was simply incredible. If you count the equipment he wears and treasures, his assets easily exceed 100 million. These 2 items were exchanged for bronze promotion beads. There will be some left over, which is just right for improving equipment and skills. Thinking of this, Lin Yi nodded with satisfaction. Then let's exchange things for things. I need a bronze promotion bead. Also, please help me find equipment and skills suitable for mages. If there is something suitable, I will exchange it for these things. The maid standing by was deeply attracted by Lin Yi's generous attitude. Handsome and rich, he is simply the man of my dreams. Chapter 22 gives a black gold card and asks Kong Yuan to forge equipment. As Lin Yi finished speaking, Manager Zhang's heart was filled with joy. Please sit down for a moment. Immediately, he turned around and signaled the bunny girl behind him to prepare a detailed list of goods. Manager Jiang smiled as he drank tea with Lin Yi. Their conversation was relaxed and casual. During the conversation, Lin Yi learned that Manager Jiang's name was Jiang Fu. And when Jiang Fu found out that Lin Yi was actually a freshman who had just awakened, the shock in my heart is even harder to calm down. To have achieved such an accomplishment in just 2 days is simply unheard of. While sighing, Jiang Fu made a decision. I'll be a little presumptuous and call you Brother Lin from now on. Since the value of the items you sold this time meets the requirements, Wanbao Pavilion will give you a black gold card. From now on, any purchase at Wanbao Pavilion will enjoy a 10% discount. Zhang Fu smiled warmly. Obviously, this was a long-term investment. According to convention, only those with a single transaction exceeding 100 million yuan can obtain Wanbao Pavilion's black gold card. But Zhang Fu saw the endless potential in him. I firmly believe that Lin Yi will become a great man in the future, so I made an exception. He had a hunch that if he could get in touch with this person in the future, maybe he will have the chance to become a senior executive of Jiangsheng Wanbao Pavilion. Lin Yi was so smart that he smiled and said, "Brother Zhang's friendship will always be remembered in my heart." Not long after, the bunny girl slowly came over with a list in her hand and an ebony box in her right hand. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. Lying quietly in the ebony box was a gem the size of a longan. Zhang Fu introduced in detail. "Brother Lin, this bronze promotion orb is usually worth 20 million in the market. But considering our friendship and the exclusive benefits of your black gold card, I will only charge you 16 million. This transaction directly saved Lin Yi 4 million. Thank you, Brother Jiang. If I have items that need to be dealt with in the future, I will definitely think of Brother Jiang first." Hearing this, Zhang Fu laughed out loud, which was exactly what he wanted. After handing over the list, he sipped his tea leisurely. "Brother Lin, take your time to choose. Don't be in a hurry." The more Lin Yi read, the more excited he became. The authority Zhang Fu had given him was so great. Every piece of equipment and skill on the list made him eager to get them. Based on his own needs, Lin Yi made a decision quickly. He first used the Storm Dragon Tongue Bow to exchange for a piece of silver equipment and 2 pieces of bronze equipment. Mage Crown. Grade, silver. Attributes, magic resistance, plus 80, ignored defense plus 50. There is a 15% chance when casting a spell to duplicate the current spell and release it again. Speedy Gloves. Grade bronze. Attributes, spirit plus 5, casting speed increased by 10%. Tough Wrist Guard. Grade bronze. Atributis, hashpe jishase sute, mepe jishase sute chinzich. The attributes of these equipment are all superior, especially the Mage's Crown. If Lin Yi triggers the replica effect when casting the Ice Lance technique, it will cause unexpectedly heavy damage to the enemy. The spell acceleration effect of the Speed Gloves should not be underestimated. Although the Tough Wrist Guard is relatively ordinary, it is a significant improvement over Lin Yi's other equipment. At this point, all of Lin Yi's equipment has been upgraded to bronze level or above. If such a configuration were announced to the world, it would surely attract countless envious eyes. After updating his equipment, Lin Yi exchanged for a skill book called Immune Barrier. The other 2 books cost a total of 6 million, namely Lightning Magic and Speed Aura. In the end, Lin Yi still had 7 million left, but he didn't plan to spend it all at once, because this money cannot bring about a qualitative change in his strength. Now that he has financial support, Lin Yi wants to buy a high-end residence for his mother so that she can spend her old age in peace. Lin Yi clapped his palms lightly and instantly mastered 3 new skills, and upgrade them all to the maximum level. Immune Barrier can resist all control skills, including dizziness, electric shock, fear, etc. Cooling time is 10 seconds. Lightning Technique summons lightning within a 50-meter radius around the target, with a cooldown of 3 seconds. Speed Aura adds an aura to the target object, increasing speed by 200% with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Originally, Lin Yi was eager to find the Mage's teleportation skill. Unfortunately, such skills are not at the iron level and cannot be easily accessed. So Lin Yi settled for the second best and chose the Speed Halo. Suddenly, Lin Yi thought of the Abyss Core Stone, and then asked, "Brother Jiang, is there a high-level blacksmith in Wulong Town?" What a coincidence! Jiangqing's gold forger Kong Yuan has been collecting materials here recently. You can go to the Jade Villa in the east and just mention my name. There was a twinkle in Lin Yi's eyes. The higher the level of the blacksmith, the greater the success rate of gem inlaying. He thanked her quickly, and after a brief conversation, he said goodbye and left. Zhang Fu watched Lin Yi go away and sighed. This person is not an ordinary person. In the future, he will be famous in Jiangqing and even the whole of China. It was late at night. Lin Yi planned to visit Kong Yuan tomorrow. He found an inn, took a bath, rested, and fell into a deep sleep. At dawn, Lin Yi headed straight for the Jade Villa. This is a quiet corner in the gathering place for explorers. with birds singing and flowers blooming. It is like a paradise. The two burly men standing by the door were obviously skilled melee fighters. Lin stepped forward calmly and asked, "I would like to ask Master Kong Yuan to inlay gemstones for me. Director Jiang of Wanbao Pavilion recommended me to come. Please inform him." One of the big men's eyes changed slightly, and he waved his hand and said, "Please come in." Soon after entering the small garden, Lin met Master Kong Yuan. "Haha, that old sly guy Jiang Fu actually introduced someone to me. Young man, what kind of gemstone do you want to set your baby with?" "I am Lin Yi, meeting Master Kong." Lin Yi responded with a smile, and then took out the demon staff and the abyss core stone. In an instant, the breath of the abyss hit me in the face. A strange color suddenly appeared in Kong Yuan's calm eyes. Gold gray gem. As a gold blacksmith, there are not many opportunities to come into contact with such treasures. Originally, I thought that Lin Yi was just a junior recommended by Jiang Fu, who was trying to do him a favor. At this moment, he changed his mind. Kong Yuan's professional intuition was awakened, and he quickly thought about how to match the equipment to a higher level. After a while, Kong Yuan suddenly said, "Little brother, how about we do a business?" Lin Yi looked doubtful. "Master Kong, please feel free to speak." Kong Yuan took a deep breath and said slowly, "I am willing to help you upgrade your equipment for free. I'll even use my private stash of or to increase its power, but you'll have to do me a small favor." "What's the matter?" Lin Yi remained sober. The golden equipment was indeed tempting. But if you want to take too much risk, then there is no need. After all, there is no free lunch in the world. To be honest, I have a work that is just one step away from completion. The key material is the fangs of the thunder crocodile monster. As long as you are willing to get it from me, I will upgrade your equipment. What do you think? After hearing this, Lin Yi fell into deep thought. The thunder crocodile monster is hiding deep in the thunder ruins. It is a lord-level monster with a strength of about level 18. What's more troublesome is that the thunder crocodile monster is extremely cunning and will avoid showing itself when it encounters high-level professionals. There was once a strong silver warrior who hunted for a month but returned empty-handed in the end. Kong Yuan was very troubled by this. The mission had been hanging in the mercenary hall for a long time, and no one had completed it yet. See the powerful force hidden in Lin Yi's body. He then tried every possible means to find a solution and proposed the idea of cooperation. "I promise you, but please help me transform the staff first. If I don't get the fangs of the thunder crocodile monster, I will compensate you for the ore and expenses you have consumed according to the market price." Lin Yi had long planned to go deep into the thunder ruins and take the opportunity to level up. Try to get promoted to a bronze professional within the last few days. Kong Yuan saw that the young man was unusually calm and revealed a steady confidence. After pondering for a while, he decided to take a gamble. "Okay, then follow me. I'll upgrade your staff right away." Chapter 23 Advanced Abyss Wand, Blood Wolf Mercenary Group. Soon a blazing fire broke out in the backyard. Accompanied by the steady and powerful sound of forging, the scene was extremely spectacular. You know, whether it is a blacksmith, pharmacist, or enchanter, they're actually very popular. It can even be said that high-end auxiliary professionals are more scarce than combat professionals. In the entire Jiangxing, there are perhaps nearly 100 gold combat professionals. However, there are estimated to be only about 20 auxiliary professionals who can reach gold level. Oh! In an instant, a dazzling golden light shot up into the sky, illuminating the surroundings. Brother, the effect of this finished product is even better than expected. Seeing this, Lin Yi stood up excitedly. Success! Kong Yuan walked out with a smile on his face, holding a magic wand in his hand. I saw that the devil's staff had been completely transformed. The originally monotonous black staff was now wrapped with strands of golden textures. Lin Yi took the staff and felt a surge of power rushing into his body. The numbers on the attribute panel made his eyes light up. Abusvant. Quality gold. Attributes. Spirit plus 330. Attack power plus 1800. With Spirit Withering skill, which can weaken the target's spiritual power by 35%. New skill. Abyss Mark, which increases the spirit value by 350 points in a short period of time, lasts for 20 seconds, and has a cooldown of 24 hours. The degree of strengthening of the staff far exceeded Lin Yi's expectations. Especially the Abyss Mark skill. Although it only lasts for 20 seconds, and can only be used once a day. But this is undoubtedly the secret trump card in Lin Yi's hand, just like a bottle of spiritual potion that he carries with him. Kong Yuan stared at Lin Yi. A trace of distress flashed between his brows. Little brother, you have to help find the fangs of the thunder crocodile monster. In order to maximize the potential of this staff, I even used precious mithril. Lin Yi was grateful and firmly promised, "Don't worry, Master Kong Yuan. I will definitely find it for you within 5 days." After saying that, Lin Yi turned around and left without a moment's delay. For the next 5 days, every moment was a sprint for him. The goal is to be promoted to bronze level before the trial. Although he has no intention of joining any force at the moment, the trial is undoubtedly a rare opportunity. If you perform well, you will receive generous rewards. Lin Yi would never miss such an opportunity easily. Walking on the Bluestone Road in Wulong Town, Lin Yi's mood was completely different from 2 days ago. At that time, he was just a first-level novice. Now, even if a bronze professional stood in front of him, he believed he could deal with it easily. At least in Wulong Town, Lin Yi has become a leader among the strong ones. After a while, Lin Yi walked to the edge of the town. But a large group of professionals gathered at the entrance of the town. They were dressed in uniform, with a ferocious wolf head pattern embroidered on their chests. "Excuse me, have you seen a young soldier wearing purple clothes, about 1.8 meters tall, about 23 years old?" The leader had a serious look on his face and kept asking questions to the explorers coming in and out. "No." Lin Yi's heart tightened, but his face remained calm, and he answered calmly. The leading man said in a tough tone, "Think about it carefully. If you can provide any clues about that person, the Blood Wolf Mercenary Group will reward you handsomely. But if you dare to hide it, I will let you see the methods of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Group." Lin Yi felt a little upset, even though the person the other party was looking for had indeed died at his hands. But he didn't feel comfortable with this threat. Lin Yi shook his head slightly, said nothing, and walked straight outside. "It's not a good place to cause trouble, so just keep it down for now." The leading man had a gloomy expression on his face. He finally snorted coldly and turned to question the next person. But in his heart, he cursed secretly. "Arrogant boy, if I meet you in the wild, I will make you kneel down and beg for mercy." Many explorers were intercepted and questioned one by one, but they dared not speak out. It was not until they left the town that they started complaining. "That's Du Lingyi, the deputy leader of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Group. I heard that their leader's youngest son was killed in the wild yesterday. The scene was horrible. It's true that evil will be punished. The Blood Wolf mercenaries are arrogant and domineering on a daily basis. Sooner or later, they will get their comeuppance. Chill. Keep your voice down. You want to die?" Their leader is a bronze professional. If the Blood Wolf mercenaries hear this, you'll be in for a treat. Hearing this, everyone fell silent and then hurried into the wild. The reason why the Blood Wolf Mercenary Group is so arrogant in the local area is because of its hard power. After hearing this, a cold light flashed in Lin Yi's eyes, and he already had a plan in mind. "So what if he's a bronze professional? If you dare to mess with me, be prepared to bear my wrath." With Lin Yi's current strength, a bronze professional is nothing more than that. Since we have already formed a deep hatred, why not take the initiative and attack first? With a flash of thought, Lin Yi quickly sent a message to Jiang Fu. "Brother Jiang, can you tell me about the news about the Blood Wolf Mercenary Group?" Jiang Fu's heart tightened when he received the message. No wonder some of the equipment Lin Yi used yesterday looked particularly familiar. Now he understood a little bit. However, Jiang Fu was determined to stand on Lin Yi's side. "Brother Lin, there are a total of 82 people in the Blood Wolf Mercenary Group. All of them are black iron professionals. The leader is a level 27 bronze professional, and he has 7 or 8 bronze masters under him. Don't act rashly. Think twice before you act." In Jiang Fu's eyes, Lin Yi is quite powerful. But at the moment, they are still far from being a match for the Blood Wolf mercenaries. Lin Yi's lips curled up slightly. "Reckless? Brother Jiang, you don't seem to understand my strength very well." He glanced in the direction of the town. Then he turned and left, with a faint fire flickering in his eyes. With the activation of the Eye of the Abyss, the traces of the 2 following figures were exposed. Lin Yi's eyes instantly turned cold. "Come on, I will catch you all in one fell swoop." After saying this, he pretended to be clueless and continued to move forward towards the thundering ruins. The deeper Lin Yi went, the higher the level of monsters he encountered. Lin Yi stopped when he was surrounded by monsters such as green snakes and giant lizards above level 18. With his current abilities, challenging monsters across levels is the fastest way to accumulate experience points. When he opened the Eye of the Abyss again, the stalker behind him had disappeared. Lin Yi calmed his mind and no longer needed to hide his strength. With a light tap of the staff, a faint white light turned into a shield covering the entire body. With the bonus of the speed aura, the originally slow floating technique became extremely agile. Shield of Light. Today's Shield of Light is enough to withstand over 110,000 points of damage. Even bronze professionals find it difficult to break through the defense. The road to upgrade begins here. Lin Yi's eyes were full of anticipation. After his strength had greatly increased, this was the first time he tested his true strength. Soon, a large group of monsters gathered behind him, about 30 or 40 of them. Lightning technique. On the Abyss Wand, violent electric current surged. In an instant, a huge thunderball the size of an adult took shape. Boom! The thunderball was like a meteorite, smashing into the group of monsters. The scorching lightning raged, and the entire ruins were illuminated by dazzling purple light. The air was filled with a burning stench. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and the monster disappeared in an instant. Minus 51,376. Minus 50,425. Minus 51,294. Minus 52,383. Astonishing damage values keep popping up. Nowadays, for Lin Yi, killing these monsters is as easy as drinking water. Just one wave of monsters gave him nearly 5,000 experience points. According to my current level, I still need 80,000 experience points to level up, and I need to kill about 16 or 17 waves of monsters. It takes about 15 minutes to kill a wave of monsters. I hope I can level up twice today. This speed is abnormal. Compared with ordinary people, the efficiency is more than 100 times faster. At this pace, it won't be long before you are promoted to bronze level before the trial begins. Lin Yi was full of fighting spirit, and he used spells such as Fire Meteorite Spell and Lightning Spell one after another in the Thundering Ruins. The monsters, in fear and wailing, became stepping stones for him to level up. Although the wilderness is vast and attracting monsters takes a lot of time, Lin Yi's progress is still amazing. While upgrading, he also did not forget to investigate the whereabouts of the Thunder Crocodile monster. Wow! Suddenly, a strong white light burst out from Lin Yi's body. Level increased to LV-17. The upgrade was successful. Lin Yi's heart was filled with joy. This continuously rising pleasure made him extremely satisfied. Unlike others, after fighting hard for dozens of days as a team, the experience points only increased slightly. The gap between the two is simply a world of difference. At this moment, there was a violent turbulence ahead, and green sludge splashed everywhere, accompanied by a disgusting stench. Lin Yi's eyes flashed, and he saw a huge thunder crocodile raising its head and roaring. This thunder crocodile is more than 20 meters long. Its barrel-shaped body looks extremely ferocious, and its purple scales sparkle in the sun. Disgusting mud flows from it, making people feel disgusted. Seeing this, Lin Yi felt excited. The Monster Lord, the Thunder Crocodile Beast, has appeared. Chapter 24. Killing the Thunder Crocodile Monster in Seconds. The Mercenary's Fear. Thunder Crocodile Monster. Level: LV-19 Lord Monster. Health value: 227,835. Skills: Lightning Flash, Crocodile Tail Impact, Death Tumble. Lin Yi grinned. This time I'll use you to try out my Hell brand skill. Previous battles always ended in an instant kill, and many of the newly learned skills did not have a chance to show off. Suddenly, a burst of wild laughter came from far away. Huh? I finally caught you. Oh, there's a Lord Monster with him. What a pleasant surprise. Lin Yi's face was calm, his eyes fixed indifferently on the Blood Wolf mercenaries in front of him. At the front of the team, Du Lingyi led nearly 20 men and slowly came into view. When Du Lingyi caught a glimpse of the Thunder Crocodile monster, a greedy light flashed in his eyes. When he looked at Lin Yi again, there was even more of a hint of teasing in his expression. Previously, Lin Yi's attitude at the town gate made him very unhappy, so he secretly sent 2 black iron assassins to follow. Of course, the most important thing is, Du Lingyi keenly noticed that the equipment on Lin Yi was extraordinary. Even if one deliberately tries to conceal its brilliance, it is difficult to conceal its extraordinary qualities. Judging from the appearance alone, there are at least several pieces of bronze equipment. This obviously aroused his greed. At such a young age, he dares to parade around in bronze equipment. He has no idea of his own limitations. The Blood Wolf mercenary group has been able to rise rapidly in recent years thanks to its looting activities. They avoided the big families and specifically targeted the children of small families. Du Lingyi smiled grimly and made up a charge. Boy, you killed our leader's son, and you still want to get away with it? Lin was slightly startled, almost frightened. Are you done? If you have any last words, tell them now. Otherwise, you won't stand a chance. The murderous intent in Lin Yi's heart gradually rose. What's more, weakening the strength of the Blood Wolf mercenary group was part of his plan. Such an opportunity is right in front of me. How can I let it go easily? Du Lingyi licked his lips and said viciously, Boy, you are quite arrogant. Let's see. Are you tougher than me? The mercenaries burst into laughter when they heard this. Knowing the vice-captain's habits well, this handsome young man was afraid that he was in big trouble. Immediately afterwards, everyone quickly dispersed, blocking all of Lin Yi's escape routes. Lin Yi felt a surge of disgust in his heart, and his murderous intent became even stronger. These people must be eliminated. At this moment, Lin Yi caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye that the thunder crocodile monster was trying to sneak away. We must not let it escape. It will be troublesome to find it later. I'll let you survive for a few seconds. After he finished speaking, Lin Yi moved extremely quickly, and the abyss wand in his hand released a strong, demonic aura. Hell's brand! Buzz! In an instant, the dark energy condensed into an illusory demon rune and rushed towards the thunder crocodile beast. Whoosh! The black mark was firmly imprinted on the body of the thunder crocodile monster. It twisted anxiously, as if it had a premonition of death. Lin Yi had no intention of stopping, and kept spitting out spells like a string of cannonballs. With the help of the swift gloves, the casting speed is almost instant. Ice spear technique. Call out! The ice spear shot out from the wind, and the dull sound created ripples in the air. The power of the ice lance is now much greater than before, with more than 60,000 points of damage. The next second, the ice spear penetrated deeply into the marked location of the Hell's Mark. Boom! The effect of Hell's brand is triggered, and the damage is directly multiplied fivefold. The ice spear became abnormally thick and penetrated the head of the thunder crocodile monster almost without any hindrance. Finally, it plunged deep into the swamp. Minus 312,574. Minus 61,057. Even Lin Yi himself couldn't help but gasp. With the bonus of the Hell's Mark, it caused a terrifying damage of up to 310,000. The burning ring is equally powerful, with an additional 20% burning effect bursting out, causing another 60,000 points of damage. The health points, which were only over 200,000, were instantly reduced to 0. The 19th level Lord Monster, the Thunder Crocodile Monster. He was killed instantly. For a moment, exclamations were heard all around. Du Lingyi's eyes were full of shock, and his legs were shaking with fear. Hiss! Who is this guy? How can he be so powerful? The mercenaries who were originally arrogant now looked terrified. This isn't true, is it? When they thought about the threats they had just made to the young man, they couldn't help but choke on the thought. Then, they all looked at Du Lingyi. With so many eyes focused on him, Du Lingyi felt his scalp tingling. Immediately, he forced a smile and stammered, This is just a misunderstanding. You are obviously not the murderer. I was mistaken. Let's leave now. Lin Yi sneered in his heart. This is the advantage given by strength. Before he showed his strength, the other party treated him like a lamb. But now, I am as odd as God. Now you. Lin Yi's eyes were deep, and the black light surging on the abyss wand became stronger and stronger. Bone spur technique. As soon as he finished speaking, a white bone spear with a faint glow appeared out of thin air. With a fierce momentum, it shot towards Dueling River. Seeing this, Du Lingyi's heart trembled. As a level 23 bronze professional, even at full status, his health points are only over 30,000 points. Even with skills that reduce damage, it is difficult to withstand this fatal blow. Du Lingyi shouted at the top of his lungs. You idiots, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and attack this guy. As he spoke, He hurriedly drew a longbow from behind him. An arrow wrapped in fire element shot straight towards the bone spear. Whoosh! The priest at the side was quick to act and added a layer of shield for Du Lingyi. But this did not bring Du Lingyi any sense of security. The whistling spear made him feel cold all over, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Almost in the blink of an eye, the fire element arrow was easily pierced through and the arrowhead broke into pieces. The bone spear was unstoppable and continued to move forward with a slight cracking sound. Bang! The shield didn't last even for a second and shattered in an instant. This spear is so fast. Puff! Du Lingyi's neck was torn open and blood gushed out from his throat. Minus 30,681. Under Lin Yi's precise control, Du Lingyi was not killed immediately. But he was nailed firmly to the ground, wailing in pain. This kind of pain is more torture than dying directly. Lin Yi's eyes were extremely cold, although he did not enjoy killing. But an eye for an eye has always been his code of conduct. The mercenaries who were watching witnessed this scene. Everyone felt an uncontrollable fear in their hearts and kept swallowing their saliva. Brothers, attack together. This guy won't let us go. Revenge for Deputy Captain Du. Kill. Perhaps the anger of sharing a common enemy temporarily overwhelmed the fear. They all used their skills on Lin Yi. There were nearly 20 black iron professionals, and the total damage in one round of attack was quite considerable. Scorching fireballs, sharp arrows, dazzling giant swords. Skills from different professions swept towards Lin Yi like a violent storm. Levitation. Lin Yi remained calm as he moved nimbly in the air, easily dodging nearly half of the attacks. The rest is unavoidable. The mercenary group members were delighted upon seeing this. However, hope is fleeting. Those overwhelming attacks hit Lin Yi's shield of light, but did not cause any damage at all. How is that possible? Everyone present was filled with disbelief. Lin Yi sneered. Everyone, it's my turn to attack. Fire meteorite technique. The abyss wand burst out with brilliant red light, and the fire element gathered madly. Huge fireballs fell like meteorites from outer space. Boom, 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 boom. The deafening explosion echoed, and the high temperature brought by the fireball almost made people's hair stand on end. They wanted to escape, but the fireballs were so dense that there was no way out. Minus 38,153. Minus 40,173. Minus 37,952. The damage numbers kept jumping, and even if someone raised a shield, it was in vain. These injuries are far beyond what black iron professionals can resist. In just a moment, they had lost more than half of their strength. If the attacks were more intensive, the entire army would probably be wiped out in an instant. There was only deep fear in the eyes of the survivors. Run, run. Chapter 25. A deep hatred. Looking for the holy dragon cub. The remaining people were so frightened that Du Lingyi was killed instantly with a spell. Another blow followed, and most of the companions fell down. This guy is simply the reincarnation of the devil. Want to escape? Lin Yi raised his lips with a sneer. Lightning technique. Another group attack skill. The blazing ball of lightning was as big as a millstone, with dense electric currents crisscrossing inside it. Boom! The ball of lightning suddenly flew forward and hit the center of the crowd, and terrible lightning exploded. The mercenaries were surrounded by lightning and wailed. The few remaining people were wiped out in the blink of an eye. There was another assassin with fear in his eyes, trying to sneak away. Lin Yi immediately activated the Eye of the Abyss, and his invisibility was invisible to him. Call out! An ice crystal arrow was like a silent god of death, instantly piercing his heart. This time, the entire area fell into deathly silence. Nearly 20 Blood Wolf mercenaries under Du Lingyi were all killed at this moment. On the ground lay many charred and twisted corpses with various postures of death. But Lin Yi's heart was calm. He never shows mercy to his enemies. Lin Yi exhaled lightly, his eyes flashing with a fiery light. After the thunder crocodile monster died, it dropped several treasures. Among the corpses scattered all over the ground, there were dozens of pieces of equipment waiting for him to collect. Hermit Mask. Grade, Silver. Attributes. Reduces the probability of spell interruption by 50%, blocks reconnaissance skills below Gold. The mask was as thin as a cicada's wing, with strange red threads interwoven on it, revealing a sense of evil charm. Lin put it on his face and didn't feel any weight at all. With the help of magic power, the mask merged into his skin, revealing his handsome face. Reduces the chance of spellcasting being interrupted, which is an extremely rare attribute. What made him even more excited was another attribute that could block detection skills below gold level. Generally speaking, the higher the level of reconnaissance skills, the more detailed information you can obtain about your opponent. With this mask, most people cannot see Lin Yi's true situation. Great! It's just right for dealing with the Blood Wolf mercenaries. As a large-scale mercenary group, it has all kinds of talents gathered within it. Lin Yi must make sure that he has no flaws. In addition, he also obtained 4 or 5 pieces of bronze equipment. Several of them were searched from Du Lingyi, and the rest were exploded from the Thunder Crocodile monster. As for the black iron equipment, there are as many as 50 pieces. This time, Lin Yi became rich again. These equipment alone are worth at least 25 million. What made Lin Yi happy was that one of the bronze rings could just replace the blood-patterned ring. Mana Drain Ring. Grade Bronze. Attributes. Mana plus 600, with 0.2% mana absorption effect. Although it is a mana-draining ring, it does not have the spirit value bonus of a blood-marked ring. But its attributes perfectly match Lin Yi. Needless to say, the improvement of mana value lies in the mana absorption effect. For other mages, this may be a bit useless. But Lin Yi's situation is quite different. This effect is like a magical weapon to him. One of his spells can cause tens of thousands of damage. Through this effect, dozens of mana points can be restored. The mana he needed to cast a spell was only a few dozen points. As long as he operates properly, Lin Yi can even always maintain full mana. Lin Yi's mouth curled up. What an unexpected surprise. But the Blood Wolf mercenaries are still a hidden danger. Lin Yi decided to take the initiative and eradicate the problem completely. However, if he wanted to find the team leader Ren Mingshan and his accomplices alone, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. After Lin Yi pondered for a moment, he sent a message to Jiang Fu. Brother Jiang, please find out the exact location of Ren Mingshan. Also, what did the Blood Wolf mercenary group gain in the soul-breaking mountains? I'm coming back to town today, and I have a surprise waiting for you. After Jiang Fu read Lin Yi's message, he was shocked. Could it be that Brother Lin is going to attack the Blood Wolf mercenaries? He took a deep breath unconsciously, but still agreed to Lin Yi's request. Brother Lin, if you have anything to say, come back and talk to me. After a brief exchange, Lin Yi returned to leveling up. At the same time, there were undercurrents in the edge areas of the soul-breaking mountains. Rumor has it that there are countless unknown terrifying creatures hidden deep within. At this moment, a group of explorers with strong bodies and fierce looks appeared. There were about 40 or 50 people leaning against an ancient tree to take a rest. They were the Blood Wolf mercenaries. At the front of the team was the team leader Ren Mingshan, his skin faintly showing the color of gray stone under his armor. This is proof that he was fortunate enough to merge with the blood of the stone giant. The scarred man next to him was the deputy head of the group, Su Huai. The two were talking, and Su Huai's eyes were full of anger. Brother, the third brother is dead. He had a close relationship with Du Lingyi, and when he heard the bad news, he was furious. Ren Mingshan's eyes shone, and he asked in a deep voice, "What happened?" I heard that something went wrong when he was trying to intercept a mage, and this person may be related to Xiao Zhua's death. Brother, let's go and seek revenge on him now. Su Huai clenched his fists. The Xiao Zhua he was talking about was none other than the young man in purple who was shot dead by Lin Yi before. Hearing this, Ren Mingshan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Old Third and Xiao Zhua were both done by this person. It seems that our Blood Wolf mercenary group has not taken action for a long time, and the world has forgotten our reputation. Once this is over, I will tear him into pieces with my own hands. Su Huai argued unwillingly. Brother, why don't we take action immediately? That holy dragon cub is like a mirage. We have been wandering around the outskirts of the soul-breaking mountains for several days, and several of our brothers have already sacrificed their lives for this. This Gao family is clearly playing tricks on us. Bah! Ren Mingshan slapped Su Huai hard on the face, leaving a red and swollen palm print. Immediately, it attracted the attention of the team members around. Ren Mingshan stood up, his huge body looking down at Su Huai. Let's solve this matter first, don't you understand? This matter is related to my promotion as a silver professional. If anyone obstructs me, I will never let you off easily, even if you are my second brother. The news of the death of Du Lingyi and his young son filled Ren Mingshan with anger. But in his heart, finding the holy dragon cub always comes first. As for children, it won't be too late to have more after I'm promoted to a silver professional. As for Du Lingyi, if he wasn't concerned about the emotions of the other team members, he would have reprimanded him harshly a long time ago. He was clearly asked to lead reinforcements quickly, but he ran to intercept and kill. As a result, not only did he fail, but he also lost his life. How incompetent he was? Su Huai was under tremendous pressure and felt extremely anxious. He knew that his elder brother was ruthless, so he quickly swallowed his saliva and said with an apologetic smile, "Brother, I was inconsiderate, I'm sorry." Ren Mingshan's tone slowed down a bit. As one of the 4 major families in Jincheng, the Gao family has spared no effort for their son's upcoming trial. They invited many mercenary groups, so it's impossible for them to deceive us. Just keep searching according to the information we have obtained. Once I am promoted to silver, the Blood Wolf mercenary group will also reach a higher level. When the time comes, I will definitely do my best to help you advance to silver. Brothers who follow me, Ren Mingshan, I promise you will have good food and clothing. Don't worry, I will make anyone who dares to touch the Blood Wolf mercenaries live a life worse than death. Ren Mingshan's words were like a shot of adrenaline. In an instant, the slightly low morale of the team was boosted. The leader is wise. We will go through fire and water without hesitation. Meanwhile, deep within the thundering ruins, he was still working tirelessly to improve his strength, alternating between the fire meteor technique and the lightning technique, and his experience points were rising like a rocket. Wow! Suddenly, a dazzling white light exploded from beside Lin. Level increased to LV18. Finally upgraded. Seeing that it was getting late, Lin decided to go back to Wulong Town first. One is to deal with the equipment, and the other is to investigate the latest movements of the Blood Wolf mercenary group. Lin was worried that his mother would be implicated by the notorious Blood Wolf mercenaries, so he decided to eradicate it completely. Lin activated the speed aura and hurried back. As he passed the entrance to the town, he overheard a few explorers. "We are discussing the Blood Wolf mercenaries. Why don't they come out to check?" Lin sneered in his heart. They had already died. At this time, Jiang Fu was already waiting outside. Seeing Lin returning, he breathed a long sigh of relief and quickly led Lin into the private room. "Brother Lin, this Blood Wolf mercenary group is not simple. You must not act impulsively." Chapter 26. Learn the art of taming beasts and prepare to subdue the Lord Monster. Lin smiled lightly and casually dumped 40 or 50 pieces of equipment onto the table. "Brother, take a look at these good things first." Jiang Fu was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes suddenly widened and his eyelids trembled uncontrollably. "Oh my goodness, Brother Lin. You are not going to rob, are you?" Lin raised his eyebrows slightly. Du Lingyi brought people to cause trouble. What happened? Hiss. After listening to Lin Yi's story, Jiang Fu took a breath. A young man who has just awakened for 3 days can kill black iron professionals as easily as cutting vegetables? Even bronze professionals were not spared. This is totally unheard of. Brother Jiang, please give me an estimate first. Then, let's talk about the situation of the Blood Wolf mercenary group. If you want to impress others, you must demonstrate sufficient strength. Jiang Fu suppressed his surprise and started counting immediately. After a while, he raised his head and said, "Brother Lin, there are a total of 47 pieces of equipment, 7 of which are bronze level. According to the market price, it's worth about 37.2 million. Brother, I'll round it up for you. How about 38 million? Lin smiled and shook his head. 35 million is enough. The extra money will be considered as a reward for providing information. Jiang Fu's face froze for a moment. Then he smiled and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you." After that, he handed over a piece of parchment with information densely recorded on it. Lin took a closer look, and his expression became solemn. "Although the Blood Wolf mercenaries are powerful, I am confident that I can deal with them. What are they trying to do by running to the outskirts of the soul-breaking mountains?" Lin knew that even on the periphery, there were dangers lurking everywhere and high-level monsters could appear at any time. The Gao family in Jiangxing has spent a huge sum of money to hire the Blood Wolf mercenaries to help find the Holy Dragon Cub. Lin frowned and asked in confusion, "Gao family? What are they trying to do?" Jiang Fu cleared his throat. I heard that this time the Jiangqing Novice Professional Trial Tower is not only connected to other cities in the country. It may even be connected to other countries. The four major families in Jiangqing have heard about it a long time ago and are all preparing in secret. Gao Jiping, the eldest son of the Gao family, has awakened to be an extraordinary beast master. The number of pets he controls is 3 to 4 times that of an ordinary beastmaster. This holy dragon cub is prepared for him. Zhang Fu spoke slowly, and Lin Yi's heart was filled with waves. Want to connect with other cities in the country, or even the country? This trial competition seems to have added a bit more excitement. With your strength, you will definitely shine in the professional trials. When the time comes, you can pick any big force to join, and the Blood Wolf mercenaries won't dare to touch you at all. Zhang Fu was still trying to persuade him earnestly. Even after seeing Lin Yi's strength, he still felt that he should act with caution. Lin Yi smiled calmly. Brother, no need to say more, just help me keep an eye on their movements. As soon as you know the exact location, tell me immediately. By the way, is there a book on beast taming here? Lin Yi's eyes were burning, and he was also very interested in the holy dragon cub. If you can tame it, it can at least act as a meat shield, and you can cast spells from the back. Zhang Fu stopped trying to persuade him, and just said, Okay, Brother Lin, be careful. It will probably take 2 or 3 days to find their whereabouts. No problem. Lin Yi chuckled and then asked, Besides the beast taming technique, are there any other skills you would recommend? Wait a moment, I happen to have 2 good skill books here. After saying that, Zhang Fu immediately ordered someone to get it. Soon after, the bunny girl came over with a wooden box in her hand. She didn't forget to throw a coquettish glance at Lin Yi. Lin Yi quickly browsed the introduction of the skill books and then decided to buy them all. Beast taming technique allows the mage to tame a pet. The higher the level, the stronger the control, and the pet's growth cost will also decrease. Mirror shot can reflect all types of attacks, whether physical attacks or curses, they can be bounced back. Detoxification. Remove the poisoning state that... These 3 skill books are not simple. The total price is as high as 17 million. The wealth that had just been acquired shrunk by nearly half in the blink of an eye. But Lin Yi doesn't care. Once the Blood Wolf mercenaries are defeated, even greater wealth will come rolling in. Perhaps it can break through the 100 million yuan mark in one fell swoop. Lin Yi tapped the skill book lightly, and the talent was immediately activated, and the 3 skills were instantly upgraded to the maximum level. In this way, Lin Yi's strength is more balanced. Just wait until the time is right and start taking action. Next, he just needed to level up in the Thunder Ruins and wait for news from Zhang Fu. Zhang Fu looked at Lin Yi's receding back, a hint of worry flashing across his eyes. In the end, he decided to collect intelligence for Lin Yi. The next day, after a good rest, Lin Yi arrived at the edge of the soul-breaking mountains. Levitation. It was still the familiar operation. Lin Yi shouted, Fire meteorite technique. Lightning technique. Fire meteorites and lightning complemented each other and exploded in the area. Suddenly, all the creatures around trembled. Kill the level 20 Thunder Snake monster and gain 237 experience points. Kill a level 20 Giant Lizard and gain 251 experience points. Each wave of monsters can bring Lin Yi 4 to 5,000 experience points. Explorers in the distance saw Lin Yi's violent hunting style. I thought it was some silver professional who came to the low-level area to have some fun. They all avoided it, fearing that they would be affected. Lin Yi felt his experience points rising steadily, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. But what excited him most was the powerful aura hidden deep in the swamp that appeared from time to time. Today, maybe I can reach the next level. Boom! Suddenly, a thick beam of lightning shot out from under the swamp. Lin Yi was prepared. He waved his magic wand and said, Mirror shot. A transparent mirror instantly appeared in front of Lin Yi. The beam of lightning hit the mirror and was immediately absorbed, as if it had entered another space. Boom! Immediately afterwards, a thick purple lightning column reflected from the mirror at an even faster speed. Hit the crocodile monster in front hard. Minus 38,531. The new mirror shooting technique is really good. At this moment, the true appearance of the crocodile monster was finally revealed. Its body size was 5 times that of an ordinary thunder crocodile, and it was 20 meters long. Not only is its body covered with purple crocodile scales, but its claws are also extremely sharp. Giant crocodile Rayworth. Level LV20 Overlord Monster, purple. Health value, 389,252. Skills, Thunder Beam, Thunder Armor, Bloodthirsty Bite. Faced with the powerful attributes of the giant crocodile Revos, Lin Yi's eyes flashed with a strange light. If we can tame it, we will have more confidence in fighting against the Blood Wolf mercenaries. Even if we can't find the Holy Dragon Cub, this giant crocodile is still a good choice. In fact, the Gao family also tried to capture it. But because it was too cunning, we had to give up in the end. Lin Yi stared at the giant crocodile Revos, and black light was surging on his wand. Hell's brand! Roar! The giant crocodile Revos roared and slapped its tail continuously. However, the mark was not physical and only made a slight sound before it stuck firmly to its head. The giant crocodile Lewa was suddenly furious and pounced towards Lin Yi. Call out! The sharp sound of the wind is enough to tear apart an ordinary magician. But Lin Yi is no ordinary person. A white light shield surrounded the body, firmly blocking its impact. Moreover, under the special effects of the Hermit Mask, Lin Yi's spellcasting was not disturbed. Normally, such a fierce attack is enough to interrupt any mage's spellcasting. But Lin Yi's skills are all at the maximum level, and the Hermit Mask reduces the probability of spells being interrupted by 50%. This allowed Lin Yi to successfully complete the casting of the Ice Spear technique. The next moment, the Ice Spear condensed in the void, emitting extreme coldness. With the blessing of the Hell's Mark, the damage of this attack will be as high as over 400,000 points. Without defensive skills, it can even kill some silver professionals instantly, even taking into account the giant crocodile Revos' magic resistance. This Ice Spear can also cause it serious damage. At that time, it will be the best time to use the beast taming technique. Chapter 27. Upgrade to the next level. There is a clue about the Holy Dragon Cub. Call out! The Ice Spear cut through the void, leaving a frosty white trail with astonishing power. Revos' eyes narrowed suddenly, and he quickly cast the Thunder Armor technique. The next moment, the electric light gathered into a piece of armor, wrapping it layer by layer. Boom! Crack! Even with the protection of the Thunder Armor shield, it is still under the blessing of the Hellbrand. Revos' body was still torn into pieces, revealing the red flesh and bones. Minus 215,769. Roar! Fear flashed in Revos' eyes, and he let out a deafening roar. It swung its tail wildly, emitting a poisonous mist, and then dived into the depths of the swamp. Want to run? Not that easy. Lin Yi smiled contemptuously, and the magic wand in his hand flashed. Stun spell? In just a moment, Revos suddenly stopped. Looking at the 5-second stun halo, Lin Yi already had a plan in mind. He first performed the detoxification technique to dispel the mild poisoning in his body. Then, Lin Yi calmly approached Revos and pointed his wand directly at its huge mouth. Ice Spear technique. The magical energy surged, awakening the dizzy Revos. But in a flash, its pupils were filled with horror, and the Ice Spear suddenly exploded in its mouth. Boom! Minus 127,951. Lin Yi held back. Otherwise, Revos' health points would be reset to 0 at this moment. The time was ripe, and Lin Yi no longer hesitated. Beast Taming Technique. Buzz! The magic wand burst out with soul-stirring power, leaving a mark deep in Revos' soul. Revos struggled desperately, and the intense pain gnawed at its soul. It is extremely difficult for ordinary professionals to use beast taming techniques to tame purple lord monsters. But Lin Yi's skills have reached the maximum level, and his success rate has been greatly improved. As time went on, Revos' struggles gradually weakened, and he lost his ability to resist. At this moment, a hint of resentment appeared in Revos' vertical pupils. But because of the beast mark, it had to surrender. Lin Yi didn't mind. It was difficult to gain loyalty by taming an adult monster like this. It's just a transition anyway. If you don't obey, I'll kill you and get your equipment. After saying that, Lin Yi carefully checked the attributes of Revos. Giant Crocodile Rayworth. Level: LV20 Purple Overlord Monster. Health value: 23571/389252. Skills: Thunder Beam, Thunder Armor, Bloodthirsty Bite. Note: with the bonus of Beast Taming, each attribute is increased by 20%. Lin Yi's expression lit up with joy. The full-level beast taming technique was indeed powerful. Now, each attribute of Revo's has been increased by 20%. Its strength is comparable to some low-level Golden Lord monsters. Although the current health is low, this is not a problem. After all, the Lord monster has strong vitality and amazing recovery speed. In just a short while, its health had recovered to about 40,000. In less than an hour, Revo's will be back to his peak. Good! Lin Yi's eyes were cold, and the corners of his mouth curved up. When the time comes, I'll give the Blood Wolf mercenaries a big gift. The sky gradually darkened, and there was still some time before nightfall. Then, Lin Yi threw himself into the escalated battle. Fire meteorite technique. Lightning technique. Flames and lightning flashed again, and Lin Yi's movements became more agile, like a dancer on the battlefield. 1 hour later, whoosh! A strong white light suddenly burst out from Lin Yi. Level increased to LV19. Upgraded again. Ever since the giant crocodile, Revo's, joined, Lin Yi's upgrade speed has been like riding a rocket. This guy only needs to release his pressure to force the monsters to gather towards Lin Yi. At this time, Jiangfu sent a message. Brother Lin, we have found the whereabouts of the Blood Wolf mercenaries. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. Where are they now? Active on the outer edge of the soul-breaking mountains, near Camp 178. Brother, be careful. If the situation goes wrong, retreat immediately. Jiangfu reminded him again, and then sent the route map. Lin Yi glanced at Revo's beside him and couldn't help laughing in his heart. They're the ones we should be careful of. Set off. Lin Yi locked onto the direction of the camp and rode forward on Revo's. Revo's was incredibly fast, and his 4 sturdy claws left deep marks on the ground. The oppressive feeling it exudes makes ordinary monsters dare not approach it. The road was smooth, and Lin Yi arrived at the outskirts of Camp 178 before nightfall. In order not to reveal his own trump card, he quickly put Revo's into the beast control space and sneaked over alone. Soon a settlement came into view. Lin Yi gazed into the distance, where small gray stone houses were scattered around. These stone houses are free to use and can be occupied as long as they are unoccupied. Many explorers set up stalls in front of the stone house to trade the fruits of the day's hunting. Lin Yi's arrival did not attract much attention. He randomly chose a stone house to rest. According to Jiangfu's information, the Blood Wolf mercenary group would come here to rest every night. It was obviously not a good night to take action. The key was to determine their exact location. The night was deep, and the roar of monsters could be heard occasionally in the wild. Clung, clung. Suddenly, a chaotic sound of footsteps approached from outside the door. Lin Yi perked up and listened attentively. Coming quickly. We've lost another brother. It's so dangerous out in the wild at night. I saw a group of bloody figures rushing in, cursing. They are all very aggressive and are at least black iron professionals, and there are many bronze masters among them. The leading man was tall and powerful, with muscles as hard as rocks. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. Ren Mingshan, giant rock warrior? He looks really impressive, but I don't know if you can block my ice spear technique. A flash of cold light flashed in Lin Yi's eyes, and he immediately shifted his gaze to avoid attracting attention. The Blood Wolf mercenaries were extremely arrogant. Their conversations were frank and full of information. This holy dragon cub is so hard to find. Humph, if it were easy, why would the Gao family offer such a high reward? Fortunately, our boss is capable enough to find the feces of a holy dragon cub. How far can we go before we can catch it? Haha, when the boss becomes a silver professional, our status in Jiangcheng will also rise. These remarks were made without any scruples, and Ren Mingshan had no intention of stopping them. He was in a good mood. After all, after searching for many days, he finally found clues about the holy dragon cub. There are no strong people in this camp. The Blood Wolf mercenary group is considered to be the strongest force here. Spreading this news will not only prevent anyone from spying, but will also enhance their prestige. Oh, Lin Yi grinned. I'm so lucky that you found me, but I'm determined to get this holy dragon cub. After saying that, Lin Yi closed his eyes and prepared for tomorrow's tough battle. As the sun rises, the explorers pack their bags and set off towards their respective goals. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Let's continue yesterday's exploration. Brothers, work harder. Try to find the holy dragon cub today. Then I'll take you to the best club in Jiangxing to play with women. Long live the boss. The members of the Blood Wolf mercenary group were in high spirits, as if they were sure of victory. Lin Yi had a sneer on his face. As early as last night, he cleverly sprinkled tracking powder on one of the team members. As long as the spell is activated, its movements can be tracked. I'll let you guys jump around for a while. Once I find the Holy Dragon Cub, I'll slowly take care of you. After the Blood Wolf mercenaries left, Lin Yi followed them slowly. Chapter 28. Lin Yi takes action and crushes with great force. Ren Mingshan led the Blood Wolf mercenary group and was marching quickly to the edge of the soul-breaking mountains. Soon after, they arrived at the place they explored yesterday. Hong Yang, come here for a moment. As soon as Ren Mingshan finished speaking, a woman in red clothes and short hair came out. Then she put on gloves and picked up the feces of the Holy Dragon Cub, muttering a spell quickly. Buzz! In a flash, a faint trace appeared in the air. Hong Yang's eyes lit up. Over there! Ren Mingshan looked in the direction of her finger and felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Set off! The group moved forward along that track. However, they didn't notice. In the darkness, there was a pair of ghostly, undead eyes, closely watching their whereabouts. This is the Ghost Speed Boots, which come with a reconnaissance skill that allows Lin Yi to share vision with ghosts and undead. Brother, we'll be able to catch the Holy Dragon Cub soon. Su Huai looked around nervously, then forced a flattering look. It looks like your promotion to a silver professional is just around the corner. Ren Mingshan raised his lips slightly and said with relief, This is a rare opportunity for me. There must be no mistakes. Soon after, a huge cave about 30 meters high came into view. Brothers, rest here and get ready. There may be a tough battle waiting for us next. Just when everyone let down their guard, something unexpected happened. Lin Yi took action. He gently waved the magic wand in his hand, and the fire element instantly condensed on it. Although Ren Mingshan reacted quickly, it was too late. Be careful. There are enemies. Ren Mingshan tensed his muscles and immediately raised the shield to protect his head. Fire meteorite technique. Boom! Flaming meteorites poured down like rain, accompanied by screams one after another, and the air was instantly filled with the smell of burning. Minus 57,341. Minus 53,622. Minus 51,673. Minus 49,035. With just one fire meteor spell, the Blood Wolf group lost half of its members. The rest of the people looked to the right and saw a figure in a robe and holding a magic wand standing there quietly. Ren Mingshan frowned and asked angrily, Who are you? When did my Blood Wolf mercenary group ever offend you? Lin Yi did not respond to this. Lightning technique. Violent lightning burst out from the tip of the wand, like a wandering electric snake, whistling towards them. Disperse! Ren Mingshan's body swelled. A gray aura wrapped around him, and he rushed towards Lin Yi. Boom! There was another shocking explosion, and balls of lightning exploded in the crowd. Minus 51,275. Minus 53,904. Minus 49,156. Minus 50,358. Fortunately, they were prepared this time, and the casualties were much smaller than last time. Even so, 2 spell attacks in succession. The Blood Wolf mercenary group still lost more than 30 members. The remaining dozen or so people were also terrified. At this time, everyone woke up as if from a dream and prepared to counterattack. Ren Mingshan brandished his heavy sword and charged forward desperately. As a wizard, Su Huai also began to chant spells. The other members locked their eyes on Lin Yi and also launched a fierce attack. Arrow Rain, Wind Blade, Earth Spike. All kinds of attacks merged into a stream, demonstrating the combat effectiveness of this mercenary group that has been through many battles. If it were an ordinary person, he would have collapsed long ago under such a series of blows. Lin Yi looked at Ren Mingshan charging ahead and sneered, Giant crocodile revos, come out! In an instant, a huge crocodile covered with purple scales appeared, surprising Ren Mingshan and others. Roar! The giant crocodile revos roared and rushed into the battlefield like a chariot, buying time for Lin Yi to cast spells. Lin Yi tapped his wand lightly, and light burst out from his body. Levitation! Light shield! After casting the spell, Lin Yi suddenly floated in the air. All long-range attacks were blocked, and the shield of light was unbreakable. Witnessing this scene, Ren Mingshan was shocked. This guy doesn't seem to be a silver professional, but why is he so powerful? Lin Yi flew quickly in the air, avoiding a series of magical attacks. It looks like we have to deal with that mage first. Otherwise, the situation will only become more unfavorable to me. After thinking about this, Lin Yi suddenly pointed the magic wand in his hand at Su Huai. Hell's brand! Su Huai hastily cast a shield, but found that the mark penetrated the shield and was imprinted on his body. At this moment, Su Huai was filled with fear. Is this a damage-enhancing skill? Ice spear technique. The next moment, a huge ice spear took shape instantly, causing everyone to gasp. The mages were all surprised. Could this be the ice spear technique that I also know? Brother, save me! Su Huai's eyes were full of fear. The raised shield did not give him any sense of security. Ren Mingshan clenched his teeth, his muscles suddenly expanded, and he rushed to Su Huai's side. Rock shield. Once Su Huai dies, they will have no chance of winning. Puff! Ren Mingshan couldn't believe that the seemingly ordinary ice spear could easily penetrate his muscles. A horrible bloody hole appeared on the left chest, and the flesh and blood were frozen into crystals. Minus 51,732. His health points were instantly halved, and Ren Mingshan flew backwards dozens of meters like a kite with a broken string. Revos sensed Lin Yi's will and immediately pounced on Ren Mingshan. The fierce fight between humans and animals made the earth tremble. Everyone was shocked to see the captain in such an embarrassed state. Now no one can stop you. Lin Yi waved his magic wand, and a dark light suddenly burst out. Bone spur technique. Call out. As Su Huai's spell took shape, a thick yellow earth shield appeared in front of him, and the bone spear passed through. Bang! The yellow earth shield was pierced instantly, and then the next layer of magic shield also penetrated through. Minus 93,172. In an instant, Su Huai's body was pierced through, and the powerful force blew him into several pieces. The internal organs were scattered all over the ground, and all signs of life were gone. Seeing this scene, everyone present had fear in their eyes. Meanwhile, their leader was currently fighting with Revos. For the first time, the members of the Blood Wolf mercenary group had the idea of escaping. However, how could Lin Yi allow it? No one can escape. We must root them out. Fire meteorite technique. Flame meteorites once again covered the earth, with a diameter of about 50 meters. Even though they scattered and dodged, many mercenaries still screamed and fell to the ground. Minus 61,835. Minus 63,972. Lightning technique. Violent balls of lightning followed one after another and swept across again. These black iron professionals were simply vulnerable in front of Lin Yi and were killed instantly. There are many people with special professions among them, but in the face of absolute strength, everything seems pale and powerless. After 2 rounds of spell storms, the entire area returned to peace. All that was left was the roar of Ren Mingshan and the roar of Revos in the distance. The air was filled with the smell of burning fire and lightning, crackling. The rest of the mercenary group members have all fallen in a pool of blood, and no one survived. However, Lin Yi did not relax at all because of this. Eye of the Abyss, activate. Black flames rose from his eyes, revealing everything that was hidden. Feeling a burst of cold light coming, the 2 assassins panicked and tried to escape separately. Lin Yi's eyes were full of teasing, and he shouted in a deep voice, Ice arrow technique. The spell is almost instantaneous, and although it is a basic skill, its power is still amazing when it reaches the maximum level. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, 2 ice arrows ended their lives. At this point, the Blood Wolf mercenary group was completely destroyed except for its leader, Ren Mingshan. Lin Yi fought alone against many enemies, even in a crushing manner, destroying everyone. Lin Yi looked at Ren Mingshan. You are the only one left. Just kill him. Lin Yi will be able to reap another staggering fortune. Chapter 29. Huge Harvest found the Holy Dragon Cub. At this moment, Ren Mingshan's eyes were full of shock. In just a few moments, his Blood Wolf mercenary group was completely destroyed. This efficiency is even faster than slaughtering chickens. Gulp! Ren Mingshan swallowed subconsciously and hurriedly distanced himself from Lin Yi, his voice trembling slightly. Who the hell are you? Lin Yi stared at him quietly, his tone indifferent. Who did you offend? Just guess it yourself. Talking nonsense is a sign of stupidity. Hearing this, a hint of madness gradually appeared in Ren Mingshan's eyes. If you want to take my life, you will have to pay the price. Before he finished speaking, he pulled out a bottle of bright red potion containing boiling bubbles. This is the Rage Potion. It can instantly increase strength by 20%, but at the cost of 2 weeks of weakness. As the medicine entered his mouth, Ren Mingshan's gray-brown muscles instantly turned blood red. The originally strong body swelled up like a mountain. Go to hell? Ren Mingshan brandished his sword and turned into a gust of wind, rushing towards Lin Yi. Seeing this, Lin Yi curled his lips into a sneer. Although Ren Mingshan is strong now, he has already taken it into account. Roar! Rivos received Lin Yi's order, and beams of lightning gushed out from his huge mouth. Suddenly, it collided violently with Ren Mingshan's sword. Delay spell. A grayish-white light flashed, and Ren Mingshan's movements slowed down instantly, and his attack speed and movement speed dropped sharply. Bang! Rivos slapped Ren Mingshan with his palm, who was unable to dodge and was knocked flying backwards. Minus 16,321. Rivos waved his limbs and flew into the air again. Bone Spur Technique. Before Ren Mingshan could raise his sword, the bone spear suddenly struck him and knocked it out of his hand. Then the bone spear continued to penetrate his armor and tear his muscles. The accompanying strong corrosion caused half of Ren Mingshan's body to turn pitch black. Minus 47,231. At this moment, Ren Mingshan was seriously injured and dying. There was no mercy in Lin Yi's eyes, and the light of his wand shone again. Ice Arrow Technique. Call out. The seriously injured Ren Mingshan's eyes were full of fear, and he struggled to hide. However, the effect of the delay spell, coupled with the corrosive pain, almost made him unable to move. The ice crystal arrow continued to grow larger in the field of vision until it blocked out all light. With a puff! Then, the ice crystal arrow accurately pierced through the eyeball and exited from the head, leaving a few blood stains. Ren Mingshan's body was convulsing, and the giant crocodile Rivos took advantage of the situation to pounce on him, breaking him into 2 pieces, killing him instantly. Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. From then on, Jiangqing was no longer threatened by blood wolves. He also doesn't need to worry about revenge from the blood wolf mercenaries. With my current strength, it should be more than enough to deal with those low-level silver professionals. Now, Lin Yi has a clearer understanding of his abilities. It is incredible that such achievements have been made in just a few days, and his professional journey has just begun. Whoosh! In the mountains and forests, the embers left over from the battle ignited a fire. The fire spread rapidly, as if it would spread across the entire prairie. But Lin Yi was not worried, because nature's reign would soon extinguish all of this. Soon life will come back to this place. At the moment, he has important things to do. That is to count the spoils. Lin Yi could hardly imagine what a huge fortune the equipment of 50 or 60 professionals would be. Even though there was some damage during the battle, the overall value is still amazing. I really made a fortune this time. Lin Yi did not hesitate and began to search for the bodies one by one. At this time, Rivos came into play and swung his huge crocodile tail. The equipment was neatly piled up, saving Lin Yi the time of searching everywhere. As Lin Yi saw the spoils one by one, his eyes sparkled. The harvest was beyond imagination. First of all, there are black iron equipment, nearly 100 pieces, worth at least 50 million. Next is the bronze equipment, a total of 23 pieces. Although most of them are of low quality, the total amount is over 60 million. What made Lin Yi most happy were undoubtedly the 2 pieces of silver equipment. One of them was the big sword in Ren Mingshan's hand. Green Flame, Great Sword. Grade, Silver. Attributes, Strength plus 600, Ignore Defense plus 350, and comes with the skill Violent Charge. The other piece is the armor worn by Ren Mingshan. Light and Shadow Armor. Grade, Silver. Attributes, Physical Strength plus 650, Defense plus 400, with the skill Guardian Shield, which can resist 30% of damage. This guy really monopolized all the good equipment. The rest of the people combined don't even have one decent piece of equipment. However, Lin Yi was still quite satisfied, as these equipment alone were worth 2 or 300 million. In addition to the equipment, a skill book and a treasure also made Lin Yi excited. Hymn of the Wind Elves. Lin Yi's eyes lit up and he learned it without hesitation. automatically reaching the maximum level in an instant. Ode to the Wind Spirit, Black Iron passive skill. After learning, you will be blessed by the Wind Spirit, and the power of wind spells will be increased by 40%. That's amazing. Lin couldn't help but admire. It seems that I need to learn more wind magic in the future. Another treasure is a green pendant in the shape of a teardrop. Elf's Tears. Grade. Special. Attributes. After wearing it, the speed of comprehension of wind skills increases by 10%. Note, this item is made of the tears of the wind elves. Wearing it may cause the wind elves to be disgusted. It can actually speed up the learning of skills. This thing is an extremely precious treasure, truly priceless. Although, it is of little use to him at the moment. But for those big family members, this is a huge treasure. If you really sell it, you can easily make tens of millions. Suddenly, a look of doubt flashed across Lin Yi's face. Could it be that Ren Mingshan killed a certain wind elf? If that's true, there might be a settlement of wind elves hidden around the soul-breaking mountains. Lin Yi remembered that he could use the wind elf card he had obtained before to exchange for moon water from the elves. Thinking of this, Lin Yi carefully put away the tears of the elf. This treasure will be an excellent breakthrough. After taking stock of all his gains, Lin Yi stretched his body. Next, it's time to look for the Holy Dragon Cub. After saying that, Lin Yi glanced at the giant crocodile Revos, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. If it weren't for the beast-taming mark suppressing him at all times, this guy would have counterattacked long ago. If the soul is severely damaged that day, it is very likely to backfire. But the cubs are different. Because the monster cubs are mentally immature, they are more easily influenced by the beast-tamer mark and eventually become completely loyal. Call! A cluster of flames ignited at Lin Yi's fingertips, instantly illuminating the dim cave. Levos walked in front to lead the way, and Lin Yi followed closely behind. The ghost reconnaissance skill was activated again, and a shadowy ghost appeared in the air. Although it has no combat capability, it is an indispensable helper in detective missions. Lin Yi's footsteps would occasionally kick up scattered gravel, which would collide with a rock wall and make crisp sounds. Roar! Suddenly, there were bursts of angry roars coming from the front. Holy Dragon Cup! Lin Yi's eyes lit up. A speed aura enveloped his entire body, and he quickly explored forward. Soon, a figure appeared in Lin Yi's sight. The depths of the cave are shining brightly. The Holy Dragon Cub prefers to collect ores, and the surroundings are filled with various shining minerals. Bang! There was a dull thud, and Revos was already engaging it in close combat. Lin Yi took a closer look and found that although the Holy Dragon was not yet an adult, it was only slightly smaller than Revos and was about 15 meters long. Light golden scales cover its entire body, sparkling in the light of colorful minerals, and its sharp claws shine coldly. Although its level is lower than that of Revos, this Holy Dragon Cub has the upper hand. At this time, there were several bloody wounds on Revos' body, and blood was dripping. Lin Yi was amazed, his eyes full of admiration. Holy Dragon Cup. Level. LV-15 Overlord Monster. Gold. Health value. 561,793. Skills. Holy Dragon Breath. Tumbling Impact. Ground Spike Assault. Claw Tearing. This property is good. It will definitely be a powerful helper in the future. Chapter 30. Subdue the Holy Dragon Cub and discover gold ore. Witnessing the fierce fight between the two beasts, Lin Yi wanted to cast magic to quickly end the battle. However, after some thought, Lin Yi chose to watch, and the reason was self-evident. One reason is to reduce the hostility of the Holy Dragon Cub towards him, so as to make it easier to tame it later. Secondly, he took the opportunity to seriously injure the giant crocodile Revos, and then he killed it in one fell swoop. After all, Lin Yi's beast-taming technique can only bind one pet. If the contract with Revos is terminated later, there is no guarantee that it will not bite back. At this time, Revos was covered with wounds, and purple scales were scattered all over the ground. Despite this, the Holy Dragon Cub did not gain an absolute advantage, and Revos still resisted stubbornly. However, this is exactly the situation that Lin Yi expected. The battle intensified, and there was a sense of earthquake in the cave, with huge rocks falling one after another. Fortunately, the Holy Dragon Cub's nest was extremely strong, otherwise it would have collapsed long ago. Roar! With another desperate roar, Revos's tail was torn off. The holy dragon cub had a ferocious look in its eyes and swallowed the severed tail in one gulp. It itself was also covered with scars, with burn marks all over its body and its light golden scales curled up. The time has come. Lin Yi's eyes flashed, and he immediately terminated the contract with Revos. Ice spear technique. Revos was stunned and had no time to feel happy. The familiar feeling of coldness made it tremble, and fear quickly spread in its eyes. Call out! The next moment, the ice spear instantly pierced through Revos's head and nailed him firmly to the ground. Minus 87,935. The damage value appeared immediately, and Revos's health points were instantly reduced to 0. There was a flash of light, and several pieces of equipment were scattered, some of which were shining with silver light. Lin Yi showed joy on his face, but did not pick it up immediately. At this moment, the holy dragon cub seemed a little confused. They were resting peacefully in the cave, but unexpectedly a monster broke into their territory. After a desperate fight with the invader, a human suddenly appeared and took care of him, which made its pupils less alert. Lin Yi looked at the holy dragon cub and grinned. Come with me. I will help you become the Dragon King in the future. How about it? Without waiting for its response, Lin Yi lightly tapped the wand in his hand. A circle of pale, white halo quickly formed, covering the holy dragon cub. Stun spell? The holy dragon cub was in a dizzy state, but the halo above its head was only displayed for 3 seconds, which surprised Lin Yi. As expected of the holy dragon bloodline, it has amazing resistance to this type of technology. But the stronger the holy dragon cub became, the more excited he became. Beast taming technique. Waves of energy were released from the tip of the magic wand, instantly enveloping the holy dragon cub. It recovered from the dizziness and began to struggle. The huge claws scratched a deep groove on the ground. Soon after, the holy dragon cub stopped resisting. When it opened its eyes again, there was a hint of gentleness in its pupils. This is completely different from the resentment that Rayworth had before. No wonder the Gao family prefers to capture young monsters. They are indeed easier to control. Unfortunately, I have already gotten to this holy dragon cub. Lin Yi was satisfied and reached out to touch the head of the holy dragon cub. Go eat it. Holy dragon cubs need to devour the flesh and blood of powerful creatures, supplemented by various precious resources, in order to continue to grow. Lin Yi put away the fangs of Revos, and the holy dragon cub began to feast on it. This fang is more precious than the thunder crocodile monsters. It can be considered as an overfulfillment of the promise made to Kong Yuan. Huff huff. Not long after, the holy dragon cub devoured Revos completely. Lin Yi was amazed again and again. This appetite was truly amazing. Swish! Suddenly, a strong golden light burst out on the body of the holy dragon cub. The holy dragon cub's level has been raised to LV-16. It was upgraded directly. Apparently, this giant crocodile, Rayworth, is an excellent tonic. The wounds of the holy dragon cub were gradually healing, and its body grew by more than 1 meter. Lin Yi couldn't hold back his curiosity and immediately opened the attribute panel of the holy dragon cub. Holy dragon cub, level, LV-16, Overlord monster, gold. Health value, 675,173. Skills, holy dragon breath, tumbling impact, ground spike assault, claw tearing. After being promoted to level 16, the attributes of the holy dragon cub increased in all aspects. Adding the beast taming technique, the 20% attribute bonus it provides is simply astounding. Roar! The holy dragon felt the surging power in his body and couldn't help but let out a low roar. Lin Yi raised a smile and waved his hand to put it into the beast taming space. This is a powerful boost. In future trials and assessments, I will surely amaze everyone. Lin Yi took a deep breath and began to count the equipment dropped by Revos. 1 piece of silver, 3 pieces of bronze, and 2 pieces of black iron. A great harvest. Crocodile tooth wristband. Grade, silver. Attributes. HP plus 1,200. Additional passive skill Thunder Shield. Resists 1 skill damage. It has its own defensive skills, which is quite useful. Lin Yi nodded with satisfaction and put it on immediately. 1 step closer to the goal of having full-body silver equipment. The other 3 pieces of bronze equipment also have their own characteristics. Although it is not exclusively used by mages, it can still be sold for a good price in the market. Tourist hood. Grade bronze. Attributes: agility plus 60, ignore defense plus 40. Room boots. Grade bronze. Attributes: agility plus 80, movement speed plus 5. Black ghost windbreaker. Grade bronze. Attributes: strength plus 40, backstab skill level plus 1. This black windbreaker is simply a magic weapon for the assassin profession. Equipment that can improve skill levels is extremely rare. Once it appears, it is enough to double the value of the equipment. Lin was extremely excited and stuffed all the equipment into the space pendant. This trip to the soul-breaking mountains was extremely rewarding. Not only did they successfully destroy the Blood Wolf mercenary group, they also obtained a large amount of equipment and successfully captured the Holy Dragon Cub. What's more, he unexpectedly got the clue about the Wind Spirit. After the trial is over, he will be able to start searching. Just as Lin was about to leave, the little holy dragon in the beast-taming space suddenly became restless. It turns out that those inconspicuous minerals deep in the cave actually hold mysteries. Lin took a closer look and was immediately delighted. Among a pile of ordinary stones, there are actually several rare minerals hidden, including 2 pieces of glittering gold ore and 5 or 6 pieces of silver ore. Lava purple gold. Gray gold. Attributes: a precious ore that contains powerful fire elemental power. Emperor's mithril. Gray gold. Attributes: can effectively suppress mana patterns and enhance output. Gravity crystallization, black sandstone. All kinds of rare minerals made Lin smile from ear to ear. Without saying a word, he packed up all the ore and took it away. When we return to Wulong Town, we can reforge the bronze equipment and upgrade them all to silver equipment. At this moment, the cave was empty, with only weeds and rubble. Lin walked out of the cave with a smile, a halo of speed surrounding him, and rushed towards the town of Wulong. Soon after, a group of explorers were attracted by the fire and strong smell of blood outside the cave. "Captain, look over there!" In the team, a sharp-eyed archer suddenly exclaimed. Everyone looked in the direction indicated, and saw that the place looked as if it had been ravaged by wild beasts, with broken limbs everywhere and a mess. They are from the Blood Wolf mercenary group. That one seems to be Ren Mingshan. Who is it? How could he be so capable as to completely wipe out the entire Blood Wolf mercenary group? Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Judging from the traces at the scene, the person who did it should be a powerful wizard. Shan, use your shadowing skills to take a closer look at the situation. Following the captain's order, a girl in a white robe stepped forward and began to chant a spell. Swish! Invisible ripples spread, forming a distorted picture in the sky. I saw a black-robed wizard holding a magic wand, fighting fiercely with the Blood Wolf mercenaries. Who is this person? Chapter 31. Who is the Shadow Demon Lord? Upgrade your equipment. Although the picture is a little blurry, it still cannot conceal the powerful aura of the wizard. This is just a low-level projection technique that can only capture the general outline. Even so, everyone was shocked. In particular, several female professionals showed a hint of admiration in their eyes. This gentleman has eliminated a great threat to Jiangcheng by destroying the Blood Wolf mercenary group. Please spread the news quickly. How about we call him Shadow Demon Lord for now? For a time, the name of Shadow Demon Lord quickly circulated in the mercenary circle of Jiangcheng. Although the Blood Wolf mercenary group is not a top force, it is also well known in the industry. Its sudden destruction made everyone curious about the true identity of the Shadow Demon Lord. The footage of Lin fighting was also made into a projection crystal, which unexpectedly became a hot-selling product. His superb spell manipulation skills have fascinated countless mages. Many new professionals even regard the Shadow Demon Lord as their idol. After all, the Blood Wolf mercenary group has committed many evil deeds, and anyone with a sense of justice hopes that it will disappear as soon as possible. People outside speculated that he was at least a silver professional. Even, it could be a golden professional. At this moment, Lin was riding on the Holy Dragon Cub and galloping across the wasteland. As soon as he stepped into Wulong Town, he felt the strange looks from people around him. TSK. Here comes another one pretending to be the Shadow Demon Lord. I've met several of them. This guy's outfit is pretty normal. The one before. Lin listened to these discussions with confusion on his face. Shadow Demon Lord? What on earth is this talking about? He never thought that his deeds of destroying the Blood Wolf mercenary group had spread throughout the entire Wulong town. At first, some people tried to imitate the Shadow Demon Lord and put on similar black cloaks. Subsequently, more and more admirers began to imitate this dress. But this also helped Lin Yi to hide his true identity. Lin Yi shook his head, without any further hesitation, and went straight to Wanbao Pavilion. As soon as I entered the door, Jiang Fu came up to me with a smile on his face. Haha! After walking into the private room, Jiang Fu finally couldn't help laughing. Welcome to the Shadow Demon Lord. You are now a celebrity in Wulong Town. Soon, it will become the focus of Jiangqing's attention. Jiang Fu's eyes were full of admiration, even a hint of awe, and he looked at Lin Yi as if he were a rare treasure. He firmly believed that Lin Yi would become an extraordinary and powerful person in the future. This small Jiangqing city definitely cannot accommodate him. Lin Yi frowned slightly and asked in confusion, Brother Jiang, what is going on? Jiang Fu smiled and did not answer immediately. Instead, he took out a projection crystal and explained to Lin Yi bit by bit. After hearing this, Lin Yi was completely stunned. He eliminated the Blood Wolf mercenaries by himself and earned the nickname Shadow Demon Lord? And there are people who follow the trend and imitate my outfit? Lin Yi was surprised at first. Then he laughed at himself. I just took revenge. It's not that exaggerated. By the way, I gained a lot this time. I wonder if you can digest it? Before he finished speaking, Lin Yi poured all the equipment in the space pendant onto the table. Crash! In the blink of an eye, the equipment was piled up into a small mountain. Seeing this, Jiang Fu was completely dumbfounded, and his jaw almost dropped to the ground. Even though he had anticipated this, he believed that Lin Yi would gain a lot from this trip. But when you really face it, there are mountains of equipment. It still left him in a brief state of surprise. The colorful lights shined together, extremely dazzling. For Jiang Fu, receiving so much equipment at one time was definitely the first time. A rough estimate puts the total value at over 100 million. Suddenly, Jiang Fu's breathing began to become rapid. These days, he has been frequently praised by his superiors for his outstanding performance. Once this deal is completed, the transfer to Jiangqing is almost a foregone conclusion. At this moment, Jiang Fu looked at Lin Yi with eyes full of gratitude. Lin Yi smiled and said jokingly, Brother, why are you staring at me? Hurry up and start counting. Yeah, okay. Jiang Fu responded quickly and plunged into the tedious inventory work. As time passed, he raised his head and reported to Lin Yi, Little brother, I've counted a total of 108 pieces of black iron equipment, 25 pieces of bronze equipment, and some monster materials of different levels. Well, let's say you're worth 150 million. Lin Yi's eyes flashed. This was even richer than he expected. Jiang Fu continued. As for the two silver equipment, the green flame, great sword, and the light and shadow armor. According to convention, you can exchange it for equipment or treasures that suit you. What do you think? Can? Lin Yi nodded and agreed. Brother, please help me find a suitable bronze skill book and level 21 equipment. I'll come get it next time. There are only about 3 days left until the novice professional trial. Lin Yi believed that he would be able to be promoted to a bronze professional before that. Therefore, it is essential to prepare in advance the skills required later. According to Lin Yi's speculation, even this trial competition is different from previous ones. Those children of big families could not surpass him even if they tried their best. In previous competitions, Jiangqing's top professional talent had only just reached the black iron level at best. Even if they invest resources crazily now, by the time the trial competition begins, they can only reach level 14 or 15 at best. Even those with special professions have to admit defeat. After hearing Lin Yi's words, Jiang Fu's eyes were full of shock. It's only been a few days and Lin Yi is about to break through again. Jiang Fu was secretly amazed in his heart and became even more respectful. Don't worry, brother. I will definitely do everything for you. Lin Yi smiled and nodded. Although he and Jiang Fu were not close friends, he was very satisfied with the other party's ability to do things. Jiang Fu played an indispensable role in my rapid growth. The two chatted for a few more words, and then Lin Yi went straight to the Jade Villa. Hey, why are you here? Kong Yuan was working as a blacksmith in the backyard. He was a little surprised to see Lin Yi coming to visit him suddenly. Has he completed his mission? The Thunder Crocodile monster is hiding deep in the Thunder Ruins. How can it be dealt with in a day or two? However, the next moment, Kong Yuan's eyes suddenly widened, and he almost drooled. In Lin Yi's hand, purple fangs were neatly arranged, surrounded by the power of thunder and lightning. Oh my god, this is actually the Fang of Levos. It's worth more than 10 times that of the thunder crocodile monster. Kong Yuan threw down the hammer, hurriedly walked to Lin Yi, and carefully took the Fang. Seeing this, Lin Yi smiled and said, Master Kong, I found the Fang for you. How about upgrading some of my equipment now? I brought the materials myself. No problem. Kong Yuan was already immersed in excitement and readily agreed. Don't even mention upgrading a few pieces. Even building a few pieces is fine. Lin Yi smiled and waved his hand. That's not necessary. As he spoke, he poured out a pile of materials. When Kong Yuan saw this scene, his excitement turned into dullness in an instant. Lava purple gold, earth emperor mithril, gravity crystal, black sandstone. Boy, did you empty out the lair of some monster lord? The ore he secretly stored might not be as much as what Lin Yi took out. At this time, Kong Yuan felt a little regretful that he had spoken too confidently just now. With so much, or if we charge a handling fee, we can make a lot of money. But the words have been spoken and cannot be taken back. Kong Yuan pretended to be angry and said, You kid, you are setting a trap for me. Lin Yi chuckled, then took off the few remaining bronze equipment on his body. These are the 5 items. Thank you, Master Kong. Kong Yuan was straightforward. He took the equipment and examined it carefully, with surprise flashing in his eyes. Oh my goodness, they are all bronze equipment. This guy is such a rich guy. Your ores are of extremely high quality. Not only can they upgrade these 5 pieces of equipment to silver level. If I still have silver equipment, maybe I can try to advance to gold. A look of surprise flashed in Lin Yi's eyes, and he immediately took off his netherworld robe. Thank you, Master Kong. Kong Yuan waved his hand and said, I will do my best. After saying that, he hurried to the backyard carrying his equipment and ore. Lin Yi knew that forging this batch of equipment would not be completed in a short time. So he sat down in the room and closed his eyes to rest. Soon, there were bursts of knocking sounds coming from the backyard. Time passed quietly, and the backyard flashed with silver luster from time to time. As the last golden light flashed, Kong Yuan's loud voice rang out. You are so lucky. All 6 pieces of equipment have been upgraded successfully. Zhang Fu strode forward. The aura of the equipment in his hand became much more powerful. Lin Yi opened his eyes, took the equipment, and checked its properties one by one. Chapter 32. Forging Equipment. Advancing to Bronze Professional. Netherworld Robe. Gray Gold. Attributes. Spirit plus 200. Magic resistance plus 300. Fire spell power increased by 20%, with the additional skill of levitation, which allows the caster to float in the air, with an upper limit of no more than 50 meters. The robe at this moment is completely different from what it was before. The originally plain black clothes were now interwoven with golden and red patterns. The most important thing is that due to the fusion of lava purple gold, a 20% bonus on fire spells is added. Lin Yi couldn't wait to put on the new version of the Netherworld robe, which made his aura even more fierce. He checked the other equipment one by one, and they were all upgraded from bronze to silver. Speedy gloves. Grade, silver. Attributes. Spirit plus 20, casting speed increased by 20%. Quick cooling waistband. Grade, silver. Attribute. Skill cooldown time shortened by 30%. Bone ring. Grade, bronze. Attributes. Spirit plus 120, magic points plus 1,000. Mana drain ring. Grade, silver. Attributes. Mana plus 1,500 with 0.3% mana absorption effect. After the promotion, not only the level of all equipment will be upgraded, but the attributes will also increase exponentially. Now, one ordinary fireball from him could cause 40,000 to 50,000 damages. The strongest ice spear technique can reach 150,000. Lin Yi was secretly delighted and dressed himself up one by one. Thank you, Master Kong. Kong Yuan waved his hand gently, unable to hide a hint of envy in his eyes. If you get any good things in the future, don't forget me, your brother. If I can create platinum equipment, I might have a chance to be promoted to a platinum forger. He has been stuck at the gold bottleneck for a long time and is eager to upgrade his level. Don't worry, I will never forget you. Lin Yi knew very well what it meant to make friends with a platinum blacksmith, and he secretly kept this in mind. After a simple farewell, he turned and left without staying for long. Kong Yuan watched Lin Yi's back, his netherworld robe swaying in the wind, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This kid is actually a loyal follower of the Shadow Demon Lord? But in a flash, Kong Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Could he be the Shadow Demon Lord? Hiss! Remember, he said he just awakened not long ago. Kong Yuan took a deep breath. This discovery shocked him. It seems that in this novice professional trial competition, the four major families may no longer be able to dominate. Gao Jiping wants to take the lead? I think he is overthinking it. As the son-in-law of the Gao family, Kong Yuan was once neglected because of his low status. It was not until he was promoted to the rank of Golden Blacksmith that he was recalled, but he resolutely refused. Therefore, he was also happy to see the Gao family fall. On the other side, Linny fell into a deep sleep after returning to the hotel. Within one day, track down the Blood Wolf mercenaries and experience a life-and-death battle. Then go to Wanbao Pavilion to process the spoils and finally upgrade the equipment. Even with his amazing physical fitness, Linny couldn't help feeling a little tired. The next day, early morning, Linny packed up simply and went directly to the Thunder Ruins to level up. Now, with the addition of the Holy Dragon Cub, his upgrade speed is even faster. Although the experience points provided by a single monster gradually decrease as the level increases, the overall efficiency increases instead of decreasing. The little Holy Dragon was not idle either. It devoured a large amount of the flesh and blood of the Thunder Crocodile, and its body became increasingly powerful. Fire Meteorite Technique. Lightning Technique. Two large-scale attack skills were used alternately by Lin Yi, reaping the lives of the monsters. The information in the log column keeps refreshing like crazy. Kill the level 20 Thunder Crocodile and gain 197 experience points. Kill the level 20 Razor and gain 156 experience points. Kill a level 20 Giant Mosquito and gain 173 experience points. Suddenly, a dazzling white light burst out from Lin Yi's body. Level increased to LV20. Haha! Lin Yi couldn't hide the smile on his face. Finally upgraded. Next, he only needs to accumulate another 120,000 experience points to be promoted to a bronze professional. The goal is within reach. Lin Yi is full of fighting spirit, so he continued to fight. In the past 2 days, the number of monsters in the Thunder Ruins has decreased dramatically, as if it had experienced a catastrophe. Rumor has it that there is a very powerful wizard here who uses low-level monsters as punching bags. The other explorers were so frightened that they took detours, for fear of accidentally angering this powerful man. When Lin Yi heard the rumor, he felt both amused and annoyed. I'm just leveling up quietly. Is it really that stressful? Time passed quickly, and Lin Yi's progress was surprisingly smooth. During this time, Lin Yi also had a brief conversation with his good friend Wang Dong via mobile phone and learned that the other party had also reached level 5. As the day of the trial competition approaches, all kinds of rumors are flying around. It is said that this trial tower will connect other cities. Not only that, the winner will have the opportunity to represent China and compete against the elites of the other 4 countries. There are also rumors that the City Lord's Mansion and the 4 major families have prepared platinum treasures as rewards for the first place in the Jiangxing trial competition. In fact, it may be far more than that. The official will reveal the answer at the last moment, and everything will be exciting. Everyone is eager to show themselves and burst out with unprecedented enthusiasm for leveling up. This makes the levels of this batch of awakened professionals generally higher than those of previous ones. Upon hearing the news, Lin Yi smiled. Although he was not clear about the specific form of the trial, he was not afraid. Fire Meteorite Technique. Thanks to the Ghost Robe, which provides a 20% fire attribute spell boost, Lin Yi's Fire Meteorite Technique is even more amazing. Kill the level 20 Thunder Crocodile and gain 127 experience points. Kill the level 20 Razor and gain 131 experience points. The current experience has reached the upper limit, and the excess experience will be transferred to the experience storage pool with an upper limit of 240,000. Seeing this prompt, Lin Yi's heart was filled with emotion. I've been almost numb from killing monsters these past 2 days. Fortunately, I have the little Holy Dragon to help pull monsters, otherwise I would have collapsed. Now, Lin Yi can finally start preparing to be promoted to a bronze professional. Most of his classmates are still hovering at level 3 or 4. Even the outstanding talents from the 4 major families or top universities have only recently become black iron professionals, but he is about to move towards bronze. The gap is more than 10 times. Then, Lin Yi took out the bronze promotion orb and absorbed the energy in it without hesitation. Buzz! Suddenly, an unprecedented power surged in his body. Successfully promoted to bronze professional. Level increased to LV21. New skills unlocked. Whirlwind Slash, Purple Flame Meteorite, Sky Shield. I'm a bronze professional now. Lin Yi's eyes lit up and he eagerly checked his attribute panel. Occupation Age. Level LV21 0/300 000. Attributes: Strength 1200, Spirit 3500, Physical Strength 1300, Agility 1250. Health 24,000. Magic Value 36,000. After being promoted to bronze, Lin Yi's various attributes achieved a qualitative leap. Great! 3 more skills have been unlocked. Let me see what the special effects are. Chapter 33. Learn 7 skills and finally return home. After Lin Yi was promoted to a bronze professional, 3 bronze skills were automatically unlocked. Whirlwind Slash, Purple Flame Meteorite, Sky Shield. Thanks to their talents, they have already reached the maximum level LV30. Generally speaking, the more advanced the skill, the more powerful it is. Even if it is level 1, it is far superior to lower-level skills. Whirlwind Slash. Guide the natural wind to form a rotating blade, launching a fatal blow to the enemy. Cooldown time is 2 seconds. With Lin Yi's current spiritual attribute of 3,500, one attack can cause more than 300,000 damages. Just 2 or 3 whirlwind strikes are enough to kill the little holy dragon. Moreover, with the bonus of the Hymn of the Wind Elves, the power of wind spells can be increased by 40%. Lin Yi took a breath and realized that he was becoming more and more powerful. Although as the level increases, both professionals and monsters will have various defense and shield skills. It's unlikely that all attacks will deal naked damage, but this is still incredibly powerful. The Purple Flame Fire Meteorite is an evolved version of the Fire Meteorite technique. Purple Flame Meteorite summons a meteorite fire rain within a radius of 120 meters around the target, with a cooldown of 2 seconds. Both in terms of coverage and damage, it far exceeds the former. If you are an enemy, gather more closely. With one strike, hundreds of lives can be easily taken. As for the Sky Shield, it is also indestructible. Sky Shield. Summon light elements to build a solid magic shield. Cooling time is 2 seconds. This shield is enough to withstand more than 600,000 damages. Even if hundreds of people join forces, it would be difficult to break through the opponent of the same level. Lin Yi's survivability skyrocketed. The casting and cooldown times of these 3 skills are even shorter than the previous skills. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he discovered this secret. His max-level talent was already extremely powerful in the early days. As the level increases, it becomes even more abnormal. Oh, and there are also the Wings of Hell. Lin Yi's eyes lit up as he recalled the skill book he had obtained after killing the Netherworld monster. This is a rare flying skill and is extremely valuable. Since I am at the bronze level, I have not studied it. Now is the time. He took out his treasured skill book and clasped his hands together. A mark suddenly emerged and merged into Lin Yi's mind. The talent is automatically activated and the Wings of Hell are at maximum level. Wings of Hell. Summon demon wings to soar into the sky, with a maximum flight altitude of 3,000 meters and a flight speed increase of 10 times, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Lin Yi couldn't hide his excitement. This is too powerful. This maximum level Wings of Hell far surpasses the floating magic that comes with the Hell Robe. Lin Yi couldn't wait to try it. The energy on the black magic wand surged, and the spell was completed in an instant. Wow! A pair of 5-meter-wide wingspans opened instantly, as if growing naturally from behind Lin Yi, with extraordinary momentum. Whoosh! He flapped his wings and flew out at an astonishing speed, leaving only a trail of afterimages behind him. Cool! Lin Yi soared into the sky and instantly rose to a height of 1,000 meters. His floating technique was many times stronger than his previous one. Although these wings of the underworld are only of bronze grade, they are extremely precious. If the value is estimated in Chinese currency, it might be at least 100 million, or even higher. Immediately, Lin Yi rushed towards Wulong Town. I hope the skill book that Brother Jiang found for me will be more powerful. As they approached Wulong Town, Lin Yi put away the wings of the underworld in advance. In this type of safe zone, the use of skills is prohibited. Lin Yi looked around and couldn't help but smile bitterly. On the roadside, among every dozen or so mages, there is a shadow demon lord. There are all kinds of black cloaks which are dizzying to look at. In just 2 days, the entire Jiangxing was talking about the deeds of the shadow demon lord. As a result, the craze for the shadow demon lord not only did not diminish, but became even more fanatical. A large number of explorers began to follow suit, especially among the newly awakened professionals in Jiangxing. Among every 3 mages, one is a worshipper of Shadow Demon Lord. Some people have repeatedly studied the crystal image of the battle that day. It is speculated that the Shadow Demon Lord is not very old, perhaps only 18 or 19 years old. But this statement was quickly refuted by the majority. How could the Shadow Demon Lord be just a teenager when he is considered to be as powerful as a high-level silver professional? After learning about this, Lin Yi shook his head and sighed. Can you see this? With all kinds of thoughts in mind, Lin Yi once again stepped into the door of Wanbao Pavilion. The moment the bunny girl saw Lin Yi, a strange light flashed in her eyes. She was almost close to Lin Yi, exuding an enthusiasm that was difficult to conceal. After just a few visits, Lin Yi had become the most distinguished guest of Wanbao Pavilion. Not long after, Jiang Fu appeared in front of Lin Yi with a smile on his face. Lin Yi smiled and said, "Brother Jiang, I'm here." Jiang Fu's expression brightened, his eyes full of disbelief. "Brother Lin, you have become a bronze professional? This is almost impossible. In just 7 days, he was promoted from a newcomer to a bronze professional? This is outrageous." Jiang Fu just felt dizzy, and his breathing became a little rapid. Although I knew long ago that Lin Yi was extremely powerful, but when you actually witness this moment with your own eyes, the shock you feel is beyond words. "Come quickly." Jiang Fu's face was full of enthusiasm. "Brother Lin, please sit down first. I will get you a skill book right away." Lin Yi clearly felt that Jiang Fu's enthusiasm suddenly escalated. This is not about the fickleness of human nature, but the rules of the game in the real world. Only by improving your self-worth can you win respect and help in this world. Lin Yi became more determined in his heart. Only strength can dominate everything. In a flash, Jiang Fu hurried back with a large stack of skill books. "Take your pick, bro." A hint of excitement flashed across Lin Yi's eyes, and he began to select carefully. With a flicker in his eyes, Lin Yi quickly made a decision. Rapid teleportation, fog array, immunity to dispel. These 3 skill books are priceless, and even cost an extra 80 million. Even if you hold a black gold card and enjoy a 10% discount, the price is still expensive. But Lin Yi didn't feel sorry at all. The money was worth it. After the payment was handed over, Lin Yi quickly flipped through the books and mastered all 3 skills. Rapid teleportation at full level LV30. The maximum level of the fog array is LV30. Immune to dispel, max level LV30. Rapid teleport. Instantly move to the selected direction. The maximum distance is 100 meters. The cooling time is 3 seconds. This is an extremely rare teleportation skill of a mage. Combined with a distance of up to 100 meters, the ability to save life is doubled. With the Sky Shield, it can withstand more than 600,000 damages. Use the 2 alternately, and you will be almost invincible. Mist Array covers a radius of 60 meters, causing the enemy to fall into confusion and randomly attacking people around them. The duration is 3 seconds, and the cooldown time is 2 seconds. If Lin Yi had this skill earlier, he wouldn't have had to work so hard to deal with the Blood Wolf mercenaries. Immune to dispel. Condensed mana aura automatically dispels control skills below gold level. Cooldown time is 10 seconds. By maintaining this aura on a daily basis, Lin Yi will gain the ability to be immune to control. At this point, Lin Yi's strength has reached a stable period. As a newly promoted bronze professional, he has 7 bronze skills, which is incredible. He is ready to face the challenge of the trial tower alone. Everything is ready, just waiting for the novice trial to begin. Lin Yi came back to his senses and said to Jiang Fu, "Brother Jiang, I will return to Jiangxing today." Jiang Fu curled his lips and said with a hearty smile, "Thanks to you, I will be transferred to Jiangxing soon. When the time comes, I will be there in person to cheer you on." Lin Yi didn't say anything sentimental. After chatting for a few words, he went straight to the teleportation array. Whoosh! The dazzling white light engulfed Lin Yi, and his figure disappeared in an instant. What came into view was a completely different scene, which made Lin Yi feel as if he was in another world. Several consecutive days of high-intensity fighting kept Lin Yi's spirit tense at all times. Now I can finally go home and have a good rest. Lin Yi pushed open the door and shouted into the house. Mom, I'm back. Yang Mei looked surprised and poked her head out of the kitchen. Xiaoli, why did you come back without telling me in advance? I'll cook right away. Seeing this, Lin Yi hurriedly stopped her. Mom, stop busying yourself. Come on, let's go out to eat. Lin Yi couldn't suppress the joy on his face, and he was eager to share his achievement with his mother. After all, he has plenty of money now. Chapter 34. The reason for his father's murder? Chung Muqing's invitation. What are you spending this money on? Mom, don't worry, we don't need this little money now. After saying that, Lin Yi casually took out a black gold card. Yang Mei took it curiously, and her eyes suddenly widened. 80 million. Hiss. Yang Mei gasped. This was a fortune she had never dared to dream of. I work hard, but my monthly income is only 2,000 to 3,000 yuan, and only a few tens of thousands of yuan a year. The money in the card is enough for her to live on for several lifetimes. Xiao Yi, did you sign some kind of indenture? Lin Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Mom, what are you thinking? Your son is a genius. This is just a small reward he gained in the novice copy. Suddenly, Lin Yi slapped his forehead and remembered the purple orchid grass that he and Bai Jia discovered together. By the way, Mom, come and eat this. The glowing purple grass aroused Yang Mei's curiosity. Thinking that her son would not harm her, she swallowed it without hesitation. In an instant, a faint light emanated from Yang Mei's body. Waves of energy surged, sweeping away the pain and illness that had accumulated over the years. She looked in the mirror and couldn't help but cover her mouth and exclaimed, How is this possible? The silver hair in my head has disappeared without a trace, and my physical condition is gradually getting better. Lin Yi's eyes were also filled with joy. Come on, Mom, let's eat and talk. This time Yang Mei did not refuse and was dragged by Lin Yi straight to Jiangqing Hotel. The exterior is luxurious, and the interior is even more magnificent, making people feel like they are in the royal family. This was unimaginable in the past, but now Lin Yi has the capital. Yang Mei feels extremely lucky, not only because of the material enjoyment, but also because of her son's excellence. If your dad saw how good you are, he would be very happy. Lin Yi paused, then asked, Mom, can you tell me more about him? To be honest, he didn't have much affection for this father. Even if he left it, the scroll of the Arcanist's job transfer. How could a powerful professional allow his wife and children to suffer? Yang Mei fell into reminiscence and said slowly, At that time, I didn't know your father's true identity. He seems to have been seriously injured, hiding his strength and drifting to this small town. We fell in love right away. Actually, I don't care if he's powerful. I wish he was an ordinary person who could raise you with me, so you wouldn't have to suffer with me. Seeing his mother's eyes moist, Lin Yi hurriedly comforted her. Mom, don't be sad. You still have your son. Yang Mei's eyes were red as she continued. I know your father must have died in the war. I said before that it was uncertain whether he would live or die, but I was unwilling to admit it. Lin Yi was stunned. Mom, maybe he is still alive. Don't be sad. Yang Mei shook her head. If your father is safe, how dare those people be so presumptuous? Before you were born, someone broke into the house and searched it. Fortunately, I have kept the scroll for the Arcanist's job transfer. That's when I knew something might have happened to your father. Hearing this, Lin Yi's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Who is it? He was eager to know all this and broke into the house to treat his mother like this. You can imagine how terrified the mother was at that time. Yang Mei realized that she had said something wrong and quickly pulled Lin Yi back. Xiao Yi, it's over, don't worry about it. Look, we are doing well now, and our things are still there. Lin Yi refused to give up. He wanted to know who those people were. Mom, tell me. Seeing her son's persistence, Yang Mei regretted her words and worried that she had spoken without restraint. Xiao Yi, they are very powerful. Don't worry about it. Mom doesn't want to lose you again. It's not that she really doesn't mind, but she is afraid that Lin Yi is young and hot-tempered and will cause trouble without being prepared. Lin Yi is her only support. She can't let any accidents happen. Mom, I won't be reckless. Tell me, and I'll use this as motivation to grow. Yang Mei was moved, and after a while she sighed. Xiaoli, if you want to know, you can. Unless you win first place in the trial competition, I will be able to tell you with confidence. She understood that if Lin Yi could take first place in Jiangcheng, there would naturally be powerful forces backing him up. If that's not possible, use this as a reason to refuse. Seeing this, Lin Yi stopped asking questions and nodded in agreement. Okay, it's a deal. It is not difficult for him to be the first in Jiangcheng. Then, the two changed the topic and the atmosphere gradually became relaxed. By the way, Xiaoi, a girl named Lu Wanqing has come to see you many times in the past few days. It's not your girlfriend, is it? Yang Mei has a good impression of Lu Wanqing and is willing to help her. Lin Yi was stunned, not knowing why Lu Wanqing was looking for him. She's my classmate. I'll ask her what happened later. As for his girlfriend, Lin Yi thinks he should just go with the flow. Yang Mei smiled and nodded. Her intuition told her that the relationship between her son and this girl was not simple. After the meal, they hailed a car and went home. Lin Yi originally planned to sell his property today and move to a new residence. But as it was getting dark, he decided to postpone the matter until tomorrow. At this moment, Lin Yi's professional friend list suddenly flashed. It's Cheng Muqing. Lin Yi, have you returned to Jiangcheng? If you come back, remember to come to my house tomorrow. My dad wants to treat you to a meal to thank you for saving my life. This is not the first time such news has appeared. About 2 days ago, Cheng Muqing began to ask Lin Yi every now and then whether he had returned to Jiangcheng. Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. I just arrived today. What time is it tomorrow? I'll be there on time. How about tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock? I'll pick you up. Good. After happily agreeing, Lin Yi gradually fell asleep. On the other side, Cheng Muqing clenched his fists excitedly. Ever since the last time Lin Yi took her to a dungeon, the handsome figure of Lin Yi holding a magic staff always appeared in her mind. This feeling made her both excited and nervous. Cheng Muqing realized that she seemed to have developed a different feeling for Lin Yi. At this moment, she was rolling around excitedly on the big pink bed. I can finally see Lin Yi again tomorrow. The next morning, Lin Yi had just tidied up his appearance when Cheng Muqing was already riding a phantom tiger and waiting downstairs. The Cheng family has many vehicles, but Cheng Muqing chose to ride a tiger to welcome Lin Yi. The intention is self-evident. The two of them rode on the phantom tiger together, and the atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous. The phantom tiger has a broad back, so it won't hug you tightly when it's running fast. But the occasional physical touch made Cheng Muqing's cheeks blush. Lin Yi laughed in his heart and changed the subject casually. Is Patriarch Cheng a strict person? Hearing this, Cheng Muqing quickly explained, Don't worry, my dad is a very nice person. He knows you saved me, and he's been wanting to thank you. He also said that the 2 million I gave you was too little. As he said that, Cheng Muqing stuck out his tongue. Lin Yi's lips curled slightly. The value of the equipment on his body had already exceeded 100 million. These 2 million are really nothing to him. My dad has prepared a surprise for you this time. Lin Yi nodded, his heart full of anticipation. In addition, he also planned to find out the news about the wind elf from Qingjia. Soon after, the phantom tiger stopped in front of a private estate. The phantom tiger was taken care of by a special person, and Lin Yi followed Cheng Muqing in. Precious plants are everywhere, flowers are in full bloom, and magic fountains sparkle in the sun. All of this demonstrates the luxury of starting a family. Soon, Lin Yi met Cheng Batian, the head of the Cheng family. As a bloodthirsty warrior, he is one of the platinum masters in Jiangcheng. This must be Lin Yi. He is indeed very heroic, quite like me when I was young. Hearing this, Cheng Muqing frowned slightly. Dad, please restrain yourself. Lin Yi chuckled inwardly. It seemed that Cheng Batian was an easygoing person. Meet Master Cheng. Why be so formal? Just call me Uncle Cheng. When Cheng Batian first heard that Lin Yi was fighting the Golden Lord monster alone, he was filled with curiosity. After seeing it with his own eyes, his opinion of Lin Yi went up to a higher level. The reason is obvious. The equipment on Lin Yi says it all. As far as he knew, Lin Yi came from an ordinary single-parent family. But he was able to reach such a level in a short period of time. There are even geniuses who surpass the 4 major families, which shows how strong their potential is. This kid's profession is definitely not simple. An ordinary magician? Don't be ridiculous. There must have been something unusual during the awakening ceremony. Cheng Batian was shocked and speculated secretly. I will be the first person to discover this rough jade, and I will never let anyone else get there first. I'll just call you Xiaoyi. Come, let's eat and talk. Lin Yi greeted with a smile and took a seat with Chung Batian and his daughter. Xiao Yi, do you have a girlfriend? This opening remark almost made Lin Yi spit out the wine in his mouth. The next sentence made Lin Yi stunned. If not, what do you think of Mu Qing? Hearing this, Lin Yi was stunned. Could it be that this is what Chung Batian called a surprise? Betroth your daughter to yourself? Chung Muqing's face turned red with shame, and she instantly became angry and stepped hard on Chung Batian. Dad, what are you talking about? Chung Batian took a breath of cold air, although it didn't actually hurt. But he deliberately showed pain to appease his angry daughter. Looking at the two young men, their reactions were completely different. He had a clear idea in his mind. Yes, Chung Batian said with a smile. It's just a joke. It depends on your fate. Lin Yi was speechless for a moment and could only smile bitterly. Fortunately, the following conversation was much more normal. When the atmosphere was just right, Chung Batian clapped his right hand. Then, a maid came forward carrying 3 wooden boxes. After meeting Lin Yi, Chung Batian made some slight adjustments to the original thank you gift. Xiao Yi, open it and take a look. Chapter 35, 3 Gifts, Fusion Skills. Lin Yi didn't expect that Chung Batian would prepare such a generous gift. Chung Batian said with a smile. First, to thank you for saving Mu Qing, and second, as a token of my appreciation as an elder. During the previous communication, Chung Batian discovered that Lin Yi was a boy with unlimited potential and decided to make an investment. Therefore, he upgraded the original gift from 1 to 3. Chung Muqing, who was standing by, couldn't wait to urge him, Lin Yi, please accept it. My dad has plenty of money. Don't feel bad for him. These words left Chung Batian speechless for a moment. It's true that girls are no longer under the control of their fathers when they grow up. After hearing this, Lin Yi no longer refused. When I opened the lid of the first wooden box, I found the property certificate of a villa. Lin Yi couldn't help but be shocked. This value could be over tens of millions. Chung Batian smiled and said, I heard that you are planning to move to a new house. I haven't lived in this villa yet, so it's a good opportunity for us to be neighbors. Young people, if they stay together for a long time, they will naturally fall in love. Chung Batian is creating a good opportunity for his daughter. He firmly believed that Lin Yi was not an ordinary person and would soar to great heights in the future. Of course, it would be even better if he could become my son-in-law. Lin Yi felt something in his heart and realized the kindness shown by Chung Batian. His eyes were full of gratitude. This villa is really nice, and my mother can live more comfortably. Then, Lin Yi turned around and opened the second box, which turned out to be a bronze promotion orb. Chung Batian thought carefully and guessed that Lin Yi was not far from level 20. Therefore, this second gift was prepared. He looked somewhat proud, but seeing Lin Yi's surprised expression, he couldn't help but ask in surprise, Have you already bought it? Lin Yi smiled bitterly, without further explanation, and revealed his level. Since everyone will know tomorrow, there is no need to hide it. Bronze Professional, level 20 level. Seeing this scene, Chung Batian was stunned for a moment. He rubbed his eyes and almost suspected that he had seen it wrong. This kid Lin Yi is actually already a bronze professional? Hiss! Chung Batian's eyes were filled with shock. How long did it take me to be promoted to bronze level? About half a year. You used to brag in my ears all the time. After he finished speaking, Chung Muqing looked down and realized that he was only level 14, and he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed, although she knew that Lin Yi was of a very high level. But I didn't expect it to reach such an astonishing level. Chung Muqing's eyes sparkled with admiration, and he couldn't help but ask, How did you do it? Lin Yi spread his hands slightly. Just kill some monsters, and you will level up. Hearing this, Chung Muqing couldn't help but roll his eyes. To be promoted to a bronze professional is not as simple as reaching the experience value requirement. The key lies in the skill level. She spent an unknown amount of money to upgrade several basic skills to level 3 or above in a short period of time. How could it be possible for Lin Yi to be promoted so easily? But she didn't ask any further questions, knowing that this involved Lin Yi's secret. At this moment, Chung Batian came back to his senses from his shock. Xiao Yi, why didn't you tell me earlier that you were already a bronze level? As he spoke, he waved his hand to let the maid retreat. Go, bring that bronze skill book. Lin Yi knew as soon as he heard it that the third gift was also a bronze skill book. Now I'm going to give him another one. Lin Yi's eyes suddenly lit up, and he was secretly delighted. Immediately, he opened the third wooden box. Bound by Earth. The maid moved quickly and immediately brought another skill book. Earth Thrust. Both are Earth-based spells, and when used together, they are extremely powerful. Moreover, these two skill books can be combined. He did not forget the Platinum Treasure Skill Fusion Stone he had obtained. It allows 2 bronze skills to merge into silver, and allows you to master cross-level skills in advance. Originally, he was still struggling with how to choose the most appropriate skill fusion. But now, 2 Earth spells, Control and Attack, are a perfect combination. After putting away the gifts properly, Linny began to feel somewhat more favorable towards Chengjia. The total value of these gifts is nearly 100 million. Linny thanked him. Thank you, Uncle Chung. I like these gifts very much. Chung Batian nodded and smiled. As long as you like it, that's good. This girl was too embarrassed to say it in person, and she kept talking about thanking you when she got home. He cleverly assisted his daughter again, and Chung Muqing couldn't help but blush. No way. But that mosquito-like sound was obviously not convincing. A smile appeared on Lin Yi's lips. He did not reject this feeling. Chung Muqing is beautiful and has a prominent family background. Such a girl is the ideal partner for almost all men. Uncle Chung, are you aware of the rumor that there is a wind spirit in the soul-breaking mountains? Lin, he was always thinking about the platinum treasure, the wind elf card. He planned to start his search immediately after the trial. Chung Batian frowned. Wind spirit? I really don't know. But I can find out for you and let you know immediately if I have any news. Xiao Yi, the most important thing right now is the upcoming trial match. Chung Batian gave a kind reminder, fearing that this junior might be too confident. This assessment is crucial and will be conducted in multiple stages. The first stage is our Jiangxing Trial Tower. If you can stand out, you can compete with elites from all over the country. It is said that not only China, but also East India, White Bear, Eagle Sauce, and Sakura will make big moves. This world is about to be completely integrated. The great invasion of the game 100 years ago and the second fusion 50 years ago have brought the degree of integration of the two worlds to over 80%. Once again, it will be complete fusion. Then, it will become easier for professionals to get promoted, and the frequency of the appearance of dungeon secret realms will increase. But at the same time, a wave of horrific monsters may come again. Even more powerful gods may come. For mankind, it is both a good opportunity for development and a severe challenge. If handled properly, human power may usher in a qualitative leap. If a mistake is made, the whole clan may face genocide. Lenny took a deep breath. No wonder there are such big changes in this assessment. The country is going to vigorously train our group of professionals? That's right. Chung Batian nodded and said in a deep voice, your generation of professionals are carrying the destiny of both worlds, and your growth rate is far faster than before. For example, you were promoted to bronze professional in just 1 week. This was almost unimaginable in the past. With your strength, you will definitely be among the best in Jiangxing, and it is not impossible for you to take first place. But be vigilant to others and don't make mistakes. Lenny frowned slightly and asked, who are you referring to specifically? Chung Batian cleared his throat and said slowly, Gao Jiping of the Gao family has awakened an extraordinary beastmaster. Although it is of a lower rank, the Gao family will spare no expense to equip it with top-level young beasts. Its combat power should not be underestimated. Then there is Nangong Ling from the Nangong family. His identity is mysterious and his specific occupation has never been made public. The most important thing is the city lord's mansion Han Feng. As everyone knows, the strongest person in Jiangxing is the city lord Han Boyan. He used special means to help his son Han Feng complete his job change 6 months earlier. After hearing this, Linny was surprised. Is it possible to change jobs in advance? Chung Batian chuckled and said, this world is full of wonders, and there are many strange and bizarre treasures. Some can even rejuvenate people and awaken them to change their jobs. Chung Batian listed several rare treasures, which broadened Lin Yi's horizons. How about it? Are you confident? Chung Batian did not intend to attack him, but to let him understand his future opponent. Uncle Chung, don't worry. Show your best tomorrow. I'm waiting to see the show. No problem. After some casual chat, it was already afternoon, and Linny said goodbye and left. Looking at his back, Chung Batian smiled and waved to his daughter. Come back, the person is gone. Chung Muching blushed and chased after his father with a laugh. After returning home, Lin Yi couldn't wait to take out the 2 skill books and learn them instantly. Then he took out the skill fusion stone. Skill fusion completed. Obtain the silver skill Earth Prison. The talent is automatically activated, and the Earth Cage instantly reaches the maximum level 40. Earth Cage. Summon Earth elements to form a cage, covering a range of 200 meters in diameter, lasting for 9 seconds, and every 3 seconds it can gather Earth spikes to attack the enemies in the cage. Cooling time 1.8 seconds. Hiss! Lin Yi took a deep breath, his eyes filled with shock. It is worthy of being a silver skill. It is really powerful. Chapter 36. Li Kuang is looking for trouble. The trial competition begins. Lin Yi sensed that once this Earth Cage was formed, it would not be easily broken. This skill alone can deal 3 times of amazing damage. The damage each time is over 500,000, and the triple superposition is simply abnormal. What's more, Lin Yi can still use other skills here. Hiss! Lin Yi took a deep breath and said, I already have this skill. The Bloodwolf mercenaries are nothing to me. I can destroy them with a wave of my hand. 3 attacks can deal a total of 1.5 million damages. Who can resist this? This skill is our trump card. Don't use it lightly. Lin Yi calculated secretly, feeling happy. After all, their own strength is growing stronger and their methods are becoming more diverse. After learning that the worlds would eventually merge, Lin Yi also felt a sense of urgency. If a god really came, the world would be changed forever. But Lin Yi's confidence has not diminished in the slightest. Give me some time. Even gods will tremble under my max-level skills. Lin Yi calmed down as he had to move today. Immediately, he went straight to the convenience store where Yang Mei worked and spent a huge sum of money to buy the store. This move made all of Yang Mei's colleagues envious. With Lin Yi's current wealth, it doesn't matter if she stays at home unemployed. But when this matter was mentioned last night, Yang Mei insisted that she didn't want to do nothing and waste her time. So the two reached a consensus and acquired the convenience store. This not only gives Yang Mei something to do, but also prevents her from overworking herself. On the way home, Yang Mei's eyes were full of relief. My son, you have really grown up? The envious gazes of her colleagues were like nectar to her. Lin Yi smiled and said, let's go and move. Money is indeed a good thing. Except for some spare clothes and valuable items of special significance, everything else is brand new. When the neighbors saw Lin Yi's family moving, they all went out to watch. Mei, you have a good son. You and your son have finally made it through. Watch out. You must learn from your brother Lin Yi and work hard to become a powerful professional. Mei, please come back and visit me when you have time. Amid the envious looks of his neighbors, Lin Yi took Yang Mei and left the old place where he had lived for many years. Soon, a magic car stopped in front of the courtyard of a luxurious villa. Chung Batian is indeed decisive in doing things. The villa is located in the center of Baiguolan Street, not far from Qingjie Manor. Chung Muching had been waiting here for a long time. Seeing Yang Mei, he quickly greeted her. Hello, Annie. I am Lin Yi's classmate Chung Muching. I am here to help with the move. Yang Mei's eyes were full of surprise. This little girl was so pretty and was as pretty as Lu Wanqing. It seems that my son is quite popular with little girls. Sorry to bother you, Mu Qing. Please stay for dinner. Okay. Chung Muching's eyes are crystal clear, and her smile is like a crescent moon. The plan was successful. The one who is close to the water gets the moon first. If Lin Yi can get Yang Mei, isn't it a piece of cake? Soon, the moving project was successfully completed. Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Chung. Chung Muching handed over the water cup and said with a smile, why are you so polite? You saved me before, so it's only right that you help me move. Just call me Mu Qing. Lin Yi smiled slightly, and the relationship between the two suddenly became much closer. Seeing this, Yang Mei's eyes were full of relief. Perhaps it wouldn't be bad to marry both? She originally hated philandering men, but she turned a blind eye to his behavior for her outstanding son. Annie, your cooking is so delicious. Chung Muching looked intoxicated, and Yang Mei was overjoyed to hear that. Mu Qing is so sweet. Come if you want to. You're welcome. Okay, Mu Qing will remember it. Chung Muching was overjoyed. This was exactly the answer she had been waiting for. Lin Yi, I'm leaving first. See you at the trial competition tomorrow. Okay, see you tomorrow. Lin Yi thinks that Chung Muching is a good girl. Even helping Yang Mei wash the dishes touched him. Yamei shook her head with a smile, then went back to her room to rest. Lin Yi felt relieved, lay down, and began to plan for tomorrow. At this moment, Jiangqing was already boiling in advance. This is a grand event for the entire city and even the entire China. In particular, the official announcement issued to the city lord's mansion today excited everyone. Officially confirmed, major reforms to the professional trial competition. The Jiangqing Pride, who wins the crown, will receive a platinum treasure. Moreover, the top 100 people in Jiangqing will represent Jiangqing to continue competing with other cities for the first place in the country. As soon as the announcement came out, all the awakened professionals became excited. His good friend Wang Dong has sent hundreds of messages to Lin Yi to express his excitement. Lin Yi's heart was also full of ups and downs. He wished he could be the best in the country, even surpassing the geniuses of neighboring countries. This is the most exciting thing. If I challenge the whole country, will there be diamond-level treasures? Fame is indeed tempting, but he cares more about practical benefits. The so-called professional trial is to show your skills in the trial tower. This trial tower was built by China's most powerful men, imitating the legendary Tower of Babel. The trial tower in Jiangqing has a total of 30 floors. The best results in the past were around the 10th floor. If I can make it to the 20th floor, Jiangqing's #1 position will be as secure as a rock. This isn't too difficult for me. I heard that the higher the floor, the more monsters there are, and the more difficult it is to deal with them. It is said that anyone who can pass the 30th floor will receive a mysterious reward. That is my real goal. Therefore, I will not only win first place in Jiangqing City. We must try our best to challenge the 30th floor. Lin Yi clenched his fists and fell asleep with this ambition. The next day, early morning, the city of Jiang was filled with a lively atmosphere, and countless people were extremely excited. Today's trial competition will be broadcast live in its entirety, and the entire city will be on holiday to watch it. Lin Yi arrived at the trial tower square early. The square is as big as hundreds of football fields, with hundreds of magic screens hanging in the air. Ensure that hundreds of thousands of viewers can clearly see every new professional star. In the center of the square stands a huge tower that reaches the sky. Its height is close to 1 kilometer, and its base is even larger, with a diameter of about 100 meters. There are as many as 40 to 50,000 new professionals who are about to participate in the trial. They were arranged in squares according to schools and classes and stood in the center of the square. At this moment, Lin Yi was standing in the queue of Class 5, Grade 1 at the Interstellar University of Science and Technology, waiting for the trial to officially start. Wang Dong on the side kept talking in a low voice. Wang Dong's level has increased rapidly and has reached level 6, which makes him much stronger than ordinary people. Currently, most people are around level 3. Wang Dong stroked the netherworld robe on Lin Yi's back. Brother Yi, your cape is so handsome. Where did you get a replica? I didn't expect that you also like Shadow Demon Lord. Lin Yi gave a helpless smile. This is the original product. However, Wang Dong cannot be blamed. Looking around, all kinds of ghost robes can be seen in the crowd. Almost 1 out of every 3 mages wears it. It's really exaggerated. Lin Yi ignored Wang Dong and waited for the trial to begin. But at this time, Li Kuang came over to disturb them. He also had a ghost robe draped over his back. However, he changed it into a shape more suitable for fire mages, with gold and red patterns. Li Kuang walked to Lin Yi's side, circled around him twice, and made an annoying smacking sound. TSK. It turns out that our great genius Lin is also an admirer of the Shadow Demon Lord. Lin Yi's mouth twitched, and he didn't want to pay attention. Unexpectedly, he had a crazy fan named Li Kuang. However, Li Kuang refused to give in, his words full of superiority. But your robe looks quite low quality. Is it because your mother doesn't have the money to buy you one? How about I find a good job for your mother, so she can earn enough money to buy it for you? Call out! An extremely condensed fire snake shot out from Lin Yi's fingertips and instantly ignited Li Kuang. Asshole! You are looking for death. Mother is Lin Yi's Achilles heel, and Li Kuang actually dared to make a joke about it. Ah! Help! Li Kuang screamed continuously, and the flames almost engulfed his entire body. The head teacher came over immediately and asked, "What are you doing?" A spell quickly put out the flames, but Li Kuang still looked miserable. The intense burning pain made him look at Lin Yi with fear in his eyes. He wants to kill me. Lin Yi suppressed the murderous intent in his heart and said calmly, "Teacher, we are just joking. It's not convenient to take action here. I just wanted to teach Li Kuang a lesson. Once he enters the trial tower, it will be the end of Li Kuang. Facing Lin Yi's terrifying gaze, Li Kuang couldn't help but shudder, and an inexplicable fear arose spontaneously. He cursed in his heart and quickly fled back to his class. Seeing this, the homeroom teacher looked around at everyone and said, "The trial competition is about to begin. Everyone, be prepared and don't cause trouble." Time passed quietly, and it was already 9 o'clock, when a clear bell rang, echoing in the trial tower square, and the originally noisy square suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked up at the sky and saw a huge figure floating above their heads. This person is none other than the Lord of Jiangsheng, the platinum expert Han Boyan. Behind him are the silhouettes of one powerful man after another. In short, almost all the influential figures in Jiangsheng City were present. Everyone, I believe you all know the significance of this trial match. Everyone must do their best and leave no regrets. Now, all colleges and universities, please enter the waiting area of the trial tower in an orderly manner and prepare for collective teleportation. Chapter 37. Lin Yi teams up with 2 girls to bet on platinum equipment. As soon as Han Boyan finished speaking, thick white light suddenly poured down from the top of the trial tower. Suddenly, it turned into circles of halos, floating in the air. Immediately afterwards, nearly 50,000 students stepped into the circle of light in an orderly manner. Buzz! Beams of light passed over each student, verifying their identity and information in preparation for subsequent ranking displays. Everyone, please note that the trial tower allows a maximum of 3 people to form a team. Participants are requested to form a team as soon as possible. Those who fail to form a team within 10 minutes will be considered to be taking on the challenge individually. Everyone knows this rule. To some extent, the trial tower is a great benefit for newly awakened ones, because it not only provides rich experience value, and there is no penalty mechanism. You can gain experience even if you defeat monsters below your level. Everyone formed a team and stepped into the light circle to be teleported. Look, that's Gao Jiping, the young master of the Gao family. I heard that his profession is an extraordinary beastmaster. I think he deserves the first place. Looking at the screen, there was a young man with an indifferent face, and the onlookers all exclaimed. The scene changed, and another young man with a smile on his face appeared on the big screen. It's Nangong Ling, the young master of the Nangong family. This guy is very scheming. Don't be fooled by his sunny smile. It is said that his profession is a shadow assassin, specializing in sneak attacks on enemies in the dark. Also, I heard that he has reached level 16. Is that true? The next genius to appear was Han Feng. This Han Feng is a player who cheats in advance. Those who understand will understand. Keep your voice down. Don't let the city lord hear you. Everyone was joking, but they all knew the truth. Han Feng, who changed his job half a year in advance, is definitely the most qualified to be the #1 in Jiangsheng. Afterwards, geniuses from various universities appeared on the big screen one by one. Whenever a familiar face appeared, there would be an explosion of applause in some corner of the square. Hey, this is Cheng Muqing, the proud daughter of the Cheng family, right? I remember she was a holy priest. Why doesn't she have any teammates? Looking at Cheng Muqing, who was alone in the picture, everyone was very curious. Cheng Muqing stood up and walked in another direction, apparently towards the Interstellar University of Science and Technology. At this moment, a large number of students have been teleported into the tower, but they will not start immediately. Li Kuang looked at the lonely Lin Yi, his eyes full of mockery. You are always showing off, but now you can't even find a teammate. You deserve it. But at this moment, Li Kuang's face suddenly froze. He actually saw Lu Wanqing walking towards Lin Yi. Then, another girl walked towards Lin Yi. That seems to be the campus beauty of Donghai University, the eldest daughter of the Cheng family. Cheng Muqing, right? Li Kuang frowned and asked doubtfully. It can't be, but what is the basis for this kid? Under everyone's shocked gaze, Lu Wanqing and Cheng Muqing actually invited Lin Yi at the same time. Lin Yi, can I team up with you? As soon as the 2 women finished speaking, the originally noisy area suddenly became silent. The students around were staring at this scene in amazement. What's going on? 2 school beauties invited Lin Yi at the same time. And why does the tone sound like begging Lin Yi? My goddess has become someone else's licking dog. Everyone was stunned. The scene was too shocking. Li Kuang was extremely frustrated and dissatisfied. Why? He was a good student before, so I can understand. He is just an ordinary mage now, and his level is probably no higher than level 5. Are they both blind? Just because Lin Yi is handsome? Li Kuang's eyes turned red with jealousy, and his back teeth were clattering. This is what many people think. After all, in the eyes of most people, Lin Yi is just an ordinary magician. Lin Yi looked at the two women in front of him and suddenly felt a headache. There is no problem with forming a team. It will not do any harm to you and may even help you. But the problem is, looking at the eyes of the two, it seemed as if sparks were flying. If I take them both with me, will it explode? It's not good to bring only one. Lin Yi hesitated, but Chung Muqing was bolder. She bit her lower lip lightly, stepped forward, hugged Lin Yi's arm, and shook it gently. Lin Yi, please. Chung Muqing's eyes were full of anticipation, and he wanted to enter the trial tower with Lin Yi. Lin Yi's heart trembled slightly. No one could handle such a situation. At this moment, all the boys' eyes became hot. Lu Wanqing's eyes slightly opened, her cheeks flushed, and she muttered to herself, "Really good at playing." The next moment, she also took Lin Yi's arm and swayed gently. "Let's act together, okay?" Lin Yi seemed to be able to hear the sound of teeth grinding all around him. "If looks could kill, my body would probably be riddled with holes. Who can stand two beauties competing for beauty?" Lin Yi smiled and said, "Then, let's go together, 3 of us." "Okay." Seeing Lin Yi agreed, the two girls nodded quickly like chicks pecking at rice, fearing that he would go back on his word. At this time, it was finally Lin Yi's turn to receive the teleportation halo. He and the two women stepped into the halo and disappeared instantly. Millions of viewers at the scene were equally shocked as they witnessed all this through the display screens. Gao Onping looked at Cheng Batian and Lu Jiaoyang and said jokingly, "You two are quite good at raising your daughter." In order to make it happen, Cheng Muqing teamed up with his son. He once visited the Cheng family in person, but was rejected by Cheng Batian. I originally thought that the Nangong family or the City Lord's mansion would take the lead. But unexpectedly, it turned out to be an unknown boy, which made Gao Onping quite annoyed. Lu Jiaoyang looked confused, wondering when his daughter had secretly found such a boyfriend. But when he heard Gao Onping's words, he immediately became furious. "What nonsense are you talking about, old man? Try to say that again, or I'll chop you to death." Cheng Batian also shouted angrily, "If you keep talking nonsense, be careful, or Lao Lu and I will beat you up together." Gao Onping was repeatedly criticized and couldn't save face anymore. "What did I say wrong? You two rough guys raised a brainless daughter. I didn't choose the genius from a big family, but chose an ordinary mage just because of his looks. I don't think they can even get past the 10th floor." He admitted that Lin Yi was handsome, but in this world, being handsome wouldn't stop monsters from attacking you. Lu Jiaoyang was speechless for a moment, but had no way to refute. After all, he knew nothing about Lin Yi's background. But Cheng Batian was different. He knew that Lin Yi was a bronze professional. "My daughter has a very good eye and knows what a true genius is. Of course I won't choose a loser like Gao Jiping." Cheng Batian's weird look made Gao Onping hate him so much. "Okay, since you're so stubborn, let's make a bet. Let's bet on who'll climb higher in the end, my son or your daughter." "Don't you dare. A piece of platinum equipment." Gao Onping gritted his teeth and placed a heavy bet. Hearing this, the people around were shocked. In Jiangcheng, platinum equipment is extremely rare, and even the 4 major families do not give it out easily. Cheng Batian showed no fear and sneered. "Look at how poor you are, but you only have 2 platinum equipment. If you win, I'll give you 2 pieces of tamer equipment." "I win. How about you give me 1 piece of equipment for the mage and 1 for the priest?" Seeing Cheng Batian's confidence, Lu Jiaoyang also said, "I'll come too, with 4 pieces of platinum equipment, and the gambling method is the same as Lao Cheng's." "I won. You give me 1 piece of equipment for the mage and 1 piece of equipment for the archer. Do you dare to come?" The conflict escalated instantly, and all the bigwigs around were shocked. Such a heavy stake was placed on such a battle of pride. Han Boyan quickly persuaded them. "Everyone calm down, the trial will begin soon." But at this time, Gao Onping was already blinded by anger. "Let's gamble. Am I afraid of you? Someone gave my son platinum equipment. Why shouldn't I take it? With these 4 pieces of equipment, Jipeng will be able to get a good ranking in the country. Come on, whoever doesn't come is a grandson." Although he didn't know where Cheng Batian got his confidence from, he had more confidence in his son. "Okay, let's sign the contract, and the city lord will be the witness." Han Boyan smiled bitterly and could only agree reluctantly. Soon, the three of them made a contract. Gao Omping sneered repeatedly and turned around to talk to Nangong Zhe, the head of the Nangong family. The two families intermarry from time to time and have a close relationship. Lu Jiaoyang's enthusiasm subsided, and he began to feel guilty. He poked Cheng Batian and asked in a low voice, "Lao Cheng, what's going on? Can you share some inside information with me, so I can feel at ease?" Cheng Batian was secretly delighted and pretended to be serious. "There is no such thing as inside information. I just can't stand that old man Gao Anping. Who cares if he dares to say my daughter is brainless?" Lu Jiaoyang's face fell, and he thought to himself, "Damn it, this time it's too big." Cheng Batian said with a smile, "Just wait and see. Maybe there will be a miracle. Believe in our daughter." At this time, as the last student stepped into the halo, the trial tower suddenly burst out with incomparable strong light. It even blocked out the scorching sun in the sky. The professional trial competition has officially begun. As long as someone passes the 10th floor, they can enter the 11th floor. The trial tower will display the rankings and broadcast live footage. It's really exciting. I wonder who will get through the 10th floor first. It would be better if we could start the live broadcast from the first floor. We still have to wait for several hours. At this moment, there was a flash of light. Lin Yi, Lu Wanqing, and Cheng Muqing appeared in a dense forest. The first floor of the trial tower. Cheng Muqing took the initiative to say, "Lin Yi, what should we do next?" Lu Wanqing also turned her gaze to Lin Yi. Lin Yi's expression turned cold. "Don't worry, come with me to deal with one person first." Chapter 38, Killing Li Kuang. Lu Wanqing is shocked. Deal with one person? Upon hearing this, Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing were stunned. Usually, Lin Yi is gentle and polite and never shows his edge easily. Lu Wanqing asked, "Who? Just tell me if you need help." "Li Kuang?" Lin Yi's eyes had returned to their usual calmness. "He insulted my mother. His crime is unforgivable." They both had encounters with Yang Mei. When the two women looked at each other, murderous intent flashed in each other's eyes. Cheng Muqing suggested, "Split up and look for him? We must solve it before reaching the 11th floor. Otherwise, once the broadcast is live, his father might give you trouble." The interior of the trial tower is vast, and each floor has a huge space, so it is not easy to find someone. However, Lin Yi shook his head. "No need. I have already made arrangements." Lin Yi had already spread tracking powder on Li Kuang earlier. Buzz! He lightly tapped the wand in his hand, and an invisible energy wave spread out. In the void, a faint trail of white light extends into the distance. "Come on, I'll take you there." After saying that, a pair of wings suddenly opened behind Lin Yi. With the help of this power, the flying speed is amazing even with two people. Before the two could react, Lin Yi held them in his arms, suddenly soared into the sky, and sped along that trajectory. The wind whistled in her ears, and Lu Wanqing was shocked. Unlike Cheng Muqing, who knew something about Lin Yi, she knew nothing about Lin Yi's current strength. "I thought he was just an ordinary mage." On the first floor of the trial tower, Li Kuang landed safely in a dense forest with two bodyguards sent by his family. At this moment, Li Kuang was filled with anger. "Damn, what's the use of a pretty boy? I'm a level 10 fire mage, but I don't choose it. Are Lu Wanqing and Cheng Muqing crazy? Especially that brat Lin Yi. How dare he threaten me? Once the trial is over, I will make him understand the power of authority." Li Kuang wanted to taunt Lin Yi, but was frightened by a fireball from Lin Yi and screamed, losing face. He didn't think that Lin Yi's strength could surpass his. But I never expected that Lin Yi would choose that kind of occasion to take action. Li Kuang casually sent out a fireball, instantly killing the level 1 Angora rabbit in front of him, and his confidence gradually returned. "I am a genius. How can a mere Lin Yi compare to me?" Seeing this, the two bodyguards offered suggestions and said, "Master, I think Lin Yi cares a lot about his mother. Why don't we catch that woman after we get out?" "Hey, in front of him." Li Kuang's eyes lit up and he licked his lips. "Good idea. I'll reward you with a good piece of equipment later." "Thank you, Master. I heard that woman is pretty good looking. When the time comes, don't forget to leave some soup for us." "Haha." Li Kuang laughed. "Of course, I want to piss Lin Yi off to death. See if he dares to go against me again in the future." The three of them laughed wildly, with ferocious looks in their eyes. In their eyes, Lin Yi was just a lowly person at the bottom of society, at their mercy. "Call out!" Suddenly, A sharp whistle cut through the air, and an ice crystal arrow shot straight towards us. A bodyguard was dumbfounded, his fear evident on his face. He wanted to call for help, but it was too late. The speed of that ice arrow is astonishing. Puff! The ice arrow pierced his throat, and the blood froze before it could splatter. Under the control of magic power, he did not die immediately, but endured the pain of his throat being frozen. Oh! The strange sound of air leaking from the throat made Li Kuang and another bodyguard look terrified. A level 8 warrior was killed with just one strike. Who is it? Call out! Before he could shout out, there was another sharp scream, and the ice crystal arrow attacked again. Block! The bodyguard waved his shield, sweat pouring down his forehead. However, the ice arrow penetrated everything, and the bodyguard's throat was pierced, and he fell to the ground twitching. Li Kuang's eyes were full of fear, and cold sweat kept rolling down his face. Who is it? Get out here! Li Kuang roared angrily, and the staff in his hand burned with red flames. Suddenly, his pupils contracted. I saw a figure slowly descending from the horizon, holding a stunning beauty in each of his arms. Lin Yi! The repeated killings of bodyguards have brought Li Kuang's psychological defenses to the brink of collapse. How is that possible? You're just a little wizard. The chill brought by the ice arrow still made his scalp tingle. Lin Yi had no interest in speaking to this clown and just swung the magic wand in his hand violently. In an instant, a huge fireball roared out. It was in stark contrast to Li Kuang's fist-sized fireball. The latter's face instantly turned pale, and he was extremely shocked. Why is this fireball technique so shocking? What exactly is his occupation? Suddenly, Li Kuang recalled the scene in the projection crystal, and his pupils shrank suddenly. You are the Shadow Demon Lord? At this moment, regret surged like a tide, as if I saw myself about to be destroyed. The severe pain tears the soul apart, and the limbs feel like they are being repeatedly crushed by a meat grinder. Ah! Sharp screams echoed throughout the jungle, and even the surrounding monsters scattered in panic. When a professional is defeated, he can choose to surrender and leave. But Lin Yi would never give such an opportunity. Call! Looking at Li Kuang, who was reduced to ashes, the murderous intent in Lin Yi's eyes gradually dissipated. Yang Mei is his bottom line that cannot be violated, otherwise he would not be so cruel. Cheng Muqing exchanged glances with Lu Wanqing and asked softly, Lin Yi, are you okay? Lin Yi smiled and shook his head, then turned and left. Seeing this, the two girls felt a little less nervous. The Lin Yi just now was completely different from his usual self. Their understanding of Lin Yi seemed to have deepened a bit. The two girls were intoxicated by the sense of security brought by being close to Lin Yi. At this time, Lin Yi suggested, how about we upgrade first? The trial tower is a treasure land. Even if you're a bronze professional, you can still gain experience by killing level 1 monsters. Where can you find such a good thing outside? Even though he could only stay on each floor for half an hour, the accumulation of time was enough for him to level up 1 or 2 levels. Cheng Muqing asked in confusion, Hey Lin Yi, don't you want to be first? What if someone else gets there first? The rules of the trial tower are that if the participants are on the same level, the ranking will be determined based on the time it takes to clear the level. Therefore, the geniuses who aim to rank. Usually you won't waste time leveling up in the first few levels. Lin Yi smiled calmly. Who said I'm not interested? I have to pass it anyway. So what difference does it make if it's sooner or later? This calmness is a display of strength. Lin Yi is not looking down on others, even if he gives them a year. You may not be able to pass the 30th floor of the Jiangqing Trial Tower. So, he is not in a hurry. It doesn't matter if he lets others take the lead temporarily. He will be the final winner. Hiss! Are you confident you can pass the level? Cheng Muqing gasped, his eyes full of admiration. In her opinion, Lin Yi never does anything without confidence. Having said that, you must be confident. At the side, Lu Wanqing looked confused. What are you discussing? Clearing the Jiangqing Trial Tower? At first, she teamed up with Lin Yi just because she had a secret crush on him and wanted to lend him a helping hand. After all, she is also a level 15 Storm Archer. But now, everything seemed to be beyond her expectations. Lin Yi actually wanted to clear the entire Trial Tower, a feat that no one has been able to achieve in the past few decades. Didn't Lin Yi just change his job to become an ordinary magician? At this moment, Cheng Muqing suddenly laughed like a silver bell. Miss Lu, your eyesight is really not very bright. After saying that, she pointed to the team information interface, and Lu Wanqing looked at it subconsciously. The next moment, her eyes widened. Lin E, level 21 magician. Lin E, have you been promoted to a bronze professional? Lu Wanqing turned her head mechanically, her face full of shock. Lin E nodded slightly. Looking at Lu Wanqing's surprised expression, he couldn't help laughing. Well, this is the result of my hard work in leveling up these days. Lu Wanqing was completely stunned. She was promoted to bronze within 7 days. What kind of monster is her lover? Lu Wanqing said coquettishly. Humph, you didn't even tell me such a big thing. Lin Yi smiled bitterly and spread his hands. It's not too late yet. Okay, Mu Qing, classmate Lu, we have to hurry up. Only 20 minutes left on the first floor. Humph, call me Wanqing. When Lu Wanqing heard these different names, she felt sad. Okay. Lin Yi's expression turned serious. Wanqing, Muqing, you two are responsible for leading the monsters to me. The more the better. Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing nodded, and quickly dispersed to the left and right. They like Lin Yi, who doesn't spoil them, but makes them feel reliable. Those who are always trying to please others are the most annoying. Although the level 1 monsters give you little experience points, if you clear hundreds or thousands of them at a time, the accumulated experience points will naturally increase. Lin Yi could already foresee the scene where his level would soar again. Go! Chapter 39. Promoted twice. Ranked last. The wings behind Lin Yi suddenly spread out, and his speed soared to the extreme. At this moment, thousands of monsters gathered behind him, chasing him madly. Not far away, behind Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing, there was also a dense group of black shadows. Although the number is not as large as Lin Yi's, it is also quite considerable, about 600 or 700 monsters. Lin Yi nodded with satisfaction, feeling fortunate to have brought the two of them into the team. Otherwise, my efficiency will be greatly reduced. Lin Yi shouted loudly. Mu Qing, Wanqing, the two of you move aside. The two women immediately retreated to the sides, looking forward to seeing Lin Yi's methods. Suddenly, the 3 waves of monsters gathered into one, forming a larger group with a total number of more than 2,000. The Abyss Wand emitted a dazzling red light, and the fire element condensed instantly. The casting speed is so fast, it's almost like instantaneous. Seeing this, the two women were amazed. Lin Yi waved his magic wand. Fire meteorite technique. Boom! At the edge of the sky, huge flaming meteorites instantly condensed, releasing terrifying heat and smashing into the monsters below. To deal with a level 1 monster, you have to use such a horrible trick? Minus 113,576. Minus 124,253. Minus 113,724. The 6-digit damage completely shocked the two women. Kill a level 1 Angora rabbit and gain 1 experience point. Kill a level 1 tabby cat and gain 1 experience point. Kill a level 1 small green snake and gain 1 experience point. In a flash, the system prompts refreshed the screen more than 2,000 times. With just 1 strike, Lin Yi gained more than 2,000 experience points. Although, upgrading still requires 200,000 experience points. But it doesn't matter, a little bit adds up to a lot. The further you go in the floors, the richer the experience will be. Don't just stand there. Get ready for the next wave. Lin Yi calculated the time, and thought he would be able to pass the level after doing it one more time. Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing nodded repeatedly, their eyes full of admiration for Lin Yi. The scene just now was too shocking. Moreover, although the experience they gained was not as much as Lin Yi, it was still around 200 each. By this calculation, if you can pass the level, you might be able to level up several times. The two people tasted the sweetness and immediately took the initiative to attract the monster. Fire meteorite technique. The terrifying fireball covered everything, harvesting more than 2,000 experience points again. There were only a few minutes left before the half-hour limit. Come on, let's go to the next floor. Lin Yi smiled and picked up the two women into the air. When he passed the first level monster lord, he killed it instantly with a fireball. Swish! A strong white light enveloped the 3 people. Not only did it teleport them to the second floor, but it also restored all of their conditions to their best. After passing each level, the challenger's health, magic points, etc. will be restored to full. Continue. Lin Yi didn't need to say much. The two women had already acted separately and skillfully. Their movements became more and more skillful. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours later. At this time, there was finally some movement in the trial tower square. Based on the strength of previous years, there will soon be a challenger who breaks through to the 10th level. Everyone waited patiently, their eyes fixed on the magic screens, afraid of missing any details. Buzz! Suddenly, the entire trial tower emitted a faint light. Who is it? Everyone was eagerly waiting, curious about which team would be the first to pass the 10th floor. 3 figures appeared on hundreds of magic screens at the same time. The leader's eyes were full of confidence. The young master of Jiangqing, Han Feng. He led the team and was the first to step into the 11th floor. At the same time, a huge golden light list appeared above the trial tower. Best ranking. First Plaza, Captain Han Fen, Dragon Swordsman, Latonia 21, Han Qian, Flama Maja, Latonia 14, Han Li, Serial Shute, Latonia 13. Second place. The progress of the tower and the basic information of the challenger will be immediately posted on the leaderboard. Witnessing this scene, everyone was shocked. Oh my god, young Master Han Feng is actually a LV21 bronze professional. This is too perverted. Besides, our 2 teammates also have special professions. They will definitely win first place. Hush, it is said that the platinum treasure is reserved this time. The big shots in high positions were also shocked and cursed in their hearts. This Han Boyan is really an old fox. Gao Onping smiled and complimented. Congratulations, City Lord Han. The young master is extremely talented. He was promoted to a bronze professional in a short period of time, and he is expected to become an epic strongman in the future. Han Boyan shook his head and chuckled. Xiao Feng, it's just because he awakened early. Cheng Batian laughed secretly, wondering what he was so proud of. Wait a minute, when you see that Lin Yi is also a bronze professional, you will be shocked. At this moment on the magic screen, Han Feng led the team to quickly approach the location of the 11th floor Lord Monster. The occasional fights that break out make the audience feel really excited. On the field, there were bursts of exclamations from time to time. Next, the challenger's team information all appeared on the screen. Following closely behind was Gao Jiping's team. With the help of several Lord Monster pets under his command, his progress was only 1 step behind Han Feng. Second place, Captain Gao Jiping, Extraordinary Beastmaster, LV-16. Gao Yongfu, Shield Rock Warrior, LV-14. Gao Hua, Scout, LV-13. Gao Onping was extremely proud. Judging from the strength shown on the screen, it seemed that his son had not yet tried his best. Otherwise, he might be the first one to break through the 10th level. This possibility made him so excited that he couldn't help but glance at Cheng Batian and Lu Jiaoyang provocatively. You too, look at my son's strength. Are you shocked? Lu Jiaoyang glared at him, while Cheng Batian looked as if it had nothing to do with him. Just wait and see. There are surprises yet to come. Soon after, the 3rd place was announced. 3rd place, Captain Nangong Ling, Shadow Assassin, LV-17. Nangong Zhan, Spear Warrior, LV-15. Nangong Shui, Priest, LV-14. The Nangong family's lineup was so luxurious that it amazed everyone. At first, when Han Feng broke through the 10th floor for the first time and demonstrated his bronze-level strength, everyone thought that he would be the top of the list. However, as Gao Jiping and Nangong Ling broke through one after another, people realized that the battle was far from over. These 2 people seemed to have the ability to compete with Han Feng. The suspense built up, making everyone excited, and they all cheered for the strong people in their minds. Soon, more and more people passed the level. As long as there are 2 black iron professionals in the team, they can basically advance to the 11th level. 4th place. 5th place. Teams came one after another, and names were added to the list, but Lin Yi's team was nowhere to be seen. Gao Onping laughed so hard that he fell backwards, unable to contain himself, and even directly challenged him. Cheng Batian, where do you get the courage to bet with me? Lu Jiaoyang, are you also meddling in this? With your strength still stuck at the 10th level for more than 3 hours? Huh? Could it be that your daughter, having a love affair with that unknown boy in there, couldn't even pass the 10th floor? Gao Onping laughed, his eyes full of mockery. I gladly accept your 4 pieces of platinum equipment. Lu Jiaoyang was furious. He wanted to refute, but felt guilty. It's been so long, and I still haven't seen him pass the level. Could it be that the guy is really a useless idiot? Cheng Batian was also full of doubts. What on earth is Lin Yi doing? Is he hiding his strength? Oh no. Is there a conflict between the two girls? Seeing that Chung Batian did not respond, Gao Onping sneered, thinking that the other party was guilty. He turned to the screen, his eyes full of pride. Gao Jiping has approached the 13th floor and is approaching Han Feng. At this time, on the 7th floor of the trial tower, Lin Yi waved his staff and cleared the last wave of monsters. Fire meteorite technique. Suddenly, a strong white light rose from Lin Yi's body. Level increased to LV22. Upgraded. Lin Yi was filled with joy. This speed was really amazing. If it were in the outside world, it would take several days of hard work, and the efficiency would be more than 10 times higher. The trial tower is so cool. It seems that I can reach the 10th floor and then level up again. Lin Yi was excited and very satisfied with his strategy. Although the initial progress is a bit slow, you can upgrade 2 levels in a row. Let's go and continue to challenge the 8th floor. Lin Yi waved his hands in high spirits, while the 2 women looked at him with admiration. In a short period of time, they were also promoted to the next level. Lin Yi completely conquered them with his strength, and that subtle affection grew even deeper. In a blink of an eye, the trial tower has been open for nearly 5 hours. At this time, Han Feng was at the top of the list and had reached the 16th floor. Gao Jiping followed closely behind, also at the 16th floor. The third place is still Nangong Ling, who is slightly inferior but has also reached the 15th level. At this moment, there are 34 names on the list. It is no exaggeration to say that these are the elites among the nearly 50,000 newly awakened professionals in Jiangxing. To be able to be promoted to Black Iron within a week, one must either have a wealthy family or be extremely talented. The 5-hour time limit was approaching, which meant that only these 34 teams had made it past the 10th level. Gao Onping looked confident, and the mockery in his eyes was self-evident. Oh, for pieces of platinum equipment. I'm a little embarrassed. If you feel bad, just show it. No one will laugh at you. Lu Jiaoyang completely lost his temper and allowed Gao Onping to mock him. He secretly regretted his impulsiveness and followed Chung Batian to compete with Gao Onping. Chung Baishan's heart was also beating fast. In a few minutes, it will be the 5-hour deadline. Those who fail to get through have lost the opportunity. Damn it, I hope this kid won't fail at the critical moment. He looked up at the sky, feeling a little anxious. Looking at Gao Onping's smug look, he felt so angry that his teeth were itching. At the same time, on the 10th floor of the trial tower, after another fire meteorite technique wiped out the last group of monsters, a dazzling white light appeared on Lin Yi's body again. Level increased to LV23. Lin Yi was secretly delighted. He advanced 2 levels in just 5 hours, and his strength almost doubled. Let's go. It's time to enter the 11th floor. With an ice spear technique, the level 10 Lord monster was instantly killed, and the 3 of them stepped into the 11th floor. At the same time, the trial tower leaderboard emitted a faint golden light. Someone else entered the list, and everyone looked over as usual. I saw a new row of rankings clearly. 35th place, Captain Lin Yi Mage, LV23, Cheng Muqing, Holy Priest, LV16, Li Muan, Storm Archer, LV17. Wow! At this moment, everyone was shocked. Chapter 40. Level 23 Mage, the whole audience is shocked. Just at the last moment of 5 hours, Lin Yi broke into the 11th floor. Then, pairs of eyes suddenly widened, and everyone jumped up from their seats, almost uncontrollably. Level 23 Mage. Just because of these few simple words, people can't believe their eyes. I almost thought I was seeing things. He actually surpassed Han Feng and was 2 levels higher. This is definitely a dark horse. Oh my god, who on earth is this Lin Yi? He's already level 23. This is too outrageous. I'm only level 3. I know this guy. I heard that something went wrong when he awakened. He was just an ordinary mage. I didn't expect that he would make a comeback now. Hiss, an ordinary wizard. How did he do it? At this moment, countless curious eyes gathered on the big screen. Everyone wants to know, how can Lin Yi, an ordinary magician, reach such a perverted level? At this moment, Lin Yi's team attracted almost all attention. In the picture, Lin Yi brought Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing and stepped into the 11th floor. Seeing this, Chung Batian felt relieved and couldn't help but burst into laughter. After seeing Lin Yi and his daughter, he soared 2 levels. He finally understood what these 3 people had been doing before. Upgrade. Moreover, it is upgraded at the limit of each level. This kid has a bright future. Chung Batian was filled with admiration and deeply agreed with Lin Yi's choice. Be able to give up immediate fame and fortune and choose long-term growth. This is something that not everyone can do. Even though he had guessed this, he was still shocked. To level up by 2, how many monsters must have been killed? Lu Jiaoyang looked at Lin Yi's level, and his tense muscles relaxed. You old boy, you're still pretending not to know. Chung Batian said loudly. Leave some suspense. It would be bad if Master Gao is frightened. Don't you think so, Master Gao? For pieces of platinum equipment. Lu Jiaoyang and Chung Batian winked at each other, stretched out 4 fingers in a sarcastic manner, and waved them in front of Gao Anping. Gao Anping's face turned pale. He thought he had won the game. Unexpectedly, the situation reversed at the last moment, and his eyes almost spit fire. Gao Anping snorted coldly with a sullen face. Don't be too proud too soon. The outcome is still uncertain. He is just an ordinary professional. So what if he is bronze? Wait till he meets my son and see how he handles it. After spending so much time on the first 10 levels, I'm afraid your combat power won't be enough. After he finished speaking, Gao Anping thought more and more that it made sense. Even if your level is high, it's useless if you don't know how to fight. Thinking of the trump card prepared for his son, he felt more confident. Chung Batian smiled without saying anything. When Lin Yi and Gao Jiping meet, he will naturally let the old guy know how powerful he is. Other powerful figures were also shocked by Lin Yi's rank, especially the city lord Han Boyan. Could it be that he has awakened early as well? Han Boyan immediately rejected this idea in his heart. He heard clearly that Lin Yi also changed his job just a week ago. Next to him, Kuyuanda, president of the Mage Association, was shaking his head in annoyance. At the awakening ceremony, seeing that Lin Yi was just an ordinary magician, he left directly. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi would make a comeback and rise to become a bronze professional in just a few days. Could it be that his talent is too dazzling, and the world will is jealous and only grants him an ordinary profession? The more Kuyuanda thought about it, the more regretful he became. I wish I could go back a week and slap myself twice for missing out on such a genius. There is no doubt that most people at this moment are curious about Lin Yi. Want to know what methods this dark horse that suddenly appeared out of nowhere has? Everyone looked at the big screen with anticipation. Now, with real-time projection, the truth was about to be revealed. As soon as Lin Yi, Chung Muqing, and Lu Wanqing stepped into the 11th floor of the trial tower, they felt something different. This is an extremely wide canyon, as if it was split in half by the hand of God. Lin Yi frowned slightly. The density of monsters seems to be much lower. He spread his nether wings and flew high into the sky and discovered that the number of monsters was far less dense than in the first 10 floors. Chung Muqing stuck out his tongue and said, Of course, monsters will undergo a qualitative change when they reach level 11. If there are still as many as before, I'm afraid few people will be able to pass. Not everyone is as evil as you. Lin Yi couldn't help but sneer. It was indeed true. The rules of the trial tower are simple. Just kill the Lord Monster guarding the gate along the route. There are countless monsters blocking you on the way. You will successfully pass the level by defeating them after breaking through the siege. But this is by no means an easy task. For ordinary professionals, the basic attributes of the monsters are almost the same as their own. Even if a team of 3 is formed, it is not easy to kill monsters of the same level. What's more, there are Lord Monsters of the same level. Not a special profession, a hidden profession, or someone with powerful equipment and skills. Otherwise, it will be difficult to clear the same level, let alone climb up. Therefore, there are currently 35 teams remaining. Most are still struggling on the 11th floor, and some have even been eliminated due to timeout. Lin Yi raised his lips slightly. It's still the same old rule. Seize every minute and every second. Although there are fewer monsters here, it's no big deal. Lin Yi had a hunch that once he broke through the 30th level, his level will rise to an astonishing height. The 2 women were momentarily stunned by Lin Yi's insistence on his previous strategic decision. Chung Muqing said, Should we reserve more time for the final Lord Monster? After all, a level 11 Lord Monster is not that easy to deal with. Lin Yi waved his hand confidently. No need to worry. Let's keep moving forward. After saying this, he took off into the air, his agile figure soaring into the sky. A level 11 Lord Monster has a maximum health value of 60,000 to 70,000. How could I resist it with just a fireball? The two women looked at Lin Yi's back, their eyes full of admiration. Then, they continued to lead the monster forward. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of eyes followed the three people's steps, all puzzled. Action split up? What kind of drama is this? A few minutes later, a large number of monsters gathered behind Lin Yi on the screen. Level 11 Ironback Wolf, White Bear Monster, Frost Goblin. There are many varieties and everything you need. And when the audience discovered, behind Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing, everyone was shocked when a large number of monsters gathered together. What's going on? They actually took the initiative to attract the monsters that others try to avoid to level up? Does this mean it's not difficult enough? I see. They are leveling up quickly by attracting monsters. No wonder they were so slow in the first 10 levels. It turns out they were preparing for leveling up. At this moment, people suddenly realized. However, looking at the hundreds or thousands of monsters behind the three people, everyone still couldn't help but feel suspicious. With so many monsters, even a bronze professional would find it difficult to deal with them, right? But soon, Lin Yi broke everyone's doubts with his actual actions. Everyone's mouths opened wide, as if they were witnessing a miracle. On the screen, Lin Yi had already started chanting the spell quickly. Buzz! Huge amounts of fire elements gathered around Lin Yi. Purple flame meteorite. Oh! The amazing fireball bloomed instantly, weaving into a dense rain of fire. The terrible high temperature seemed to penetrate the screen, making people feel it and their throats dry. And the scope of its coverage is even more astonishing. Boom, boom. The shocking roar was clearly heard from the screen. Dense flaming meteorites engulfed the group of monsters in an instant. Minus 421,546. Minus 410,571. Minus 413,427. The damage of up to 400,000 is enough to destroy small monsters with only a few thousand health points countless times. At that moment, the originally quiet trial tower square suddenly fell into deathly silence. Although they were not Lin Yi's teammates, they could not see the terrifying damage value jumping around. But from the monster that turned into ashes, it can be inferred that the destructive power of this flaming meteorite has already far exceeded the monster's endurance limit. After a brief silence, the whole audience was in an uproar. Oh my God, is this still the wizard I know? This is too amazing. How much experience points must this wave of instant kills have earned? I'm afraid it must be tens of thousands. I'm so envious. It took me several months to get tens of thousands of experience points, but they can get them with just a wave of their hand. No wonder I was able to advance to bronze in just 1 week. The gap is too big. Everyone looked at the young and handsome wizard in shock. Shock, envy, and admiration are all mixed together. And Lin Yi also showed the tip of the iceberg of his terrifying strength in front of everyone for the first time. Even this alone is enough to shock people. At this moment, almost everyone's attention shifted from other challengers to Lin Yi. How could it be as satisfying as watching Lin Yi level up compared to watching others struggle to pass levels? Oh! Flame meteorites continued to explode, consuming wave after wave of monsters. The audience was mesmerized by the dazzling performance and never got tired of watching it. After more than 20 minutes, there were only 1 or 2 minutes left before the half-hour limit. Under the envious gazes of everyone, Lin Yi, holding the two women in his arms, ran quickly towards the monster guarding the gate. The speed of his nether wings shocked many experts. At this point, the truth is revealed. The reason why Lin Yi seemed so slow was because he had to level up every time he went through the levels. When they thought of this, everyone couldn't help but gasp. It's really true that comparing yourself with others will make you feel thwarted, especially for challengers who have been eliminated. The monster they tried their best to avoid turned out to be a tool for others to help their girls level up. This is simply unacceptable. Finally, Lin Yi and the other two arrived in front of the monster lord guarding the gate. The level 11 Ironback Wolf King has more than 70,000 health points. For ordinary black iron professionals, it is an insurmountable peak. Just when everyone thought that Lin Yi would finally face a challenge. On the screen, Lin Yi did not even pause for a moment and lightly tapped the magic wand. Fireball! A blazing crimson fireball whizzed out and hit the Ironback Wolf King hard. The Wolf King, who was about to pounce, was hit by a 10,000-ton truck and flew backwards in an instant. The blazing fireball completely ignited it, and its health points instantly dropped to 0. Seeing this, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. This terrifying fireball with a diameter of more than 1 meter is actually the fireball technique? There was a wizard who refused to believe it, and with a wave of his hand, a fireball the size of an egg appeared in his palm. The sound of people gasping for air came one after another, and the air seemed to warm up several degrees. Looking at Lin Yi's back as he walked towards the 12th floor, everyone's eyes were filled with horror. This young man is undoubtedly the most surprising dark horse in this year's professional trial. At this moment, everyone is full of expectations. What do you think will happen when Nangong Ling, Gao Jiping, and Han Feng meet Lin Yi? Chapter 41. Kill all the way through, just fight hard. What everyone is most looking forward to is the confrontation between various geniuses. Moreover, Lin Yi is also a model of grassroots counterattack. In a short period of time, the story of his humble origins spread throughout Jiangxing. Growing up in a single-parent family, he relied on his extraordinary talent and unremitting efforts. He climbed up to his current position step by step and became a model of perfect counterattack in the hearts of countless people. This inspirational story moved many people to tears. There is no doubt that Lin Yi has resonated strongly with more ordinary people. After all, most people in society live in ordinary lives. Therefore, people are extremely eager for Lin Yi to defeat all the opponents in a head-on confrontation and make a stunning debut. At this moment, Lin Yi seemed to have transformed into the person everyone dreamed of. Counterattack! Become the first in Jiangxing. In a flash, Jiangxing was boiling. Whether it was the audience before the live broadcast or the audience on site, the vast majority became Lin Yi supporters. Yang Mei, who was at the scene, was already in tears. A sense of supreme pride arose spontaneously, and she felt that all the hard work over the years had finally paid off. At this moment, Jiangxing's attention was all focused on Lin Yi. People are looking forward to what surprises this young man will bring. Where is his limit? At this time, Lin Yi was immersed in the joy of his rapidly increasing experience points. If it weren't for Cheng Muqing and the other girl, reminding them from time to time that time was running out, he really wanted to keep leveling up like this until he reached his limit. 11th floor, 12 floors, 13th floor, 14th floor. Every time everyone thought that he would stop leveling up at the next level, the result was always unexpected. Lin Yi, along with Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing, continued to kill monsters. Oh my god, how terrible is his output? Why does it feel like there's no limit? Oh, if only I were half as good as he is. Even after watching Lin Yi level up for several hours, everyone was still shocked. Level 11 Puppeteer, kill instantly. Level 12 Dragon Man, kill instantly. Level 13 Tree Spirit, kill instantly. A level 14 Dark Cultist can still be killed instantly. Whoosh! Suddenly, a strong white light rose from Lin Yi and the other two. The three of them upgraded again. Wow! This upgrade is too easy, right? No wonder the two school beauties want to team up with Lin Yi. They really want to cling to Lin Yi's thighs. Seeing Lin Yi and the other two upgrade, everyone was envious. In particular, Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing, who saw that they could gain a lot of experience just by luring monsters, were so envious that their eyes turned red. Seeing this, Wang Dong was filled with regret. If I had teamed up with Brother Yi, I would have been the one enjoying all this. After he finished speaking, he slapped his thigh violently. With Lin Yi's upgrade again, the damage of a fireball can exceed 100,000. At this moment, the Trial Tower leaderboard was updated again. First Plaza, Captain Han Fen, Dragon Swordsman, Latonia 21, Han Qian, Flama Maja, Latonia 14, Han Li, Serial Shute, Latonia 13. Second place, Captain Gao Jiping, Extraordinary Beastmaster, LV 17. Gao Yongfu, Shield Rock Warrior, LV 15. Gao Hua, Scout, LV 14. Third place, Captain Nangong Ling, Shadow Assassin, LV 17. Nangong Zhan, Spear Warrior, LV 15. Nangong Shui, Priest, LV 14. At this time, except for the 7 teams including Han Feng, Gao Jiping, Nangong Ling, and Lin Yi, the rest of the teams have been eliminated. After all, the difficulty of the Trial Tower becomes more and more terrifying as time goes by. The monsters are stronger, elite monsters appear, and the attributes of Lord Monsters continue to rise. Obviously, although some of the top 3 teams have been upgraded, the pace of progress has slowed down significantly. If they had not started from the 15th floor and challenged the gatekeeper monster, which could extend the challenge time, the teams ranked 4th to 6th would have been eliminated long ago. As Lin Yi and his party stepped into the 15th floor, everyone's heartstrings were plucked. Because this means that Lin Yi's team is about to face off against other teams. Although not one of the top 3 teams, it is equally eye-catching. Unlike the first 14 levels, there are multiple passages to pass through. When we reached the 15th floor, there was only one passage left. Moreover, the difficulty of the Lord monsters increases suddenly, upgrading from ordinary to purple Lord monsters. Currently, the 3 teams ranked 4th to 6th are constantly trying. He was almost gray with worry and on the verge of despair. Finally, I can see the showdown between Lin Yi and others. Everyone looked at Lin Yi leading the 2 women into the 15th floor, their eyes full of anticipation. But at this moment, Lin Yi had a headache. He found that the number of monsters here was decreasing again. There are a lot of elite monsters mixed in with the small monsters. For others, the difficulty increases dramatically. You must reach the gatekeeper monster within half an hour. Any mistake will result in a time limit. It can be said that most of the teams that rushed to the 15th floor fell on the way to the gatekeeper monster. Even, I was unable to see the gatekeeper monster with my own eyes. Even if you were lucky enough to encounter a level 15 purple lord monster, it is enough to make these professionals breathless. The best result of the previous session was hovering between the 15th and 16th floors. This year, due to the emergence of many geniuses, especially Han Feng, the historical record was broken in one fell swoop. However, this may not be a good thing for Lin Yi. Although elite monsters are equally vulnerable to the purple flame meteorite, their experience points are also greater. However, the reduction in monster density has led to a significant reduction in overall experience points gained. Lin Yi once again used the purple flame fire meteorite to clear out the group of monsters in front of him, silently calculating in his mind. At this rate, the experience points that can be gained from each level of the trial tower are expected to be between 100,000 and 150,000. If I can get through the 30th floor, maybe I can soar directly to the 27th level, or even higher. Lin Yi raised a smile. It would only take 1 day at most to pass the trial tower. In just 1 day, he soared to 7 or 8 levels. What a shocking thing this is. Lin Yi was not greedy and was already satisfied. Here we go. Lin Yi is about to meet the other teams for the first time. There is also a powerful purple lord monster. Finally, I can see that Lin Yi is facing obstacles. I don't know why, but I'm looking forward to Lin Yi getting humiliated. I feel the same way. Perhaps it's because Lin Yi is too invincible, which makes it seem unreal. Although everyone expected that Lin Yi would continue to overcome all obstacles. But a level 15 Lord Monster won't let him have it too easy. Besides, other teams would not let Lin Yi pass easily. Want to break through first? Then show your strength? At this moment, Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing snuggled in his arms, with a hint of sweetness in their eyes. Both of them have gradually become accustomed to this kind of flying. Soon, the 3 arrived at the final clearance area. On an open plain, a huge pale golden light gate stood tall. Crossing it will lead you to the 16th floor, but this is obviously not easy. Under the light gate, a mountain-like figure exudes a strong sense of oppression. 2-headed troll. Level: LV-15 Lord Monster, purple. Health value: 295,217. Skills: Big Stick Sweep, Double-Headed Bite, Bloodthirsty Heavy Attack. At this moment, a team was fighting fiercely with the 2-headed troll, but was clearly at a disadvantage. The 2-headed troll almost killed the shield warrior in the front with just one swing of his stick. Fortunately, the priest's crazy treatment saved him. All skills were on cooldown, and the 3 were powerless to resist. They escaped from the range of the light golden halo in a panic, and the trolls stopped chasing them and returned to guard in front of the light gate. The leading teenager shook his head and sighed. Oh, this is too difficult. How did the 3 teams ahead of us get through? This was their 20th attempt, but they were still quickly defeated. Looking at the 3 team marks engraved on the light gate, it is a sign of glory, indicating that 3 teams have successfully passed the level. They could not see the leaderboard of the trial tower and could only judge how much they had advanced by the marks on each level. The other teams watching the game also shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Let's go, this is one last try. If it doesn't work, we'll retreat. Several people were about to step into the entrance, surrounded by a halo. At this moment, Lin Yi quickly landed with the two beauties in his arms. Who is this guy? Why is he so pretentious? Until they saw the two people clearly, the 9 people were stunned. Damn, isn't this Chung Muqing and Lu Wanqing? To be embraced by the same man? Who is this guy? Seeing the two goddesses being so docile at this moment, everyone's jaws almost dropped. Is this still the unattainable ice beauty she is in everyday life? Facing the surprised looks of the crowd, Lin Yi remained calm and said, "Everyone, since you were still hesitating, how about I go over first?" Hearing this, the remaining 9 people looked at each other in bewilderment. This guy is so arrogant. Usually before reaching this stage, everyone will observe for a few rounds first. At least you should understand the attack mode and skill characteristics of the Lord Monster before you dare to challenge it. Who would just go for a head-on fight right away? If it were someone else, perhaps they would give a reminder out of kindness. But seeing that Lin Yi was hugging a goddess on each side, jealousy surged in his heart like a tide. Want to show off, right? Waiting to see you flip over. They smiled at each other and said, "Then you go first." In the outside world, everyone witnessed Lin Yi and the other two breaking into the challenge circle of the level 15 two-headed troll so blatantly. They all looked at each other with disbelief on their faces. Oh my god, is Lin Yi just going to fight back like this? Does he really not take the purple monster lord seriously at all? Don't forget, Nangong Ling and his companions also spent a lot of time here before they got through. I always feel that Lin Yi is going to fall this time. On the magic screen, the two-headed troll let out an earth-shaking roar, and the sound waves spread out in the void along with the roar. Lin Yi smiled lightly. How could he not know that the 9 people outside were waiting to laugh at him? But is a level 15 purple lord monster very powerful? Looking at the approaching two-headed troll, Lin Yi curled up his lips into a smile. Thick ice elements gathered on the magic wand. Ice spear technique. The huge ice spear instantly condensed in the void, and then with a deafening explosion, it shot towards the two-headed troll. Call out! Almost in the blink of an eye, the ice spear pierced through the void and pierced through the heart of the two-headed troll. The huge body collapsed like a mountain and was thrown backwards by the huge force. Nailed firmly to the ground, his entire body was quickly covered with frost. Minus 375,612. The health of the two-headed troll was instantly reduced to 0. Instant kill? At this moment, everyone was stunned. Chapter 42. Arrived at the 18th floor, Nangong Ling blocked the door. In the center of the screen, a two-headed troll shaped like a hill was suddenly pierced through, and its blood quickly solidified before it could flow. Bang! After the crisp sound, everyone woke up from their dream, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Hiss! Whether it was at the trial tower or in the audience watching the live broadcast, everyone gasped. They originally thought that Lin Yi would be blocked by this two-headed troll, but I never expected it to end like this. Another instant kill? After the extreme silence, there was a frenzy of excitement, and the atmosphere on the scene reached its peak in an instant. Everyone was spitting with excitement, sharing the shock with those around them. Oh my god, is this really the Iceland's technique? Why is it different from mine? Hiss, we are both mages. Why is there such a huge gap between me and Boss Lin Yi? Lin Yi was able to kill the two-headed troll in 1 second. Han Feng hadn't been able to do that before. So, Lin Yi is much stronger than the previous ones. That may not be the case. High damage is one thing, but the true strength can only be known after a fight. Everyone's emotions were getting higher and higher, and they didn't care even if their throats were sore from shouting. It seems that only in this way can I vent the shock in my heart. High in the sky, the eyes of the bigwigs were even more sharp. Beside him, Kuyunda gradually saw the clues. Lin Yi's skills are extremely powerful, far exceeding ordinary spells, even several times, or even more. Is it because of the high skill level, or some other reason? Kuyunda guessed in his heart, but did not dare to conclude. After all, the integration of games and reality has only been around for 100 years, and many areas have not yet been fully understood. From time to time, professionals will awaken amazing talents. While rare, it's not impossible. Kuyunda's face was full of regret. He firmly believed that Lin Yi was no ordinary wizard. If we could have accepted him at the beginning, the Jiangqing Mage Association would have accepted him. Maybe you can help me become a member of the Mages Association in the future. As for now, Lin Yi has shown amazing potential in the trial, so there is nothing left for him to do. The more Kuyunda thought about it, the angrier he got, so he slapped himself in the face. Seeing this, everyone around was shocked. Lu Jiaoyang laughed continuously, as Lin Yi's performance refreshed his cognition again and again. This boy, apart from being a bit philandering, is a pretty good son-in-law. Chung Batian looked at Gao Onping's ugly face, and then joked, for pieces of platinum equipment. Gao Onping was about to take action, but was stopped in time by Nangong Zhe. However, he still uttered a harsh word. "Old man, you wait. You may be proud now, but I will make you shut up later." Chung Batian chuckled. "How about another gamble?" Hearing this, Gao Onping immediately shut up. Although he still had some confidence in Gao Jiping, the strength shown by Lin, he made him dare not guarantee it. At the same time, Lin used the ice spear technique to instantly kill the two-headed troll. The sound of gasps coming from behind him made the corners of his mouth slightly rise, and he felt particularly happy. "Want to see me embarrass myself?" "Impossible." Lin Yi chuckled and walked into the light with the two women, heading towards the 16th floor. After fighting for hours and being defeated over and over again, the team looked at each other in disbelief, reading disbelief in each other's eyes. I could even hear the sound of swallowing saliva. It turned out that the clown was me? How is this possible? Can a level 15 purple lord monster be killed instantly? I don't believe it. There was a team that refused to believe in evil and walked towards the resurrected two-headed troll with gritted teeth. Boom! The mace smashed down hard, and immediately their heads started buzzing. The three men scrambled away to escape. "I don't want to play anymore. There's no point playing with this pervert around. You guys continue, we'll withdraw first." "Then let's go too." One by one, they gave up the challenge and disappeared into light. At this moment, they couldn't wait to know the details of the perverted wizard. In a blink of an eye, only 4 of the original 7 teams remained. Lin Yi indirectly eliminated 3 teams, and the audience couldn't help but burst into laughter. It's really miserable to struggle for so long, but give up just because Lin Yi is too abnormal. At this time, there were only 4 teams left. The leader Han Feng is still in the lead and has climbed to the 21st floor. This is a record that has never appeared in the Jiangxing Trial Tower in recent decades. It seemed that he was about to break the Jiangxing record and reach the 22nd level, but this step was difficult to take. Han Feng was stuck here, unable to move forward, because the gatekeeper monster on the 21st floor has made a qualitative leap. A 20-level Golden Lord monster. The Dragon Swordsman is good at offense, but his defense is slightly lacking. Han Feng led his teammates to repeatedly challenge the gatekeeper monster. There are all kinds of gorgeous moves emerging one after another, like dancing on a tightrope, but the effect is not obvious. This is his 3rd challenge. The first 2 ended in failure. Han Feng's eyes were hot, and his fighting spirit was high. I must surpass everyone and break through the limits. Apart from Lin Yi, he received the most attention. After all, Han Feng is very likely to break the record in Jiangxing's history. Next is Gao Jiping, although his level is not high. But with the help of several Lord Monster pets, they reached the 20th floor. Witnessing this scene, Gao Onping nodded with satisfaction. Jiping go all out. In comparison, Nangong Ling, who followed, seemed slightly inferior. Shadow Assassin is better at assassination, and will inevitably be unable to deal with the Lord Monster. In addition, his 2 teammates are not top-notch in strength. They have only reached the 18th level so far, and it seems difficult to go any further. At this moment, on the 16th floor of the trial tower, Lin Yi and his group appeared, and everyone's eyes were full of anticipation. Should we make a quick decision this time? However, the 3 people on the screen acted separately, and the familiar strategy of pulling monsters was played out again. Naturally, Lin Yi would not easily let go of this excellent place for leveling up. He was not in a hurry. After all, the ultimate goal was to pass the level, so it didn't matter whether he passed it early or late. Purple Flame Meteorite. In an instant, the flaming meteorites devoured the monsters one by one, and Lin Yi's experience bar also climbed. Kill the level 16 Blood Wolf and gain 10 experience points. Kill the level 16 Eye Demon and gain 10 experience points. Kill the 16th level Knight and gain 10 experience points. The log bar interface kept jumping, which made Lin Yi extremely satisfied. Half an hour passed in a flash, and the Ice Spear technique once again killed the Gatekeeper monster in seconds. Lin Yi and the other 2 arrived at the 17th floor. Lin Yi felt a little regretful according to the rules of the trial tower. These gatekeeper lord monsters are only projections. Only the challenger who defeats them for the first time can obtain equipment or skill rewards. The lord monsters in the first few levels have been knocked down countless times, and it is impossible for them to drop rare items. But Lin Yi was not anxious. After all, Jiangqing's current highest record was only the 21st floor. The following lord monsters are all new, and the rewards will definitely be generous. Soon, the three arrived at the 18th floor. At this time, Nangongling was also on the 18th floor, still fighting with the gatekeeper monster. Nangongling couldn't help but sit up straight, worrying about his son. Everyone understood that what was coming next was not just a battle with the monster lord guarding the gate. Moreover, a fierce confrontation will break out between the two teams. Nangongling knew that he was ranked third. Therefore, he would never let Lin Yi get away with it easily in front of him. The top 3 places mean generous rewards. More importantly, you can directly participate in the upcoming national trials, which is the real battlefield. If we can attract the attention of the top level, the benefits will be immeasurable and far beyond what a few treasures can bring. Therefore, everyone is fully aware that this is a competition for opportunity, and no one is willing to give in. Hundreds of thousands of eyes stared at the magic screen, afraid of missing any details. Everyone thought Lin Yi would feel a sense of urgency, but under everyone's surprised gaze, he continued to level up leisurely. I admire Lin Yi for his calm and confident attitude. That's right, I was almost stunned. Everyone was talking about it, but Lin Yi remained unmoved and continued on his path of upgrading. Purple flame meteorite. Not long after, a strong white light rose from Lin Yi. Level increased to LV25. Upgraded again. People admire Lin Yi even more, as this is exactly the demeanor a strong man should have. Be calm in praise or criticism, and make great achievements. Lin Yi is going to do something big. According to this trend, his level will continue to rise, and he will create unprecedented miracles. With such anticipation, everyone wished time could go forward 10 times faster. Half an hour passed in a flash, and Lin Yi, along with Cheng Muqing, headed towards a monster guarding the gate. At the gate of the 18th floor, Nangongling is still trying tirelessly. Facing the 18th level purple lord monster, the dark tree spirit, within the circle of light, his eyes were filled with resentment. Nangongling had to end this trial journey early. Looking at the golden light gate behind, there are 2 teams' marks. He knew that it must be Han Feng and Wang Jiping. Don't get complacent. When the national trials come, I, Nangongling, will be on my real stage. Nangongling clenched his fists. The trial tower was too restrictive to his profession, and he was unable to fully demonstrate his strength. It is said that there are various forms of trials across the country, and he will definitely achieve better results then. But right now, consolidating the top 3 is the most important thing. It not only means rich treasure rewards. It is a direct ticket to the next round without having to participate in the qualifying round. I'm a latecomer, so I can only say sorry. Immediately, Nangongling and his 2 teammates guarded the entrance. With him here, no one can pass the 18th level trial today. Even though he believed in his heart that apart from Wang Jiping and Han Feng, no third person could reach the 18th level. Just in case, he did not directly withdraw from the trial to watch the battle, but chose to block the door. Witnessing Nangongling's actions, everyone became excited. Blocking the door is not a new thing. Any big family would make the same choice. Most importantly, the fun is about to begin. At this moment, everyone in Jiangchen was focused on this scene. What a shocking scene it will be when Lin Yi faces Nangongling. Soon, Lin Yi and the other 2 quickly arrived at the final challenge site on the 18th floor. In a dense black forest, the huge dark tree spirit is particularly eye-catching. Lin Yi landed slowly, and 3 people came towards him. The leading man was the young master of the Nangong family, Nangongling. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Want to block the door? Ask for my opinion first?" Chapter 43. 2 women take action and defeat Nangongling. At this moment, Nangongling led 2 companions and blocked the way for Lin Yi and the other 2. This competition is undoubtedly the most exciting scene in the professional trial. Despite Lin Yi's amazing strength, he was unstoppable all the way. But everyone present is still looking forward to the collision between the 2 teams, because Nangongling is definitely not an easy person to deal with. The fact that he could climb to the 18th floor of the trial tower was enough to show his strength. What's more, the assassin is against the mage. In a way, there are natural advantages. And Nangong Ling is a rare shadow assassin who is good at moving silently in the dark. Therefore, the outcome of this battle became the focus of everyone's heated discussion. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Nangong Ling slowly stopped opposite Lin Yi. He looked at the three people with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Although he was not familiar with Lin Yi, but he knew Qing Muqing and Lu Wanqing very well. Looking at the intimacy between the three people, Nangong Ling began to wonder, could it be a gigolo? He narrowed his eyes slightly, and even though he was not a suitor of the two women, he couldn't help feeling a little unhappy. I worked hard but ended up at the 18th floor, while this handsome man was accompanied by two women. Reaching the same height was undoubtedly a mockery of him. Stop, Nangong Ling said sternly. The 18th floor is not a place you should set foot on, so it is better to give up as soon as possible. Lin Yi was slightly surprised. Then he suddenly realized. The Nangong Ling in front of him was obviously unable to break through the 18th level. Therefore, he adopted the method of interception to stop the latecomers and thus preserve his third-place position. Lin Yi sneered and said disdainfully, "Oh, so you want to block others' way because you are powerless to move forward? Since when did even these unknown people dare to look down on me? Nangong Ling? I'll give you one last chance. Leave the trial tower immediately, or don't blame me for being ruthless." Nangong Ling waved his hand, and his teammates took up fighting stances. Although the entire trial tower from the 11th floor onwards was broadcast live, violence was not tolerated in public. But it would also be humiliating if the defeat was witnessed by thousands of people. 10 seconds. Nangong Ling's countdown made the audience clench their fists, looking forward to Lin Yifang's counterattack. How dare you count down to me? You are really overestimating yourself. You two stand back. Lin Yi turned around and gave orders, instinctively wanting to protect the two women. But Qing Muqing and Lu Wanqing smiled at each other and shook their heads firmly. Lin Yi, let us do it this time. Take a rest. There are more important things waiting for you to deal with later. Yes, we also want to contribute. We are not just for show. Since entering the trial tower, the two have been playing the role of attracting monsters. They felt quite unwilling and worried that they would be seen as a foil. Now is your chance to prove your worth. Now Qing Muqing has reached level 18, and Lu Wanqing has even reached level 19, surpassing Nangong Ling and Gao Jiping. Lin Yi felt their determination and then stepped aside. He was relieved that he didn't have to do any of the fighting himself. The audience's expectations froze in an instant, and then bursts of discussion broke out. Oh my god, Lin Yi actually let two school beauties fight against Nangong Ling's entire team alone? Can they do it? Anyway, I have Lin Yi to back me up. If things don't work out, I can just do something else. Why are you in such a hurry? You underestimate the two goddesses. Just look at their current levels, and you will understand everything. When these words were spoken, everyone gasped. They then realized that Qing Muqing and Lu Wanqing's levels had leaped forward without them noticing, although he could only obtain 1/5 of Lin Yi's experience. But cumulatively, it is also considerable. It's just that the previous brilliance was overshadowed by Lin Yi. Even though they were unable to witness Lin Yi's move with their own eyes, the audience's expectations did not diminish in the slightest. Lu Jiaoyang and Qing Baishan's eyes were also full of anticipation. Seeing Lin Yi retreat, Nangong Ling became more certain of his judgment. This guy is just a gigolo. Very good. Since you are my enemy, I will let you experience real pain. Deal with these two women first, and leave that pretty boy alone for now. Nangong Ling's figure merged into the shadows, and shadow stealth was activated. In this dark forest, although it is controlled by the dark tree spirit, but for the shadow assassin, the environment is like a fish in water. Shadow stealth? Then, Priest Nangong Shui quickly stacked the buffs, and Lancer Nangong Zhan launched a charge. Qing Muqing and Lu Wanqing smiled tacitly, and their love rivals turned out to be partners fighting side by side. Holy blessing! Qing Muqing chanted a spell, and the golden light shield instantly covered the three of them. Even Lin Yi, who was far behind, was surrounded by shields, and his heart suddenly felt warm. After leveling up, the power of the holy priest begins to show its power, which is beyond the reach of ordinary priests. Holy light strengthens. Holy light! Layers of buffs were applied to Lu Wanqing, and she felt that her strength and agility were significantly improved. Nangong Ling leaves it to you, and I will deal with the spear warrior. Although the holy priest is more auxiliary, he is not without combat effectiveness. It's more than enough to deal with a level 15 spear warrior. The holy light made it impossible for the assassin to hide. Even Nangong Ling appeared as a faint shadow under the light. Although it was fleeting, it was enough. Lin Yi secretly admired himself in his heart, relying on the eye of the abyss. Being able to clearly capture Nangong Ling's every move, I didn't expect that Cheng Muching also had such ability. The collaboration between the two women was surprisingly harmonious. Respond to each other and move flexibly. Maintain maximum distance from enemy melee units to gain more casting space. I have the wind in sight. Lu Wanqing's eyes flashed green, and her vision suddenly improved. The dark shadow that had already appeared suddenly became more prominent. I found you. Lu Wanqing smiled confidently, took the emerald green longbow in her hand, put the arrow on it, and pulled the string. Storm arrow. Swoosh. In an instant, piercing sonic booms rang out one after another, and several long arrows suddenly shot towards Nangong Ling's hiding place. Nangong Ling's expression was stern. How is it possible? Shadow clone? In a hurry, he immediately used the clone technique, and 4 clones spread out to the surroundings. Lu Wanqing remained calm and controlled several long arrows to suddenly change direction and chase after the 4 clones. Bang bang! The 4 clones exploded and dissipated into wisps of black smoke. Nangong Ling took the opportunity to approach Lu Wanqing, holding a bloody dagger. You little bitch, wait till I get close to you. I'll teach you a lesson. Lu Wanqing turned her eyes slightly and said sarcastically, just a clown. Previously, Nangong Ling's gaze towards Lin Yi made Lu Wanqing very unhappy. She wanted to vent her anger for Lin Yi. Exploding arrow. A thick arrow flew towards Nangong Ling. The sonic boom became louder, and ripples seemed to appear in the void. The sharp feeling made his exposed skin numb. Nangong Ling was shocked. What is her level? Why are her skills so powerful? Nangong Ling had investigated beforehand and knew that Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing were not of high rank and should not have such power. At this moment, he was confused. Boom! A violent explosion of wind shook Nangong Ling out of stealth, causing him to retreat hundreds of meters. Minus 4,193. Although the Storm Archer has a growth coefficient bonus, its attack power exceeds 2,000 at level 19. With the support of skills, it is not difficult to cause tens of thousands of damage. But Nangong Ling, after all, was born into one of the 4 great families in Jiangcheng, so he naturally had a lot of rare equipment and skills. Just now, it was thanks to the life-saving skills that a large amount of damage was offset. Lu Wanqing was not discouraged at all. She raised a provocative smile on her lips and was full of confidence. An assassin who can't get close to his target is nothing but waste. From this moment on, Nangong Ling was completely under Lu Wanqing's control. Nangong Ling tried his best to get close to the two, but to no avail. Cheng Muqing and the other person each showed off their special abilities, and their various methods were dazzling. As long as Lu Wanqing keeps her distance, Nangong Ling has nothing to fear. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Lu Wanqing to be so ferocious, but she was previously concealed by Lin Yi. Oh my god, Goddess Lu is so strong. I thought she was weak. This is a level 19 Storm Archer. How can an ordinary person compare to him? Maybe it's because Lin Yi is too strong. This remark awakened everyone, and everyone suddenly realized. Looking at the calm young man, doubts quietly arose in my heart. How strong is Lin Yi? Even Lu Wanqing's charm can be covered up. This seemingly fierce duel between geniuses, in Lin Yi's calm eyes, seemed like a child's game. I really want to see Boss Lin Yi take action. I wonder if Gao Jiping can force Lin Yi to show his true kung fu. Lu Wanqing's participation in the battle did not reduce everyone's expectations. Instead, it made everyone more curious about Lin Yi's strength. So far, Lin Yi has only demonstrated the fireball technique, Ice Lance technique, and purple flame fire meteorite. They were very curious. What was the limit of Lin Yi's strength? Lin Yi laughed, folded his arms, and looked relaxed. At this time, Cheng Muqing had dealt with the gunners and priests nearby. The 2 men fell to the ground with serious injuries, their eyes full of resentment. After Cheng Muqing joined the battle, Nangong Ling, who was already suppressed, became even more embarrassed. In just a minute, the holy spear pierced through his shadow shield. His health was running low, and he fell to the ground. Nangong Ling looked extremely miserable at this moment. His body was covered with scars, his gorgeous black leather armor was badly damaged, and blood was oozing from the hole in his chest. Nangong Ling looked at Lu Wanqing and the others, shocked. The two women who were originally indifferent turned out to be so powerful. Why are they so strong? Nangong Ling's face was full of confusion. What made him most aggrieved was Lin Yi, who was watching from the sidelines. At this time, Lu Wanqing and Cheng Muqing were as excited as birds after their victory, looking forward to Lin Yi's approval. Lin Yi, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Lin Yi smiled slightly. Not too long, very well done, let's go in. The two girls smiled at each other, stuck out their tongues, and thought of the same thing in their hearts. If it was Lin Yi, maybe he could kill Nangong Ling instantly. Seeing the three people stepping into the challenge aura, the dark dryad slowly awakened. Nangong Ling shouted unwillingly. Even if you defeat me, you may not be able to pass the 18th level. The power of the dark tree spirit is beyond the imagination of you pretty boys. He hoped that Lin Yi and others would fail, so that he could still keep his third place. Lin Yi turned around and looked back and said coldly, Dark tree spirit, is it very strong? Chapter 44, Another instant kill? Encounter with Gao Jiping. Dark tree spirit. Level. LV18 Lord Monster, Purple. Health value. 849,723. Skills. Double Life, Vine Whip, Dark Night Glow, Rapid Regeneration. In a sense, the Dark Dryad is indeed a powerful being. Its health value is even comparable to that of the Golden Lord Monster of the same level. But this only applies to ordinary people, but Lin Yi is different. Sensing the reluctance behind Nangong Ling, Lin Yi's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a hint of contempt. He decided to show more strength to let Nangong Ling understand what the gap was. Under Nangong Ling's puzzled gaze, the previously strong Lu Wanqing and Cheng Muqing actually retreated behind Lin Yi. What the hell? Are we going to let this pretty boy fight the dark tree spirit alone? Just when he was confused, he saw a strong black light emanating from Lin Yi's wand. The astonishing casting speed made Nangong Ling's pupils shrink suddenly. Could it be that this person is the real strong one in the team? Witnessing this scene, he suddenly realized. Nangong Ling stared at Lin Yi's movements closely. A dark mark rushed towards the dark tree spirit. Hell's brand! In an instant, the dark tree spirit, which was 100 meters tall, couldn't help but tremble. Vines that were more than 10 meters long lashed at the mark like pythons, but to no avail. In a flash, it was branded on the dark tree spirit. Lin Yi performed his magic with such smoothness that all the spectators were overwhelmed with emotion and dazzled. This is a natural-born wizard. Kuyuanda slapped himself in regret, scaring the important people around him so much that they all kept their distance from him. Ice spear technique. Call out! Under Nangong Ling's wide eyes, the giant frost spear instantly broke through the air. He swallowed subconsciously. Even though they were hundreds of meters apart, he could still feel the biting chill contained in the ice spear. Walla walla! The dark tree spirit seemed to sense the crisis, and countless vines waved wildly in an attempt to intercept the ice spear. Swish, swish, swish! The ice spear penetrated one thick vine after another and instantly embedded itself into the body of the dark tree spirit. Activated the Hellbrand, achieving a 5-fold damage bonus. Puff! Although it was a wooden trunk, it made a dull sound of piercing flesh. Streams of black liquid gushed out like springs, and were instantly frozen by the coldness of the ice spear. Crack, crack! The dense freezing sounds echoed throughout the dark forest, making people feel frightened. The 100-meter-tall dark tree spirit's body was covered with a layer of rapidly spreading white frost. The closer you get to the ice spear, the thicker the frost becomes. Bah! With a crisp bang, the originally dark body of the dark tree spirit turned into silver white. -11-27593. Millions of horrific damages erupted in an instant, and the dark tree spirit died instantly, shocking Lu Wanqing and Cheng Muqing. Even though they were used to Lin Yi's extraordinariness, they were still stunned after the million damage was revealed. Whenever we think we have reached Lin Yi's limit, he always brings unexpected shocks. Nangong Ling opened his mouth to the extreme. Is this fake? The dark tree spirit with 840,000 health points was killed instantly. How is this possible? Nangong Shui and the other person standing next to them were equally shocked and expressed Nangong Ling's thoughts. They fought bloody battles many times on the 18th floor and knew everything about the dark tree spirit. Therefore, he could feel more intuitively the horror of the ice spear technique. Is this really the ice spear technique? Hiss! The next moment, the three of them gasped at the same time. I never expected that this man who was regarded as a pretty boy was the real strong man. One strike of ice spear killed the dark tree spirit instantly. If he was still considered a pretty boy, then what was I? Waste? Even worse than trash. The feeling of frustration surged into Nangong Ling's heart like a tide. It turns out that it wasn't Lu Wanqing and Cheng Muqing who brought him up here. He was just too lazy to do anything. The truth was so cruel that he didn't even have the qualifications to take action. Nangong Ling's eyes were dim, as if he had lost all his strength in an instant. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood on the ground, and he lost all his spirit. Lin Yi's ice spear technique not only killed the dark tree spirit instantly, but also crushed Nangong Ling's arrogance. Let's go! At this moment, the specific ranking is no longer important. Nangong Ling just wants to escape from here. The onlookers were equally shocked, and the sound of their gasps was enough to prove everything. Flash sale. Another instant kill. Moreover, it is a dark tree spirit with extremely high health points. This can kill instantly? How high is Lin Yi's damage? At this moment, the doubts in everyone's hearts reached their peak. Someone vaguely estimated that judging from the damage done, Lin Yi has surpassed the silver professionals. You know, generally a silver professional at level 35. The main attribute of the naked equipment must reach 60,000 to burst out hundreds of thousands of damage with skills. And Lin Yi, a first-level bronze professional, actually did it. This shows how perverted it is. What's even more shocking is that this doesn't seem to be Lin Yi's limit. When they thought of this, everyone was shocked. This is beyond common sense. Even for a secret profession, it shouldn't be so powerful. Many important figures looked at each other, suspicion flashing in their eyes. Han Boyan exhaled slowly. The two worlds are about to merge, giving birth to many darlings of destiny, whose strength surpasses that of ordinary people. Lin Yi may very well be the legendary child of destiny. According to legend, anyone who has any connection with the child of destiny can get a bit of fate's favor. As the saying goes, when one person succeeds, the whole family will benefit. This is true. Many powerful people agreed with this speculation. Kuyunda couldn't help it and slapped himself a few more times. As everyone knows, Kuyunda almost recruited Lin Yi into the Mage Association. If this comes true, Kuyunda will definitely reap huge benefits. But now, everything is empty. How can he not feel regret and hatred? Seeing that everyone was becoming more and more convinced, Gao Onping poured a bucket of cold water on them at an inopportune time. How could the child of destiny be just an ordinary wizard? I'm afraid City Lord Han guessed wrong. I thought my son was the child of destiny. He was undoubtedly the person here who least wanted to see Lin Yi rise. Although the bed of 4 platinum equipment is not enough to cause serious damage to the Gao family, it is certain that the loss will be heavy. Han Boyan nodded slightly and responded, "It is indeed possible that I guessed wrong. Let's take a look." Cheng Batian looked displeased. Even if Lin Yi is not the child of destiny, Gao Jiping can be one? Don't dream. Gao Onping sneered, and his confidence gradually returned. If Gao Jiping was not the child of destiny, how could he have contracted 2 level 17 Golden Lord monsters? Gao Onping glanced at Cheng Batian and said, "You, the ignorant one, will be surprised later. Although Lin Yi is strong, my son also has a chance." Only he knew that Gao Jiping, who was fighting on the 20th floor at the moment, had not yet exerted his full strength. Gao Onping held his breath in his heart, determined to shock everyone. At this time, Lin Yi brought the 2 women and stepped into the 19th floor of the trial tower. Everyone already understood Lin Yi's habits and began to wait patiently. In the familiar upgrade process, the 3 people acted smoothly and in unison. As usual, Lin Yi sent some of the flesh and blood of elite monsters into the beast controlling space for the little holy dragon to devour and grow. Looking at the little holy dragon that was close to level 21, he was filled with joy. If the little holy dragon does not level up after devouring tens of thousands of monsters, he will undoubtedly be a waste. Nangong Ling and others who had just come out of the trial tower were dumbfounded when they saw Lin Yi and the other two upgrading. No wonder it took him so long to reach the 18th level despite his powerful strength. It turns out he was upgrading. At this moment, Nangong Ling was even more convinced. Half an hour passed in a flash, and the gatekeeper monster on the 19th floor still did not cause any trouble to Lin Yi. For him, it is not even as difficult as the Dark Dryad. After all, his health is not that thick. Afterwards, Lin Yi and the other two climbed to the 20th floor. Everyone's heart was lifted again, and their eyes were filled with anticipation. Because Gao Jiping is still fighting on the 20th floor. A Beastmaster can be as strong as the world or as weak as a speck of dust, which is actually a reflection of his identity and background. An ordinary Beastmaster, if he has a powerful pet, can even fight against the stealth profession. But without a pet, he is not even as good as the priest with the weakest attack power. Gao Jiping is undoubtedly the best among Beastmasters. As an extraordinary Beastmaster, the number of pets he can control is 3 times that of an ordinary Beastmaster. In order to allow Gao Jiping to break the record in the trial this time, the Gao family spared no expense. Rewards for Lord Monster Cubs are offered everywhere just to maximize Gao Jiping's strength. Being able to control 6 Lord Monsters at the same time shows how powerful Gao Jiping is. What a pity! If I could get the Holy Dragon Cub, I would have 3 Golden Lord Monsters, and my strength would be even stronger. The Blood Wolf mercenaries are such a waste. They were destroyed by the Shadow Demon Lord. Gao Jiping's eyes flashed with regret, but then he was full of confidence again. But it doesn't matter. At least there is no problem breaking the Jiangxing record. Even a bronze professional like Han Feng could not match the siege of 6 Lord Monsters. At this moment, except for the 2 Golden Lord Monsters, they have not been summoned. The other 4 Lord Monsters have all appeared and are jointly besieging the Lord Monster guarding the 20th floor. The battle is evenly matched. Han Feng decided to show some of his trump cards. Forget it, summon the Phantom to fight, and quickly finish the 20th floor. Swish! A golden halo flashed, and a mighty shadowy silver wolf appeared and joined the battlefield. Those who were paying attention to Gao Jiping were shocked, and all stood up. Golden Overlord Monster. The fun is about to begin. Lin Yi must take action this time. These 5 Monster Lord pets are too powerful. Who is stronger, Gao Jiping or Lin Yi? The crowd was in an uproar. Nangong Ling had failed to force Lin Yi to take action, but this time he would finally get what he wanted. Lin Yi looked at the Holy Dragon Cub, his eyes unable to hide his joy. It would be best if the little Holy Dragon could grow at the same pace as me. Let's go. After we pass the 20th floor, we can start farming for equipment. Countless pairs of eyes full of expectation stared at the magic display screen, afraid of missing any wonderful moments. At this time, Gao Jiping was still fighting, and Lin Yi was finally going to confront him head-on. With the bonus of having a golden Overlord monster pet, Gao Jiping brought far more shock than Nangong Ling. Lin Yi, can you still crush us? Everyone held their breath unconsciously, their hearts beating like drums. Chapter 45, Who Doesn't Know the Art of Taming Beasts? Discover the secret. Although Lin Yi's performance always seemed abnormal, whether facing ferocious monsters or gatekeeper monsters, even the dark tree spirits with huge health points were killed in one blow. However, Gao Jiping is by no means an ordinary person. The strength he has shown so far is that of a level 17 Lord Monster Pet. 1 gold, 2 purple, and 2 ordinary. The lineup is luxurious and the combat power is amazing. At this moment, they are joining forces to besiege the gatekeeper monster on the 20th floor. Suddenly, a silver light spewed out of the mouth of the shadow silver wolf, which was extremely sharp. Gao Jiping stood at the back with his hands folded across his chest, concentrating on directing the battle. Although these pets are extremely intelligent, they can fight the enemy autonomously even without human control. But if a beast master has superb fighting skills, he can actively deploy them to cooperate with each other. Its combat efficiency and power will be elevated to another level. The only weakness of beast masters is themselves. Due to its weak self-defense ability, once the enemy bypasses the pet and goes straight for the beastmaster, even the most powerful pet will be helpless. From this point of view, Nangong Ling, as a shadow assassin, can in a sense better restrain the beastmaster. Once he gets close to him, no matter how many Lord Monster pets Gao Jiping has, it will be in vain. Therefore, Shield Rock Warrior Gao Yongfu stayed by his side, closely to prevent any accidents. Master, at this rate, we will be able to clear the 20th floor very soon. Gao Jiping sneered. Although Chung Muqing is of a lower level, she is a holy priest after all, and can greatly enhance the combat effectiveness of my pet. If she joins my team, maybe I can break through the 22nd floor, or even beyond. How dare this girl reject me, Gao Jiping. She is such a blind woman. When I take over the Gao family in the future, the first thing I will eliminate is your Chung family. Then I want you to kneel down and beg for mercy. Gao Jiping looked at the gatekeeper monster whose health was less than 15%, and his smile became more obvious. He seemed to have foreseen that he would pass the 20th floor, and the scene where he surpassed Han Feng and broke the Jiangqing record. At this moment, a faint shadow appeared beside him. It was the scout Gao Hua. Master, there is a group of people coming this way. Scouts are of little help in this level of combat. Gao Hua was responsible for guarding the surroundings and thus discovered the traces of Lin Yi and his group. Gao Jiping raised his eyebrows. Is it Nangong Ling and the others? Unfortunately, he just reached the 20th floor, and I am about to move on to the 21st floor. Gao Hua hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and denied, Master, it's not Nangong Ling. It's Chung Muqing, Lu Wanqing, and a man I don't know. Gao Jiping was stunned for a moment and could hardly believe his ears. Chung Muqing? Just her. Even if Lu Wanqing is added, it still won't be enough, right? How dare you reject me, Gao Jiping? It turns out you have another man. This bitch, good, really good. Gao Jiping gritted his teeth. Even though nothing had happened, he felt betrayed. Let's go and take a look. Gao Yongfu looked at the Lord monster that was about to fall and couldn't help but anxiously said, Master, shouldn't we clear the level as soon as possible? Gao Jiping scolded. Why are you in such a hurry? It will only take 2 or 3 minutes. Since Chung Muqing dared to reject me, I will crush her hopes with my own hands. The 20th floor will be her final destination. Do you still want to move on? As long as I, Gao Jiping, am here, you can just dream on. Gao Yongfu and Gao Hua smiled at each other. Their young master was very talented and treated his subordinates fairly. It's just that she is overly spoiled by the master of the family and won't tolerate any grievance. To put it bluntly, he is just a giant baby who never grows up. The two had no choice but to follow Gao Jiping outside. In the outside world, everyone saw that Gao Jiping chose to give up when he was about to pass the level. The entire trial tower square was suddenly in an uproar. Does the young master of the Gao family have any deep hatred with Lin Yi? You actually choose to quit the challenge at this critical juncture. I thought that since Gao Jiping was about to pass the level, this duel might have to be postponed to the next level. Unexpectedly, Gao Jiping took the initiative to cause trouble for Lin Yi. Who is stronger, Lin Yi or Gao Jiping's pet army? The answer will be revealed soon. He probably knows that we can't wait any longer, so he decided to do something ruthless. From what I know, Gao Jiping has a very childish personality. In the past, if anyone offended him at school, he would pursue the matter to the end. I guess Lin Yi did something to offend him. Everyone was talking about it, and the prominent figures in the sky had different expressions. Gao Onping almost couldn't breathe. His vision went dark, and he shouted sternly, This rebellious son, you know that if you go out, your equipment will probably be lost. It's all his mother's fault. She spoiled him too much. Alas. Gao Onping kept shaking his head, regretting that he was too busy with family affairs and neglected to discipline Gao Jiping. Although my son may not lose. But when you have the upper hand, don't seize the time to break through. Instead, you go and provoke others. It seems childish no matter how you look at it. Lu Jiaoyang and Chung Batian laughed loudly and slapped their thighs wildly, not trying to hide their joy. Lao Gao, your kid is not smart enough. He is so stupid. You're about to pass the level, yet you're still here to cause trouble? Isn't this a crazy thing? At this moment, on the 20th floor of the trial tower, as soon as Lin Yi descended from the sky with the 2 girls, they ran into 3 people walking towards them. Blocking the door again? Lin Yi looked at this familiar scene and couldn't help but frown. First it was Nangong Ling, and now it's Gao Jiping. Are they all too idle? Gao Jiping did not speak directly to him, but sneered at Chung Muqing. Chung Muqing, you didn't expect it to be me, did you? You rejected me, Gao Jiping, and still want to pass the 20th floor smoothly? You're dreaming. Chung Muqing was stunned for a moment, his mind full of doubts. I explained the reasons myself and found a new team. Why is it that coming to this guy seems like committing some unforgivable sin? Linny frowned and asked curiously, "Your suitor?" Chung Muqing quickly shook his head, like a rattle. "No, it's just a weirdo. I guess he came to cause trouble because I didn't team up with him." Sori, Lingyi. There was a hint of apology in her eyes, but also a hint of grievance. Lu Wanqing also felt helpless and snorted. "I've heard that the young master of the Gao family acts impulsively. It seems that the rumors are true." Lin, he suddenly realized, looked at Chung Muqing and smiled. "It's okay. It's a small matter. When you encounter garbage, just kick it away." He didn't take Gao Jiping seriously at all and just regarded it as a small episode in the challenge tower. What a big mouth. "Today, I will eliminate you with my own hands." As he spoke, the star seal on Gao Jiping's forehead flickered, and summoning arrays appeared one by one on the ground. Pets broke out one after another. Roar! Shadow Silver Wolf, Colorful Tiger, Frost Python, Devil Claw Black Bear, and Cyclops, a total of 5 level 17 Lord Monster pets. Seeing this, the audience was excited. Although Gao Jiping acts childishly, his strength is real, and he will never hesitate when taking action. With such a powerful lineup in place, Lin Yi had to fight back. Gao Jiping waved his hand and said coldly, "Go ahead, crush them, and let them suffer." Roar! There were continuous beast roars as 5 Monster Lord pets quickly rushed towards Lin Yi and the other two. Chung Muqing and Lu Wanqing's expressions changed slightly. They did not expect Gao Jiping to have such strength. Lu Wanqing has drawn the longbow, and light is gathering on Chung Muqing's staff, ready for battle at any time. Lin Yi, however, seemed unusually calm. Who doesn't know how to tame beasts? After he finished speaking, the magic wand in his hand began to emit starlight. A huge summoning circle appeared on the ground, instantly shocking the entire audience. Could it be? Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, a roar like a dragon's roar broke through the sky. Roar! Then, a huge figure slowly rose up in the magic circle. The 20-meter-long body, covered with thick golden scales, was undoubtedly a 20-level Holy Dragon. Holy Dragon Growth Stage. Level: LV21 Overlord Monster Gold. Health Value: 252, 3971. Skills: Holy Dragon Breath, Tumbling Impact, Ground Spike Assault, Claw Tearing. The health value is as high as 2 million, and with the bonus of the full-level beast taming technique, it breaks through to 2.5 million. Lin Yi's eyes were sharp. "Xiao Jin, go ahead and crush them." Although he cannot kill people, destroying these pets is enough to make Gao Jiping pay a heavy price. Roar! The violent holy dragons suddenly rushed out, and several lord monsters were trembling with fear, but only the shadow silver wolf was not affected. Blood splattered everywhere, and the fight between the monsters was so brutal that it made one's blood boil. Gao Jiping couldn't believe that Lin Yi could actually summon such a powerful pet. Gradually, he recognized the appearance of the Holy Dragon. At the beginning, explorers who were pursuing the traces of the Holy Dragon had made the illustrated guide public. Although the Holy Dragon's level has soared and its appearance has changed, some traces of its old days can still be seen. How is this possible? How could the Holy Dragon be in his hands? Gao Jiping's eyes widened, and his face was full of confusion. After Lin Yi summoned the Holy Dragon, everyone was stunned. Some audience members even didn't notice when drinks and snacks fell on their bodies. This shock hits the soul directly. Everyone originally thought that Lin Yi would cast other spells. Who would have thought that a terrifying Lord Monster pet would be summoned? Judging from the fighting posture, it is obviously more than one level higher than Gao Jiping's pet. It is definitely a Golden Lord Monster. Finally, someone recognized Xinglong's identity. Hiss! Is that the Holy Dragon that appeared in the soul-breaking mountains not long ago? How did it become so powerful? I heard that the Blood Wolf mercenaries came to capture this Holy Dragon, but they were wiped out by the Shadow Demon Lord. The Holy Dragon is in Lin Yi's hands, which means Lin Yi is the Shadow Demon Lord. At this moment, everyone was shocked, and their eyes widened. Chapter 46. The whole audience was shocked. Gao Jiping was beaten and cried. The dreaded Shadow Demon Lord was actually Lin Yi. This speculation was like a bomb, deeply touching everyone's soul. Have you noticed that Lin Yi's spellcasting speed is exactly the same as that of the Shadow Demon Lord? Someone previously speculated based on the projection crystal that the Shadow Demon Lord was not very old, no more than 20 years old. I was still skeptical until the moment Lin Yi summoned the Holy Dragon. I was completely convinced. The more the onlookers thought about it, the more it made sense to them. After all, faced with so much evidence, there is only one conclusion. This Lin Yi is definitely the Shadow Demon Lord. Damn, how powerful is Lin Yi that he can easily wipe out the Blood Wolf mercenary group by himself. Not only that, you may have overlooked that Lin Yi has been making progress. Lin Yi has increased his level by 4 levels in just 10 hours in the Trial Tower. I have a feeling that this time, Jiangcheng will usher in an unprecedented carnival. At this moment in the Trial Tower Square, that kind of enthusiasm and excitement almost overturned the sky. Wang Dong's eyes almost popped out and finally turned into deep admiration for Lin Yi. Brother Yi, you are so awesome. Those big shots felt the overwhelming cheers and exchanged glances with each other. The fact that the Shadow Demon Lord was Lin Yi also shocked them. Han Boyan smiled bitterly and shook his head, sighing, "How many surprises does this kid have waiting for us?" At this point, he had to admit it. Even if he spent a huge amount of money to let his son change jobs half a year in advance, he would still not be able to compete with Lin Yi. Because they are not on the same level at all. The gap is really too big. But it's good. It's a blessing for Jiangcheng. It seems that my Jiangcheng's record for many years will be broken today. I wonder how high Lin Yi can break through. Is it 26? Or 27? Or even higher? Han Boyan adjusted his mentality quickly. Since he couldn't even compare to his own son, there was nothing more to say. It is better to look forward to Lin Yi and bring glory to Jiangcheng. After all, in the future national trials, Lin Yi will compete as the representative of Jiangcheng. We still need to have this overall perspective. In comparison, Gao Anping's mentality is not so good. When he saw Lin Yi summon the Holy Dragon, he stood up suddenly. It turns out that this guy destroyed the Blood Wolf mercenary group and took away the Holy Dragon Cub. How abominable! If it weren't for him, such a powerful Holy Dragon would belong to Jiping. Gao Anping was extremely depressed, and his dissatisfaction reached its peak. Han Boyan seemed to have sensed something, and he glanced around meaningfully, then said seriously, "Everyone, these are the top 3 geniuses who have entered the trial tower today. They will all represent Jiangcheng in the national trials in the future. It is our responsibility to protect them. I hope they are safe and sound during this period, understand?" Han Boyan's powerful aura spread instantly, and the dignitaries around him all had difficulty breathing. Even among platinum professionals, there are strong and weak ones. Only Han Boyan, as a LV-58 platinum warrior, can sit firmly on the position of the Lord of Jiangcheng. Immediately, everyone expressed their opinions. "Don't worry, Lord City Lord. Anyone who dares to touch Lin Yi and the others is going against all of us, and he will pay a heavy price." Cheng Batian and Lu Jiaoyang patted their chests and made assurances, glancing at Gao Anping with displeasure. Gao Anping's heart tightened, and he suppressed the bad thoughts that had just come to his mind. If they are not careful, the Gao family will be doomed. Gao Anping took a deep breath, hoping for a miracle to happen. Otherwise, he would have to hand over 4 pieces of platinum equipment, while the outside world was in a frenzy on the 20th floor of the trial tower. The battle between the Holy Dragon and the 5 Lord Monster Pets is still going on. The monster's flesh and blood flew everywhere, and the scene was extremely tragic. The 2 weaker ordinary Lord Monsters were on the verge of being seriously injured. The Holy Dragon is very smart and specifically attacks the weak. Shuh! The shadowy silver wolf spit out a crescent-shaped light blade from its mouth, which slashed at the golden scales of the Holy Dragon, leaving traces of blood and causing tens of thousands of damages. But this is of no concern to the Holy Dragon. Compared with its health point of 2.5 million, it is obviously insignificant. Roar! The Holy Dragon charged forward, slashing with its golden claws. A horrible wound was torn open on the Cyclops' body. Muscles and broken bones flew everywhere, and internal organs were exposed. It's so scary. Such a brutal scene caused everyone to burst into exclamations. Gao Jiping came back to his senses from the shock and saw the miserable state of the Cyclops, thinking that something was not good. So, he no longer held back and immediately summoned his pet again. A level 17 Golden Lord monster appeared, immediately causing everyone to exclaim, "Oh my god, another Golden Lord monster!" Although the eldest young master of the Gao family is a little stunned, his strength is indeed strong. If Linny wasn't here, he might really be able to crush the others and take first place. Even young city Lord Han Feng might not be able to defeat him. What a pity! I brought trouble upon myself by provoking Lin Yi. Now I can only go to the 20th floor. Even though Gao Jiping revealed his trump card, everyone still had full confidence in Lin Yi. After all, Lin Yi himself has not cast any spells so far. After knowing that Lin Yi was the Shadow Demon Lord, everyone felt relieved. It is a foregone conclusion that Lin Yi will take first place and break the historical record of Jiangqing. The only suspenseful mystery is which level he can reach in the trial tower. Call out! In the blink of an eye, the Shadow Panther rushed into the battlefield like an arrow, posing a huge threat to the Holy Dragon. More importantly, the gathering of these 6 Lord-level monsters just happened to form a hexagram power matrix. This is the exclusive skill of the extraordinary Beast Master. This magical skill improves all pet attributes by 10%. If you practice to a higher level, the benefits will be even more amazing. Gao Jiping was furious and said in a hateful voice, "How dare you steal my holy dragon? I will make you pay." The power of the hexagram. Activate. In an instant, the 6 Lord pets were surrounded by brilliant starlight. The strong starlight intertwined with each other, and the aura suddenly rose. Roar! The 6 Lord-level pets work together to launch a fierce siege on the Holy Dragon. The 2 sides are evenly matched. Seeing this, Lin Yi frowned slightly. Unexpectedly, Gao Jiping had such a hidden trick. Although it is possible to win by relying solely on the Holy Dragon, this is not a wise move. Firstly, it would take time, and secondly, the Holy Dragon would probably suffer serious damage. Lin Yi stretched out his body and took a light step forward. This seemingly simple step made the hearts of those watching the game surge. Here it comes! Here it comes! Lin Yi is finally going to take action himself. After waiting for so long, I can finally see Lin Yi show off his skills. In the previous battles, whether it was leveling up by killing monsters or instantly killing the Gatekeeper Lords, no one can accurately estimate how strong Lin Yi's true strength is. At this time, Gao Jiping is undoubtedly the most suitable trial stone. On the side, Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing's eyes were also full of anticipation. Especially Lu Wanqing, until today. Her impression of Lin Yi was still at the stage when he had just become a mage. Lin Yi looked calm. Among his peers, Gao Jiping might be considered strong. But in his eyes, it was nothing but a passing cloud. Just a few Lord Pets dared to show off in front of me? Then let me deprive you of this source of pride. Lin Yi sneered, and a mysterious light like mist wrapped around the Abyss Wand. Mist magic circle. Before everyone could react, Lin Yi's spell had been quietly completed. The gray mist rolled towards the 6 pets like a rising tide, bringing with it an aura of death. Call out! The 6 pets, who were originally cooperating in perfect harmony, froze instantly, and their eyes turned blood red. Immediately afterwards, a shocking scene took place. The 6 Lords' pets actually started killing each other. The Shadow Panther tore at the Cyclops' wounds at lightning speed, making his injuries even more serious. The Shadow Silver Wolf spit out several silver-white light blades and slashed fiercely at the Frost Python, almost cutting it in half. In an instant, the situation went out of control. All the pets seemed to have lost their minds and were attacking their companions recklessly. Fuck, what's going on here? Such a perverted crowd control skill? It can actually make them kill each other? As expected of Lin Yi, he shocked me wave after wave. The shock in the audience's heart is self-evident. Gao Jiping was completely confused and tried frantically to control his pet with his mind, but it was still useless. The previously docile pet suddenly became violent and resisted his every command. Why is this happening? What on earth is going on? Gao Jiping felt heartbroken watching his beloved pets fighting each other. Lin Yi smiled contemptuously and used his mind to make the Holy Dragon retreat temporarily. The magic wand in his hand burst out with dazzling red light again, and the fire elements gathered like a tide, dyeing the sky red. Purple flame meteorite. In a flash, huge flaming meteorites suddenly solidified into shape. Boom, boom, boom. An unprecedented and terrifying rain of fire fell from the sky, making everyone's eyes widen. Minus 613,250. Minus 624,512. Minus 602,781. This attack directly caused more than 600,000 points of damage. Not to mention, under the baptism of this flaming meteorite, the 6 Lord Pets were blasted into the ground almost instantly. The raging flames raged, mercilessly devouring their vitality. Even the 2 Golden Lord Pets disappeared in an instant. This scene shocked everyone present. Previously, purple flame meteorite was used to clear small monsters, and people had not yet realized its horror. But now, the scene of killing the Lord's Pet instantly. It shows its destructiveness vividly. That devastating scene, reflected by the remains of several Lord's Pets, looked particularly horrifying. Gudon. In the trial tower square, waves of swallowing sounds came one after another. At this moment, Lin Yi became the focus of everyone's attention. On the other side, Gao Jiping burst into tears. Everyone was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. The heir of one of the 4 major families in Jiangcheng was actually beaten to tears by Lin Yi. This scene is really too outrageous. Chapter 47. Leaves angrily and meets Han Feng. Whoa, whoa, whoa. My Shadow Silver Wolf and Shadow Leopard. At this moment, Gao Jiping was crying bitterly. It is no exaggeration to say that these pets mean more to him than anything else. The Gao family had spared no expense in preparing 6 Lord Pets for him, whose value was comparable to several pieces of platinum equipment. Ha ha! When everyone saw this scene, they were stunned at first, and then burst into deafening laughter. The Gao family, one of the 4 wealthy families in Jiangcheng, actually gave birth to a giant baby, which is extremely funny. Fuck, what did I see? Gao Jiping was beaten to tears by Lin Yi. Isn't this too outrageous? I'm dying of laughter. This is definitely the funniest thing this year. In fact, it's not surprising if you think about it carefully. If anyone else's carefully cultivated Lord Pets were all destroyed, this would be a huge blow. At this moment, the atmosphere in the trial tower square was extremely joyful. The continuous shocks made everyone almost numb, but this sudden episode greatly eased the tension. Gao Onping's face was gloomy. He didn't expect that his son would have such a character. When I was young, I would cry when my demands were not met, but I would never do such an embarrassing thing in public. Rebellious son. Rebellious son. Gao Onping felt a surge of blood in his chest, almost bursting out. At this time, Lu Jiaoyang and Cheng Batian pretended to imitate Gao Onping's tone. My son Jiping will definitely surprise you. Lao Gao, your son really surprised us, but we didn't expect it to be in this way. Hearing this, Gao Onping felt a lump in his chest and almost fainted. He glared at Lu Jiaoyang and Cheng Batian fiercely, then rode away angrily. He had no face to stay here any longer. Seeing Gao Onping was eager to leave, Cheng Batian shouted urgently. There are still 4 pieces of platinum equipment. Don't think about refusing to pay. Send them here before the trial is over. Hearing this, Gao Onping's eyes went dark, and he almost fell from midair. This bet is a huge loss. 6 Lord Pets were lost, and 4 platinum equipment had to be paid for. It is enough to make the Gao family's strength regress by 10 years and directly rank last among the 4 major families in Jiangcheng. Humph. Don't worry. Send it over right away. After the heavy voice, Gao Onping disappeared into the horizon. At this time, Lu Jiaoyang and Cheng Batian were in a good mood. Not bad, not bad. 2 pieces for Lin Yi and 1 for each of our daughters. The 2 men laughed heartily, and the dignitaries who were watching were filled with envy. Obviously, Lin Yi has a close relationship with Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing, and he may very well become the son-in-law of the 2 families in the future. Judging from the potential Lin Yi has shown, he will at least be a legendary figure in the future, or even a god-level figure. By then, the Cheng family and the Lu family will truly prosper. On the 20th floor of the trial tower, facing the crying and collapsed Gao Jiping, Lin Yi felt helpless. It's really inappropriate for a grown man to cry. But Lin Yi will not let Gao Jiping go because of this. He must make him pay a heavy price. Art shock. The blue lightning on the abyss wand leaped, and the power of the spell that had not been used for a long time increased greatly. Sizzle. The electric arc instantly passed through and wrapped around Gao Jiping and the other 2. Under Lin Yi's precise control, the power of thunder and lightning eroded their health. Gao Jiping was terrified and stopped crying, using life-saving props and skills. However, it was all in vain. The power of that electric arc far exceeded the bronze level, enough to cause more than 100,000 points of damage. Precise damage control left 3 people in critical condition and seriously injured. Occasionally, arcs of electricity flashed, and the health of the 3 people who had just recovered evaporated in an instant. Gao Jiping's eyes were full of bitterness. If this continued, he had no choice but to quit the trial tower, otherwise his injuries would be difficult to recover from. Now his heart was full of regret, and he wished he could go back a few minutes ago and slap himself hard a few times. Why are you pretending to be so high and mighty? Why are you asking for trouble? I wanted to pass the 21st floor easily and make Xing Muching regret rejecting me. The result is that you regret it to death. This is what you sow. Looking at Gao Jiping and others turning into light and disappearing, Lin Yi felt extremely comfortable. The 2 girls' admiration for Lin Yi reached its peak, and their affection for him also quietly grew. Men like Lin Yi who are handsome, powerful, and have a good personality are extremely rare in Jiangxing and even in the entire Huaxia country. If you meet one, you must seize the opportunity. The 2 girls' eyes met, and they both read each other's determination. Humph, Lin Yi is mine. Lin Yi seemed to sense something and quickly said with a smile, "Let's continue." Without Gao Jiping's obstruction, the gatekeeper monster on the 20th floor posed no threat to Lin Yi. The holy dragon could make it kneel down and beg for mercy, not to mention the presence of Lin Yi. After casting 1 or 2 spells, they successfully passed the level. This time, everyone was not too shocked. After all, after the feat of killing 6 Lord Pets in seconds, clearing the 20th floor didn't seem so shocking. But soon, people's expectations were ignited again, because the 21st floor is the current highest record in Jiangxing. And now, young City Lord Han Feng is fighting on the 21st floor. The stealth profession of the Dragon Swordsman is indeed powerful, but it is still very difficult to fight against a level 21 Golden Lord monster alone. Generally speaking, the attributes of ordinary Lord monsters are 30 times that of small monsters. As for the Purple Lord monster, the attribute difference is as much as 50 times. As for the Golden Lord monster, its attributes exceed those of the small monsters by 100 times. Therefore, it is indeed difficult for humans to challenge the Golden Lord monsters of the same level. Those who can do it are all outstanding people. Han Feng seemed to be the person who almost touched the sky, but just missed it by a hair's breadth. He could no longer remember how many times he had challenged the gatekeeper monster. The best time was when I knocked off 50% of its health. Seeing this scene, everyone was moved. It is too difficult to break through the 21st level. By the way, if Gao Jiping doesn't get caught in his own trap, he has a better chance than the young city lord to break through the 21st level. Someone mentioned Gao Jiping, which triggered another wave of resonance. This is true, the extraordinary beast master does have the advantage. Otherwise, Gao Jiping wouldn't have been able to go so far with just the strength of level 17. Now, all hopes are placed on Lin Yi. With the strength Lin Yi has currently demonstrated, the 21st level is just a piece of cake. The fact that he can surpass Gao Jiping is enough to prove everything. But won't Han Feng come out to block the way again later? Everyone couldn't help but focus their attention on Lin Yi again. As expected, Lin Yi continued to accumulate experience step by step. As the difficulty of the challenge increases, relying solely on 2 women to attract firepower has become a little difficult. So, Lin Yi mobilized the Holy Dragon to fight together. The 4 people and the dragon tried their best, and the purple flame meteorites continued to fall. The information in the log column keeps refreshing the screen. Kill the level 21 Bloodclaw Tiger and gain 19 experience points. Kill the level 21 Brown Bear and gain 23 experience points. Lin Yi's experience bar grew at an alarming rate. Suddenly, a strong white light rose from his body. Level increased to LV26. Lin Yi's spiritual attributes soared again, and the power of each skill was also comprehensively improved. Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing also upgraded, both reaching LV20. Everyone witnessed all this, their eyes filled with envy. For Lin Yi, upgrading seems too easy. In a short period of time, he had reached LV26, and even helped Cheng Muqing and the other person to reach LV20, making others eager to replace him. A short-haired woman couldn't help but sigh. If Lin Yi is willing to be my boyfriend, I can help him find 100 girlfriends. All the men around her are envious. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. It's hard for me to even find a girlfriend, but others can easily have countless admirers. There are many people who have such thoughts. If Lin Yi is willing, he only needs to give a call. There are countless women in Jiangcheng who are willing to follow him. The crowd was talking one after another, and every move of Lin Yi was closely watched. Even the slightest movement can cause screams. When he flew to the finish line with Cheng Muqing and the other person, he attracted countless envious glances. At this moment, Lin Yi finally set off for the location of the gatekeeper monster. This scene touched everyone's heartstrings. There, young city lord Han Feng was still fighting. Will these two final teams create sparks? As Lin Yi moved at high speed, he was getting closer and closer to the end of the 21st floor. It was a special place, with a glacier covered with solid ice that seemed to have never melted. When you walk on it, you can clearly see your own reflection. As soon as they stepped in, a thin layer of frost attached to Lin Yi and the other two, causing them to slow down and become stiff. And beneath the solid ice lies the final gatekeeper monster. Ice Worm. Lin Yi originally thought that there would be obstacles from other competitors, but unexpectedly, he was able to pass through unhindered. When he brought Cheng Muqing and the other two into the ice field, they happened to run into Han Feng and two teammates taking a break. Han Feng drank the life potion in big gulps. He felt someone approaching, but he didn't take it seriously. Han Feng's idea is very simple. If he wants to break through, he will rely on his own strength. How can you be considered a hero if you obstruct others? If you can pass it, come and try. He closed his eyes and rested until Lin Yi and others approached. Then he opened his eyes. Looking at the two women and one man in front of him, a hint of surprise finally flashed in Han Feng's eyes. Han Feng was secretly alert in his heart. Cheng Muqing, Lu Wanqing. Who is this man? He knew the strength of Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing. Although they are secretive professions, their levels are not high enough, and it is impossible for the two of them to reach here alone. There is only one answer. The man in front of him is very powerful. When did such a person appear in Jiangcheng? Could he be a genius, secretly cultivated by a big family? Thinking of this, Han Feng took the initiative to speak. My name is Han Feng. What is your name? As the young lord of Jiangcheng and the future leader, Han Feng's intelligence far exceeds that of Gao Jiping. Lin Yi couldn't help but be slightly surprised. He didn't come to cause trouble for him? They encountered Nangong Ling and Gao Jiping one after another, who were looking for trouble. At this moment, a rational person appeared. This is really a bit unexpected. Chapter 48. Breaking the Jiangcheng record. Challenge successfully. In order to maintain his top 3 position, Nangong Ling did not hesitate to block the door. As for Gao Jiping, he is simply a spoiled brat. After learning of Cheng Muqing's existence, he began to provoke a dispute with Lin Yi's team. But Han Feng is different. He has a broader vision and disdains to use despicable means to interfere with others. Obviously, Han Boyan is much more far-sighted than Gao Onping in educating his son. Lin Yi, I have heard of the name of the young city lord for a long time. Afterwards, the two of them complimented each other. In fact, Han Feng had never heard of Lin Yi's name. Lin Yi only knew a little about Han Feng from Chengbatian. For a moment, the atmosphere was a little awkward. Han Boyan held his forehead and smiled bitterly. Fortunately, his son was not as stupid as Gao Jiping. Finally, Han Feng was the first to break the silence. Brother Lin, why don't you try your skills too? He had just completed the challenge and had not yet fully recovered. I can take this opportunity to observe Lin Yi's strength. Although Han Feng is humble, he is also very proud in his heart. In his opinion, he changed his job 6 months in advance. The best in Jiangcheng, no doubt about it. If he himself could not break through, then Lin Yi in front of him would also be hopeless. However, Han Feng kindly reminded him, the ice worm's attack is quite strange. It will suddenly emerge from under the ice. Brother Lin needs to dodge carefully. Lin Yi nodded in thanks and had a good impression of Han Feng. Thank you for your advice, Brother Han. I'll try it now. Even Lin Yi couldn't help but feel excited at this moment. Once this level is broken through, it means breaking the historical record of Jiangcheng. What's more, since the 21st floor, no one has ever defeated the gatekeeper monster. According to the rules, you will get a piece of equipment suitable for the challenger after successfully challenging each level. As his level increased rapidly, Lin Yi's equipment had become slightly outdated. Therefore, the replacement of equipment is imminent. Looking at the endless ice field in front of us, There seems to be a huge monster hidden under the ice. Lenny took a deep breath and whispered to Chung Muching and the others, "Let's go." The two women followed obediently, and the three of them stepped into the challenge circle together. Han Feng and the others were shocked. Han Chong said in astonishment, "How could they be so arrogant and rush in without any preparation? How foolish." Han Li nodded and agreed. "That's right, even the young city lord doesn't dare to enter rashly. He is just an ordinary mage. How can he have the courage to challenge directly? I bet he'll be defeated in less than a minute." Han Feng shook his head slowly. "Not really, Lenny gives me a different feeling. Perhaps stronger than Nangong Ling and Gao Jiping. Even if this is my first challenge, I can at least reduce the ice worm's health by 30%. Han Chong and the other man were shocked when they heard this. They had not expected that the young city lord would speak so highly of Lin Yi. You know, when Han Feng challenged it for the first time, he only reduced the ice worm's health by 35%. After repeated attempts, the battle gradually got better. Even so, the maximum HP reduction can be 60%, which is still a long way from being defeated. After all, the lower the health of the Lord Monster, the easier it is to fall into rage, and that is the most difficult moment. Han Chong asserted, "Impossible, at most 20%. Young City Lord, you are exaggerating." Han Feng chuckled. "Let's wait and see what the result is." Although they did not understand Lin Yi's true strength, the audience already had an idea in their minds that there was no doubt that Lin Yi would pass the 21st floor. The key is, how much time will it take? In the trial tower square, people were talking about it. "I guess within a minute." Based on the data of a general level 21 Golden Lord monster, its health points are about 2 million, and its magic resistance is extremely high. Even if it's Lin Yi, it can't be solved so quickly, right? Don't forget there's still the Holy Dragon. This ice worm is going to be in trouble. I guess it will take 30 seconds. Various speculations came one after another, except for some people who sang a different tune. Almost everyone firmly believed that Lin Yi would be able to pass the test. At this time, Lin Yi and the other two had already stepped into the center of the ice field. Hiss! Chung Muching couldn't help but gasp. It was even colder here. Fortunately, there was a warm, holy light surrounding me, which made me feel a little more comfortable. Be careful. The light on Lin Yi's wand surged, and the sky shield took shape instantly, wrapping him tightly like an eggshell. He could feel the ice worms lingering beneath the ice, ready to break out at any time. Immediately, Lin Yi walked towards the center step by step, intending to lure out the ice worm. Under Han Feng's surprised gaze, Lin Yi seemed to be defenseless and exposed to the ice worm. How dare he do this? In the past, the three of them were always on high alert, waiting for the ice worm to lose its patience. If someone like Lin Yi actively attracts others like this, he will lose his combat effectiveness if he is not careful. However, in the next moment, his eyes suddenly widened, and shock gradually overflowed. There were bursts of crisp cracking sounds coming from under Lin Yi's feet, like a huge hammer falling. The thick ice surface exploded instantly, and a huge snow-white figure rushed towards Lin Yi with a piercing roar. It is 20 meters long and so thick that it takes 4 people to hug it, like a white train. Dense and short tentacles extend and retract under its body. Dozens of compound eyes flashed with cruelty, and the bulging segmented body made people feel uncomfortable. Seeing this scene, Chung Muching and Lu Wanqing almost screamed out. Just when Han Feng thought that Lin Yi was in danger, a vast array of light suddenly bloomed beneath his feet. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon roared to the sky and attacked the ice worm. The holy dragon flicked its tail and threw it high into the air. At this moment, Lin Yi's eyes focused and he examined the properties of the ice worm. Ice worm. Level. LV21 Overlord Monster. Gold. Health value. 213-8247. Skills. Ice Breath. Worm Sound Wave. Frost Resistance. This ice worm may give others a headache, but for me, the most difficult thing is to make it appear. If it's hidden under the ice, it's going to be really tricky. Lin Yi's hands did not stop, and rich wind elements gathered on the Abyss Wand. The green winds are intertwined with each other. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying wind blade that was extremely wide and 10 meters long appeared. What was even more shocking was that the wind blade was spinning at a high speed, which was terrifying just by looking at it. Call! Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the emerald green whirlwind spun and cut rapidly, and the void seemed to be split in two. In an instant, It whistled and slashed towards the ice worm that was fighting fiercely with the holy dragon. Puff! The sound of flesh tearing resounded across the ice field, and the ice worm was nearly cut in half. An exaggerated crack appeared on his body, and white liquid spurted out like raindrops. Hiss! Suddenly, the roar of the ice worm became more and more shrill. Minus 915,312. The shocking damage numbers jumped, almost cutting off half of the ice worm's life. Fortunately, the worm has good magic resistance and can withstand a fatal blow. Otherwise, the damage would be far more than 910,000. Lin Yi curled his lips, looking dissatisfied. However, Han Feng and others outside the circle were completely stunned. The sword in Han Feng's hand slowly fell, accidentally poking Han Chang's foot, but he was unaware of it. It was not until Han Chang screamed that the three of them woke up from their dream. When did the ice worm become so unbearable? The exaggerated degree of the crack was enough to prove that Lin Yi's attack reduced the health of the ice worm by at least 45%. Is this guy still human? Ahem. Han Feng coughed twice and asked leisurely. Han Chang, what did you say just now? Lin Yi can only knock down 20% of the worm's health at most. Han Chang smiled bitterly. Didn't you also say that Lin Yi is at most 30%? Did I say that? Han Feng looked confused, as if he had lost his memory. Han Li on the side quickly replied, I remember that the young city lord didn't say that. It was you who said that, Han Chang. Hearing this, Han Chang's eyes almost popped out. You old rascal. You actually confuse right and wrong just to please others. Han Chang understood that this was just the young city lord's way of expressing surprise. They fought hard for a long time, but could only reduce the ice worm's health slightly. However, the other person cut it off almost in half with just one move. This gap is as big as a chasm. Han Feng had a complicated look in his eyes. He originally thought that he was firmly in first place in Jiangqing this year. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi suddenly appeared and crushed his self-esteem. Thinking back to my previous judgment that Lin Yi could not pass the level, it seems ridiculous now. Lin Yi's stunning performance once again broke down the defenses of Jiangqing's geniuses. If I'm not mistaken, is Lin Yi about to pass the 21st level? It's not just the 21st floor, it's probably even higher. At this moment, Han Feng felt both envy and admiration in his heart. I changed my job 6 months in advance, but I'm still no match for him. What else can I say? I'm just not as skilled as others. The people outside the venue were equally shocked, but fortunately, after experiencing the previous baptism, their mentality was slightly stable. Nangong Ling, who was watching the game, felt much better when he saw Han Feng was in despair, and he even accepted the fact of failure. After all, happiness comes from comparison. Look at Han Feng's behavior. It's normal for me to be like this. Apart from this pervert Lin Yi, I am also the genius of Jiangqing. Thinking of this, Nangong Ling's eyes became more determined and bright. The audience looked at the battle that was not yet over and stood up excitedly. Everyone can see that Lin Yi is really going to break Jiangqing's record. Even those big shots could not hide their shortness of breath. How many years? Finally, someone is going to break Jiangqing's record. At this moment, Lin Yi became the light in everyone's eyes. At this moment when everyone was watching, the holy dragon attacked like a violent storm, preventing the worms from escaping into the ice. Lin Yi's spellcasting was even more effortless. Hell's Brand! Whirlwind Slash! The next moment, the wind blade whistled and cut. After being blessed by the Hell Mark, the wind blade is 20 meters long, almost as long as the worm's body. This time, the rotating wind blade did not strike horizontally, but vertically. The 20-meter-long wind blade was extremely sharp, and its edge alone left a 100-meter mark on the ice surface, and then hit the ice worm directly. Sizzle! Like a piece of cloth being torn. The worm's huge body was cut neatly in half along the thin line on its back under the wind blade. -1813517. 1,800,000 damages instantly wiped out the worm's health. The gushing white liquid was like fog, covering the entire ice field with a layer of frost. In less than 10 seconds, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lin Yi angrily slashed the ice worm. The challenge of the 21st floor of the trial tower was successful, and Jiangqing's decades-long record was broken. This is amazing! At this moment, the whole city erupted in unparalleled joy. Chapter 49 obtained the gold suit and reached the 26th floor. At this time, both the audience in the trial tower square, or the citizens of Jiangcheng who were following the event through the live broadcast screen, their faces were all filled with excitement. The historical record of the trial tower has finally been broken. The trial tower in every city is not only a symbol of the city's identity, but also a symbol of strength. The higher the trial tower record, the more outstanding the talent in this city is, which indicates the future strength of the city. They may become the patron saints of the city. For a long time, Jiangcheng's trial tower record has stagnated at the 21st level. It has remained unchanged for decades and is almost at the bottom among surrounding cities. Since taking office, Han Boyan has been committed to changing this situation. He spared no expense and even arranged for his son Han Feng to change his job early in order to restore Jiangcheng's reputation. Now, the hope failed to be realized by Han Feng, but was achieved by Lin Yi in one day. Good, very good, beautifully done. Han Boyan didn't mind at all. His eyes were filled with joy, and he couldn't help laughing out loud. No matter who breaks the record, Jiangcheng will become more brilliant because of it. In this age where monsters are rampant, having the protection of a strong person is undoubtedly the most reassuring thing. And Lin Yi, this extraordinary genius, is the strong man of the future. Lin Shun, Shadow Demon Lord, Shadow Demon Lord. At this moment, shouts of celebration for Lin Yi's record-breaking resounded throughout the city. No matter where you are, you can feel the enthusiasm. Some were so excited that they burst into tears, while others hugged each other and laughed, unable to contain themselves. I knew it. I knew that Master Lin could do it. They really did it. They really did it. I never thought that I would be able to witness the Jiangcheng trial tower record being broken in my lifetime. This kid is not simple. He is amazing. From today on, God Lin is my only idol. Yes, anyone who dares to slander God Lin will have trouble with me. Everyone was expressing their emotions freely. For Jiangcheng, this was a historic moment. Seeing her son receive such a high honor, Yang Mei burst into tears. Xiaoyi, you are awesome. Cheng Batian and Lu Jiaoyang smiled at each other. Jiang Fu was shaking with excitement, and Wang Dong's face turned red. On the 21st floor of the trial tower, Han Feng witnessed the ice worm falling at Lin Yi's feet, and his mind went blank. I really won. When Lin Yi unleashed the first whirlwind blade, Han Feng knew that he had a chance of passing the 21st floor. But seeing this scene with my own eyes still shocked me beyond words. For the first time, Han Feng felt admiration and even a little worship for his peers. He had fought against ice worms before and knew how terrifying they were. However, such a powerful enemy was powerless to resist Lin Yi. The gap between the two was self-evident. After a moment, a trace of relief flashed across Han Feng's eyes. It's good as long as it passes. The invisible burden has been lifted. My father has paid too much for Jiangcheng to break the record. Han Feng also tried his best to break the pressure, which was sometimes almost suffocating. Now that Lin Yi has succeeded, Han Feng feels more relaxed than ever before. He even felt that perhaps he had a chance to challenge the 21st floor. Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing standing by were equally delighted. Looking at the invincible figure of the young man, their eyes were filled with awe. At this moment, Lin Yi occupied all of their hearts. As for Lin Yi, he didn't feel overly excited, but he didn't feel nothing either. After all, it broke Jiangcheng's historical record. But compared to his goal of conquering the entire trial tower, he seemed to have not yet reached the point of ecstasy. Lin Yi smiled slightly. This is just the beginning. Suddenly, a piece of equipment wrapped in golden light was suspended in the air. This is the trial tower, a reward for first-time clearers. Lin Yi couldn't wait to take it off. It was a pair of boots with black and gold cloud patterns carved on the boots. Winner's boots. Gray gold. Attributes. Agility plus 600. Movement speed plus 20. Chance of spell interruption reduced by 75%. Attached skill. Earth escape. When he saw the winner's boots, Lin Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. The agility bonus of 600 is equivalent to him leveling up. The movement speed is also greatly improved, not to mention the feature of reducing the probability of spell interruption by 75%. Moreover, the accompanying Earth escape technique further enhanced Lin Yi's survivability. Immediately, he changed into his ghostly speed boots without hesitation. Although Ghost Reconnaissance is also a good skill, it is slightly inferior to the boots of Winter. There's such powerful equipment on the 21st floor. I'm looking forward to what's next. Lin Yi felt a desire to climb up in his heart and continued to go to the next level to get equipment. Thinking of this, Lin Yi couldn't wait any longer and turned to Han Feng outside the circle of light and said with a smile, "Brother Han, I'll go first." Han Feng has recovered from the shock and is full of fighting spirit. "Brother Lin, I'll catch up later." Lin Yi smiled indifferently and took Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing with him and stepped into the next level of the trial tower. Witnessing this scene, the citizens of Jiangsheng, who were immersed in the jubilant atmosphere, gradually came to their senses. Where is the limit of Forest God? This is the question in everyone's mind. The 26th floor? Or even further? Or even the final level? Thinking of this almost miraculous possibility, everyone's hearts were filled with dreamy expectations, and then they shook their heads frantically. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. I don't even dare to hope for such a luxury in my dreams. However, there is always a glimmer of hope in my heart. Let us witness together and explore the limits of the Forest God. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Yi led the two beauties into the 22nd floor. It was still the same old routine of upgrading, even though Lin Yi was eager to pass the level and get the equipment as soon as possible. But he knew very well that the equipment was there and could not escape. This time, the people of Jiangqing also became more patient, because they understand that Lin Yi has accumulated more at this moment. The more strength you gain, the higher floors you can climb. Everyone is looking forward to the final moment of explosion. Attract monsters. Purple flame, fire meteorite. Attract monsters again. Purple flame, fire meteorite. It goes on and on. The boring road to upgrading was interpreted in a different style by Lin Yi. The whole process is smooth and natural, without any redundancy. After 21 consecutive levels of tacit cooperation, the three of them have already understood each other's minds and cooperated seamlessly. Every time the experience value bar climbed, Lin Yi's mouth curled up. Every bit of accumulation today is a preparation for surpassing limits in the future, and he enjoys the process of accumulation. The flame-scaled beast, the gatekeeper monster on the 22nd floor, fell at Lin Yi's feet as expected amid everyone's tense anticipation. After all, the flame-scaled beast is stronger than the ice worm, but its enhancement is not too exaggerated. With the strength displayed by Lin Yi, this battle is no suspense. Past. Forest God is still moving forward. Everyone was trembling with excitement. Every breakthrough was enough to make them cheer and let out roars that shook the earth. And Lin Yi also felt happy. After clearing the 22nd level, he obtained another piece of gold equipment, which Lin Yi couldn't let go of. Winner's Arm. Gray gold. Attributes. HP plus 12,000. MP plus 12,000. With the additional skill Victory Guardian, automatically triggered, resists 1 damage. Obviously, the properties of this winner's wrist are much superior to those of the Crocodile Tooth wristband. The bonus to health and magic points is 10 times higher. The accompanying skill, Victory Guard, has a higher priority than Thunder Shield. The most important thing is that Lin Yi realized that the equipment rewarded for clearing each level is part of the winner's set. Suit means powerful. A single piece of equipment may not show its edge yet, but once it is put together into a set, the attributes will receive a huge bonus and come with extremely powerful skills, which is difficult to achieve with a single piece of equipment. To some extent, the gold set is even more valuable than the platinum equipment. The only way to collect a complete set of equipment is to clear the level. Lin Yi's eyes were full of determination. Now he had more reasons to pass the level. After putting on the winner's wrist, Lin Yi's strength increased again. Amid everyone's expectations, Lin Yi advanced at a steady pace. Kill monsters, clear the level. Kill monsters again, clear the level again. Every time a level is cleared, the entire Jiangqing city will erupt in earth-shaking cheers. At this time, although people have been watching the game for more than dozens of hours, their enthusiasm is still high. From sunrise to moonrise, the bright moonlight shines on the trial tower. 23rd floor, 24th floor, 25th floor. Lin Yi was unstoppable all the way, and his experience points were full again. Brush! Suddenly, a strong white light burst out from Lin Yi. Everyone shouted in celebration, and they were all more impressed by the wisdom of Lin Yi's decision. Otherwise, it would be difficult to reach such a height. Level increased to LV 27. Lin Yi's lips curled up into a smile, and at this moment his skill damage will be increased to another level. Not only that, by passing 3 levels in a row, Lin Yi obtained 3 more winner sets. Winner's gloves, winner's hat, winner's belt. It is estimated that the properties of some sets will be activated in the near future. Winner's gloves. Gray gold. Attributes. Defense plus 600. Magic resistance plus 600. Casting speed plus 50%. Winner's hat. Gray gold. Attributes. Magic resistance plus 600. Ignore defense plus 600. With the skill hat trick, copy the current skill once without consumption. The damage is 50% of the original skill. Winner's belt. Gray gold. Attributes. HP plus 12,000. MP plus 12,000. With the additional skill, Victory Guard, automatically triggered, blocks damage once, can be stacked with the wristband effect. Looking at the powerful attributes of these 3 new pieces of equipment, Lin Yi's eyes were filled with joy. Needless to say, the basic attributes are excellent. It is both a gold outfit and a high-level equipment, almost a 10-fold improvement over his original low-level silver equipment. The attached skill hat trick is enough to increase Lin Yi's explosive power by 50% in the short term. And after the victory protection is superimposed, the defense power is even better. The most important thing is that Lin Yi sensed that he only needed to add one more thing. The victory suit will be unlocked, and the first stage suit effects will appear, which makes him look forward to it. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Yi brought Cheng Muqing and the other person into the 26th floor. After a while, they came to the gatekeeper monster. Seeing this, everyone became nervous, because there is one more Lord monster on this floor. Unexpectedly, there are 2 level 26 Golden Lord monsters. Chapter 50. Seated contestant appears. The trial officer is shocked. Flame Sawtooth Tiger, male/female. Level: LV26 Overlord Monster, Gold. Health value: 713-5631. Skills: Flame Offensive, Cutting Erosion, Flame Protection Circle, Fiery Claws. There are 1 male and 1 female Flame Sawtooth Tiger, and their combined strength is far beyond what can be described by the simple addition of numbers. The health value of a single one is as high as 7 million. Challenging just one of them is difficult enough, let alone 2. The Jiangqing citizens who were watching could not help but feel nervous when they saw the Sawtooth Tigers stepping on the red flames. Can Lin Yi handle 2 saw-toothed tigers? Contrary to the crowd's concerns, Lin Yi showed no fear. In fact, he was even a little excited. It is no exaggeration to say that before this, no matter which Lord monster it was, he had conquered it with his absolute strength. Now, he finally has the chance to go all out. 2 LV26 Golden Lord monsters, quite interesting. Lin Yi smiled calmly and whispered to Cheng Muqing and the other person beside him, "Stay aside for now." After saying this, he walked forward alone. The pair of giant beasts were roaring at Lin Yi, one on the left and one on the right, preparing to surround him. Roar! Amid the dull roar of the saw-toothed tiger, its mouth full of fangs looked extremely ferocious. The next moment, a fierce sound wave came. If ordinary people were affected by this, they would become prey and would at least have to use life-saving skills. But Lin Yi is not an ordinary person, and he has many different ways to deal with the situation. Almost at the moment when he felt a little dizzy, the spell was completed. Immune to the spell, the white light enveloped Lin Yi, instantly waking him up from his dizziness. A smile appeared on Lin Yi's lips, and the effect of the immunity to dispel skill was immediate. Wings of the underworld. With his broad black wings spread, Lin Yi instantly flew into the air, avoiding the combined attack of the 2 tigers. The attack density of these 2 saw-toothed tigers is several times stronger than that of their previous opponents. The 26th floor is indeed a watershed. The difficulty increases several times. But Lin Yi showed no fear. The raging flames rushed towards him, and the sky's shield was indestructible. The silver-white light shield guarded firmly, keeping the flames out. The successive attacks were enough to suffocate an ordinary person, but Lin Yi handled them with ease. Finally, Lin Yi found a gap and created some distance. "It's my turn to fight back. Little tigers." Lin Yi curled up the corner of his mouth into a sneer, and the huge, light, golden body of the holy dragon instantly appeared. After devouring the 6th level monster, its level jumped to level 23. With the 20% attribute bonus of beast taming, its strength is not inferior to that of a level 24 Golden Lord monster. Although it is not as good as the fiery sawtooth tiger, it is more than enough to delay time. That's enough. Lin Yi's spellcasting speed was extremely fast, and a gray mist emerged from his wand, which lifted the viewer's spirits. This skill was used against Gao Jiping and could cause the enemy to kill each other. Gao Jiping, in particular, trembled uncontrollably as the painful memories resurfaced in his mind. Mist magic circle, Lin Yi shouted angrily, and a gray mist instantly enveloped the two tigers. The already red pupils looked even more bloodshot, making people shudder. However, this time their violent target was not Lin Yi, but each other. Roar! The former close fighting partners are now biting each other madly, which is more cruel than their old enemies. Large pieces of flesh were torn off, and the bright red blood spilled onto the scalding ground, evaporating in an instant. The high temperature of the Flame Mountain is equally terrifying, even harsher than the ice field where the ice worms were before. The higher you go in the Trial Tower, not only will you have to fight against various Lord monsters, but you will also have to adapt to completely different environments. Looking at the sawtooth tiger in chaos, Lin Yi still had a sneer on his face, and the red light gathered on the magic wand. Purple flame meteorite. Boom! Flame meteorites several meters in diameter, carrying destructive force, smashed into the fighting saw-toothed tigers. Minus 715,256. Minus 709,215. A damage value of over 700,000 jumped out from the top of the saw-toothed tiger's head, instantly reducing its health by 1/10. In addition, the mutual harm between the two made the damage even more serious. If such exaggerated harm were caused by others, they would be very satisfied. But Lin Yi shook his head slightly. The real killer weapon was the silver skill that he had integrated before. The Earth Cage. Although it is gradually depleted, the life of the sawtooth tiger is also a way out. But Lin Yi didn't want to waste any more time. At this time, the sawtooth tiger was still in a state of confusion, and its health points were visibly decreasing. Lin Yi no longer hesitated, and the abyss wand gathered rich earth elements to form a light golden curtain. Seeing this shocking sign, everyone's heart was filled with excitement. Those who know the skill feel the horror of it and gasp. Hiss! Based on the speed at which elements converge, it far exceeds bronze skills. It's a silver skill, definitely a silver skill, and it's of a very high level. Lin Yi actually mastered the silver skill ahead of time. There is hope! Witnessing this scene, everyone's eyes were filled with joy. Han Boyan's heart was instantly relieved, and he said excitedly, Lin Yi, this kid really has unlimited potential. Even when Han Feng surpassed his limit and broke through the 21st level, he was not so happy. Just as Lin Yi's attack was unstoppable, a heavy feeling of oppression dissipated from Han Feng's heart. After 2 hours of fighting, he finally defeated the ice worm. Once again, the historical record was broken by a genius. Although it cannot be compared with Lin Yi, this achievement is equally exciting. Seed players. As soon as Han Boyan finished speaking, all the powerful people at the scene were shocked. What flashed in their eyes was not only surprise, but more of shock. Everyone was so immersed in the surprise of Lin Yi's continuous breakthroughs that they almost ignored this matter. Han Boyan's words awakened the dreamer, and everyone's thoughts quickly converged. When the signs of the fusion of the two worlds first appeared, our country of China responded quickly. We have decided to hold a national trial to select the ultimate genius. Han Boyan continued, the trial in Jiangcheng is just the beginning. It will be followed by the main city professional competition, and then the final national trial competition. As long as Lin Yi can pass the 26th level, he can directly become a seeded player. Save the competition among the main city professionals and directly advance to the national finals. After hearing this, the crowd could not hide their excitement. There are 5 main cities in Huaxia: Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and Qilin. Each main city governs nearly 1/5 of the territory. Jiangcheng is a small city under the main city of Baihu. Is it possible to breed a peerless genius who can participate in the national trial? This would have been a fantasy in the past. Although Wang Jinyan, Han Feng, and others had the opportunity, they continued to compete in the main city professional competition. But whether it can ultimately stand out remains unknown. Lin Yi, you must succeed. At this moment, the tension among the bigwigs spread rapidly. Time seemed to freeze, and Lin Yi's earth prison skill was cast in an instant. Boom! In an area with a diameter of 200 meters, thick earth elements condensed into dense and sharp earth thorns. In an instant, a hideous cage was formed, tightly covering the area. Not only that, huge, ochre-colored hands stretched out from the ground, tens of meters wide. In comparison, the saw-toothed tiger looked as small as a toy. Being tightly grasped by this giant hand, there is nowhere to escape. The earth cage will imprison you for 9 seconds, unless you can break free from this giant palm of the earth. Puff, puff! Sharp thorns of the earth pierce through from all directions. It pierced deeply into the bodies of the 2 flaming saw-toothed tigers, leaving shocking wounds. And this is only the first wave of 3 earth assaults. 140-215-3. 1419127. 1395794. When Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing saw this string of numbers, their eyes widened. Whenever people think that Lin Yi has reached his limit, he always brings surprises beyond imagination. The 2 of them were already speechless and could only stare blankly at the tall and heroic figure. Lin Yi himself was also secretly amazed in his heart. The power of the earth cage, when it was used for the first time, was far beyond expectations. I was originally worried that the 9-second confinement time would not be enough to ensure the stability of the cage, but now it seems that I was worrying too much. Unless the opponent is extremely powerful, he will be forced to bear all the damage of the 3 earth assaults. However, this also means that Lin Yi cannot attack directly within 9 seconds. But after a series of attacks, the 2 saw-toothed tigers had very little health left. As the earth cage dissipated, the purple flame meteorite that Lin Yi had prepared roared out again. Boom, boom, boom. The flaming meteorite instantly reduced the health bar of the saw-toothed tiger, which had just escaped, to 0, turning it into ashes. Lin Yi raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Everything was so easy. Everyone went from being silent at first to witnessing Lin Yi crushing 2 golden monster lords. Everyone's admiration for Lin Yi reached an unprecedented level. Lin Shun is so powerful. Oh my god, I can't believe my eyes. Who would have thought that our Jiangsheng would produce a true dragon called Lin Shun? Everyone, tell me, can God Lin create a miracle and clear the entire trial tower? As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell silent. Is this possible? I believe in God Lin. To me, he is the epitome of miracle. The crowd was boiling with excitement, silently hoping that Lin Yi could create a miracle. At the same time, when Lin Yi passed the 26th floor, the Trial Tower Management Center in the White Tiger main city is in a hall with a dome that looks like a starry sky. Various small trial towers are arranged in a scattered manner in the center. The tallest ones are nearly 1 meter tall, while the shortest ones are no more than half a meter tall, and there are thousands of them in total. Around the trial tower, hundreds of powerful trial officers each perform their duties. They are all platinum-level warriors who pay close attention to the developments of each trial tower. This is an annual event, and various forces send representatives to supervise it. Once an outstanding talent is discovered, people will be sent to recruit him immediately. This year, as the world was undergoing drastic changes, the Elders' Council of China issued strict orders. Talents were recruited at all costs, making this trial receive unprecedented attention. Occasionally, a trial tower would emit a dazzling light, attracting everyone's attention. It indicates that the trial taker in a certain tower has reached a certain level, at least the 26th level, because this is the threshold to activate the light of the trial tower. If this happens, someone should go out and report it immediately, and send personnel to the city, grant seeded players qualifications, and even recruit them under your command. However, most of the towers that trigger the light are tall towers, and there are very few short towers. Until there was an inconspicuous little tower among the trial towers. It also emitted a dazzling light, attracting the attention of many trial officers. How is this possible? This is Jiangqing's trial tower. Chapter 51. 2 old men go to Jiangqing. What kind of monster is this kid? At this moment, many trial officials murmured in surprise. Jiangqing? Isn't this a small town near the soul-breaking mountains? From my impression, it seems to have been stuck on the 21st floor for quite a few years. Now, I didn't expect that someone would make it to the 26th floor. Is there something wrong with the trial tower? Immediately, they all shook their heads in denial. Impossible! The trial tower is the cornerstone of our Chinese nation. It was originally built by several demigod warriors in imitation of the Tower of Babel. Its stability is beyond doubt. It seems that Jiangqing has also produced a rising star. The trial officer showed a hint of amazement, but was not overly shocked. After all, in White Tiger City, such an achievement is nothing. He is fully qualified to be the seed player of our White Tiger City. Everyone was secretly happy that more and more outstanding talents appeared in White Tiger City. By then, the possibility of achieving good results will be greater. The resulting resource allocation will also be more abundant. In this era of fierce competition, precious resources are extremely scarce. Should we send a few people to investigate? The foundation of talent in small places may not be as solid as in big cities, but they often have unlimited potential. If they are carefully cultivated, they will become great in the future. Everyone nodded in agreement, believing that this made sense. The fact that he could achieve the same results despite the scarcity of resources demonstrates his extraordinary talent. While the candidates for dispatch were being discussed, an old man with vigorous spirit and flowing silver hair walked in. He was wearing a simple combat uniform with a huge sword hanging on his back. He said in a loud voice, "Jiangqing, right? I'll go there myself." Everyone stood up and saluted. "Greetings, President Wu." They were puzzled as to why this old man suddenly became interested in Jiangqing. You know, this person's identity is not simple. He is Wu Weilong, the vice president of White Tiger Academy, one of the 5 top academies in China, an epic peak powerhouse. Wu Weilong waved his hand, looked at the flashing Jiangqing logo, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Next to him, another old man in black joked, "Old Wu, you are so bored. Why are you going to such a remote place?" The trial officers present were shocked. They thought that the one who dared to address him like that must be a big shot of the same level. Someone looked up quietly, was shocked, and couldn't help but gasp. Xie Bin, the 6th elder of the Mage Association. The Mage Association is the top force in China, spanning 5 core regions. And the Xie Bin in front of him is the person at the top of the power pyramid. His strength is probably even greater than that of Wu Weilong. Wu Weilong didn't mind Xie Bin's address at all, and laughed. "It just so happens that I have a disciple in Jiangsheng, and since I have nothing to do, I'll take this opportunity to go and take a look. Would you like to join me?" Xie Bin nodded indifferently. "Let's go. It will only take an hour or 2. After he finished speaking, the staff in Xie Bin's hand emitted a faint golden light, and a 2-meter-high portal appeared out of thin air. "Set off. You mages are still more convenient. You don't even need to go out to form a teleportation array." Wu Weilong was amazed and stepped into the portal with Xie Bin, leaving behind a shocked look. This is fixed-point teleportation. As expected of the Mage Association, it has a profound foundation. After expressing their feelings, everyone returned to their work positions. Since Wu Weilong and Xie Bin are personally taking action, there is naturally no need to arrange for anyone else. Jiangqing, the 26th floor of the trial tower. After Lin Yi defeated 2 flaming saw-toothed tigers, he didn't know that the top leaders of White Tiger City had already shown favor to him. At this moment, he was examining the winner's suit in front of him. Winner's cloak. Gray gold. Attributes. Spirit plus 1,200. Physical strength plus 1,200. With the skill Victory Contract, can establish a temporary contract with creatures without harming each other. Lin Yi's face was filled with joy. It was indeed high-level gold equipment. The skill of Victory Contract is not bad. It may come in handy at a critical moment. After putting on the winner's cloak, the first attribute of the winner's suit was finally activated. Attribute 1, 6/9, the mage's spiritual attribute, is increased by 10%. Seeing the attributes of this set, Lin Yi's eyes sparkled. For him, the most important attribute is spirit. The full-level skills give him exaggerated skill bonuses, and every improvement in his spiritual attributes is crucial. After putting on the winner's cloak, Lin Yi's spiritual attribute reached 12,000. Add 10%, that's 13,200. This is an attribute that can only be achieved by a silver professional, and Lin Yi's heart was filled with sweetness. In this way, his speed and clearing levels will be improved to a higher level. I have to admit that every time Lin Yi challenges himself in the innovation zone, a positive cycle is formed. The stronger he is, the higher the levels he passes and the richer the rewards he gets. Then you will become stronger and reach a higher level. Go! Only 3 pieces of equipment left to complete the set. Lin Yi was in high spirits and took Cheng Muqing and the other person with him. stepping into the light gate leading to the next level. Looking at Lin Yi stepping into the next level, everyone's eyes were flashing with excitement. At this moment, there are only 4 levels left to the final challenge. The dream that was once out of reach is gradually becoming within reach. The powerful people in Jiangxing were no exception and clenched their fists. Even though they had experienced countless storms, they still felt a suffocating tension. If the previous record was broken, it would be enough to make them excited. But clearing the 30-story trial tower is a myth that no one dares to even think about. Just as everyone was concentrating on the game, a faint golden light suddenly appeared in the void nearby. A portal suddenly appeared, accompanied by a faint fluctuation of magical power. Then, 2 majestic figures stepped out of the door. It was as easy as walking on flat ground and standing in the void. The attention of many bigwigs in Jiangxing was attracted by the fluctuation of magical power. They turned their heads at the same time, with disbelief in their eyes. Portal. This is a high-end spell that even ordinary epic-level wizards cannot master. Those who can use it are either the best in epics or even more powerful legendary ones. Teacher, why are you here? Han Boyan drove the griffin and landed respectfully in front of Wu Weilong with an extremely respectful attitude. He once studied at the White Tiger Academy, and by chance became a disciple of Wu Weilong. It can be said that his achievements today are largely due to Wu Weilong's guidance and help. Wu Weilong was delighted to see his disciple and patted Han Boyan on the shoulder. Xiao Han, well done. When I asked you to go to Wuqing to be the city lord, you insisted on returning to Jiangxing, saying that you wanted to break the record of the Jiangxing trial tower. I didn't expect you to actually do it, and it far exceeded my expectations. Han Boyan's eyes were filled with excitement when he received the teacher's praise, and his chest was slightly lifted with pride. Then he scratched his head and said embarrassedly, in fact, Lin Yi's appearance was purely accidental. Your disciple just happened to benefit from it. Oh, Lin Yi is the young man who is breaking into the tower. Han Boyan knew that his master probably learned that someone in Jiangxing had passed the 26th floor. So he quickly introduced Lin Yi's current situation to the two of them. The big men in the surrounding Jiangxing, upon learning that this man was the city lord's master, all behaved with great respect. In this world, the hierarchy is extremely strict. Although legend is only 1 level higher than epic, there is a world of difference between them. Upon hearing this, Wu Weilong and Xiebin both showed interest. This sounds interesting. Turning his eyes to the screen, he saw Lin Yi skillfully luring monsters on the 27th floor. Wu Weilong smiled. Smart kid. You know how to use every opportunity to improve yourself. But this trick has been tried before, and its growth is limited. Before he could finish his words, Wu Weilong's expression suddenly changed. On the screen, the flaming meteorites instantly killed all the monsters. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes, and he turned to look at his old friend Xiebin, whose eyes were also full of confusion. Is this the purple flame meteorite? Xiebin naturally knew this technique, but the key was the power of this purple flame meteorite, which seemed to be a little too abnormal. An ordinary golden mage is no more than this, right? The two of them unconsciously looked at the ranking list next to them. Lin Yi Mage, LV27. He's just an ordinary wizard? The two were completely stunned. They originally thought that Jiangxing had just produced a genius and did not take it seriously. After all, they had been through these levels and beyond in the past. However, at this moment, after seeing this extraordinary purple flame meteorite, their interest was completely aroused. This genius from Jiangxing seems a little unexpected. Wu Weilong waved his hand to interrupt Han Boyan's explanation. He wanted to observe it himself. On the screen, wave after wave of monsters fell under the purple flames. Wu Weilong and Xiebin, who were seeing this scene for the first time, were amazed and turned to Han Boyan to ask, "Is Lin Yi always like this?" Han Boyan quickly replied, "Yes, Lin Yi should start from the first level." He stayed at each level for half an hour before moving forward. By estimation, he has reached at least 6 levels. Upon hearing this, Wu Weilong and the other two gasped. Level 6? With such efficiency, a simple calculation will reveal the huge number of monsters that have died at the hands of Lin Yi. This also indirectly proves how powerful Lin Yi is. Their interest in Lin Yi has reached an unprecedented level. Not long after, Lin Yi stood in front of the gatekeeper monster on the 27th floor again. Still too. All the residents of Jiangxing held their breath, although they were a little nervous. But thinking back to the horror of that cage, my confidence was instantly filled. Wu Weilong and Xiebin were full of curiosity, wondering how this young man would pass the level. The battle unfolded quickly, and Lin Yi, wearing the winner's suit, became even stronger. The damage of the Earth prison is now approaching an astonishing level of 1.8 million. 3 consecutive waves, totaling more than 5 million damage. What a horrible, destructive power. The level 27 Golden Lord monster has a health value of only around 8 million. Mist magic circle. The next moment, the 2 Overlord monsters started killing each other. Purple flame meteorite. After the first round of fire, the Lord monster's health dropped visibly. Earth cage. Wave after wave of ground spikes caused exaggerated damage, and huge wounds appeared on the bodies of the 2 Overlord monsters. Purple flame meteorite. The last round of fire meteors came to an end, and the 2 Lord monsters fell down. 27th floor, cleared. Everyone in Jiangsheng was so excited that they couldn't control themselves. Wu Weilong and Xiebin looked at each other and were both shocked beyond words. What kind of monster is this kid? Chapter 52, the last level, the winner's set is complete. Hiss! Wu Weilong and Xiebin exchanged glances and couldn't help but gasp. They had seen many geniuses, but they had never seen someone as unique as Lin Yi. They had a complete view of the battle scene just now. The super-fast casting speed, explosive damage output, and almost seamless skill cycle. And the long-term control effect. Every point highlights Lin Yi's extraordinariness. Wu Weilong couldn't help but speak up. Old Xie, now you should be able to cast bronze and silver level spells easily, right? Xiebin was obviously more shocked than Wu Weilong, and he even blurted out a rude remark. What a joke. At most, it's like this guy, with a near-instant release. In comparison, the sense of shock becomes even stronger. The 27th level, which was thought to be extremely difficult, was easily broken through by him. The most amazing thing is that this guy not only mastered the silver skills in advance, but also had an extremely high level of proficiency in the skills. This was what shocked Xiebin the most. Although some people can borrow treasures and master advanced skills in advance, most of them are unable to use them freely. Not to mention, someone like Lin Yi has reached the level of mastery. With the insight of these 2 epic masters, they can naturally see how powerful the Earth prison is. I found a treasure. Xiebin's eyes instantly blossomed with uncontrollable surprise. If we can bring this kid into the Mage Association and train him carefully, in the future, he will be able to at least reach our level, or even enter the legendary level. He had never expected that just by accompanying his old friend out to relax, he would meet such a monstrous genius. Xiebin couldn't help but laugh heartily as he watched Lin Yi continue to break through the barriers. There was anticipation in his eyes, and he was curious about how far Lin Yi could go. The higher the levels you pass, the greater your potential. Wu Weilong's eyes shone, and he said, "What are you laughing at? This is the genius of my White Tiger City. He should join the White Tiger Academy. The professional academy is where the newly awakened should go. Don't try any tricks, you old ghost." Xiebin sneered. Nonsense. What the professional academy teaches is nothing but fancy tricks. Which strong man didn't grow up in the wild, fighting life and death? What's more, for a gifted mage like Lin Yi, the Mage Association is the best choice. In today's China, professional academies are a new phenomenon that has only been around for the past 30 years. If we don't trace back to their predecessors, the 5 major academies have a history of only 30 years. But there are always 2 voices in society regarding this issue. One side believes that those who have just awakened can lay a better foundation by entering the academy, and they are expected to reach a higher level in the future. The other side believes that professional colleges cultivate greenhouse flowers. His actual combat abilities are far inferior to those of the adventurers who were tempered in the wilderness. But the supporters and opponents were evenly matched, and a compromise solution was eventually adopted. Newly awakened professionals can freely choose their development path. Whether to study in an academy, join an adventurer organization, or become a free adventurer, it all depends on your personal wishes. After hearing what Xiebin said, Wu Weilong's beard almost stood up in anger. Thank you, old ghost. You want to fight, don't you? He felt extremely regretful and wondered why he had asked Xiebin to come and watch. How could he be trying to snatch someone from me? Wu Weilong held the giant sword in his hand, looking like he was about to take action. Xiebin sneered, and the blue staff in his hand flashed. Afraid of you? Let's see who's the real one. Whoever wins gets this kid. When all the big shots in Jiangxing saw the two epic bosses, they were instantly on the verge of a fight over the issue of Lin Yi's affiliation, and they were all terrified. At the same time, everyone was shocked. Lin Yi's performance exceeded everyone's expectations, causing the two strong men to lose face and compete openly for it. If these two guys really started fighting, how would Jiangxing survive? However, he knew his teacher's temper very well and knew that he would not really do anything. So Han Boyan quickly dissuaded them. Teacher, and this master wizard, please don't be anxious. Lin Yi is still in the tower. It won't be too late to make a decision after he finishes. In the end, it all depends on Lin Yi's own wishes. Teacher, how about we wait until he comes out and discuss it with him in person? Han Boyan chose his words carefully. On one side was his teacher. On the other side was an epic-level peak wizard. He couldn't afford to offend either side, but naturally he was more inclined towards his teacher. In his opinion, let Lin Yi choose for himself. As a native of Jiangxing, he would probably be more inclined to join White Tiger Academy. Upon hearing this, Wu Weilong and Xie Bin restrained their momentum. This guy is from Jiangxing, and the city lord is old man Wu's student. I don't have an advantage in this regard. It seems that if we want to get Lin Yi to join the Mage Association, we'll have to spend a lot of money. Xie Bin's eyes flickered slightly, and he had something in mind. Then he turned his head and continued to observe Lin Yi's breakthrough. Wu Weilong was the same, thinking about what conditions he should offer Lin Yi in order to attract him to join. There is no real grudge between the two. After all, they have been friends for many years. But when they suddenly met such a genius like Lin Yi, they couldn't help but feel admiration for his talent and wanted to recruit him under their command. The storm subsided, and Han Boyan secretly breathed a sigh of relief with a wry smile on his lips. After not seeing him for many years, the teacher's temper hasn't changed at all. He resorts to violence when they disagree on a single word. He is indeed a bloodthirsty warrior. After all, the fighting gene flows in our blood. At this moment, Lin Yi had already entered the 28th floor and continued to upgrade in a calm and orderly manner. The purple flames bloomed brilliantly and continuously, causing Xie Bin's eyes to show more approval. The level of sophistication in his control of magic is so high that even if he were to go back to his age, he would still not be able to match it. It is incredible that such a genius could be born in such a small town. The prelude to a great era seems to be about to begin. Perhaps Lin Yi is the man who is destined to be with me. I must invite him to join the Mage Association. Under Xie Bin's gaze, Lin Yi always cast spells with an unrestrained and uninhibited manner. Whoosh! A strong white light suddenly exploded from Lin Yi's body. Level increased to LV28. Seeing Lin Yi advance again, everyone was in high spirits. The stronger Lin Yi is, the greater his hope of passing the level. Godlin, come on! The cheers of the crowd resounded through the sky, encouraging Lin Yi. Nangong Ling, Han Feng, and others looked at this trend with envy in their eyes. Which young person has not dreamed of becoming the center of attention and standing at the top? However, they felt more admiration in their hearts. Be able to climb silently in solitude and maximize self-improvement. Even if they had the same strength as Lin Yi, they would not dare to claim to be so tenacious. Because of their impetuous mentality, they will unconsciously worry about being surpassed by others and complete the challenge first. Mist Magic Circle, Purple Flame Meteorite, Earth Cage, Purple Flame Meteorite. The familiar skill combination makes the challenge of the 28th floor easy to pass. The crowd's emotions gradually became heated, and they reached the 29th floor. There are actually 3 level 29 Golden Lord monsters here, which increases the difficulty dramatically. But to Lin Yi, there seems to be no essential difference no matter how many there are. After all, Purple Flame Meteorite and Earth Prison are both large area damage skills, and having one more will not do much harm. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the 29th level was successfully passed. At this moment, the whole audience was boiling, and the atmosphere reached an unprecedented climax. Because it means that we only need to pass the last level. Lin Yi will be able to create an unprecedented feat and pass the Jiangxing Trial Tower. What an honor it is! Perhaps no other city around can match it. And now, Jiangxing is about to witness this moment. It's unbelievable that such a genius appeared in our Jiangxing. When I'm old, I can brag about it to my grandchildren. His grandfather witnessed with his own eyes the Jiangqing genius Lin Yi conquering the trial tower. Everyone was excited, including the two epic masters, especially Wu Weilong. If Lin Yi challenged the 27th floor, he only regretted calling Xiebin. Now, he wished he could go back 2 hours ago and give himself a good beating. Why did he call me that shameless old guy? Now he is competing with me for the talent. The two looked at each other, their eyes showing that they would not give in. Xiebin snorted coldly, full of confidence. If it all depends on your ability. He believed that no ordinary magician could refuse his conditions. At this moment, Lin Yi's heart was also filled with joy. After passing 3 levels of trials in a row, he once again obtained 3 pieces of the winner's set. Victor's staff, Victor's robe, Victor's pendant. It's still the familiar black and gold cloud pattern interwoven, doubling the sense of mystery. Victor's staff, gray gold. Attributes: Spirit plus 1,200, Ignore defense plus 1,200, Mana plus 12,000. Additional skill: Light of Victory, releases holy light shock to the target, causing a knockback effect. Robe of the Victor, gray gold. Attributes: Spirit plus 1,200, Magic resistance plus 1,200, Defense plus 1,200. Additional skill: Victory Guardian, can be stacked. Winter Pendant, grade, special. Attributes: Skill cooldown time reduced by 20%, 500 cubic meters of internal storage space, which can store inanimate objects. These 3 pieces of equipment are extremely powerful and are worthy of being a set designed specifically for mages. Immediately, Lin Yi replaced the original equipment without hesitation. The black and gold equipment makes him look even more handsome. The tall and straight figure and perfect profile were constantly displayed on the magic screen, causing the girls to scream, "Wow, so handsome. I really want to be his girlfriend." However, for Lin Yi, what made him most happy was that after collecting the complete set of 9 pieces of equipment, the attributes of the suit were fully activated. Winner set Attribute 1, 6/9. The total spirit attribute of the mage is increased by 20%. Winner set Attribute 2, 9/9. Activate the set skill, Blessing of the Goddess of Victory. After use, gain the Blessing of the Goddess of Victory. Enter the invincible state for 10 seconds, and the cooldown time is 3 days. Seeing these 2 set attributes, Lin Yi couldn't help but gasp. This is too powerful. Lin Yi's eyes were filled with surprise. This was definitely a top-notch life-saving skill. If you use the appropriate teleportation treasure, you can easily escape when you encounter an enemy that you cannot defeat. Chapter 53: Purple Gold Overlord Monster, Green Dragon Callus. Compared to before entering the trial tower, Lin Yi's strength has undergone a tremendous change. The increase in attributes far exceeded his expectations, so he quickly opened the attribute panel. Level: LV 28. Attributes: Strength 5100, Spirit 14300, Suit bonus plus 20%, Stamina 5700, Agility 6300. Health 89,000. Magic value 215,000. Although there are not many changes in skills, only the skills that come with the equipment are slightly adjusted. But the surge in basic attributes has reached a staggering level. Nowadays, even an ordinary fireball can easily cause more than 300,000 damages. If the Earth Prison is used, 3.2 million damage can be caused in 1 round. After 3 rounds, the damage was close to 9 million. Such terrifying power is enough to instantly kill the Golden Lord monster of the same level. Generally speaking, professionals who can fight against Lord monsters of the same level are rare super geniuses. Maybe you can't find one in the whole city. For example, Han Feng only managed to defeat the level 21 Golden Lord monster after completing a self-breakthrough. In Jiangqing, apart from Han Feng, only Lin Yi has this possibility. But Lin Yi's strength is closer to instantly killing a Golden Lord monster of the same level. The gap between them is as huge as the difference between heaven and earth. If Han Feng is a super genius, then Lin Yi is undoubtedly a peerless prodigy, a genius among geniuses. Lin Yi took a deep breath, his eyes sparkling with joy. His prudent strategy paid off handsomely, and the growth in strength was surprising. Such growth, if it were in the outside world. Even if you have the talent to automatically reach the maximum level of skills, it cannot be achieved in a short period of time. This trial tower is undoubtedly a treasure land for him to grow rapidly. There's only 1 floor left. It is said that if you complete the challenge in the trial tower, you will get amazing rewards. I don't know if it is true or not. Lin, he felt a surge of anticipation. This is a long-standing legend in Jiangcheng, which has never been verified by anyone. And now, he will solve the mystery himself. Everyone in Jiangcheng became excited. This moment is right before our eyes. Under the eager gazes of the crowd, Lin stepped into the 30th floor. An unprecedentedly rich golden light rose up and enveloped him in an instant. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Lin seemed to disappear out of thin air. Cheng Muqing and the other person just stayed where they were, looking stunned. It seems as if the 30th floor is some kind of forbidden area, where others are not allowed to reap the benefits. Everything depends on personal strength. The crowd couldn't help but be in an uproar. Even Wu Weilong and Xie Bin had solemn expressions, knowing full well the specialness of the 30th floor. You may be able to obtain rewards related to the legendary Tower of Babel by going here. The live broadcast screen changed and Lin Yi's voice was heard again, and everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Faced with this scene, Lin Yi was also shocked. Different from the layout of the first 29 floors, what was before him was a dark green swamp, without even a single monster to be seen. Above the swamp, dark green bubbles burst from time to time, releasing thick poisonous fog. An ominous atmosphere permeated the entire area. The poisonous fog was extremely toxic. Even with the protection of the sky shield, Lenny could still faintly smell a hint of stench. Lenny became alert. There are no monsters? The more unusual it is, the more it implies that the 30th floor is extraordinary and far more difficult than the previous ones. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening dragon roar came from the sky. A real dragon. There was shock in Wu Weilong and Xie Bin's eyes. They were experienced and could tell the truth just by the dragon's roar. Not a subspecies of dragon, but a real dragon. Hiss! The 30th floor is so difficult. The two of them smiled bitterly in their hearts. In the early stages of a professional career, it is simply a fantasy to want to compete with a dragon. Only by being promoted to epic or even legendary, and with the help of professional characteristics, will you have the possibility of fighting against it. The audience in Jiangcheng stood up in unison, their eyes filled with disbelief and even despair. How could it be a dragon? Following Lin Yi's gaze, a dark green figure slowly appeared in the sky accompanied by the roar of a dragon. With a body length of over 50 meters, even a level 25 holy dragon would seem dwarfed in front of it. Everyone gasped. They could feel the horror of this dragon, just from its appearance. Green Dragon Callus. Level: LV30 Overlord Monster, Purple Gold. Health Value: 23572915. Skills: Corrosive Dragon Breath, Dragon Suppression, Toxic Mist, Green Dragon Roar. Hiss! Lin Yi's heart trembled. It's actually the Purple Gold Lord Monster. The Purple Gold Lord Monster has a higher status than the Gold Lord Monster, and its attributes are twice as much. But in actual combat, 10 Golden Lord monsters of the same level may not be a match. Although the opponent in the last level was unexpected, Lenny did not feel afraid. So what about a dragon? With his current strength, he can still defeat him. The desire to fight surged in his heart. The Green Dragon Callus swooped down from the sky, its huge wings bringing powerful kinetic energy. It was so fast that it was in front of Lin Yi in the blink of an eye. Amid the astonishment of the crowd, the green dragon slowly spoke. Human, I am the final guardian of the Trial Tower. Defeat me, and you will gain supreme honor. Please show your strength with all your strength, without worrying about whether it will hurt me. In this Trial Tower, I have countless opportunities to be reborn. Likewise, I will hold nothing back. Even if you suffer a fatal blow, the Trial Tower will revive you, so don't worry. Obviously, this giant dragon must have been tamed by a strong human, and they were placed here to help cultivate geniuses among humans. Lenny nodded slightly to show his acceptance. The green dragon raised its head and roared, causing the green bubbles above the swamp to explode one after another, and poisonous fog immediately filled the surroundings. Lin Yi immediately fell into a state of poisoning, and the green dragon seemed to enjoy the scene very much. Then, it spread its wings and rushed towards Lin Yi. Its tail is like a whip, causing the air to twist. Lin Yi's current sky shield can withstand more than 3 million damages. But facing the green dragon's attack power of 200,000, he didn't dare to take it head-on. Otherwise, the shield might break after a few blows. Lin Yi quickly activated the speed aura. Although the bonus to the Wings of Hell was not as great as before, it still made his speed go up to a higher level. Whoosh! Lin Yi's speed reached its limit, and he easily avoided the green dragon's dive and tail attack. Roar! Dragons are a natural fighting race, and the fighting instinct is deeply rooted in their blood. After diving, it turned its head and spewed out a breath of corrupted dragon breath. The dark green and sticky dragon breath carries a pungent stench. If it hits the sky shield, it will probably shatter it in 2 hits. However, Lin Yi has gradually adapted to this rhythm of battle. Quick teleport! The light on the staff flashed and disappeared. Lin Yi's figure instantly moved 100 meters away. Xie Bin's eyes widened. Oh my god, instant teleportation? This guy is so perverted. Lin Yi teleported to 100 meters behind the green dragon. The green dragon lost its target for a moment, and the confusion in its eyes was undoubtedly revealed. Sensing Lin Yi's breath, it appeared behind him, but its huge body was unable to turn around quickly. Lin Yi's time has come. The staff gathers rich earth elements, and the casting time is astonishingly short. Everyone in Jiangsheng was very excited, as they were already familiar with this move. Here comes the best of Lin Shen. Lin Yi shouted loudly, "Earth prison!" The huge earth spikes instantly build a cage and lock the green dragon tightly inside. The giant earth-colored palm firmly fixed the green dragon's strong limbs, tail, and even head, making it unable to move. Roar! The green dragon let out an extremely manic roar, and corrupt dragon breath spurted out. It fell on the giant palm and left slight traces of corrosion. Fortunately, at least I can survive 2 earth thrusts. Countless terrifying hard earth spikes grew on the earth cage, with a diameter of more than 10 meters. Continuous piercings tore a huge bloody hole in the green dragon's body. The scene was shocking. -2518629. -2842154. 2 terrible damages broke out, totaling nearly 5 million. The green dragon instantly lost 1/5 of its health, and an even more shocking roar followed. The corrupted dragon breathed out again, and the earth cage that had reached its limit was broken in an instant. Roar! The green dragon's eyes gradually became bloodshot, and he regarded Lin Yi as a formidable enemy in a life-and-death battle. Poisonous fog! Thick green poisonous fog immediately surrounded Lin Yi, and the poisonous fog continued to erode Lin Yi's sky shield. This kind of continuous damage may seem insignificant, but the cumulative effect is quite shocking. Lin Yi's expression changed slightly, but he was not panicked. His staff emitted a dazzling light, and pure magical energy washed over his whole body. Antidote! The next moment, the layers of green mist dissipated visibly with the naked eye. It is worthy of being a maximum-level skill. Ordinary detoxification skills will be useless. Generally speaking, when low-level skills are used against high-level monsters or professionals, they will be suppressed by the class, and their effectiveness will be greatly reduced. Compared with low-level professionals, high-level professionals have more than just some advantages in attributes. Lin Yi's maximum-level skills reduce the restrictions he faces to the minimum. Quick teleport! Lin Yi quickly teleported again to avoid the dragon's dive. Teleporting quickly every 3 seconds is truly a magical skill. Unless he can predict Lin Yi's next position, he will always be invincible. The wings of the underworld pulled away, the azure light of the staff condensed, and an unprecedented huge wind blade was taking shape. Whirlwind slash! This time, Lin Yi even activated the Hymn of the Wind Elves, which can increase the damage of wind attribute spells by 40%. Whoosh! The giant wind blade spun and cut, leaving a clear white track in the air, and then slashed heavily on the green dragon's body. Tear it up! The dark green scales shattered one after another. Even though the green dragon had high magic resistance, it could not withstand this terrible wind blade. The entire dragon's tail was nearly cut off, leaving a bloody mark across the green dragon's body, which was a shocking sight. -2972531. With the blessing of the wind spirits him, the damage of the whirlwind slash. It even exceeded the single impact of the earth cage. In just a short moment, Lin Yi had caused extremely terrible damage to the green dragon callus. This is almost 1/3 of the dragon's health. Witnessing the giant dragon being severely injured repeatedly by Lin Yi's spells, Lin was able to handle it with ease and control the overall situation. Everyone cheered excitedly, which meant that victory was just around the corner, including Wu Jiangwei and Xie Bin. They all held their breath unconsciously, with only one thought in their minds. What kind of monster is Lin Yi? Chapter 54. Kill the dragon several times in a row and pass the level successfully. Lin Shun. My Lin Shun. I'm about to faint. I can't take it anymore. Oh my god. The shock I've experienced in the past few decades combined is not as great as today. I can't believe it. Who says it's not true? Before the appearance of God Lin, who could have expected that Jiang Cheng could not only break the record of the trial tower for decades, but also pass the 30th floor? I can only say that God Lin is simply a super genius bestowed by God to Jiangcheng. These words spread quickly to every corner of Jiangcheng like a virus. In particular, the older professionals were even more excited than the young people. They have witnessed so much and look forward to miracles happening every year. In the end, it always ends in disappointment year after year. Lin Shun, he will put an end to this. As the Green Dragon's health steadily decreased, the people of Jiangcheng became more determined. Even the mighty dragon would be defeated in front of Lin Yi. Roar! The Green Dragon Khalees roared repeatedly, but couldn't touch Lin Yi at all. Even if the dragon's breath swept through occasionally, it could not break the rock-solid sky shield. It was as shocked as anyone else. When did low-level human professionals become so powerful? The reason humans survive in this world full of monsters is because of epic stories, legends, and even powerful demigods. Early humans were far from strong enough. The later the stage of development for those peerless geniuses, the more amazing their growth becomes. When dealing with lord monsters of the same level, one can basically fight against many, and this is the key to humanity's survival. But now, the young wizard in front of him can actually suppress a dragon of the same level, which is really terrifying. However, it is not that easy to defeat our dragon clan with just this. The Green Dragon suddenly roared towards the sky. The sound was louder than ever before. Lin Yi suddenly felt dizzy. Immune to dispel? The body's immune dispelling aura automatically activated, instantly dispelling the dizziness. The next moment, in front of everyone's shocked gazes, the Green Dragon recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The dragon is reborn! In a flash, the Green Dragon appeared in front of everyone again in its prime, its power not diminished at all. The health that had been reduced by more than half was restored to full value. Witnessing this scene, Wu Weilong and Xie Bin shook their heads helplessly and smiled bitterly. This is a real dragon. It's too difficult to defeat it one-on-one. It's almost impossible to do it at a low level. The onlookers looked at the Green Dragon that had returned to its peak with horror in their eyes. How is that possible? Can I live again? That's too shameless. Some people couldn't help but curse out loud. The old man, who had been silent with a worried look on his face, slowly spoke. Not only does it have a second life, I heard that dragons have extremely strong vitality and can regenerate at least 3 times. I wonder how many times this Green Dragon can regenerate. Hiss! When everyone heard the old man's words, they all gasped. Giving birth once is bad enough, but how can you give birth several times? Oh my god, so shameless. At this moment, everyone wanted to rush in to help Lin Yi, their eyes full of worry. Lin Shin, can you handle it? Everyone knows that the cage-like spell is very powerful. But powerful spells also consume a lot of energy from the caster. Can Lin Yi's magic power sustain a battle for such a long time? Everyone's heart was in suspense again. Lin Yi was slightly surprised to see the Green Dragon recover to its peak condition. Human boy, I admit that you are very strong, but the nobility of the dragon bloodline is beyond your imagination. Come on, let's continue our fight. The Green Dragon roared and pounced again, with pride in its roar. Feeling the familiar attack method, the surprise in Lin Yi's eyes gradually disappeared. That's it. You think you can drag me down like this? You underestimate me. If someone else were to face this giant dragon that could regenerate multiple times, they might really despair. But Lin Yi felt the abundant magic power in his body, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The magic value of up to 210,000 is enough for him to cast the Earth Prison with the highest consumption 200 times. You want to play consumption with me? As long as you don't have any new tricks, I'll kill you. I want to see how many times you can regenerate. I'll kill you as many times as you regenerate. Lin, he was filled with pride. Quick teleport. Earth cage. The familiar scene was played out again. The green dragon was instantly imprisoned like a chick, and then was pierced continuously by the sword. Green blood gushed out of the blood holes, dripping into the swamp, and even making a hissing sound. -2951321. -2713452. 6 seconds later, the green dragon escaped and launched another whirlwind attack. -3157431. With skillful operation, 1/3 of the green dragon's health was immediately reduced. Seeing Lin Yi's relaxed look, everyone in Jiangqing's eyes lit up. Fuck, why do I feel like God Lin seems to be quite relaxed? Is this an illusion? I told you, God Lin is always trustworthy. What are you worried about? Bullshit. Who was so scared that his legs were shaking like a sieve and he almost peed his pants? Everyone keep watching. I hope God Lin can always be so powerful. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Lin Yi's Earth Cage skill was activated again, instantly restraining the green dragon that was trying to escape. It was firmly suppressed by an invisible force and pierced through by sharp spikes. In the blink of an eye, the green dragon's health points were reduced by nearly 5 million. At this moment, the crowd was shocked. The cooldown time of Lin Yi's skills is so short. Xiebin took a deep breath and almost pulled his beard off in excitement. Relying solely on the Earth Cage, Lin Yi's efficiency in killing monsters even surpassed that of a gold professional. It's not that his skill damage is more outrageous than that of a gold professional. Instead, while it takes others to cast one skill, he can cast 4, 5, or even more skills in a row. The accumulated power is extremely astonishing. If this guy goes to the battlefield in the future, he will definitely be a super killer and the nightmare of monsters. Xiebin was determined to recruit Lin Yi into the Mage Association and even train him personally. He felt very happy when he thought about cultivating future giants with his own hands. Wu Weilong next to him snorted coldly, interrupting Xiebin's fantasy. The two of them had their own thoughts and turned their eyes to the magic display screen. The dragon is reborn! The light burst out again, and the green dragon's damaged body quickly recovered to its best condition. This time, instead of being surprised, Lin Yi burst into laughter. I want to see how many times you can be reborn. The girls' faces showed obsession, and Cheng Muqing and others' eyes even turned into heart shapes. Quick teleport! Lin Yi used the same trick again, flashing behind the green dragon, and then bombarded it with crazy spells. Soon there was another Earth Cage attack, hitting the vital point. The green dragon screamed continuously. Even though it could recover its life, the pain forced it to roar continuously. If it weren't for the rules of the Trial Tower, requiring it to fight to the end, it would have escaped long ago. At this moment, the green dragon even regretted why he had so many chances to be reborn. Fewer rebirths can also reduce some pain. The human boy in front of me is not a human at all. He's a complete freak. Not to mention the terrifying casting speed, it seems to have no burden at all, which is outrageous. Once, twice, 3 times. The green dragon was reborn 6 times. If it were someone else, they would have given up hope long ago. But Lin, he was not tired at all. Instead, he seemed to be enjoying it. Whirlwind slash. The huge green wind blade whistled and spun, cutting through the void, leaving deep white marks, and slashed fiercely at the green dragon's head. The terrifying wind blade, which was over 20 meters long, directly cut off the green dragon's head. Dark green blood splashed like a fountain, dyeing the entire sky green. Watching the huge, ferocious head fly out and land on the swamp. Lin, he seemed a little stunned, and even felt unsatisfied. Is that all? Hearing this, everyone seemed to wake up from a dream. A second ago, everyone was still silently counting the number of times the green dragon was reborn, secretly worried about Lin Yi. But the next second, the terrifying green head flew high. Is this really over? Past the level? Really past it? Will this green dragon come back to life in the next second? People stood there in a daze, unable to believe what they saw. The body was trying hard to suppress trembling, for fear that excessive movement would ruin the dream. Until the golden light covered Lin Yi's whole body, the trial tower let out a long, deafening roar. People completely believed it. Lin Yi, I really passed the level. The handsome boy bathing in the golden rain really did it. Clear the trial tower. Since the tower was built, things that the people of Jiangcheng have never dared to imagine have now been accomplished by this young man. Jiangcheng was in a complete uproar. At this moment, the young man wrapped in golden light became the only one in the hearts of Jiangcheng people. I knew that God Lin would be able to do it. Lin Shin, you are my only God. Miracle, this is a miracle. The trial tower let out a long, deep cry that echoed throughout Jiangcheng. People took to the streets to share the good news with each other. This moment is a carnival for the people of Jiangcheng. The trial tower burst into brilliant golden light, covering every corner of the city. Bathed in the golden light, the fatigue of ordinary people disappears. Even diseases deep inside the body are greatly alleviated. Minor illnesses are cured directly, and the body becomes extremely healthy. And for professionals, the benefits are equally huge. Some people found that they had been promoted to a higher level, while others had bursts of inspiration and their skill levels were improved. Both ordinary people and professionals gained huge benefits from this golden rain. And all this was brought by the young man named Lin Yi. Thank God, Lin. I hope everything goes well for his future career, and that he will soon become a peerless warrior and protect the prosperity of our human race. Some people even knelt down in the direction of the trial tower to express their gratitude. Wu Weilong and Xie Bin, two epic bosses, were also infected by the atmosphere and couldn't help but smile. It can be foreseen that with this golden baptism, the future of Jiangcheng will undergo earth-shaking changes. The emergence of geniuses is no longer empty talk. This kid is definitely the true son of destiny. The two looked at each other with determination in their eyes. As soon as Lin Yi comes out, he will be incorporated into his own forces. At this point, the magic display screen was completely off. It was obvious that Lin Yi was accepting the reward for passing the level. Both of them were extremely curious about what this reward was. Chapter 55. Level reached LV30. The whole city cheers. As the magic screen slowly dimmed, people's curiosity reached its peak, but almost no one felt greedy. After all, being able to enjoy the gift of golden rain and dew is already thanks to Lin Yi. On the 30th floor of the trial tower, Lin Yi was immersed in the golden rain alone. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yi's experience bar rose rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Level increased to LV29. In a blink of an eye, he was promoted to the next level. Level increased to LV30. Soon upgrade again. Not only that, the 1.2 million experience points required for level 30 were quickly filled. Even the experience value reserve pool of 2.4 million has reached its upper limit. Only at this moment did the golden light stop pouring into Lin Yi's skin. Instead, it transformed into circles of slight whirlwinds swirling around him. It seemed like they were celebrating or cheering. Lin Yi was filled with joy. He never expected that after passing the trial, the experience bar would be filled up directly. This means that once Lin Yi completes the silver level promotion task, you can become a silver professional and jump to LV32 in one fell swoop. How fast it is! In just one day, thanks to the help of the trial tower, Lin Yi's level jumped from LV21 to LV30. Feeling the surging power in his body, Lin Yi smiled. It is no exaggeration to say that Lin Yi is now crushing the silver professionals like a gust of wind sweeping away fallen leaves. After I got out, I started completing promotion tasks and became a silver professional, which is one step closer to becoming a gold professional. Then I can use the Arcanist job change scroll. Besides, I will definitely be number 1 in Jiangcheng this time. Mom should tell me who broke into our house that year. Thinking of this, a hint of coldness flashed across Lin Yi's eyes. He is not in a hurry, as his own growth rate is far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. It only takes a short while for those villains to be dealt with personally and make them pay for their mistakes. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of flying objects interrupted Lin Yi's thoughts. Lin Yi took a deep breath and looked at the golden blood drop closest to him. Blood of the Earth Tyrant. Level? Epic. Attributes. The blood of the giant dragon of the sacred realm. The Earth Tyrant can make the subspecies of dragon undergo atavism and evolution. It's actually a diamond-level treasure. Lin Yi opened his eyes wide. He thought that the first 29 floors would contain gold equipment, and the reward for the 30th floor would be diamond level at best. But I never expected that it was a treasure of epic level. Moreover, it was a drop of blood from a sacred dragon. The Earth Tyrant is obviously a giant dragon with Earth attribute, and the Holy Dragon is also a subspecies of dragon with Earth attribute. The two are a perfect match. Haha! Lin Yi laughed loudly and said to Sheng Long beside him, Xiao Jin, the time has come for you to change your destiny. At this time, the holy dragon was bathing in golden rain and dew. The level has reached LV30, and the size has exaggeratedly expanded to 30 meters. Although not as strong as the previous green dragon, the LV30 Golden Lord monster is undoubtedly a powerful assistant. What's more, the blood of the Earth Tyrant is right before our eyes. Once the transformation is completed, Lin Yi is looking forward to how powerful Xiao Jin will be. There was a light golden color in Xiao Jin's eyes, and low growls continued to be heard. Lin Yi smiled calmly and said, "Go ahead, Xiao Jin, don't let me down." Xiao Jin's body turned into a beam of light and suddenly pounced towards the drop of golden blood in the void and swallowed it instantly. Roar! The violent dragon roar resounded through the sky, bringing up layers of air waves. As that drop of golden blood merged into his body, Xiao Jin's dragon bloodline began to awaken. The body, which was already 30 meters long, began to lengthen at a speed visible to the naked eye. Dragon blood and broken bones splattered like a rubber band being pulled hard, but were immediately repaired by the power of the Earth Tyrant's blood. Dragon blood continued to spurt from its front legs, and its limbs became thicker and more powerful, covered with golden scales. The changes in the hind legs are even more exaggerated, with the thick muscles continuing to expand. It is strong enough to support its huge body of nearly 60 meters, and sharp claws extend from between its toes. It seemed as if a light stroke could penetrate the mage's shield. The dragon's tail continued to lengthen, with golden barbs extending from the joints of the tail and body. Shuh! The sound of flesh being torn echoed as a pair of golden wings stretched out from the back. One could feel the strong airflow just by flapping them gently. If these flesh wings flap at full speed, how fast will they be? Roar! The blood of the Earth Tyrant was completely digested, and Xiao Jin also completed his transformation. Looking at Xiao Jin, who is 60 meters tall, with muscular body and ferocious fangs, Lin Yi's eyes were full of admiration, and he couldn't help laughing. Xiao Jin, you must work hard to become comparable to the Earth Tyrant in the future. No, there is a being more powerful than the Earth Tyrant. Roar! Xiao Jin roared in response. He knew very well that his master was extraordinary, and he could not slack off at all. Immediately, Lin Yi opened Xiao Jin's attribute panel. Earth Holy Dragon, Growth Stage. Level, LV30 Overlord Monster, Purple Gold. Health Value, 26 million. Attack Power, 310,000. Skills, Holy Dragon Breath, Tumbling Impact, Ground Spike Assault, Claw Tearing. There is no doubt that after Xiao Jin transformed into the Holy Earth Dragon, he also joined the ranks of the Purple Gold Lord Monster. At this time, Xiao Jin, even without taking into account the additional 20% gain of beast taming, its strength has surpassed that of the previous poisonous green dragon. If this gain is taken into account, the overwhelming advantage is obvious. Very good. Lin Yi stands on the broad back of the dragon, and in the future he will fly on the dragon. Just imagining it is enough to make people excited. And this was only the first treasure he had obtained. The next item turned out to be a skill book. Fool's Mist. Level, Epic. Attributes, you can master it after learning it. The epic skill Fool's Mist is blessed by the Trial Tower and can be learned at any level. Hiss! Lin Yi's eyes widened. This was another treasure of epic level. If this were to be auctioned, it would be priceless, and it wouldn't be difficult to exchange it for dozens of epic equipment. Of course, only a fool would choose to sell. Lin Yi couldn't wait to clasp his hands together and successfully learn the Fool's Mist. The talent is automatically activated, and Fool's Mist reaches maximum level instantly. Fool's Mist LV70, passively activated, can cover oneself with an invisible fog of fools, shielding the prying eyes of everyone below the god level, covering all surveillance and prediction methods such as insight and precognition. Faced with the full-level Fool's Mist skill, Lin Yi was completely shocked. Then, there was uncontrollable ecstasy. If there is one thing that Lin Yi has always been most worried about, it is the exposure of his full-level talent. Although it may not be a bad thing, his inherent sense of unease prompted him to refuse to be spied on by others. Although the Hermit's Mask has miraculous effects, it is useless in front of a truly strong person. Now, the full-level Fool's Mist gave Lin Yi a huge sense of security. Not only surveillance skills such as insight, but even precognition cannot predict the future. At least in the current human world, no one can see my attributes. Although this skill does not directly increase combat power. But even when faced with an epic damage spell of the same level, Lin Yi would choose Fool's Mist without hesitation. After all, safety comes first. He didn't want to be suddenly captured by some legend or demigod and subjected to inhumane experiments. Lin Yi sighed again. This time, the trial tower was so worth it. Then, his attention turned to the last treasure. Invitation to the Tower of Babel. Grade, Special. Attributes. Anyone holding this invitation can enter the legendary Tower of Babel and undergo extreme trials. Conditions. Epic level and above professionals. When he saw the invitation letter, Lin Yi's breathing became rapid and his mind went blank. It's not that Lin Yi is not calm enough. It's because the shock is too great. The Tower of Babel. That is the myth of becoming a god. According to legend, he passed the test of the Tower of Babel. It is even possible to be directly promoted to the legendary god among gods. Everyone knows that the Jiangqing Trial Tower, and even all the trial towers in China, were built in imitation of the Babel Divine Tower. It is said that it was built by the powerful men who entered the Tower of Babel in the past, fusing the treasures they obtained. Lin Yi never expected that after passing the Jiangqing Trial Tower, he would receive an invitation to the Tongtian Divine Tower. This is a chance to reach the sky. Don't miss it. It is not available yet, but once he is promoted to an epic professional, this will be a shortcut for him to improve rapidly. At this point, all the treasures in the Jiangqing Trial Tower had been counted, and Lin Yi was actually a little dazed. These 3 treasures, each more precious than the other, gave him an unreal feeling. It's time to go out. After a moment, Lin Yi took a deep breath and walked towards the golden teleportation array on the side. At this moment in the trial tower square, the night was deep, but the crowds of people were still there. Everyone looked forward to it, gazing at the faintly glowing trial tower. Lin Yi, the hero of Jiangqing, is receiving his reward in the tower, and they want to witness the hero's return. Suddenly, bursts of white light burst out from the trial tower. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a young figure appeared in front of the trial tower. In an instant, unprecedented thunderous cheers broke out. Lin Shun! Lin Shun! The overwhelming shouts shook the void like a tsunami. Everyone in the city heard the shout and knew that Lin Yi had come out of the trial tower. The scene was so shocking that even Wu Weilong and Xie Bin were stunned. The power of the voices of tens of thousands of people gathered together is beyond ordinary people's imagination. As soon as Lin Yifu appeared, he was drowned by the overwhelming cheers. Hearing everyone calling his name, he was stunned at first. Then, a surge of excitement surged in my heart. Holding the victor's staff high, the boy's lips were filled with a smile. It was not until a quarter of an hour later that the cheers in Jiangqing gradually subsided. All the important figures were watching the young man who was surrounded by eager eyes. Even Han Boyan couldn't hide his envy. It is no exaggeration to say that Lin Yi will be the most prestigious person in Jiangqing from now on, and even the city lord himself will not be able to match him. As the cheers gradually died down, 2 epic and peak figures appeared. Finally, unable to suppress his inner excitement, he flew to Lin Yi's side in an instant. Chapter 56. Many invitations, all rejected. Hey, who are these 2 old gentlemen? I've been noticing that the city lord seems to respect them very much. Hiss. Even the city lord has this attitude? Could it be a visitor from White Tiger City? Oh my god! Has the reputation of Lin Shun reached that level? Of course, I have never heard of anyone in the surrounding cities being able to complete the entire trial tower. Do you think it is normal? Lin Shun is really awesome. He is worthy of being the superstar that Jiangqing only sees once in a century. Everyone witnessed Wu Weilong and Xie Bin walking towards Lin Yi, and discussions broke out all around. Lin Yi's achievements can be seen from the fact that he can attract the attention of such a powerful person. At this moment, Lin Yi was also stunned. He didn't know who these 2 old men were, but he could feel that they were extremely powerful. Before he could open his mouth, 2 old men had already squeezed forward impatiently. Everyone was vying to speak first, and the atmosphere was tense. Hello, classe Lin Yi. I am Wu Weilong, the vice president of White Tiger College. I came here especially for you. If you are willing to join White Tiger College, not only will all tuition fees be waived, but you will also receive a generous entrance scholarship. Wu Weilong spoke first. After all, He was an epic warrior, and Xiebin next to him couldn't squeeze past him. Lin Yi, I am Xiebin, the sixth elder of the Mage Association. I believe you are smart enough to understand that the professional academy can only help you to a limited extent. You are also a mage. The Mage Association is definitely more suitable for you than the White Tiger Academy. Hearing this, Lin Yi was stunned. White Tiger Academy? Mage Association? He was more familiar with the White Tiger Academy, one of the 5 top professional academies in China, which belonged to the White Tiger main city. Before his talent was awakened, joining the White Tiger Academy was his biggest dream. Because there are strong teachers and many epic professionals teaching, it is very helpful for the comprehension of professional skills. It is the dream place of countless professionals, including Lin Yi. As for the Mage Association, to be honest, I know very little about it. It is only a well-known name. It is known that it is an organization where top magicians gather and is well known throughout China. After all, Lin Yi had only recently become a professional, so a lot of the information he had was not complete. Hello, 2 seniors. Lin Yi nodded politely, with a hint of alertness in his eyes. As soon as I came out of the trial tower, I was surrounded by 2 strangers and invited to join their forces. Anyone would be on guard. Who knows what they are up to? The 2 old men were stunned at the same time when they saw this. This script is wrong. Logically speaking, an epic master like himself should take action personally. Shouldn't the boy be excited and hesitant about which side to join? How can it be so peaceful? In such a contrast, their excitement is like playing the lute to a cow. City Lord Han Boyan was afraid of an awkward situation, so he quickly winked at Chung Batian. Chung Batian is the one who is most familiar with Lin Yi here, so it would be most appropriate for him to come forward. Uncle Chung. Seeing Chung Batian coming, Lin Yi smiled. The 2 old men's eyes lit up instantly, and they hurriedly said, "Hurry up and explain to this young man. We have no ill intentions, we just want to invite him." Hearing this, Chung Batian's scalp tingled. It was obvious that both of them wanted to recruit Lin Yi into their team, and they almost came to blows just now. If inappropriate explanation angers either party, the consequences will be disastrous. He chose his words carefully and said gently, "Xiao Yi, Dean Wu, and Elder Xie are both epic peak masters. I came to Jiangqing this time because you passed the 26th floor of the trial tower. Therefore, I have obtained the qualification of a seeded player. Don't worry, both adults sincerely invite you to join us. White Tiger College is the dream school for new professionals, and the Mage Association is also a holy place that mages yearn for. It's up to you to choose." Chung Batian skillfully introduced both sides and pointed out the characteristics of the 2 major forces at the same time, so as not to offend either side. Lin Yi felt relieved. It turned out that it was because he passed the 26th level and obtained the seed qualification. So, they had been waiting here for a long time and did not expect that they could successfully pass through. At this time, Wu Weilong spoke again. "I'll just call you Xiao Yi. You are from Jiangsheng, so you naturally know the importance of White Tiger Academy. Don't listen to old man Xie's nonsense. Our academy has a complete training plan. As long as you come, from now on, until you become an epic professional, we have carefully planned the equipment, skills, and promotion paths you need. I guarantee that you will at least become an epic warrior. As long as you work hard, becoming a legend is not impossible." Wu Weilong directly put forward the conditions. Suddenly, Han Boyan and others took a deep breath, their eyes full of envy. To an epic all-inclusive package. Hearing this, Lin Yi's heart was also excited. But Xiebin sneered and waved his hand, saying, "Is White Tiger Academy so petty? Let's not talk about other things, Lin boy. Coming to the Mage Association is not only about the epic level with all the resources available. When you advance to epic level, we will also give you 2 epic treasures. You can choose the equipment or skills you want. There are many mages in the association. If you have any ideas about who you want to study magic with, just tell me. I can even teach you personally. Not only that, it doesn't matter if your profession is an ordinary magician. When you are promoted to a gold professional, the association can directly provide you with a hidden professional transfer scroll to become an elemental mage." How? When Xie Bin's conditions came out, Han Boyan and others were even more shocked and felt jealous. This is really enviable. Epic treasure, elemental mage job, transfer scroll. Oh my god, this is so tempting. These conditions are much more severe than those set by Wu Weilong. If Lin Yi agreed, he would be able to surpass the 4 major families in Jiangsheng in an instant. Feeling the admiration from all around, Siebin felt very proud. It can be said that he has played all his cards. Lin, he was also shocked by this sudden attention and felt a little dizzy. Siebin said with a smile, "Young man, you should now understand the gap between White Tiger Academy and our Mage Association, right? What's there to hesitate about? If you miss this chance, there won't be another chance." Wu Weilong on the side was so angry that he almost spit fire. They actually proposed more favorable conditions based on his offer. Isn't this a clear demonstration? Finally, Wu Weilong couldn't stand it anymore and yelled, "Old Xie, do you think I'm easy to bully? I'm going to chop off your old bones today." Wu Weilong drew out his giant sword and turned around to shout at Lin Yi, "Young man, our White Tiger Academy can also provide epic treasures. I can also help you find hidden job transfer scrolls, so you don't have to rush to make a decision." Siebin glared. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" After that, the two epic masters started to fight. "You hit my hip with your sword, and I will poke your waist with my staff. You pull my beard, I pull your ears." It was just like a street fight. The scene was extremely chaotic. It was obvious that the two bosses knew what was going on and did not use any extraordinary powers. Otherwise, the entire square would be razed to the ground. Oh my god, what did I see? Two epic masters fighting over the god of forest. This is too cruel. Is the charm of God Lin so great? Everyone was amazed and had a more intuitive understanding of how evil Lin Yi was. This is the man who can make the epic boss lower himself and fight for him. The celebrities and dignitaries of Jiangxing stood there in a daze, at a loss as to what to do. Han Boyan was the first to come to his senses. He quickly hugged his teacher and signaled others to pull Siebin away. "Teacher, Elder Xie, please stop hitting me. If you keep fighting, Lin Yi will be scared away." At this time, Wu Weilong and Siebin were still pulling each other's beards, and they turned their heads abruptly when they heard this. Lin Yi was indeed retreating step by step, with a hint of panic in his eyes. Lin Yi was not afraid, but wanted to avoid this place. If one of these two guys gets unhappy and starts fighting, you'll be finished if they just use a skill. Seeing this, Wu Weilong and Siebin immediately stopped fighting and flashed in front of Lin Yi. "How about joining our White Tiger Academy, Mage Association?" Their eager eyes made the onlookers envious. Especially young talents like Han Feng and Nangong Ling. They can't wait to replace him. Lin Yi took a deep breath and asked a key question first. "Dean Wu, Elder Xie, I want to ask you something. If I accept these conditions, what will it cost me?" Lin Yi was naturally tempted by these conditions, but he knew that things were not that simple. The two were speechless for a moment, and Siebin spoke first. "You don't need to risk your life. A genius like you is definitely a treasure of the Mage Association. You don't have to do anything before you become epic. After that, you need to complete some tasks assigned by the Mage Association. In addition, you need to serve in the Mage Association for 50 years, after which the rules will be much more relaxed. If you are worried, there is no need to worry. The association does not have too many restrictions. Only in critical situations is a mandatory recall necessary." Wu Weilong also nodded. The conditions at White Tiger Academy are similar. In the early stages, you just need to focus on improving your strength. You will teach at the college for the next 50 years, but the courses will not take up too much of your time. At critical moments, you will be called upon to fight for the academy. The rest of the time you are free. Considering the lifespan of an epic warrior of 300 years, this is not excessive. The two answered very frankly. After all, once a contract is signed, it cannot be violated. For an organization to function properly, it must follow rules. Doing things as it pleases will not last long. As expected, if you are not related to me, no one would be willing to train you for nothing. The turmoil in Lin Yi's heart gradually subsided, and he did not find it unreasonable. If you can't create value, why should we waste resources to train you? The conditions offered by the White Tiger Academy and the Mage Association were indeed tempting, but they were not very attractive to him. Lin Yi's strength far exceeds that of his peers. He is fully capable of entering the dungeon's secret realm on his own and can also fight for resources on his own. Therefore, it is not worth it to let Lin Yi give up 50 years of freedom for these resources. Moreover, the worst feeling is that of forced conscription at a critical moment, where one's fate is controlled by others. Once a contract is signed, it is not easy to violate it. Thinking of this, Lin Yi no longer hesitated. "Thank you for your kindness, Dean Wu and Elder Xie. but I have dreamed of becoming a free adventurer since I was a child. Please forgive me, my lords." When these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked. Wu Weilong and Xiebin looked at each other in disbelief. I thought that Lin Yi's choice would be either White Tiger Academy or the Mage Association. The result is a total rejection? Is this guy crazy? Chapter 57, 2 Epic Treasures, and a meal at your house. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Yi in astonishment. He rejected all such tempting conditions. Hiss! Oh my god, what is Lin Shen saying? Two top forces are reaching out at the same time. If it were someone else, they would have been in a state of panic long ago. For God Lin, freedom is supreme. From the questions raised by Lin Yi, everyone can get a glimpse of his mentality, which is that he does not want to be bound by constraints. Han Feng and the others' eyes turned red, wishing they could take this God-given opportunity on behalf of Lin Yi. Unfortunately, Wu Weilong and Xiebin only had eyes for Lin Yi and ignored them. Han Boyan and others were equally shocked and couldn't believe that Lin Yi would give up such a good opportunity. This is a springboard to an epic level. In addition, Lin Yi himself is gifted, and it is almost certain that he will step into the epic realm, and there is even a good chance that he will reach the legendary realm. It's nothing to save countless years of hard training and serve the organization for 50 years. If it were them, there would be almost no second choice, and at most they would hesitate between the two forces. Only Chung Batian sighed in his heart. He had come into close contact with Lin Yi before and knew a thing or two from their previous interactions. This young man appears to be low-key and humble on the surface, but he is actually very arrogant. This kind of person is proud and unwilling to be driven by others. Ever since Lin Yi asked that question, he had vaguely guessed Lin Yi's choice. Wu Weilong and Xiebin also stared at Lin Yi in a daze. Over the years, they have also extended olive branches to other geniuses, many of whom are comparable to Lin Yi. But there is no one like Lin Yi who refuses so resolutely. They naturally understood that what Lin Yi pursued was freedom. In fact, compared to the epic lifespan of at least 300 years, the legendary lifespan is at least 1,000 years. 50 years is really insignificant. I went through this the same way back then. Xiebin couldn't help but persuade him. He couldn't hide his love for this talented wizard. Wu Weilong also said, "That's right, most of the tasks of the White Tiger Academy are just to teach disciples. There are not many real dangers." Lin Yi knew this very well, and he was grateful for the kindness in the two people's words. "Thank you for your kindness, my lords. However, I have no plans to join any forces for the time being. If I achieve something one day, I might consider joining a certain force." Han Boyan and others on the side sighed and lamented. Although it was Lin Yi's personal choice, they could only worry. How could they know that these seemingly generous conditions had no appeal to Lin Yi at all? With his full-level talent, he doesn't need to go to college for further studies. No matter how excellent the instructor is, he or she cannot keep up with the growth of one's own talent. It is even possible that even the instructor's skills are not as high as Lin Yi's level. What's more, with the Arcanist Scroll, the Mage Guild became much less attractive to him. Lin Yi would rather explore the wilderness freely and experience the wonders of this world for himself. Well, since you have made up your mind, I will not force you. If you change your mind in the future, the Mage Association will always welcome you. Xiebin showed regret in his eyes as he handed over an old parchment scroll. He then opened a portal in the void and disappeared in a flash. Old Ghost Wu, go back by yourself. The epic strongman has his own pride. To do this is already the limit. How can he beg the juniors to join him in a humble manner? Seeing Xiebin leaving alone, Wu Weilong cursed inwardly. He knew that this old fox was angry with him because he had competed with him for Lin Yi before. Turning back, Wu Weilong sighed. "I agree with Chao Laoge. You can come to me before the national trial. The conditions are negotiable." After he finished speaking, he also handed over a token. In recent years, the White Tiger Academy has been a little weaker, and he is indeed eager to recruit more talents for the academy. Fortunately, Lin Yi is from Jiangqing after all. During the national trials, we will still fight in the name of the White Tiger main city. Wu Weilong remembered the purpose of this trip, the seated player spot. He slapped his forehead and said, "By the way, this is your reward for passing the 26th floor of the trial tower. You have been selected as the seed player of the White Tiger City, and you will directly skip the White Tiger City professional competition. Here is the proof, keep it." Lin Yi was a little confused. Xiebin's parchment, Wu Weilong's token and certificate all fell into his hands at once. When he heard the news about the seeded player, he immediately reacted and couldn't help but smile. He had anticipated that as the worlds began to merge again, this year's Awakened Professionals will usher in an unprecedented event. The Jiangqing trial is just the beginning. The best will continue to participate in the main city professional competition, followed by the national trial. The rewards for this national trial are extremely generous, and the Council of Elders even took out legendary and even demigod-level treasures. It is undoubtedly a good thing that Lin Yi becomes a seeded player and goes directly to the national trial. It is said that the outstanding candidates in the national trials will fight for the country and compete with the geniuses of the other 4 countries. Rumor has it that the showdown between these geniuses may even determine the fate of the country. Lin Yi expressed his sincere gratitude. "Thank you, Dean Wu." Wu Weilong waved his hand. The main purpose of this meeting had been achieved. Discovering Lin Yi's talent was just an unexpected gain. In 2 weeks, the main city professional competition will begin. Although you don't need to participate in person, the qualifying battle between seeded players is of great significance. If you can rank among the top, you will have an advantage in the national trials. You must keep this in mind. Lin Yi agreed repeatedly. "Okay, I'll remember it." Wu Weilong couldn't help but sighed. Not joining the White Tiger Academy might be a blessing. If you can stand out in the national trials and become a rising star that everyone is paying attention to, there will be no shortage of resources. Come on, I look forward to your performance. Lin Yi felt grateful and nodded solemnly. "Thank you, Dean Wu, for your guidance. All right, see you in White Tiger City." "Xiaohan, I'm leaving first. Why don't you come to the White Tiger City to see me? Why do you want me to come to you?" Wu Weilong pretended to be angry and kicked Han Boyan lightly on the buttocks, obviously taking his anger out on Lin Yi because of Lin Yi's rejection. Han Boyan smiled helplessly. "Teacher, I'll take you there." "No need. With your dilly-dallying speed, bring the little guy here in a few days and I'll train him myself." After he finished speaking, Wu Weilong disappeared in an instant. As expected of an epic warrior, he possesses the mysterious ability to teleport. In an instant, the 2 epic masters who had fought for Lin Yi disappeared without a trace, and the people around them were all in a trance. Lin Yi seemed to be calm and composed. The bystanders felt quite regretful and looked at Lin Yi with pity. Han Boyan wanted to say something, but hesitated. In the end, he chose to remain silent. After all, this was Lin Yi's own choice. After a moment, Han Boyan smiled again. "Lin Yi, you not only broke the Jiangqing record this time, he even cleared the entire process, making him the undisputed #1 in Jiangqing." Then he turned to face the hundreds of thousands of spectators and said loudly, "Everyone, I declare that the Jiangqing trial has come to a successful conclusion. Next, we will award rewards to the top 3 teams." Lin Yi's team remained at the top of the list. Han Feng's team ranked 2nd, and Gao Jipeng's team ranked 3rd. In full view of the crowd, he stood on the podium that had been prepared long ago, and almost all eyes were focused on Lin Yi. The others seemed to be supporting roles. In the past, Han Feng, who reached the 22nd floor, would also win countless cheers. But under Lin Yi's brilliance, it seemed to pale in comparison. The projection crystal recorded this moment. In the future, Lin Yi's name will surely become more and more popular. However, what made Lin Yi most happy were the 2 epic treasures. Examining the ring and rune in his hand, Lin Yi began to study them carefully. Ali's ring. Level, epic. Attributes. Spirit plus 5,600, magic points plus 120,000, with 10% spell bloodsucking. Lin Yi's eyes widened. Too strong. He originally thought that the epic ring could only be worn by at least a silver professional. "I never thought that it would be an epic equipment that can be worn at level 30. This is simply incredible." He moved on to examine the next treasure. Fixed point teleportation rune. Level, epic. Attributes. Can be fixed to one location. Teleport within a range of 10,000 miles. Will not suffer any damage when used. Cooldown period is 5 days. Permanent téléportation rune. Lin Yi was ecstatic. Jiangcheng had indeed invested a lot of money this time, and the prize for first place was extremely valuable. For Lin Yi, this teleportation rune is really practical. Set up a teleportation point at home so you can return from future adventures in the wild. Get home instantly with one click, saving countless time. Lin Yi was secretly delighted. A life-saving artifact. Soon, All the ceremonies ended one after another. It was late at night, and many processes were simplified. The audience gradually dispersed, and the Jiangqing trial officially came to an end. Lenny was also completely relaxed. After more than 10 hours of fierce fighting and taking photos, he was exhausted both physically and mentally. Finally, everything is settled. Han Boyan warned seriously, "Lenny, I will notify you when the main city professional competition starts. In the remaining time, I will work hard to advance 1 or 2 levels and strive to perform well in the seeding qualifying matches." Half a month later, Han Feng, Gao Jiping, and others will continue to participate in the preliminaries for professionals in the White Tiger main city. Han Boyan personally saw him off. In the eyes of everyone, Lin Yi is currently at level 28. It seems unlikely to be promoted to a silver professional in half a month. But with Lin Yi's speed, reaching LV 30 is not difficult. They didn't know that Lin Yi had quietly reached level 30. Lin Yi smiled and nodded, but he was not in a position to reveal himself, and he would soon complete the promotion task. Lu Wanqing blushed and said shyly, "Lin Yi, see you tomorrow." Cheng Muqing smiled playfully. "Lin Yi, I'll come to your house for dinner tomorrow." "Good." Lin Yi nodded slightly and agreed. Cheng Batian and Lu Jiaoyang smiled and said to Lin Yi, "Lin boy, I'll give you a surprise tomorrow. Mu Qing and Wan Qing will bring it to you for me. The platinum equipment promised by the Gao family is on the way and will be delivered tomorrow." Lin Yi's eyes flashed with curiosity, but he didn't ask any more questions. "Okay, then I'll wait and see." "Thank you, Uncle Cheng, Uncle Lu." When I received the award just now, I became quite familiar with Lu Jiaoyang. After entertaining everyone, Lin Yi walked towards Yang Mei, who had been waiting for a long time, feeling warm in his heart. No matter when, mother is always the one who accompanies you silently. "Xiaoyi, Mom is proud of you." Tears flashed in Yang Mei's eyes. She was more excited today than she had been in the past few decades. In fact, it was even stronger than when she was in love with Lin Jinan. Lin Yi was filled with joy. No matter how much admiration he received from the outside world, it could not compare to his mother's recognition. "Let's go home." Afterwards, the two of them got in the special car arranged by the city lord's mansion and slowly drove away. In the car, Yang Mei kept recounting how everyone praised Lin Yi today, and she seemed even happier than when they praised herself. Lin Yi listened happily, feeling peaceful in his heart. This is exactly the family love he wants to protect. He did not bring up any questions about the past at this moment. Now was not the best time. It's not too late to ask tomorrow. Chapter 58, the blood-killing building organization, is preparing to be promoted to silver. The next day, early morning, the sunlight shone into the bedroom through the glass window, gently waking Lin Yi up. Although it has only been 2 days since he moved here, he has quickly adapted to his new home. Lin Yi opened his eyes and felt unprecedented comfort. Yesterday, he reached the 30th floor of the Jiangqing Trial Tower, which put both his physical and mental strength to a great test. At this moment, a deep and relaxing sleep makes him happy both physically and mentally. "Xiaoyi, come and have breakfast." As Lin Yi got up, Yang Mei's gentle call came from outside the door. Lin Yi took a deep breath, and a scent invaded his nostrils. His eyes lit up, and he stood up quickly. Since the improvement of living standards, whether it is eggs or pork, these are no longer the discounted products that you would see in supermarkets before. These are all special ingredients provided by Qingjia, which are delicious and nutritious. He took a bite of the fried egg, which was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and with his other hand he skillfully sprinkled chili powder and cumin on the grilled meat. "It's delicious." Yang Mei's eyes flashed with relief, and she chuckled, "Eat slowly, kid, don't choke." There is also the fresh milk that Mu Qing sent the day before yesterday. Remember to drink it, don't forget. Lin Yi nodded and started to enjoy breakfast. The two chatted occasionally. Mostly Yang Mei did the talking, and the content mostly revolved around Lin Yi's heroic performance in the trial tower yesterday. Upon waking up, people all over the city were celebrating yesterday's golden rain, and many businesses took the opportunity to offer discounts and promotions. Some people even suggested that the day be designated as a city festival exclusive to Jiangqing. Citizens call it a miracle day, and relevant bills are being prepared. Yang Mei's eyes are full of pride. Any mother would feel supreme pride when facing such outstanding children. You'd better not go out today, so as not to be surrounded by enthusiastic citizens. Also, Wanqing and Muqing will be here later, and we'll have lunch together. Yang Mei instructed with a smile, then slowly carried the tableware to the kitchen. Crash! The sound of water was crisp, accompanied by the slightly heavy sound of bayberry. Xiaoyi, Mom promised before that as long as you win first place in Jiangcheng, I will tell you the truth about the past. You have already done it, so Mom will not break her promise. Yang Mei had seen through Lin Yi's intentions and hesitated several times, so she took this opportunity to reveal the answer. The previous silence was just out of concern for Lin Yi's safety. However, yesterday's series of feats proved that his son's strength was strong enough to impress even the most powerful epic warriors. Promise Mom that no matter what you do, you will think twice before acting. Don't be impulsive. Lin Yi was stunned. He had not expected Yang Mei to bring up this matter on her own initiative. He nodded seriously and assured, Mom, don't worry. Don't you know what kind of character I am? I will never act rashly without absolute certainty. Yang Mei took a deep breath. This was one of the reasons why she was willing to tell Lin Yi. Lin Yi was more mature and stable than his peers. It's blood-killing tower. The people who broke into our house back then were members of the blood-killing house. It was late one night half a year after your father left. I was pregnant with you, and your grandmother took care of me. Several people wearing bloody masks and bloody cloaks suddenly broke in. They had a strong aura and ignored us. They just searched the house frantically. Yang Mei fell into memories, her body trembling slightly, and fear revealed in her eyes. The house was turned upside down, and at first I didn't know what they were looking for. It was not until I occasionally heard them mention the scroll that I realized they were looking for something your father left for you. At that time, I knew that something might have happened to your father. Luckily, I hid it well, and no one knew about it. They even wanted to attack us, but seemed to be stopped by some force, and finally left quietly. Yang Mei's narration became more and more fluent, and the fear in her eyes gradually dissipated. She turned around and took out a scroll from the room. I didn't know their identities at the time, but I have a good memory, and I noted the symbols on their clothes. I later learned that the bloody mask and bloody cloak were the symbols of the blood-killing house. Lin Yi perked up and took the scroll. In the scroll, small serrated blades were carved on the blood-red mask. I remember the leader very clearly. There was a ferocious tiger head pattern on the back of his blood-red cloak. It should be one of the 5-star killers of the bloody killing house. I don't know who it is. After saying all this, Yang Mei felt relieved. Over the years, since Lin Yi's grandmother passed away, these secrets have been weighing on her mind. Now I can finally get it off my chest. Lin Yi stared at the bloody mask and cloak in the painting, his eyes full of murderous intent. It is unforgivable to treat your own mother like this. If not for an unknown force that stopped the killers at the last moment, it might be questionable whether he could be reborn safely. The Blood Killing House is a well-known top underground organization in China, focusing on assassinations. Its scale and influence are no less than that of the Mages Association, and may even exceed it. Most members of the organization are assassins, but there are also other professionals who are good at assassination. The Blood Killing Tower accepts all kinds of bounty missions and never refuses them. There are two possibilities. First, someone issued the task through the Blood Killing Tower in order to hide his identity. The mastermind behind the scenes is the most hateful one, and this person may have an inextricable relationship with my father. Secondly, if it was done by the Blood Killing Tower itself, then the solution will be more direct. In the future, I will personally uproot the Blood Killing Tower. Mom, don't worry, I'll take care of everything. This won't happen again. Lin Yi immediately suppressed the murderous intent in his heart and started chatting about trivial matters, trying to create a relaxing atmosphere. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was almost noon. Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing arrived as promised. Annie, sorry to bother you. Lu Wanqing was as polite and considerate as ever. Cheng Muqing said with a lively smile, Annie, I'm here to eat again. Facing the two girls with very different personalities and charms in front of her, Yang Mei's eyes were full of smiles. Obviously, these two girls have a good impression of Lin Yi. It would be great if I could become the daughter-in-law of the family. Come on, Wanqing, Muqing, come in. It's good that people are here. Why bring so many gifts? Yang Mei greeted the two with a smile, and Lin Yi also smiled beside her. He has always had few close friends at school. Wang Dong is the only deskmate he can talk to, let alone bring classmates home. Cheng Muqing blinked and asked playfully, let's interview our genius Lin. What do you think of clearing the trial tower? Lu Wanqing seemed quiet, her eyes fixed on Lin Yi. Lin Yi shrugged lightly. I can only say that it's too easy, not challenging at all. This pretentious answer left the two girls speechless for a moment. I thought he would be humble, but I didn't expect him to be so calm and composed. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The two couldn't help but burst into laughter, and Yangmei in the kitchen also smiled as she heard it. Linny greeted the two girls with a smile, and the three of them began to chat. When he learned that Han Feng was leaving for Baihu City that day, he was a little surprised but didn't care much. After all, his path is different from others. Lu Wanqing continued, "We will also set off tomorrow to study at White Tiger College. I hope to have the opportunity to stand out in the main city professional competition." Although the two of them had passed the 29th floor with Lin Yi, the trial tower had a more precise judging mechanism to prevent easy wins. Therefore, although Lu Wanqing and the others obtained the qualification to participate in the competition, they were not seeded players like Lin Yi. Lin Yi nodded and smiled. "Work hard in White Tiger Academy and strive to break through the bronze level and get close to my level as soon as possible." Both girls' cheeks blushed at the same time. After chatting for a while, seeing that Lin Yi was still calm, Chung Muqing couldn't help but complain. "How boring. Lin Yi, aren't you curious at all about the surprise my dad prepared for you?" Lin Yi laughed loudly. He had already seen through the two people's little tricks. He deliberately didn't ask, and instead Chung Muqing became the one who became anxious. "Tell me about it." Seeing that teasing failed, Chung Muqing curled his lips and took out a ring from his storage bracelet. Then, Lu Wanqing also took out one. "Yesterday, the patriarch of the Gao family made a bet with my father and Uncle Chung." Lin Yi was amazed after hearing this. The Gao family is really at a loss. "I killed 6 of the Lord's pets, and they also lost 4 platinum equipment." Lin Yi gladly accepted the kindness of the two families and took the ring. One is silver and the other is fiery red. They look like a pair. Frost ring. Grade, platinum. Attributes, spirit plus 4,200, with the skill Frost Heart. After activation, ice magic damage increases by 30%. Lava ring. Grade, platinum. Attributes, spirit plus 4,200, with the skill Lava Heart. After activation, fire magic damage increases by 30%. Do you feel that this ring is like proof that Uncle Chung and Uncle Lu sold you to me? Faced with Lin Yi's direct words, even the cheerful Chung Muqing couldn't help blushing. The two girls ran to the kitchen like frightened rabbits, and Lin Yi laughed loudly behind them. It seems that owning two beauties is also a good choice. Throughout the lunch, Chung Muqing and Lu Wanqing didn't dare to look directly at Lin Yi. However, the overall atmosphere was still very harmonious, and Yangmei became more and more fond of these two girls. "Come and play here often in the future." After lunch, Yangmei smiled and saw the two off. They had to go back and prepare their luggage and set off for Baihu City tomorrow. Lin Yi stretched and went out. He had a full schedule today, so he put on a hermit mask to prevent any accidents, and then went to Cheng's house first. There are two main things to do. First, he entrusted Chung Batian to secretly send guards to protect his mother. Although he became famous for passing the Jiangxing trial tower, there were always people who might take risks, and with Chung Jia's protection, he would be safe. The second is to ask Chung Batian to help find out the news about the blood-killing tower. Although it is too early, it is always better to prepare for a rainy day. Chung Batian didn't ask many questions, as he had already regarded Lin Yi as his future son-in-law. The fate of starting a family is completely tied to Lin Yi. After leaving Cheng's family, he went to Lu's family again. Lu Jiaoyang agreed to the same agreement. Now that the matter was settled, Lin Yi felt relieved. You can be promoted to a silver professional without any worries. Without hesitation, he immediately set out for Jiangxing's career advancement steel. Promotion to silver is different from iron and bronze. In addition to the usual requirements, you also need to complete specific promotion tasks. This is the will of the world, a test for human professionals. Chapter 59 changed to a special mission. Jiang Fu made the right bet. The early human professionals had no significant advantages over those monsters. Frankly speaking, the reason why humans are better than low-level monsters is just because they have more wisdom and skills. However, once you step into the silver realm, the will of the world will give you a silver halo. Different professions obtain different silver halo effects. Some people's auras can double their health. Some people's magic energy can increase dramatically, and some skills can cause soaring damage. Because of this, silver professionals have become a small elite group among humans. But the road of transformation is never easy. The promotion of silver professionals and the will of the world set a test. After the remaining 3 conditions are met, receive the task at the Career Promotion Monument. After completing the task, you can successfully advance under the protection of the world's will. Lin Yi quickly moved towards the promotion monument and put on the hermit mask. Soon, we arrived at the promotion monument square. A huge stone tablet stands before you, engraved with intricate totems and emitting a golden glow. No need for close contact, just communication through the mind is enough. If a professional reaches the required experience points and skill level, he can receive a silver promotion mission. Do you want to accept it immediately? Lin Yi did not hesitate. Accept. However, the next moment, the expected task announcement did not come, but instead asked. It was detected that the professional was holding the Platinum Treasure Wind Spirit card. The promotion task has been changed. Complete the special promotion mission, and you will get a more powerful silver halo. Do you agree to the change? Lin Yi was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes flashed with ecstasy. He actually encountered a special promotion task. It is recorded in textbooks that some people are said to have amazing fortunes. When you are promoted, you will be paid special attention by the world will, and the regular promotion tasks will be replaced by special tasks. The difficulty increases dramatically, but the rewards are also extremely rich. The aura after being promoted to silver is even more powerful. Others may only enjoy 1 bonus, but you may have double or even triple. For Lin Yi, difficulty was never a problem, and he immediately said firmly, "Choose to change the task." Professional chooses to change the promotion task. Special promotion task is issued. Redemption of the Wind Spirit. In the soul-breaking mountains, a group of wind elves are now in trouble. Saving them and winning their recognition will be considered mission accomplished. Redemption of the Wind Spirit. Gain the recognition of the Wind Spirit. Lin Yi's eyes lit up, and he remembered the treasure elf tears he obtained after destroying the Blood Wolf mercenaries. It can accelerate the comprehension of wind skills. But what was more important to Lin Yi was that he won the favor of the Wind Elf. Luckily, I didn't sell it. The key right now is to find clues about the Wind Spirit. I've asked Brother Jiang and Uncle Chung to keep an eye on the situation. Since the Blood Wolf was able to encounter the Wind Spirit on the outskirts of the soul-breaking mountains, it shouldn't be difficult to find. No rush, take your time. Lin Yi was cautious in his heart, as special promotion tasks came with opportunities and risks. You need to collect sufficient intelligence. Acting blindly will only lead to your own destruction. It would take months or even years for ordinary people to complete ordinary promotion tasks, and it might not be successful. He was prepared to spend time on this. After leaving the promotion monument, Lin Yi turned and walked towards Wanbao Pavilion. This time the equipment was fully upgraded, and the old equipment was sold off to prepare skill books and other supplies for promotion to silver. When setting out for the soul-breaking mountains, outdoor adventure supplies are essential, including tracking powder, blood-replenishing potions, disposable protective formations, etc. The Wanbao Pavilion in Jiangcheng is much more luxurious than the one in Wulong Town. The golden dragon sculpture at the door was lifelike, as if it was roaring in the air, which amazed Lin Yi. Zhang Fu, who learned the news, was already waiting at the door. When he saw Lin Yi, his eyes were filled with uncontrollable excitement. After looking around and seeing that there was no one around, he hurriedly pulled Lin Yi into the elegant room. "Little brother, you are truly a god." Not only did he break the historical record of Jiangcheng, but he also passed the entire trial tower. "I was there yesterday, and my blood was boiling." Zhang Fu's eyes were full of admiration. He was glad that he had invested in Lin Yi when he was in Wulong Town. Otherwise, how could he quickly take the second seat in Jiangcheng? Last night, the general manager of Wanbao Pavilion, Jiang Cheng, returned and learned about the relationship between Zhang Fu and Lin Yi. He was directly promoted to the second-in-command as an exception and was dedicated to serving Lin Yi. It could be predicted that at this rate, it is only a matter of time before he is promoted to the top leader in the future. Lin Yi is undoubtedly Zhang Fu's benefactor. Hearing Zhang Fu's sincere admiration, Lin Yi smiled in response. "Brother Jiang, you're overpraising me. I'm just a little luckier." Zhang Fu's eyes were full of admiration. "If nothing else, I am lucky to be able to call you Brother Lin. I am today because of you." He knew his position clearly and held Lin Yi's thighs tightly. This person will surely become a legendary, powerful being in the future, even a god-level being. Jiang Fu continued to make his position clear. You're welcome. If you need my help in the future, just say a word. I used the highest authority to apply for a black gold dragon card for you this time with the card I gave you before. Not only can you get 20% off on goods, but you can also overdraw 1 billion Chinese yuan. And you will enjoy the confidentiality of Wanbao Pavilion's intelligence. Wanbao Pavilion will no longer sell any information about you. As a businessman, Jiang Fu was very serious and unambiguous. Every benefit of the black gold dragon card made Lin Yi's eyes light up. The last item is what he values most. Wanbao Pavilion will no longer sell any information about him. Not only that, Jiang Fu said, there is one more thing. Didn't I ask you to help me find the trace of the wind spirit? I just got promoted to deputy general manager, so I used my authority to investigate, and I got some news. At this moment, Lin Yi was really excited. I originally planned to find out some information, but unexpectedly Jiang Fu took the initiative to find clues for me. Where's the wind spirit now? Seeing this, Jiang Fu felt relieved, thinking that it seemed that he had made the right move. Someone once witnessed a small group of elves getting into a conflict with others near Camp 88 in the Soul-Breaking Mountains. This is the blood sample and hair of the elves that I managed to collect. After saying that, Jiang Fu took out a transparent crystal box from the side. The blue blood and dark green hair in the box exude a strong power of wind element. Lin Yi took it, and several strategies for tracking the wind spirit emerged in his mind. The most direct way is magic. Just as he was about to ask, Jiang Fu took out a skill book with a smile. This book, Tracking Technique, only needs a little blood and hair to locate the approximate location of the target. Brother Lin, if you need it, just take it. Lin Yi felt warm in his heart, and his satisfaction with Jiang Fu increased a little. It's really nice to have such a caring assistant. How can I get the skill book for free? I just happen to have a batch of equipment to deal with, so I deducted it from the amount. Although he is not as rich as a country, Lin Yi's wealth should not be underestimated. He solemnly put away the tracking technique and the blood and hair samples of the wind elf, and decided to make a quick decision so as not to miss any clues about the wind elf this time. This concerns his promotion task, and there is no room for any mistake. Without further ado, Lin Yi immediately took out various equipment from the winner's pendant, including the once famous Netherworld robe. Are you going to sell all this equipment? Jiang Fu's arms trembled slightly. There were many gold equipments among them, and the worst was silver, which could be called a windfall. Brother Lin, are you in a hurry to take action? Lin Yi was slightly confused and shook his head slightly. Jiang Fu spoke quickly. It's best not to rush. Brother Lin, you may not realize your influence. These equipments, such as the Netherworld robe, symbolize your unique identity as the Shadow Demon Lord. I plan to hold an auction in Jiangcheng, and I'm sure it will fetch an unimaginable price. Maybe I can even exchange it for epic equipment. It sounds incredible that gold equipment is sold at epic prices. But this is the celebrity effect. As a genius that only appears once in a century in Jiangcheng, naturally there are people willing to pay for it. Lin Yi's eyes lit up and he nodded immediately. Brother, you take full charge. Please help me prepare some silver spells, and I will slowly select them later. One more thing. Help me get some information about the bloody killing tower. Jiang Fu was shocked, then nodded and said, I will keep an eye on it. When I meet with the high-level officials from other cities in a few days, I will secretly inquire about your whereabouts and will never reveal your whereabouts. Lin Yi nodded. The required expenses will be paid from the equipment I sell. Don't worry, just take your time. The two said nothing more, for the wise man knew what to do. Afterwards, Lin Yi bought some outdoor adventure supplies from Jiang Fu and left quietly. Before setting off for the soul-breaking mountains, he had to go home. Unconsciously, Jiang Fu's role seemed to gradually become that of Lin Yi's retainer. If Lin Yi establishes a family and power in the future, Jiang Fu will definitely be one of the first followers. Just as Lin Yi was preparing to go to the Broken Soul Mountains, a luxurious manor somewhere in Jiangcheng, although not as profound as Qingjia Manor, is equally gorgeous, fully demonstrating the wealth and status of its owner. You know, not every golden professional can build such a family business. At this moment, everyone in the Li family was trembling, not daring to breathe. The depressing atmosphere made people feel uneasy. Li Jun sat in the first seat, his face full of sorrow. Yesterday, his only son died in the trial tower. It was like a bolt from the blue, and it tore his heart. Although Kwang Er has a bad temper and mediocre strength, The treasures I gave him are enough to save his life. He will never die in the trial tower. Although there have been deaths among trial participants in previous years, they were mostly civilians who were poorly equipped. It is extremely rare to see a noble child like this. Someone must have done it. Someone killed Kwang. Li Jun's eyes flashed with ferocity. Have you checked all those who have had conflicts with Kwanger in the past month? The butler beside him trembled and swallowed his saliva. It has been found out that the young master has had conflicts with 80 people in 1 month. But most of them are just verbal disputes, and there are only a handful of people who are capable of killing the young master. But there is one person who is very suspicious. Who? Li Jun clenched his fists, and his knuckles made crackling sounds. Lin Yi. Lin Yi who broke the record yesterday? Yes, someone witnessed that Lin Yi had an argument with the young master before entering the trial tower. Lin Yi even used magic to attack the young master, apparently because the young master insulted his mother. It seems that Lin Yi is the most suspicious now. He has both the ability and the motive. Li Jun said word by word. Okay, continue investigating. If it's really him, even if he is a hero of Jiangcheng, I will make this hero pay the price. Go to Wanbao Pavilion to buy information about him. The housekeeper looked embarrassed and said helplessly, I went there this morning, but Wanbao Pavilion refused to sell it. Li Jun narrowed his eyes, thought for a moment, and then said, then please ask the blood-killing tower. Let them track down Lin Yi's whereabouts. There are some things that are inconvenient for you to do yourself, but if you let the killers from the blood-killing tower do it, there won't be so many concerns. At this moment, Lin Yi was still unaware that he had been targeted by Li Jun. Even if they knew, they probably wouldn't care too much. From the moment Li Kwang was killed, he had anticipated the clash with this golden professional, and that's why he asked the Chung Lu family to protect his mother. After explaining this to Yang Mei, Lin Yi headed directly to the Broken Soul Mountains. Chapter 60. Wind Elf Lena comes to the rescue. Sitting on the broad dragon's back, Xiao Jin was blocked from the biting wind. For Lin Yi, it was like being in a quiet harbor. The blood and hair of the wind elves obtained from Jiang Fu revealed the breath of wind power, and even a strange fragrance could be smelled. It is said that elves come from another world, are all female, and reproduce through the elf mother tree. I don't know if it is true or not. The wind elves are good at controlling the wind element, and are natural archers and mages. This time, in addition to completing the promotion mission, if I can obtain a treasure, it will be a pleasant surprise. This world is inhabited by humans from 5 major countries, including China. There are also many intelligent races, many of which are powerful. For example, elves, goblins, dwarves, dragons, orcs, etc. They are a race that was scattered across the country when the 2 worlds merged. Their relationship with the 5 countries is so complicated that it cannot be explained in a few words. This magnificent world, if it is really as the legend says, when the worlds merge and the gods descend, what will the scene be like? Lin Yi sighed softly and then stopped daydreaming. These are too far away before the worlds completely merge. He needs to accumulate enough strength to deal with unknown crises. Immediately, Lin Yi examined the introduction of the art of tracking. Tracking technique. With the help of the target creature's blood and other related objects, its trajectory can be tracked. The maximum range is within a kilometer, and the target level does not exceed LV50. The level 30 tracking technique is much more powerful, and the tracking distance and target level limit are greatly improved. Lin Yi has no worries about not being able to find traces of the wind elf. Tracking technique. Lin Yi cast a spell on the green blood in his hand without hesitation. A faint light rippled and gradually became a faint shadow, revealing a vague path in the air. Xiao Jin, follow me. Roar! Xiao Jin hummed softly, flapped his wings and prepared to fly, his speed increasing again. Lin Yi closed his eyes and rested, leaving only a trace of consciousness to observe his surroundings. Deep in the soul-breaking mountains, Lena was breathing rapidly. Her hair was disheveled, and her sexy leather armor was even more charming because of the damage. Her pointed ears and eyes, glowing with azure light, all reveal that she is a wind elf. However, at this moment, Lena's face was full of sorrow. A group of 5 people left the tribe, and now she is the only one left. Is the priest's prophecy true? Does the hope of our wind elf tribe really lie in the humans in that direction? Why are the humans I met either greedy or trying to capture us? Either no response to the token. Lena's confidence began to waver. She followed the elven priest's mission and embarked on a journey, but encountered repeated setbacks. The four companions were either hunted by humans or killed by monsters in the soul-breaking mountains. Witnessing her companions dying helplessly was a painful experience for her. No, the High Priest's prophecy will never be wrong. I must find that human. He is our savior. Lena gritted her teeth and regained her determination. There was a hissing sound behind her, and fear flashed in her eyes. She pulled the green glazed longbow, and the arrow flew out into the air. She ran forward without hesitation, her body agile. As a natural elf archer, Lena's qualities far exceed those of ordinary people. Damn it, if the elven mother tree hadn't been contaminated, my strength would have dropped to LV30. How could I be a match for these monsters? Lena fled in panic, occasionally looking back. I saw a black spider half the size of a man chasing me at a rapid speed, leaping on silk spun by the jungle and approaching at an astonishing speed. LV28 poisonous black-striped spider. These small monsters are nothing to worry about. The key point is that among that group of spiders, there are nearly 10 LV30 elite black-striped spiders that are twice the size, which makes her feel more stressed. Not to mention the end of the spider swarm. The howling LV30 purple lord monster, the poisonous black-striped spider queen, made her face change suddenly. This was a powerful enemy that she had to treat with caution even in her prime. Despair surged in Lena's heart, and she cried out in her heart, "Damn it! My mission is not yet complete. I can't die. Call out!" A sharp spider silk passed by, and Lena dodged sideways subconsciously, leaving a bloodstain on her fair face, which was extremely sad and beautiful. If she continues like this, she will eventually become a delicacy in the spider's mouth. What should I do? What should I do? Great God of the spirits, please grant enlightenment and guide your humble believers. Lena was almost in despair and began to pray to the gods. You know, miracles haven't happened in 100 years since we entered this new world. Call out! Another round of fierce arrow rain stopped the pursuers. The green power of wind surrounded her body. The acceleration skill was restarted, and Lena's speed increased instantly. It seemed that he was about to get rid of the enemy behind him. A smile just broke out on her face, but it froze immediately. Ahead, huge black spiders pushed aside the bushes and were clearly visible. At some point, a group of black-striped spiders came around to the front. Lena's heart sank. It's over. Her eyes were filled with sadness, and she could only watch the dark swarm of spiders surrounding her. Roar! At this moment, a deafening dragon roar exploded in Lena's ears. She instinctively looked up at the sky. Her blue eyes suddenly shrank, shock and fear intertwined in them. Above the sky, a figure shining with golden light came into view. A huge body, sharp claws and horns, and a tail covered with barbs. Holy dragon! There is actually a holy dragon lurking in the soul-breaking mountains. Oh no, it's coming towards me. Fear surged into Lena's heart like a cold current. However, the next moment, her expression froze, and her beautiful blue eyes were filled with disbelief. Because on the back of the golden holy dragon, there was a human being standing. She rubbed her eyes to make sure it wasn't an illusion. How could the pride of the holy dragon allow mortals to ride on it? The only explanation is that this person must be the master of the holy dragon. Lena speculated to herself, dragon rider? Suddenly, the wooden compass in her arms vibrated violently, and Lena's face showed ecstasy. It's the human that the high priest predicted. Just as she was excited about finding the person who fulfilled the prophecy and was about to shout, fear suddenly crept into her heart. Just as she was distracted, the black-striped spiders all around her surged in like a tide, about to drown her. No! The gap from hope to despair almost made her collapse. Boom! Just at this moment, the roar of the holy dragon was accompanied by a strong wind, making it impossible for her to open her eyes. Purple flame meteorite. The huge crimson meteorite cleverly bypassed the wind spirit and immediately turned the surrounding poisonous black-striped spiders into ashes. The mere LV28 monster was no match for Lenny. Fortunately, we arrived in time. Otherwise, if this wind elf encounters an accident, his promotion task will be postponed again. Hey, silly elf, come up quickly. Lenny looked at Lena, who was standing still and seemed to be waiting to die, and couldn't help but urge her. Although the elf in front of me has a delicate appearance and an outstanding figure, why is it so slow? Lena opened her eyes and saw the holy dragon shining with golden light. The young man on its back was handsome and extraordinary, calling out to her. She was stunned. How could there be such a handsome human being in the world? Immediately, Lena leaped up, grabbed Lin Yi's hand, and jumped onto the dragon's back. Xiao Jin spread his wings and flew high, leaving a trail of sharp spider silk behind him. These stupid and poisonous black-striped spiders dare to attack even the holy dragon. Xiao Jin, you deal with them. Lin Yi was too lazy to do anything and turned to look at Lena, his eyes full of surprise. The wind spirit finally found. Lena was also secretly looking at the human boy. It turned out that he was not a dragon knight, but a mage. A handsome wizard who controls a holy dragon? Is this the person the high priest is looking for? Her heart was moved. This image perfectly matched the image of a hero in her mind. Feeling the breath of the holy dragon beneath her, Lena did not dare to be negligent. The powerful and poisonous Spider Queen had no power to resist and was easily destroyed. Master Mage, I am Lena. Thank you for saving my life. Lena put her hands together and performed the highest etiquette of the elves. The other party was her savior. Lin Yi smiled and responded, You're welcome. I just happened to be passing by. Just call me Lin Yi. He was thinking about how to naturally display the elf token in his hand. After all, this is the real world, not a game. How to win the trust of the wind elves is crucial. Otherwise, let alone completing the task, you may not even be able to touch the door. Although saving the wind elf is a good start, we still need to proceed step by step. However, Lin Yi soon found that he was worrying too much. The elf girl in front of him actually knelt down in front of him. Master Lin Yi, please save our wind elf tribe. The young elf had no ulterior motives, and his thoughts were immediately revealed. Lin Yi was stunned. Could it be that the wind elf knew him? Lena, you must be mistaken. Except for the 2 treasures related to elves that I got before, I have never come into contact with elves. Lena quickly shook her head. Master Lin Yi, I didn't make a mistake. You are the high priest, the prophesied savior of the elves, who will save our race. Look, this is a token given to me by the priest. It has been vibrating since it saw you. That's right, please save us. Lena was extremely excited and deeply impressed, her snow-white skin shining in the sun. Lin Yi nodded slightly, pondering Lena's words, and finally sorted out some clues. So, the wind spirit didn't know that the world had given me a promotion mission? They know me because of the priest's prophecy? TSK, this way, there seems to be a lot of room for maneuver, and perhaps we can gain more benefits. Lin Yi smiled secretly in his heart and showed a kind smile to the elf in front of him. Lena, get up first. Then, if it is possible, take me to your priest. I have something to do too. I need to go to the Wind Elf tribe. If I can help, I won't refuse. It would be great if you could get extra rewards from the Wind Spirit while completing the promotion mission. Master Lin Yi, you can control the Holy Dragon, so you can definitely do it. Lena's eyes were sparkling with tears of excitement. After running around for many days, she finally returned with hope. At this moment, Xiao Jin was struggling with the poisonous Spider Queen. Lin Yi said with a smile, Okay, Xiao Jin, stop playing around and deal with it. Boom! Xiao Jin roared, and a pale golden light shone brightly from the dragon's mouth. The next moment, destructive dragon breath gushed out, and the poisonous Spider Queen died instantly. The existence of a level 30 purple lord monster is enough to make Han Feng and others despair. In front of the little golden holy dragon, there was no need for Lin Yi to take action personally. He picked up the 2 pieces of silver equipment that had fallen, took a quick look at them, and then threw them into the pendant. For Lin Yi now, silver equipment is no longer in his eyes. Lena, lead the way. Good! The elf girl was filled with excitement, whether it was the hope of finding her tribe members or not. Whether it was her first time riding a holy dragon, she was very excited. Along the way, the 2 chatted and gradually became familiar with each other. Lin Yi also gradually understood the crisis of the Wind Elf. Is it related to the underground city? Dark pollution? It seems that this task is not easy. Lena knew very little, only that he was the captain of a small elf squad. For more detailed information, you need to meet the Wind Elf priest. Xiao Jin galloped, and a lush green ancient forest quickly came into Lin Yi's sight. Chapter 61. Arrival at the Elf Tribe, Sacrifice to Catherine. In the green forest before us, tall trees reach up to the sky. Even if you look down from a great height, you can still feel the enormity of this giant tree. Lena stood up quickly and said, Master Linny, the place ahead is where our elf tribe is located. But there is a magic barrier covering it, so you need to ask the holy dragon to lower its flying altitude. Linny suddenly realized and nodded. So there is a magic barrier. Now I understand. You know, the soul-breaking mountains are full of dangers. Without protection, this tribe might have been crushed to pieces by the monsters long ago. As soon as he thought about it, the holy dragon spread its wings and dived quickly into the center of the dense forest. In an instant, it descended to only a few hundred meters in the air. Lena quickly shouted, Okay. Then she closed her eyes and moved her slender white fingers through the air, as if performing an ancient ritual. Not only that, she was also muttering spells. Buzz! Along with the sound of slight fluctuations, circles of light green halos spread out with Lena as the center. A transparent protective cover appeared above the entire forest. The waves continued to expand, and a door-like opening appeared. Lena said urgently, Master Linny, we must enter quickly, otherwise the entrance will be closed soon. Lin nodded slightly, and the holy dragon's golden wings flapped violently, increasing its speed and entering smoothly through the opening. Call! It's like traveling through a different space, and the view in front of me suddenly opens up. Lush greenery and endless views. The vitality is stronger than before, almost 10 times stronger. Huge trees reached up to the clouds. Even the huge body of the holy dragon seemed insignificant in front of these trees. At this moment, Lena suddenly exuded a powerful aura, which made Lin stunned. Lena explained with joy in her eyes. Since we moved into the new world, we can no longer use the wind barrier at will, so as not to trigger the world's will and suppress our strength. If it weren't for looking for Master Linny this time, I wouldn't have risk coming out. The high priest said that after the two worlds merge, we will be completely free from our shackles. After hearing this, Linny was shocked. For a long time, although the 5 major countries on the blue planet have had exchanges with many intelligent races, the relationship is complicated. I didn't expect that the world will have such restrictions on other intelligent races. Once the restrictions on the fusion of the two worlds are lifted, the situation will be so turbulent and unpredictable. Thinking of this, Lin felt a sense of urgency. Before the two worlds merge, you must possess sufficient strength and establish a force of your own. Master Linny, please follow me. The dark pollution spreading in the dungeon is terrible. The mother tree of elves has been polluted. This year, our tribe was not even able to give birth to new elves. Lena was completely open with Lin, and when she returned to the familiar place, she began to pour out her heart to him. No more elves? Is the situation so serious? No wonder Lena and the others were sent out on an adventure. Lin had a deeper understanding of the plight of the elf tribe. Don't worry, I will help you solve it if I can. Lena nodded desperately. Lin was her only hope now. The two of them talked as they walked, at a very fast pace. At this moment, there was a rustling sound ahead, and the bushes parted. Several exquisite figures similar to Lena appeared in front of Lin, and Lena. Most of them were wearing leather armor, and only one person was wearing a robe. This is a patrol team of the Elven tribe, and occasionally foreign threats will sneak in. Sister Lena, you're back. The leading girl shouted in surprise. Lena's eyes flashed with excitement, and she hugged her companions happily. You finally came back safely. Where are Linda and the others? Hearing this, a hint of gloom flashed across Lena's eyes. They died, and I'm the only one who survived. Sorry. There was sorrow on everyone's face, and a few young ones even shed tears. Soon, Lena suppressed her sadness and said, Linda and the others' attempts were not in vain. I found Master Linny. He is the hero predicted by the high priest who will save our elf tribe. Lena's words made everyone's attention focus on Linny. What a handsome young human. Could he have elf genes? Lin yisimilet. Hello. The elves lowered their heads shyly. Master Linny, please save our tribe. These elves are quite powerful, and some have the strength of silver professionals. Then, the upper elves of the tribe must be even stronger, at least at the platinum level. A problem that even a platinum-level expert would find difficult to solve? Can I do it? However, since the Worlds will has made this my promotion mission, there must be a solution. Lin was a little confused, but soon realized the problem. Let's go see the priest. The elves temporarily put aside their grief over the loss of their companion, and took Lin forward with them. The elven wizard's wind power surrounded everyone, and their speed immediately increased. The deeper he went, the more Lin Yi could feel the strong vitality. It's twice as dense as where it landed, but at the same time, he also felt an unusual power. Dark breath. The degree of pollution to the elf mother tree is more serious than I expected. Soon, a dreamlike scene appeared before my eyes. Giant trees are scattered in an orderly manner, and various vine-like plants are intertwined and gathered together to form a solid ecological nest. During this time, many elves were playing and running around. Lena led the way respectfully. "Master Lin Yi, please follow me. The priest has been waiting for a long time." Lin Yi's unexpected appearance undoubtedly surprised many elves. "Ah, it's a human I haven't seen in a long time. Is this human the honored guest of the priest? Could it be that they are here to solve the pollution of the elf mother tree?" The young elf, after feeling Lin Yi's gentle smile, gradually they gathered up the courage to approach, and the bolder ones even came close, sizing him up curiously. Seeing Lena leading Lin Yi towards the sacrificial residence, their eyes could not help but reveal excitement. Soon, Lin Yi met the elf priestess Catherine. In the past, in the tribe, sacrifices served as a bridge for communication with the spirit gods and had a supreme status. In this new world, communication with the gods has become a thing of the past. Catherine still controls the entire tribe with her own strength and the peaceful nature of the elves. But lately, Catherine seemed unusually tired. The elf mother tree is suffering from an unprecedented attack, and the situation has become critical for its survival. If no solution is found, the elven mother tree will suffer irreversible damage. Catherine's eyes were filled with joy. "Master Lin Yi, it's a pleasure to meet you." Elf vision. Subconsciously, she activated her talent to observe Lin Yi. In the new world, humans are favored. Professionals can intuitively feel the general information of the other party. Other intelligent creatures, on the other hand, rely on specific skills. A green light flashed in Catherine's eyes, then turned into surprise, and a storm rose in her heart. Her elf vision actually failed. The attributes of the young man in front of me were blurry, and I couldn't see clearly at all. How is this possible? As a LV-78 epic elf priest, I can't even get any information from him face to face. Catherine was shocked, but fortunately she had experienced a lot. Otherwise, she would have lost her composure. She recalled the flashes in the prophecy. The hope of the powerful wizard elves in the floating city is worshipped by billions of creatures. But since yesterday, the prophecy has completely failed. She once thought that she was overusing it. Unexpectedly, even when meeting face to face, no information about Lin Yi could be found out. Catherine's regard for Lin Yi increased sharply, and the fire of hope burned fiercely. The future of the elven tribe depends on him. She didn't know that Lin Yi had obtained the epic skill fools missed. Even if you are at the demigod level, you can't possibly find out any information about it. Lin Yi's heart was also filled with ups and downs. The beautiful and delicate face in front of him, which seemed only a few years older than himself, had actually lived hundreds of years. The wind spirit worships Catherine. Level: LV-78. These simple pieces of information were enough to shock Lin Yi. I originally thought that the top leaders of the elf tribe were only at the platinum level. Unexpectedly, it reached an epic level. But considering that he had met two epic masters, Wu Weilong and Xie Bin, before, Lin Yi did not lose his composure. "Miss Catherine, I'm glad to see you too." He bowed slightly, neither being impolite nor overly humble. Now that the elves need his help, even if the other party is a legend, what does it matter? Catherine said softly, "Lena, please step back first." Lin Yi and Catherine were the only two people left in the small house woven with green vines. Lin Yi was neither anxious nor impatient, tasting the fruit drink prepared by the elves, which was fresh, sweet, and full of vitality. Finally, Catherine spoke. "Master Lin Yi, Lena should have told you about some of the tribe's situations. On behalf of all the elves in the elf tribe, I beg you to lend a helping hand." Lin Yi asked curiously, "I am only a bronze professional. Why does the priestess, who is an epic master, need my help?" Catherine explained, "Our tribe fell here 100 years ago. After a brief panic, we quickly settled down. However, the good times didn't last long. The second fusion of the worlds 50 years ago caused a space rift to appear in our tribe." Lin Yi was cheered up. This seemed to be the key. That rift is connected to a special dungeon's secret realm. From what I sense, there seems to be a huge underground city inside, filled with powerful dark energy. Everything was normal at first, but since 30 years ago, this dark energy began to infiltrate the tribe. Its power is too strong. Although our elven mother tree resisted with all its might, it was still able to cope with it at first. But as time went on, it became increasingly difficult to do so. Until now, it has been impossible to breed new elves. If this continues, when our generation grows old, the elf tribe will be in dire straits. Catherine's eyes were heavy, and what she said was only part of the truth. In fact, the crisis facing the elven tribe is far more serious than this. That dark energy not only wants to destroy the elves, but also transform them into dark elves. Once the mother tree of the wind elves is completely polluted, the existing elves will also fall into darkness. This is Catherine's most urgent reason. Lenny pondered and said, "Why doesn't the priestess go in person and solve the root cause of the mystery?" Catherine shook her head helplessly. "I wish so, but the secret realm stipulates that only those below LV30 can enter. So that's why. No wonder he needs to take action." Lenny felt relieved and even a little excited. By breaking into the secret dungeon, you can not only complete the promotion task, but also reap rich rewards. Lenny frankly expressed his doubts. The elf mother tree can give birth to epic elves like the priest. And that dark energy can actually pollute it. I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to cure it completely. Catherine nodded quickly. Indeed, according to the information I have captured about the secret realm, it is divided into 2 layers, inner and outer. Master Lenny, you only need to enter the outer layer to obtain what you need in order to temporarily suppress the erosion of dark energy. She had a simple plan in her mind, as long as she could hold on until the worlds were completely integrated. By then, with the help of sacrifices to the gods, everything will be solved naturally. Master Priest, I hope to get some small assistance. Chapter 62. Conversation Conditions. Obtain Treasures. If it cannot be eradicated, the dark pollution brought by the underground city will continue. The consequences facing the elven tribe are probably far more serious than what Catherine said. After all, when discussing cooperation, no one would be naive enough to reveal all of his or her difficulties, as that would expose his or her weaknesses to the opponent. Catherine was slightly surprised, but immediately responded with a smile. "Of course there is no problem, Master Lenny. As long as you are willing to help the elf tribe, please feel free to ask for anything you need." Lenny did not say a word. He just stood up under the confused gaze of the elf priest and took out 2 tokens. Wind elf card and elf tears. A trace of sadness flashed in Catherine's eyes, and she caressed the teardrop-shaped elf tears, understanding that Lin E was the brave man who avenged the elf. "Thank you, Master Lin E." After the 2 tokens were unveiled, Catherine's favorability towards Lin E increased significantly. "You will be the elves' forever friends. If you are willing to help the elf tribe, I would like to give you 3 bottles of moon water. This is a treasure that is extremely beneficial to the mage. It will suit your needs." Lin Yi's eyes lit up, and he shook his head immediately. "Catherine Priest, it seems that you don't have much sincerity towards me. I only need the water of the moon. As for the matter of darkness and pollution, you still need to find another way." Catherine frowned slightly and said in confusion, "Lord Lin Yi, please wait a moment. The water of the moon is a treasure nurtured by the ancient trees of our elves. Today, the ancient trees are invaded by dark pollution, and the new production has disappeared. These are the old ones that remain. Please believe in the sincerity of our elves." Lenny chuckled. "Master Priest, you are still unwilling to be honest with me. First of all, you haven't described the details of the secret dungeon. Without even revealing what the target is, I find it hard to believe that you have never tried to explore. I'm afraid most of the elves that entered have suffered, haven't they? Secondly, you have reservations about the severity of the dark pollution. You want to give me 3 bottles of moon water to get rid of me? Do you think I, Lin E, am beyond your reach? Is this how the elven tribe treats their benefactors?" Lin E snorted coldly, shook his head in disappointment, and walked out. Whoosh! Catherine teleported in front of Lin E, almost causing him to bump head-on with her heaving chest. Catherine's eyes were filled with anxiety, and she was completely confused. "Master Lin E, it's not what you think. I just haven't said it clearly yet." Faced with the survival of the race, even Catherine couldn't help but panic. Besides, what Lenny said was true. The elven tribe did send its people into the dungeon, but But the situation was worse than he expected. No one survived, and only a small amount of information and treasures were brought back. Sensing Catherine's emotional fluctuations, his epic power began to surge. Lenny became alert and said coldly, "Why, Master Priest, do you want to force me?" Catherine hurriedly shook her head, her momentum completely suppressed. "Master Lenny, please feel free to ask for anything you want. As long as the elf tribe can do it, we will definitely satisfy them." He felt relieved. Done. First, he took advantage of Lena's life-saving grace and the 2 tokens to build her goodwill, and then pretended to be dissatisfied and wanted to leave. Retreat to advance. Catherine really can't resist. He was secretly delighted in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. His tone gradually became calmer. "Really? Any request is fine?" "Real. Well, first I need 10 bottles of moon water. Secondly, I need a treasure that can store experience. Besides, I need practical skill books and equipment to strengthen myself. After all, my strength is still weak. If I act rashly, I will not only endanger myself, but may also implicate the elf tribe. Finally, I need to know the detailed information about the underground city. Otherwise, I will not be able to obey your order." Lenny listed the conditions one by one, leaving Catherine dumbfounded. Humans are so greedy. "Master Lenny, your request is too much." Catherine even questioned whether her prediction was wrong. "This isn't a savior. It's more like a vampire." Lenny curled his lips slightly and said with a smile, "Master Priest, the conditions can be negotiated. Take your time." "Master Priest, you don't want to see the demise of the elven tribe, do you?" Catherine, who was already furious, was hit in the vital spot. Her face froze, her anger gradually dissipated, and her eyes dimmed. After a long moment, she sighed, "You're right. But your demands are too much. It's not that I am unwilling to grant them, but there are only a few left in the elven tribe." He raised his eyebrows. "Tell me about it." He had not intended to exert excessive pressure by this means. What if the elf tribe were destroyed along with the elf? Wouldn't his own promotion mission be ruined? It takes another month to get the task again, which is such a waste of time. The maximum amount of moon water is 5 bottles. This is the limit for one person to use. Any more will be useless. Lenny readily agreed. "Okay. As for treasures that store experience, there are some, but they must be returned after use. This is a sacred object of the elven tribe. Storing experience is just an additional effect." "That's fine. After all, it's just for the massive amount of experience that can't be obtained in the dungeon. In this way, the problem is solved. You can only give me 1 skill book or 1 piece of equipment. The elven tribe has been out of touch with the gods for too long, and their stocks are running low. If you agree, I have the right to hand these over to you first. The condition is that you at least bring back a dark crystal that can keep the elf tribe alive for 3 years. Catherine stared at Lenny. This was her bottom line. "Make a deal." He stopped talking and asked, "Is the dark crystal the treasure that can alleviate the dark pollution?" "Correct. The entire dungeon is actually the lair of a powerful black dragon. The interior is huge and complex, so you don't have to worry about the black dragon appearing outside. Your goal this time is the outer city, where the black dragon's followers live. Defeat them, and you will obtain the dark crystal. The elf tribe once sent elves there, and they did harvest some dark crystals. Otherwise, the ancient tree would have been completely destroyed long ago." This time, Catherine had nothing to hide. Linyi's task log was also updated accordingly. Special promotion mission, new information on the redemption of the wind spirit, updated mission objectives. Get the dark crystal to save the wind spirit. The target number is 30. Note, the more dark crystals you collect, the higher the mission completion rate will be. There will be extra rewards for extremely high completion rates. Catherine looked at Lin E and said softly, "Wait here for a moment. I'll go get you some moon water." After saying this, she walked out of the vine-covered cottage alone. It was obvious that Catherine's attitude towards Lin E had become much colder, and she was still dissatisfied with his previous reckless behavior. However, Lin E just curled his lips slightly and didn't mind at all. If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. What's more, he will still help the wind spirit. It's just that we act while ensuring that our own interests are maximized. From time to time, he waved to the elves who were looking in curiously through the window, his heart filled with joy. Soon, Catherine returned. Lin E turned around and cast his sharp eyes towards the treasures in front of him. Catherine sighed softly. These are for you. I hope you can do your best to get as many shadow crystals as possible. Although the prediction is not 100% certain, Lin Yi is undoubtedly the person with great potential. She learned from Lena that Lin Yi could actually control the Holy Dragon, showing a talent beyond that of ordinary people. If even Lin Yi is helpless, she will be completely desperate and have to resort to the last resort. But it would cost a huge price, and she would never do so unless it was absolutely necessary. Lin Yi nodded solemnly. Don't worry, I will do my best. If I can obtain more shadow crystals, I will give them to you as well. Once someone entrusts you with a task, you should be loyal to that person. Now that we have gained the benefit, we should give it our all. What's more, this concerns Lin Yi's promotion plan. He will never be perfunctory about it. After saying this, he began to examine the treasures on the table. Beyond Lin Yi's expectations, the moon water was not measured in bowls, but existed independently drop by drop. There are exactly 5 drops of silvery white liquid, not in the shape of water drops, but it is crescent-shaped, very wonderful. Moon water. Grade: Platinum. Attributes. After taking it, the mental attribute is increased by 2,000 points. Note: this is the treasure of the elves and is closely related to the birth of the elves. Each person can only take 5 drops at most. 1 drop of moon water can increase spiritual attributes by 2,000. Lin Yi's eyes widened, far beyond his expectations. After all, this is a permanently improved attribute that cannot be compared with external objects such as equipment. For professionals, taking a treasure like moon water means having an innate advantage over others. His face was filled with surprise, and he drank it without hesitation. Gudong gudong. Just 5 drops of moon water poured into the body like a torrent. In an instant, the huge energy in the moon water exploded, and waves of clear feelings surged into my heart. Lin Yi's spiritual attribute instantly surged to 10,000 points. It reaches an astonishing 42,000 points. If the 20% bonus effect of the winner's suit is included, it is a full 50,400 points. Just these 5 drops of moon water made his strength increase dramatically. A fireball spell can cause an astonishing million damages. If the strongest earth prison is used, more than 80 million damages can be caused in 1 round. 3 rounds are enough to kill the poisonous green dragon in seconds. It is conceivable that compared to when he entered the 30th floor of the trial tower, Lin Yi's strength has increased several times. Suppressing the surprise in his heart, Lin Yi turned his attention to the second treasure. A green horn, engraved with elven runes that Lin Yi could not understand. Wind elf horn. Grade: Special. Attributes: the sacred device of the wind spirit, a magical object that can communicate with the gods. The holder can store 20 times the current professional experience. Lin Yi was amazed. It turned out to be a magical object used by the wind spirit to communicate with the gods. No wonder it needs to be returned after use. But it doesn't matter, it's only used in dungeons anyway. Store 20 times the experience points. That's enough. Lin Yi was delighted and put it into the winner's pendant. There was a struggle in Catherine's eyes. If this rare item was lost in the dungeon, it would be a huge loss. Master Lin Yi, please be sure to bring back the elf horn. It is also very important to us. She couldn't help but remind him again, feeling pained in her heart. Lin Yi nodded and turned his gaze to the third treasure. A light green ring, also engraved with intricate elven runes, is mysterious. Blessing of the Wind Spirit. Grade: Platinum. Attributes: mana plus 200,000. Wind spell damage below epic level plus 20%. Additional skill Elf Blessing. Spiritual attribute increases by 10% after activation. Lasts for 1 minute. Cooldown time 24 hours. Lin Yi's eyes were full of surprise. It was another platinum ring. In this way, the 4 rings on his hands were all upgraded to platinum level, and the only silver equipment left was the hermit mask. Catherine had not deceived herself, and had obviously chosen the ring after careful consideration. Lin Yi looked at the last treasure, a rare summoning skill book. Bronze level skill: Summon the Ancient Tree of War. Lin Yi's eyes flickered, and he clasped his hands together quickly and understood instantly. The talent is activated, and the summoned Ancient Tree of War is immediately at the maximum level. Looking at the properties of the Ancient War Tree, Lin Yi couldn't help laughing and set off for the dungeon. Chapter 63. Hell Level Dungeon Secret Realm. The battle begins. War Ancient Tree, Summoning Body. Level: LV30 Lord Monster. Health value 473-5229. Skills: root binding, vine shooting, rapid regeneration, wood activation, vision sharing. As the skill was upgraded to the maximum level LV30, the ability of the war ancient tree suddenly achieved a qualitative leap. Faced with danger, Lin Yi could send the ancient war tree to conduct reconnaissance without hesitation. Especially the combination of wood activation and vision sharing, which makes almost all enemies know where to hide in the forest area. Lin Yi was secretly delighted. Not bad, not bad. I have gained so much before even entering the underground city. Seeing that Lin Yi had packed everything and his mood had gradually stabilized, Catherine suggested softly, "Master Lin Yi, if you are ready, we can set off immediately." Obviously, she didn't want to delay for a moment. Every second of delay will cause the elf mother tree to face greater erosion. This is tantamount to a catastrophe for the elves. Good. Lin Yi readily agreed and followed Catherine out of the vine hut. The elves all looked at him, especially the elders. After learning that Lin Yi was their savior, their eyes were filled with even more awe. "Master Lin Yi, I wish you a safe return." Suddenly, blessings came one after another. Lin Yi smiled in response and raised the staff in his hand, causing the elves' eyes to glow with admiration. "Master Lin Yi is so handsome." Catherine looked at this scene and shook her head helplessly. She did not mention to her tribe members that Lin Yi had taken advantage of the situation to rob others. After thinking about it, I felt that there was no need to mention it, as long as Lin Yi really helped the elf out of trouble. But when she thought of those 5 drops of moon water, she felt a little pain in her heart. "Arrive." Lin Yi followed Catherine closely, walking through the vine houses, and soon stopped in front of a huge, verdant ancient tree. Just as he was admiring the mature grace of the elf beside him, he stopped suddenly and almost collided with Catherine. Looking up, I saw a towering ancient green tree standing among the clouds. It is over 1,000 meters high and nearly 100 meters in diameter, and is extremely rich in vitality and wind elements. However, the dark forces are equally strong. This is the Elven Mother Tree, the foundation of the survival of the Elven race. Lin Yi discovered that half of the ancient trees had been eroded by darkness, and the darkness was spreading. The green light cocoon on the ancient tree that should have nurtured life was dead silent, and the source of birth for new elves was cut off. As time goes by, the Elven tribe may disappear in the long river of history. The entrance to the dungeon is behind the ancient tree. Catherine led the way to the back of the tree, where the sight was even more astonishing. I saw a black vortex spinning slowly, and the dark aura infected the ancient tree, weaving into black spider webs, which were hideous and terrifying. It turns out that the entrance to this secret dungeon is located behind the Elf Mother Tree. The Black Dragon sensed the existence of the ancient tree and wanted to use it to integrate the secret realm into reality in order to escape the fate of imprisonment. Lin Yi knew that most of the secret realms were fragments of the world left behind when the two worlds collided. For some intelligent creatures, confined spaces are tantamount to torture. It's really true that such a thing can happen. Lin Yi looked at Catherine strangely. He could only say that his luck was really bad. Perhaps this is a test from the gods for my elven tribe. After overcoming this difficulty, the tribe will surely be reborn. Master Lin Yi, please help us get enough dark crystals. After she finished speaking, Catherine bowed again. No problem, leave it to me. Lin Yi nodded seriously. The lion had opened his mouth so high before just to fight for his own interests. Now that he holds an important responsibility, how can Lin Yi sit idly by? Moreover, this is related to my own promotion task, so I should do my best. Catherine hesitated for a moment and said, "This is a single-player secret realm. You must go there alone. If you are defeated, you can temporarily withdraw." Lin Yi said nothing more and touched the black vortex with his mental power. Suddenly, information flooded into my mind. LV35 Silver Dungeon Secret Realm. Black Dragon Dungeon Entrance. Difficulty level Hell. Restricted to entrance with a professional level of LV30 or below. Maximum number of people 1. Hell level Secret Realm. What's more, it's a single-player secret realm, so the difficulty is doubled. This is just the outer city. The inner city may be even more terrifying. Lin Yi sighed inwardly. Fortunately, he didn't need to go deeper. Reverend Catherine, I will go in now. Please look forward to my good news. After saying that, Lin Yi resolutely stepped into the black vortex. In an instant, Lin Yi disappeared from the spot. Catherine stood there in a daze, the images shown by the prophecy echoing in her mind. In the floating city, powerful wizards exist like gods. Kill the tyrannical demon lord, and hundreds of millions of people surrender, including yourself. Will the elf tribe finally submit to Master Lin Yi? This is also the source of her tolerance towards Lin Yi. After all, the strong also have dignity and cannot easily tolerate threats. Let's wait and see if the god of elves really abandons us. Catherine's eyes flickered, full of uncertainty. Lin Yi stepped into the dark vortex, and instantly a feeling of dizziness spread throughout his body and struck the depths of his soul. This is a unique feeling of crossing the boundaries of space and crossing the barriers of the world, which cannot be resisted by magic. Soon, the discomfort completely dissipated. When his vision became clear again, he found himself in a dark and vast land. There is not a blue sky above my head, but an equally deep purple rock formation. This is the underground world. Then, Lin Yi's attention was attracted by a solitary peak. Around you can vaguely see spiraling passages, like stairs leading directly to the sky. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening dragon roar was heard, echoing throughout the underground world. Enter the hell-level dungeon secret realm, eliminate all monsters, and find the key to the inner city to complete the mission. Defeat the first Lord monster, and you will be given the right to leave the dungeon freely. Please stay hidden at all times. Exposing your whereabouts will attract siege from all monsters in the dungeon. Unlike other copies, the exit here can only be opened by defeating the Overlord monster personally. However, Lin Yi has only one goal since he stepped into this place: to pass the level, clear out all the monsters, and get the key to the inner city. Just what I wanted. He was also curious about the mysterious inner city. The wings behind Lin Yi suddenly spread out, and he soared into the air like an arrow. Hide your body? No need. The more the better. It saves me from having to look around. Lin Yi chuckled, and the victor staff in his hand emitted a dazzling light, and a huge magic circle appeared out of thin air. Roar! The next moment, the holy dragon let out an impassioned roar. The black dragon was extremely angry and roared continuously. It seemed as if he was summoning his subordinates in the outer city, vowing to wipe out all the invaders. Lin Yi stood on the dragon's back, stroking Xiao Jin's head, and said with a smile, "Don't worry. Wait until we are stronger. I will help you slay the black dragon and help you go further. Summon the war ancient." Lin Yi waved his staff, and an extremely huge ancient tree shaped like iron armor suddenly appeared in front of him. The pointed branches are as sharp as swords. He finally understood why Catherine taught him the skill. In the outer area of the underground city in front of us, apart from those rough stone houses, there are scattered small purple trees. For other elves, it might be about taking every step carefully and cautiously avoiding groups of monsters. Hunt down lone enemies to gain access to the shadow crystal. But Lin Yi obviously doesn't need to be like this. Wood activation. Shared vision. Zhang Guma's two skills were activated instantly, and a large amount of information immediately poured into Lin Yi's mind. Not far away, a group of kobolds were rushing towards him. "Xiao Jin, let's go hunting." Lin Yi laughed loudly and drove Xiao Jin to actively attack. The golden wings of the holy dragon spread out, covering the sky, and flew at an astonishing speed. In front of him, the black mass of kobolds was clearly visible. LV-32 Ordinary Strange Kobold. LV-33 Elite Strange Kobold. LV-34 Lord Blames the Kobold Captain. LV-35 Purple Dragon Blood Kobold Lord. There are all kinds of kobolds at all levels, and under the baptism of the Black Dragon's blood, their strength has been significantly improved, especially the LV-35 Purple Dragon-Blooded Kobold Lord. Its attributes are even close to those of some Golden Lord monsters of the same level. Dragon Blood Kobold Lord. Level: LV-35 Lord Monster, Purple. Health value: 42.4 million. Skills: Dog-Headed Man's Roar, Giant Axe Chop, Dragon Blood Slash. Even Lin Yi couldn't help but be amazed by such attributes. This is only the first Lord monster, and it is already so powerful. Not to mention the large number of small monsters and elite monsters. Even the best Wind Elf at level 30 would be unable to match it. The Hell-level secret dungeon doesn't seem to be a challenge prepared for humans. Not everyone can possess such abnormal abilities like Lin Yi before reaching the silver level. Great, Xiaojin, let's do it. Lin Yi's eyes were burning with fighting spirit. These were the source of experience and equipment. He could feel that he was about to have a good harvest. Although in the war ancient trees vision, another wave of gnolls appeared in the distance. But Lin Yi was not at all panicked. He had to quickly deal with this group of gnolls before the second group of monsters arrived. Then change location to avoid being surrounded. Wouldn't it be great if you could efficiently clear monsters without being surrounded by Lord Monsters? Anyone who dares to offend His Majesty Caesar will die. The dull roar of the dragon blood kobold lord sounded, and the kobolds in the distance threw spears one after another, some even accompanied by deafening sonic booms. Sky Shield. All the spears were thrown at him, but they only caused a few ripples on the shield. Earth Cage. This skill has a wide coverage area with a diameter of 200 meters. It is perfect for dealing with these ogres in front of us. Boom! Huge stone hands crushed the kobolds, and thick and sharp earth spikes shuttled back and forth. Minus 8.11 million. Minus 8.23 million. Minus 7.96 million. Minus 8.05 million. A series of astonishing damage numbers soared. Whether it is a kobold, a dragonblood kobold, or a Lord Monster kobold captain, all killed instantly. Lin Yi launched 3 waves of earth cages, and the total damage was close to 26 million. Even the dragon-blooded kobold lord had half his life cut off by this blow. In an instant, the task log column refreshed frequently. Lin Yi's harvest was huge. Chapter 64. Strong Crush. Harvest Dark Crystal. Kill the LV-32 Common Monster Kobold and gain experience points plus 462. Kill the LV-33 Elite Monster Kobold and gain plus 1,457 experience points. Kill the LV-34 Lord Monster Kobold Captain and gain experience points plus 14,517. The messages in the log column kept jumping, and Lin Yi's vision was almost drowned. Fortunately, he borrowed the Wind Spirit Horn from Catherine. Otherwise, such a huge amount of experience points would be lost in vain, and he would regret it extremely. At this moment, within a radius of 200 meters around him, the dog-headed men retreated like a tide, leaving behind an empty area. Just by using the Earth Cage once, he could gain over 500,000 experience points. If such results were in the hands of ordinary people, they would probably be ecstatic. The speed at which ordinary people gain experience is far slower than imagined. After all, not everyone can sustain a life-and-death struggle in the real world. Immediately, Lin Yi used the Earth Cage again. The purple dragon-blooded kobold lord had fear in his eyes. The huge surface fissioned, and sharp spikes protruded, squeezing and piercing every kobold. The dark red liquid seeped into the earth like a stream, and a fishy smell filled the air. Minus 7.26 million. Minus 7.49 million. Minus 7.86 million. This time the gnolls were on guard, resulting in only gaining more than 400,000 experience points. Even so, after 2 rounds, Lin Yi has accumulated 1 million experience points. Only in this dungeon's secret realm can I feel so happy. There are no such dense monsters outside. Lin Yi licked his lips, unable to conceal his excitement. According to this trend, when promoted to Silver Professional, skipping a level is no longer a dream. Purple Flame Firefall. For the scattered kobolds, Lin Yi chose the more efficient Z Yin Hui Yun. Although it is not as shocking as the Earth Cage, it can still cause 4 million damage, and the effect is equally significant. Kill the LV-32 Ordinary Monster Kobold and gain plus 483 experience points. Kill the LV-33 Elite Monster Kobold and gain plus 1,789 experience points. Lin Yi felt extremely comfortable. The last time he was promoted so happily was in the Jiangqing Trial Tower. Kill the LV-35 Dragon-Blooded Kobold Lord and gain plus 61,274 experience points. Unconsciously, my strength has increased so much. As his thoughts flowed, Lin Yi swooped down on Xiaojin, and in front of him was a field of flashing equipment. There were quite a few silver equipment, and he even saw a piece of gold equipment. Even the low-level minions dropped equipment. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The magic power turned into a giant hand and instantly gathered all the equipment on the ground. A rough count revealed that there were 50 or 60 pieces of black iron equipment, a dozen pieces of bronze equipment, 3 to 4 pieces of silver equipment, and the remaining one was the gold equipment. If this wave of gains were converted into Chinese currency, it would probably be worth billions. It is undeniable that as professional strength increases, accumulating wealth becomes easier. It's worthy of being a LV-35 Hell-level dungeon secret realm. Lin Yi's face was full of joy. After sorting out the equipment below the silver level, he fixed his eyes on the last piece of gold equipment. His tastes are getting higher and higher, and ordinary equipment is no longer acceptable to him. Berserker Armor. Gray gold. Attributes. Constitution plus 12,000. Defense plus 12,000. HP plus 120,000. Additional skill rage. After activation, strength and constitution increase by 10%. Agility and spirit decrease by 10%. This piece of equipment is considered a top-notch piece among warriors, with a market value of at least hundreds of millions of Chinese yuan. Not bad, not bad. I can ask Jiang Fu to help me get some mage equipment later. Lin Yi put away the berserker armor with satisfaction and turned his attention to the real purpose of this trip. Dark crystal. Looking at the half-fist-sized diamond-shaped crystal in his hand, Lin Yi was amazed. Dark crystal. Grade. Special. Attributes. It can absorb and store dark power, and is an ideal container for storing dark power. Lin Yi suddenly understood Catherine's plan. It turns out that she needs to find the dark crystal on her own. The purpose is to temporarily absorb the dark power in the elf mother tree, thereby greatly alleviating the pressure on the ancient tree. But this is only a temporary solution. Only by eradicating the source of darkness can the problem be truly solved. It seems that Catherine is very confident that she can completely resolve the source of the dark power within 3 years. Lin Yi thought to himself, but then he didn't delve into it any further. It has only been a short time since I awakened. In 3 years, maybe he has already ascended to the altar of God. This time we obtained a total of 12 dark crystals, which is a good start. In the past, the best elves would enter this area, fight hard, or even sacrifice themselves, but could only barely get 1 or 2 crystals. Compared with Lin Yi's efficiency, this is a world of difference. Lin Yi turned around and stared at the desolate dark purple land and the abandoned underground city on it. His heart was filled with a desire for endless experience and treasures. Keep going. Xiao Jin spread his wings and flew high, heading towards another unknown area. At this time, with the broad vision of the ancient tree of war, wave after wave of monsters are surging in from the other side of the horizon. Their numbers far exceed the previous ogre army, just as the mystery of the dungeon suggests. If the whereabouts are exposed, it means that hunters from the Black Dragon family will swarm in. Although Lin Yi is fearless, hunting them one by one is the right way to go. The outer area of this underground city is vast. Although it is called the Outer City, it is mostly desert and ruins with occasional stone walls. Although the Black Dragon's offspring were scattered everywhere, they provided Lin Yi with enough fighting space to move around. With the help of the vision provided by the small purple tree, Lin Yi cleverly bypassed the encirclement of the army. Xiao Jin kept galloping and quickly locked onto a new hunting ground. Roar! The arrogant dragon roar shook the sky, once again provoking the Black Dragon Lord in the distant central city. Roar! Then, an angry voice echoed out. Lin Yi immediately sensed that a mixed force of gnolls and dog-headed men was charging towards him. Further away, there are even more powerful monsters such as black-scale dragons, dog demons, and trolls. But the distance is still far, and we can't reach it for the time being. Hunting begins! Looking at the approaching beast tide on the horizon, Lin Yi's eyes flickered with excitement. There are more experiences and equipment there than before. LV-32 Ordinary Monster Duaded Man. LV-33 Ordinary Monster Gnoll. LV-34 Elite Monster Dragon Blood Jackal. LV-34 Overlord Monster Dragon Blood Cobalt Captain. There is even a Golden Leader. LV-35 Golden Lord Monster Dragon Blood Jackal King. Dragon Blood Jackal King. Level. LV-35 Overlord Monster Gold. Health value. 81.5 million. Skills. Black Dragon Bloodline. Dragon Blood Burst. Dark Triple Attack. No Roar, no Bite. Lin Yi said excitedly. Finally, a decent opponent has arrived. The Dragon-Blooded Jackal King. LV-35 Golden Lord Monster. As a member of the Black Dragon family, and possessing the blood of a Black Dragon, his power far exceeds that of an ordinary Golden Leader. More than 80 million health points, 790,000 attack power. Coupled with the primary black dragon bloodline, it undoubtedly surpasses all previous holy dragons of the same level. This is already a very outstanding dragon-blooded creature. After all, it was once the king of the gnolls. But Lenny showed no fear at all. The stronger they were, the better they suited his taste. The previous kobold leader had given him a piece of golden equipment. The Gnoll King in front of you may be able to bring a platinum equipment. To put it another way, at least you can get a few pieces of gold equipment. Lenny decided to take the initiative to fight back, kill, roar. Xiao Jin swooped down and roared, spurting out hot dragon breath from his mouth, sweeping away the monsters below. The dragon has a natural ability to suppress these creatures that have merged with dragon blood, preventing them from exerting their full strength. He held the victor's staff in his hand, with an ochre-colored light condensing on it. Earth Cage! An area with a diameter of 200 meters instantly turned into a dense forest of yellow spikes, and a giant pale yellow hand clenched tightly. It was like crushing ants with red, black, green, and other colored liquids mixed together, which was extremely disgusting. It was a mixture of blood, meat paste, bone marrow, and viscera. Minus 8.01 million. Minus 8.13 million. Minus 8.07 million. The injuries came like waves, but He remained calm. The log column refreshed rapidly, causing a smile to appear on his face. Kill the LV-32 Common Monster Kobold and gain plus 457 experience points. Kill the LV-33 Elite Monster Dragon Blood Kobold and gain plus 1,195 experience points. Kill the LV-34 Dragon Blood Kobold Captain and gain plus 16,310 experience points. Kill LV-33 Common Monster Jackal and gain plus 619 experience points. One wave gives more than 600,000 experience points, including quite a few gnolls, which is much richer than the previous ogre experience points. The king of the gnolls was clearly more cunning than the kobolds, with a black dragon blood shield rising from his body. The earth piercing, which could have caused over 7 million damage, only caused half of that. Although there are still more than 3 million, it is just scratching the surface compared to its health value of more than 80 million. And it started to fight back. Bah! With a loud bang, the Gnoll King's strong thighs suddenly kicked the ground, instantly bursting out with amazing power, leaving a huge pit where he stood. He soared into the air, his height even surpassing Xiao Jin, worthy of being called the Golden Lord Monster. Dark triple attack. The giant sword in the Gnoll's hand emitted a deep black light, accompanied by a falling momentum. One after another, pitch-black sword energy, as long as 30 or 40 meters, slashed straight towards Lenny. The sword energy was mysterious, with the power to corrode the shield, and layers of black waves appeared in the air. With its terrifying attack power of 790,000, it can cause millions of amazing damages. It is enough to kill most adventurers who have not reached the silver level in seconds, and even most silver professionals are no problem. The Hell level dungeon is indeed extraordinary, much more difficult than the Dark Altar. Lenny sighed, but was not panicked. Unfortunately, it was me who met him. His sky shield is enough to withstand nearly 10 million damages, so what is there to be afraid of? Besides, he never makes unnecessary sacrifices. Teleport. He lightly waved his staff and instantly avoided the two sword energies. The remaining one could not be avoided due to distance limitations, and the teleportation range was only 100 meters. But it doesn't matter, the last sword energy hits the sky shield. It caused tiny ripples, which then dissipated. Lenny sneered. You can't break my shield, and you still want to fight me? He spread his netherworld wings and soared into the air. Xiao Jin, go down and play with those little losers. I'll deal with this guy myself. Lin Yi's eyes were full of fighting spirit. He took this opportunity to test his recent strength growth. Chapter 65. Obtaining spoils of war. The monsters start fighting among themselves. Roar! The holy dragon flapped its wings and swooped down, with sharp barbs extending from its fleshy wings, reaping the lives of the monsters. Looking at Xiao Jin cleaning up the battlefield by himself, He ignored him and turned his gaze to the king of the jackals. Teleport, He muttered to himself, and with a flash of his body, he instantly appeared next to the target. Delay spell. The next moment, the speed of the werewolf king dropped sharply. Whirlwind slash. The staff in Lin Yi's hand burst into a dazzling light. With the blessing of the wind elves him, the damage of wind attribute spells is more than 8 million. The wind blade, which is tens of meters wide, keeps rotating and cutting. Bah! The defense of the Knoll King almost collapsed and he flew backwards. Minus 7.94 million. In the blink of an eye, his blood volume dropped by 1/10. Panic flashed in the eyes of the Werewolf King. It only took a few such blows, and he would be reduced to ashes. Lin Yi, on the other hand, seemed extremely excited, like an eagle soaring in the sky, ready to deliver a fatal blow at any time. Ice Spear Technique. Fireball. Lin Yi launched various spells in succession, striking accurately at every step, forcing the opponent into a desperate situation. Whirlwind Slash, come again. The huge wind blade was thrown out again, almost cutting off the arm of the Werewolf King. At this time, the other party finally fought back. He covered himself with a dragon blood shield in an attempt to make a last stand. But in Lin Yi's eyes, this was just a dying struggle. Do you think this will be enough? After speaking, Lin Yi gently waved his staff. Then a thick white shock wave shot towards the Werewolf King. Oh! Holy Light Shock. This is a skill that comes with the Victor's staff, although it is not as good as Lin Yi's full-level skill. But most importantly, it can cause a knockback effect. At this point, the gnolls are powerless to resist, and it is the best time to pursue them. Whirlwind Slash. Hot Trick. The skill attached to the winner's hat can copy 50% of the damage. Use 2 approaches at the same time to attack the opponent from both sides. Swoosh whoosh. 2 wind blades flew out one after another and slashed towards the Werewolf King. Puff puff. Minus 11.43 million. Minus 5.69 million. The horrific damage not only cut off the thigh of the Werewolf King, but also caused severe damage to his body. Ouch! The next moment, the Knoll King let out a desperate roar. Seeing this, Lin Yi looked delighted. He has always ignored the skills attached to the equipment, although it is not as powerful as my full-level skills. But if used well, it can also play a decisive role. Next, Lin Yi completely took control of the battlefield. As a subordinate of the Black Dragon, the only hope of the Werewolf King is to get the support of the Black Dragon, but Lin Yi will not give him this opportunity. Earth Cage! After gradually falling into serious injuries, the Werewolf King could not even tear free from the shackles of the Earth Cage. Whirlwind Slash. Lin Yi's eyes were full of indifference. The green wind blade spun at high speed and flew over the head of the Werewolf King. Minus 12.94 million. The huge, ferocious wolf head was chopped off, and brown blood splattered everywhere. Kill the LV-35 Golden Overlord Monster Dragon Blood Jackal King and gain plus 136,215 experience points. Lin Yi smiled slightly, very satisfied with this experiment. In the whole Jiangsheng, besides Lin Yi, Han Feng is the only one who can barely kill a Golden Lord monster of the same level. And now, Lin Yi can easily crush the Golden Lord monster that is 5 levels higher. If Han Feng is considered a genius, then Lin Yi is undoubtedly a genius among geniuses. Lin Yi glanced at the spoils, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. Platinum-level treasure. Lin Yi quickly put all the items into his pocket. Now was not the time to check them. At this moment, the remaining jackals and kobolds saw their king fall to Lin Yi. It was like the end of the world, and my heart was filled with panic. Fear spread in the hearts of every monster. But the domineering power and pressure of the Black Dragon Emperor made them dare not retreat in the slightest. Through the vision sharing of the ancient war tree, Lin Yi had already sensed that several waves of monsters were surrounding him from behind. Let's speed up and end the battle. He had no intention of engaging multiple Golden Lord monsters head-on at the same time. In comparison, it is easier and more reliable to defeat them one by one and then move the battlefield. After all, the goal is always to pass smoothly, so naturally the most reliable path will be chosen. Xiao Jin, try harder. Lin Yi shouted with a smile and stepped onto the broad back of the Holy Dragon again. Earth Cage! Purple Flame Meteorite. The 2 area damage skills are cast alternately, with amazing effects. In the face of such horrific damage, even ordinary Lord monsters are no different from small monsters and can be killed in one blow. Kill the LV-32 Common Monster Kobold and gain plus 536 experience points. Kill the LV-33 Elite Monster Kobold and gain plus 1,359 experience points. Kill the LV-34 Dragon Blood Kobold Captain and gain plus 16,893 experience points. Kill the LV-33 Jackal Monster and gain plus 723 experience points. After defeating several waves of monsters, the experience value in the Wind Spirit Horn has exceeded 3 million. Now with this experience, I can directly jump to LV-33. And this is just the beginning. It can be predicted that if Lin Yi can clear out the monsters in the entire dungeon, he may be able to accumulate enough experience to upgrade to LV-35. At that time, once the promotion task is completed, once promoted to a silver-level professional, his strength will instantly increase by more than 10 times. In addition to the experience, the equipment everywhere also made Lin Yi overjoyed. Hundreds of equipment of various levels sparkle with an alluring luster, which is pleasing to the eyes. The spoils from both battles are enough to equip a mercenary group. Whoosh! A giant magical hand took shape and quickly picked up the equipment on the ground. These are small spells bought from Jiangfu, such as Jumping Spell, Spell Hand, etc. Lin Yi stretched lazily with satisfaction and looked at the army of monsters that appeared vaguely on the horizon. But, Xiao Jin, let's retreat. He stepped on the broad back of the holy dragon and headed straight into the sky. Even though we are in the underground world and there is no sunlight, but it is still several thousand meters away from the rock and soil above. Roar! Soon after, Black Dragon's men arrived at the battlefield. Black-scaled Flying Dragon, Dog Demon Lord, the Half-Lich Kassos. The 3 remaining LV-35 Golden Lord monsters in the outer city watched all this angrily. The scene was no different from before, with corpses of gnolls and kobolds scattered all over the ground. Even the Golden Lord monster of the same level, the King of the Jackals, was beheaded. Roar! The monsters roared angrily, which was a blatant provocation to the Black Dragon Emperor. The Black-Scaled Dragon and the Dog Demon Lord roared continuously, with fear in their eyes. The fear came from the Black Dragon Emperor. With so many followers, he couldn't even catch an invader. He was truly worse than waste. The next time he enters the inner city to meet the Emperor, he will be severely punished. The 2 monsters looked at the Demolich at the same time. Kassos, I can only rely on you to track him down. A Demi-Lich is a Lich that has not completed its transformation. Although it is not immortal, it still possesses powerful magical abilities. The Half-Lich in the black robe began to chant a spell, but it was soon forced to interrupt as the Half-Lich's surprised voice was heard. How is this possible? My dark tracking technique can't even lock onto this intruder. My dark tracking technique can even track down creatures at level 40. There is a barrier of the Black Dragon Emperor. Only creatures below LV-30 should be allowed to enter the dungeon. We can only wait for the invader to show up again. Next time, the 3 of us must act together. The black-scaled Flying Dragon looked disdainful and said sarcastically, Useless Lich, next time I will arrive first and cut off the invader's head and present it to Caesar the Great. After saying this, the black-scaled Flying Dragon flapped its huge body and flew towards its nest in the distance. The Half-Lich looked grim and pulled the Barbarian Lord to plot a countermeasure. The monsters dispersed. At this time, Lin Yi was unaware of the internal strife among the monsters due to the failed tracking. If he knew all this, he would probably laugh out loud. With his Fool's Mist at the maximum level, not even demigods could track his whereabouts. Not to mention, a tiny LV-35 Lord monster. It is precisely because of Xiao Jin's mobility and the double protection of Fool's Mist. Only then did Lin Yi dare to expose his position so unscrupulously. After learning about the situation in the outer city from the Elven Priest, Lin Yi planned this series of actions. He took a deep breath and landed in a simple stone building. In the vast dungeon, as long as he didn't expose himself, it would be difficult for monsters to find his hiding place. Lin Yi did not check the spoils immediately, but instead looked vigilantly at the sky in the distance. According to Catherine's intelligence, the underground world is about to usher in a dark tide. Even the dark creatures could not withstand the surging force and could only hide in the buildings. Only the inner city, under the protection of the Black Dragon Emperor, can move freely in the dark tide. Buzz! Soon, layers of dense black energy began to gather and spread, quickly weaving into a black curtain covering the sky. The curtain quickly spread, covering every corner of the underground world. Lin Yi could even hear the occasional screams. The living environment in this underground world is indeed harsh. No wonder they want to pollute the elf mother tree at all costs and integrate into the new world. Immediately, Lin Yi cast the sky shield, and the dark tide touched the building. The stone walls shimmered, resisting the impact of the tide. Looking at the increasingly dilapidated buildings, Lin Yi was sure that the information was correct. Hiding in certain stone buildings will allow you to avoid the dark tide. Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief and cast his gaze towards the central isolated peak in the distance, where the inner city was located. I saw that the dark tide there was even thicker, and even the barriers seemed to become fragile. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. After cleaning up the outer city, maybe we can sneak in and find out what's going on when the dark tide erupts? Of course, the prerequisite is to get the key to enter the inner city. He is very interested in the Black Dragon Emperor, and perhaps he will get some unexpected gains. But don't think too much about it just yet. After confirming that it was safe, Lin Yi safely inspected the trophies he had just killed the Jackal King. Chapter 66. Inventory of Equipment and Fierce Battle with the Black Scale Flying Dragon. Lin Yi had just eliminated the wave of monsters and gained a lot. In the Hell-level dungeon's secret realm, even the drop rate of mobs has been significantly increased. To Lin Yi, these equipments are nothing more than commodities that can be exchanged for banknotes in the future. He glanced at it casually and stopped paying attention. What really deserves attention are the few rare treasures in his hands. They were a pair of combat boots, with a pair of tiny black dragon wings faintly visible on the back of the boots, which looked very stylish. Black dragon boots. Grade: Platinum. Attributes: Agility plus 20,000, Physical Strength plus 10,000, Movement Speed plus 50, Additional Skill Black Dragon Leap. Note: you can jump in any direction, no rebound damage, and the cooldown time is 5 seconds. Lin Yi's eyes flashed with excitement that was difficult to conceal. It can be said that half of the value of this pair of platinum boots lies in this skill. Lin Yi had never seen an additional skill with such a short cooldown. It has almost caught up with the efficiency of my full-level skills. This will definitely become a common move in his combat system. He was deeply impressed by the swift leap of the Gnoll King just now. He didn't expect that it was all made possible by this pair of combat boots. This pair of combat boots is probably a reward from the Black Dragon Emperor to his subordinates. What a pity! I got such a bargain. With the Black Dragon's leap and the wings of hell, Lin Yi's mobility has been greatly improved. In some situations where teleportation is not suitable, this will become the key to victory. For example, when facing the Shadow Triple Slash of the Gnoll King, teleporting over a distance of only 100 meters can only dodge 2 attacks. But if a Black Dragon leaps, it can be avoided perfectly. Unfortunately, you need to be at level 35 to wear these boots. Lin Yi sighed softly, but it doesn't matter. It won't be difficult to clear this dungeon and reach LV 35. When you complete the promotion mission, you will be able to wear it naturally. Besides, the existing winner's set has formed a system. A single piece of platinum equipment is not enough for him to give up this set of gold equipment. After all, a rash change may lead to a decline in strength. There's no rush. Kill the remaining 3 Golden Lord monsters. There will definitely be a few platinum equipment. I can replace them all at once then. They were fooled today. It will be harder to deal with them tomorrow when the dark tide recedes. We will see which one to deal with first then. Putting aside distracting thoughts, Lin Yi continued to examine the remaining 2 pieces of gold equipment. Gnoll Ring. Gray Gold. Attributes: Strength plus 4,000, with 50 cubic meters of storage space. This ring is a top-notch item for warriors. It not only increases strength by 4,000, but also has a rare storage function. Not bad, not bad. This storage function at least doubles the value of this ring. It can even be comparable to some low-level platinum equipment. Another piece of gold equipment is a pair of wrist guards. Bloodthirsty Wrist Guard. Gray Gold. Attributes: Defense plus 5,000, HP plus 50,000, all-round blood-sucking 1%. Lin Yi can also use it, especially the all-round blood-sucking effect, which makes him brighten. This means that both physical and magical damage can be converted into vitality. Not bad, not bad. I'll put it on when I change the winner's suit next time. These 3 pieces of equipment are the most precious, but among the pile of golden treasures, Lin Yi also found a treasure that suits him. Bronze Skill Book Flame Last. It just makes up for my output method. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with joy, and he learned the fire explosion without hesitation. The talent is automatically activated, and Flame Blast reaches the maximum level instantly. Pyroblast LV30. Detonate the flame element under the enemy's feet, forming a flame column explosion with a cooldown of 2 seconds. In addition, the Lava Ring's 30% fire skill boost makes its power almost as powerful as the enhanced Whirlwind. That's right, this will make it easier to deal with the Lord Monster. In addition, Lin also obtained more than 20 Dark Crystals, which directly helped him complete the promotion task. If he wants, he can leave the Secret Realm now. Hand over these Dark Crystals to the Elf Priest and be promoted to Silver Professional. But how could Lin be satisfied with this? Get more Dark Crystals and exceed the promotion tasks. Even exploring the inner city was his goal. After taking stock of his harvest, Lin was satisfied. At this time, the dark tide in the outside world tended to stabilize. From the distant central peak, the angry roar of a black dragon could be faintly heard. No wonder the black dragon wants to return to the new world at all costs. What a pitiful fellow. Looking at it from another angle, there was nothing wrong with the black dragon. He was just trying to survive. Forced to huddle in a small space whenever the secret realm opens. I am also restricted by the will of the world and can only stay in the inner city. It's so frustrating just thinking about it. Therefore, it is not difficult to understand the black dragon's behavior of polluting the elven mother tree. But understanding is one thing, but for the elves, it is a deep hatred that destroyed their homeland. Lin is on the same side as the elf, so naturally he won't have any sympathy. In the new world after the fusion of the two worlds, the strong fist is the truth. Lin closed his eyes slightly, immersed in a moment of tranquility. According to the intelligence gathered by the elves, the rise and fall of the dark tide has no regular pattern. It can be as short as a few hours or as long as the alternation of day and night. So he decided to wait patiently. Time passes quietly. Wawa wawa. The sound of the tide receding disturbed Lin Yi's meditation, and he suddenly opened his eyes. I saw that the dark curtain covering the underground world before my eyes suddenly dissipated like the receding tide. This made Lin sigh at the shocking power of nature. Keep hunting. Lin didn't want to waste time, as he didn't know when the dark tide would strike again. Summon the war ancient. The victor's scepter was waved gently, and the black ancient war tree stood in front of Lin again. Although its combat effectiveness is mediocre, its unique vision-sharing ability is a great help to Lin. Wooden activation. Sharing vision. In a flash, the purple trees in the distance came alive, and Lin seemed to have thousands of pairs of eyes. Then he signaled Xiao Jin to roar. Roar! The violent dragon roar echoed in the underground space, alarming the surrounding monsters. What followed was wave after wave of monsters rushing towards the distance. But what made Lin frown was that the 3 gold-level Lord monsters were still gathered together. It's a bit tricky. Unless necessary, Lin was not willing to challenge 3 LV35 Golden Lord monsters at the same time. Unknown cards are always the most dangerous. After hunting down the Werewolf Queen, he can exit the secret dungeon at any time. But passing the level is the ultimate goal. Evacuate for now. Lin drove the Holy Dragon to fly high and away from here in an instant. With the War Ancient Tree's heavenly eye, Lin can attack or defend, and he is invincible. Soon, the army of monsters arrived at the location where Lin was just now. Faced with the empty scene, the black-scaled flying dragon let out an earth-shaking roar. Damn it, this kid actually teased us. Foolish Demolic, your plan will never work. That little creature hiding in the shadows won't confront us head-on. The half-lich's eyes beneath his black robes suddenly turned cold. Phylong, recall what happened to the werewolves. The black-scaled flying dragon flapped its wings and flew away, roaring, You guys play your own games. I will catch that cunning little mouse and crush his head. After saying this, it led its troops to evacuate first. Witnessing the black-scaled dragon's arrogant attitude, the half-lich almost exploded with anger. The black-scale flying dragon has always looked down upon its other followers. At this moment, the half-lich's dissatisfaction completely erupted. Foolish flying dragon. If it weren't for Caesar's gift, you would be nothing but a small reptile. In that case, you can die. With malice flashing in the Demolic's eyes, he turned to the Bargold Lord to plot a countermeasure. At the same time, Lin in the distance saw everything through the purple trees. Unexpectedly, the 3 Golden Lord monsters broke up on their own. A typical dark creature, irritable and short on strategy. The opportunity has come. Looking at the lone black-scaled flying dragon, Lin Yi's eyes flashed with excitement. Xiao Jin, your chance for promotion has come. At this moment, the holy dragon has devoured many monsters and is approaching the upper limit of LV30. If you can devour the black-scale flying dragon, you will be able to leap to LV31. By then, our strength will be greatly increased, and we will be more confident in dealing with the remaining 2 Golden Lord monsters. Others might worry that their pets might get out of control after their level exceeds theirs. But Lin Yi doesn't need to worry. On the one hand, the beast taming technique has reached the maximum level. On the other hand, Lin Yi had subdued the holy dragon when it was still a child. He also gave it the rare blood of a tyrant to help it transform. Xiao Jin will never disobey the instructions because of the grace of giving him a new life. Charge! Lin Yi waited for the right opportunity, and after the monster army dispersed, he rode the holy dragon towards the black-scale flying dragon's nest. Soon, a black stone cliff came into view. A black-scaled flying dragon lives alone on the top of the mountain, and all kinds of monsters are densely distributed at the foot of the mountain. LV32 Kobold, LV33 Werewolf, LV33 Shadow Spider. There are nearly 5,000 of them, including many elite monsters and lord monsters. According to a rough estimate, if we clear them all, we can gain at least 2 million experience points. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi did not rush to take action. After dealing with the black-scale flying dragon, there will be time to wipe out the remaining evildoers. This time, Xiao Jin did not neigh on his own initiative. Lin Yi arrived at the black stone cliff unhindered and felt the powerful aura. He snorted coldly, and the winter's scepter in his hand gathered a strong red light. The new skill, Fire Blast, is about to be demonstrated. Fire Explosion. The surging fire elements gathered crazily at the mouth of the cliff, and the fluctuations startled the black-scaled flying dragon, which appeared to investigate. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded. A column of red flames erupted instantly, and the unsuspecting black-scaled flying dragon didn't even have time to react, and could only rely on its body to withstand it. The raging flames engulfed the black-scale flying dragon. Its black-scale armor was ignited, and its entire body almost turned into a fire dragon. Minus 8.73 million. The damage value is jumping horribly. Not only that, because they were completely unprepared, the raging flames were still burning its body, making a sizzling sound. Minus 270,000. Minus 210,000. Minus 290,000. Damage values of varying sizes pop up intermittently. The black-scaled flying dragon lost tens of millions of health points in an instant. Black-scale flying dragon. Level: LV35 Overlord Monster Gold. Health value: 85.69 million. Skills: Black Dragon Bloodline, Dragon Breath, Black Scale Shield, Claw Assault, Shadow Radiance, Shadow Spear. The information of the black-scaled flying dragon appeared in front of Lin Yi. It was more powerful than the previous Werewolf King. However, its ending is destined to be more tragic than that of the Werewolf King, because it was trapped at the door of its own nest. The once sturdy residence has now become its burial place. Holy Light Impact. A thick white light drove the dragon back into the cave. Then there was another fire explosion, causing the black-scale dragon's health to drop sharply. Lin Yi showed a cold smile on his face. Want to escape? Today I will cook you a braised flying dragon.